Shinjo, the author of The Street, was so angry after reading a book review that he became the villain System 95666 in a daze. Before he could figure out the situation, he was thrown into a mission Villain System 95666. This name is not good, it is not powerful enough. He is away from home and the name is given by himself. In an instant, Shinjo changed his name to the Destiny Villain System and embarked on the road to harvest the children of Destiny, God of War world. What? You are the God of War? What a coincidence, my king is also the God of War. You have an army of 100,000? Hey, let's learn about the black technology of the great country, world of miracle doctors. Are you a miracle doctor? Find out about the medical qualification certificate. Educational qualifications, what? You don't even have a primary school diploma. You can't even tell the story of your master. A product with 3 no's. Who are you? Apocalyptic world, rebirth. Rebirth is amazing. Isn't it just more combat experience that makes everyone different? Do you have fire-type powers? Sorry, I have a certain thunder power that involves space and time, the world of strange rules, a system with selective prompts, and one with infinite resurrection? Sorry, my system helps me become a heavenly king. Fellow Taoists, please join our human emperor banner, fantasy world. I was born in the lineage of the great emperor, and I have the blood of a true dragon at birth. At worst, I will sink Zhongzhou, the world of spiritual energy recovery, all spirits cultivating immortals, a bird swallowing a dragon. What, you are swallowing evolution infinitely? I'm sorry, System Dad, give me some extra points. Chapter 1. After being pissed off, I became the system's villain alternate world. Same rules as always, leave your brain here. I'm T, looking at the comments filled with 2-star ratings, and thinking about the 30 cents he earned in a day. Shinjo's breath caught in his throat, his mind went blank, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Is this how it ends? I'm so unwilling. These were Shinjo's last thoughts. Smack, a crisp sound echoed from the simple room. The end, this. Where is this? Didn't I die? Shinjo vaguely thought of reaching out his hand, but he couldn't feel anything. Where's my hand? Shinjo was horrified, looking down. Great, he didn't even have feet. His body was suspended in the air, and a transparent, dark purple sphere inexplicably appeared in Shinjo's mind. The sphere was him. Just as Shinjo was in shock, a cold voice boomed in his ears. System 95666, the villain department is short of systems, go and carry out your mission. This voice was like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking Shinjo's heart, shocking him to the point where he could barely breathe. Shinjo widened his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice, wanting to see the speaker's face clearly, but he only caught a glimpse of a blurry figure. A mysterious spatial vortex suddenly appeared in front of Shinjo. The vortex emitted a strange light, as if possessing endless attraction. Before Shinjo could react, the vortex swallowed Shinjo with lightning speed. Shinjo only felt a blur before his eyes, his body being pulled by a powerful force, instantly losing all perception of his surroundings. When Shinjo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space, with a sphere of warm white light in front of him. Shinjo glanced at the tempting light sphere that filled the system with appetite, and instantly refined it. Refining the light sphere, an incomparably vast amount of information became part of Shinjo's memory like a silent rain. After consuming this information, Shinjo finally understood his current identity. Villain System 95666. Rookie system of the Villain Execution Department of the Spacetime Administration, number 95666. Intern system. Why is it called an intern system? Because if the intern mission indicators are not met, it will be taken back and destroyed, and sent to the animal realm. Intern mission indicators. Complete 3 missions, failure is allowed, but not 3 consecutive failures. As a system, if you can't even do missions well, what kind of system are you? You might as well be a pig. This was a line from the intern mission introduction. Seeing this, Shinjo couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the intern missions are all missions that match the system level. If you can't even complete these, you really might as well be a pig, happily eating for a year, waiting to be reborn at Villain System. Interesting. Shinjo chuckled sinisterly. Villain System 95666. Shinji, I don't really like this code. From today onwards, I will be Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System. Shinjo changed his name to one that sounded awesome. There's an old saying back home, your status is what you give yourself when you're out in the world. Without a domineering name, how can you fool those foolish hosts? the basic abilities of the villain system include, but are not limited to, copy, mirror, strengthen, predict the future, purify, mimic, weaken, store, break the intelligence reduction halo. As the system level increases, the authority of the system will also increase. Later on, things like time freezing and time reversal can be done. The most important thing is that the system belongs to a collection of data energy lifeforms. As long as its own energy is not exhausted, it will not die, which is equivalent to a disguised form of eternal life. From the system code of conduct, it is known that the spacetime administration divides the system authority into 6 levels: initial system, intermediate system, advanced system, supersystem, top system, main god. The authority of each level is vastly different. After completing the internship mission, you will automatically become an initial system and become a formal system of the spacetime administration. The responsibility is the same as the villain systems in many novels: find the villains in the world, suppress the child of destiny, and plunder their fortune. Fortune is mainly divided into 3 categories: personal fortune, sentient fortune, and heaven and earth fortune. Among them, personal fortune is the most common, sentient fortune is relatively rare, and the most common occurrences are national fortune and racial fortune. As for heaven and earth fortune, it is born in response to tribulation and fights for all things in heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Shinjo didn't feel any discomfort in his heart. If the villain doesn't snatch, is he supposed to borrow? Sigh, I'm hungry. Shinjo sighed with a worried look. It's been 3 days since he became a system, and he hasn't absorbed a single bit of energy. If he doesn't do a mission soon, he'll probably become the first system in the system world to starve to death. Because he had instantly refined the light sphere earlier, Shinjo had a good understanding of his current job. Although he hadn't tried his abilities yet, the operation methods were already engraved in his subconscious, so it wouldn't be difficult to imitate. He might not be very proficient at the beginning, but it wouldn't matter much. At most it would be a few seconds slower. No big deal. Begin world selection. Shinjo began his first operation according to the steps in his memory. Intern mission: Western Heaven War God returns to the city. Western Heaven War God, a war god world? Not bad. Shinjo muttered. A familiar memory was awakened, the war god with a crooked smile. A mysterious phone call: the war god learns that his 3-year-old daughter lives in a pigsty and his young wife is humiliated. The war god is furious, and with a command, 100,000 soldiers arrive in China and build a big pigsty for the war god too. That's not right. Shinjo hurriedly shook his head, almost getting messed up by those explosive guys. It's either rushing for performance or building pigsties. If the plot was really that heaven-defying, he wouldn't be needed. Shinjo instantly classified his memories and put those extremely explosive memories into a file processor. It's much better now. Shinjo's processor felt relaxed. Shinjo opened the space channel. Western Heaven War God, I'm coming. In an instant, Shinjo arrived in the mission world. Ding, detecting a life sign intact adapter, in line with the binding conditions. Binding successful. Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System, bound, host, Wang Hanen System? Hearing this voice, Wang Hanen, who was lying on the bed in a good mood, suddenly sat up, his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch his thigh. A sharp pain struck, making him gasp, but at the same time proving that all this was not a dream. I really have a system? Wang Hanen muttered to himself in disbelief. As a rich second generation who travels around the country and is also a web novel enthusiast, he also knows a lot about golden fingers like systems, but when this kind of thing really happened to him, he still found it unbelievable. After all, how could a system suddenly appear in the real world? But the fact is right in front of him, and he has to believe it. Wang Hanen took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then tried to communicate with the system. System, are you there? Soon, a cold electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding, this system is here, this system has always been here. Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System, escorting the host. After receiving the system's response, Wang Hanen was immediately excited. He didn't expect that he really had a system, and it was still a Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System. Wait. Villain. Heavenly Destiny Great Villain System, am I a villain? Wang Hanen's expression kept changing. Wang Hanen quickly adjusted his mentality. A villain is a villain, at least I'm someone with a system. System, can you tell me, why am I a villain? Wang Hanen quickly adapted. Wang Hanen's adaptation speed was faster than Shinjo expected, but Shinjo didn't panic. Ding, starting future memory transmission. Chapter 2: Call the Police. Hiss. The massive influx of information caused Wang Haonan to instinctively hug his head. After a good while, Wang Haonan slowly recovered, opened his eyes, and looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief, murmuring, Am I the villain in the early stages? Tang Weiwei is the female lead? Because of Tang Weiwei, I was crippled by Xiao Fan. According to the future memories given by the system, in 1 hour, the Western Heaven War God Xiao Fan will return to China, bringing his 3-year-old daughter to kill me. There's still an hour, what should I do? Wang Haonan anxiously paced back and forth. Xiao Fan is the master of the Western Heaven War Hall, a war god-level powerhouse. His bodyguards are no match for Xiao Fan at all, and Tang Weiwei, he had pursued her for so long without success, she definitely wouldn't help him in this matter. It's all because of that beastly Tang family, actually throwing a 3-year-old little girl into a pigsty. If the system hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. Wang Haonan thought that the Tang family would at most take Tang Weiwei's daughter home to threaten Tang Weiwei. He didn't expect the Tang family to be so beastly, throwing a 3-year-old child into a pigsty, feeding her swill, and ultimately making him take the blame. Thinking of this, Wang Haonan became so angry that his face turned red. Wang Haonan considers himself not a good person, but definitely not a bad person. He has his own principles. At most his lustfulness is a moral issue, but his girlfriends are all women he pursued fairly. System, do you have any good solutions? Wang Haonan thought for a while, but still couldn't come up with any good ideas. With only 1 hour, there's too little room for maneuver, and there's not enough time. Unless he calls the police. Call the police. Wang Haonan's mind lit up. Why hadn't he thought of that before? He didn't participate in the kidnapping. He could completely call the police and let the law enforcement bureau find the Tang family to get the person back. If he rescues Tang Weiwei's daughter in advance, that idiot Xiao Fan will definitely come looking for her. Taking advantage of this time, he will reason with her and appeal to her emotions, first pulling Tang Weiwei to his side, temporarily stabilizing Xiao Fan, and then slowly plotting. Perfect. System, I've got it. I've got it. Wang Haonan was overjoyed. Chen Zhou was just about to send Wang Haonan a beginner's gift pack, but upon hearing Wang Haonan's words, he decisively clicked withdraw. Good, since he can solve this situation without the help of a beginner's gift pack, then the beginner's gift pack will be the mission reward. Having just become a system, Chen Zhou was very poor. The 2 IQ-reducing halos he had just shown off were barely enough to fill his stomach. He still felt a little hungry now. Without source energy, life was hard. Boo, ding, it's good that the host has a solution. Chen Zhou perfunctorily replied. Okay. Wang Haonan picked up the phone with a relaxed expression. Director Zhang, this is Wang Haonan. I have something I need you to do me a small favor. Young Master Wang is joking. It's Jiangqing's honor that you can come to our Jiangcheng. Young Master Wang, just say what you need. Zhang will definitely handle it properly for you. Director Zhang thumped his chest to guarantee the Wang family of Shangjing had the grace of recognizing talent towards Director Zhang. As the saying goes, a drop of water in need shall be returned with a spring. Now that young Master Wang is in trouble, it's time for him to repay the favor. Director Zhang, you know Tang Weiwei of the Tang family, right? Her daughter, Tang Lele, has been kidnapped. What? In broad daylight, in this bright and clear world, these hateful human traffickers are really scum. Young Master Wang, don't worry, I will definitely investigate and handle this strictly, and give the people of Jiangcheng an explanation. Director Zhang angrily agreed. Kidnapping is a very serious matter in China. Even without young Master Wang's instructions, Director Zhang would strictly investigate and crack down on it if he knew. This is the bottom line. Shaoli, notify all branches, mobilize everyone, find Tang Lele as quickly as possible, and allow the killing of the bandits if necessary. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Wang Haonan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In modern society, the law still matters. Little did he know that a light purple aura in a certain space was savoring the IQ-reducing halo with relish. This IQ-reducing halo tastes good, quite crispy. With a sigh, Chen Zhou showed off another mini version of the IQ-reducing halo. Although these IQ-reducing halos were not as big as the ones on Wang Haonan and Tang Weiwei's heads, they were superior in quantity, fragrant and crispy. ASE8, all the large and small IQ-reducing halos in China were actually eaten up by Chen Zhou. Attention all units. Attention all units. Unknown flying objects have been detected in the southwest direction. Unknown flying objects have been detected in the southwest direction. Received. Received. Air defense missiles have been locked. This is China, this is China. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. I am Xiao Fan, the master of the Western Heaven War Hall, the Western Heaven War God. I am here in China on business. If you delay my time, you will bear the consequences. Xiao Fan's domineering aura was revealed. As soon as these words came out, the entire Western Theater Command was shaken. Good lad, what big words! Use special missiles and shoot him down for me, my great China will not be violated. General, the Western Heaven War Hall has always been on good terms with us. Could there be other reasons for the Western Heaven War God's intrusion into China? I don't care what the reason is. Being on good terms is being on good terms, but entering the country without permission is an offense against our national prestige. No matter who it is, they must be killed. Yes. The Great China, one of the world's 5 great philanthropists, if we let this Western Heaven War Hall enter at will today, can those countries that have established diplomatic relations also enter at will in the future? Not an inch of the country's territory will be yielded. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are. If this Western Heaven War Hall wants to cause trouble, let them come. I'd like to see if these so-called rats of the Western Underground can withstand a few of my heavy mechanized brigades. The border marshal roared, watching the plane leave. Xiao Fan revealed a standard crooked smile. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a strong sense of crisis coming. Not good. Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically. Boom, several supersonic special missiles hit Xiao Fan's plane. Ding, the child of destiny, Xiao Fan, was hit by a special air defense missile, suffering serious injuries, deducting 1,000 points of luck value. Host gains villain value, 10,000, remaining luck value 69,000. Xiao Fan's panel name, Xiao Fan, Western Heaven War God, gender, male, age, 28, combat power, War God level force, Western Heaven War Hall cultivation technique, 100 battles without peril, luck value, 9,000, originally 70000, luck level, white, system. What's wrong with this Xiao Fan? Did he die before he could even accomplish anything? There was no such thing in my past life. Ding, host, this system recently removed the IQ-reducing halos from everyone in China, so Xiao Fan was shot down by the border defense. System is awesome. Chen Zhou didn't speak. After all, the previous action was unintentional. Who would have thought that the Chinese military would be so fierce, letting Xiao Fan eat a few missiles, noted in the notebook. System, do I have a system panel? After reading Xiao Fan's personal data, Wang Haonan suddenly wanted to see his own as well. To let the system check if there were any problems with his body, and treat them in advance if there were any. Ding, yes, host. Host panel name, Wang Haonan, gender, male, age, 25, combat power, not in the flow, a little better than ordinary people, force, Wang family of Shangjing cultivation technique, none, villain value, 10,000 items, none. Folded. After reading it, Wang Haonan felt a little discouraged in comparison, but his body was very healthy, without any problems, which Wang Haonan was very satisfied with. Squeak! Just then, the bathroom door opened. The young woman Tang Weiwei, draped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom somewhat unwillingly. P.S. Luck value level division, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Chapter 3 Tang Weiwei. Wang Haonan, I'm done washing, you go wash up. Tang Weiwei helplessly pinched her sexy nightgown with both hands, and a hint of panic was clearly felt in her voice. Wang Haonan looked at Tang Weiwei again with calm eyes. Her body was shaking slightly, and she was obviously afraid. Tang Weiwei is indeed very beautiful. Her looks and figure are impeccable. She is one of those beauties who can captivate a whole country. In the original timeline, due to lust and the influence of the halo that reduces intelligence, Wang Haonan followed Tang Weiwei's advice and went to take a shower, and then Xiao Fan arrived. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan instantly became furious and beat Wang Haonan severely, and even made him inhumane. Are you afraid? Hearing Wang Haonan's words, Tang Weiwei paused. She was afraid. How could she not be afraid? But what's the point of being afraid? The Tang family's beasts threatened her with her daughter. What could she do? Tang nodded slightly, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Wang Haonan, I don't need you to be hypocritical. If you don't want to wash, just start. After saying that, Tang Weiwei lay down on the bed with a dazed expression, her eyes slowly closed, and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Just think of it as being pushed by a pig. Tang Weiwei silently said this in her heart, feeling bitter. Looking at Tang Weiwei, who had lost all hope in life, Wang Haonan stood beside the bed and stared at her quietly. I asked Director Zhang to handle your daughter's matter. I believe she should have been found by now. Hearing this, Tang Weiwei suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Haonan in shock. She didn't expect that Wang Haonan, who was in cahoots with the Tang family, would actually call the police. Tang Weiwei had thought about calling the police, but given the Tang family's network of connections, the result of her calling the police would definitely be nothing. Don't look at me like that. Although I, Wang Haonan, am not a good person, I still don't bother to rely on kidnapping or coercion to get a woman. I didn't know about the Tang family kidnapping your daughter before. You can go now. Wang Haonan's eyes were calm. Tang Weiwei was extremely shocked. She didn't expect Wang Haonan to say such a thing, and she didn't believe that Wang Haonan didn't know about it. However, Tang Weiwei didn't say anything in the end. Regardless of whether Wang Haonan had a change of heart or for other reasons, the matter is over now. She didn't have to compromise, and her daughter could return to her safely. The matter was over. Thank you. Tang Weiwei finally uttered 2 words. Wang Haonan didn't say anything. It's not that he really wants to give up the duck in his mouth, but the matter is very complicated. The police have just been called. Director Zhang will definitely bring people to send Tang Lele here. It would be embarrassing if the matter was not over when the law enforcement team arrived. Of course, the most important thing is that Wang Haonan has his own principles, and intimidation is not in line with his style. Change your clothes first. Wang Haonan pointed at the clothes Tang Weiwei was wearing. After hearing what Wang Haonan said, Tang Weiwei finally reacted and ran back to the bathroom with an embarrassed look on her face. System, do you think I am doing the right thing or not? Wang Haonan asked in confusion. Chen Zhou was stunned. How could he explain this? Chen Zhou was not a vicious person. He had just become a system member, so he could not be ruthless. In order to maintain the system's status, Chen Zhou tried to say as little as possible, and if possible, not to say anything at all, and tried to leave things to the host to figure out. Host, just have a clear conscience. Chen Zhou casually said after hearing the words of the Destiny villain system. Wang Haonan felt a lot more relieved. He was born into the royal family of Shangjing, a 1,000-year-old family. His grandfather was a founding hero and had a profound family background. He received the best education since childhood and had a very outstanding older brother, so his parents were not very strict with him. The only requirement is to abide by the law and not do evil or cause trouble. For Wang Haonan, anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. Tang Weiwei is beautiful, but Wang Haonan, whose IQ has returned to normal, knows how to make choices. Tang Weiwei is not worth Wang Haonan's risk. In a blink of an eye, Tang Weiwei, who had changed her clothes, walked out of the bathroom and bowed deeply to Wang Haonan. Mr. Wang, thank you for your help with Lele's matter. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Wang Haonan smiled and waved his hand. Miss Tang, you don't have to be polite. I didn't expect the Tang family to be so heartless that they would threaten you with the child's matter. In the future memory given by the system, Xiao Fan later attacked the Tang family. The Tang family insisted that the kidnapping of Tang Lele was done by Wang Haonan and had nothing to do with them, so Wang Haonan was not polite at all when talking about the Tang family. Mr. Wang, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame those old antiques in the Tang family. Tang Weiwei was angry. Tang Weiwei's impression of Wang Haonan has changed a lot. Although he is lustful, he still has some principles. At least he doesn't take advantage of others. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go down to the living room and wait. I think it won't be long before Director Zhang will send Lele here safely. Okay. Tang nodded slightly. The two left the bedroom on the second floor and came to the living room on the first floor one after another. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Miss Tang, please sit here for a while. I'll go out and open the door. Wang Haonan said politely because the maid and bodyguard of the villa had been sent away by Wang Haonan before, and there was no one else in the villa. Wang Haonan had to open the door himself. No need, Mr. Wang, I really want to see Lele now, I'll go with you. Okay. Wang Haonan was not surprised anyway, he was just being polite, and it wouldn't matter whether Tang Weiwei went or not. When he saw Wang Haonan, Director Zhang excitedly walked up to him with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Wang, why did you come here to open the door in person? You are so polite. Director Zhang said, while extending his hands enthusiastically and holding Wang Hanan's hands tightly. Wang Hanan smiled politely. Director Zhang, that's not right. I, Wang Hanan, am just an ordinary person, and a junior. It's nothing to open the door. Lei. Tang Weiwei ran over excitedly and hugged the little girl next to the female law enforcement officer. Mom. The little girl cried aggrievedly. Be good, Mom is here. Tang Weiwei patted her daughter's back gently. Seeing Lei crying, Tang Weiwei realized something was wrong. By the way, Lei, tell Mom if Grandpa's family bullies Lei. No, Grandpa didn't bully Lei. Tang Lei stopped crying immediately. The law enforcement officers standing by couldn't help but feel moist in the corners of their eyes as they watched this scene, and some team members even clenched their fists. What a good child. In order not to make his mother sad, he chose to lie and hide the fact that he was abused. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there were such inhuman relatives in the world. Those people in the Tang family are simply beasts, worse than pigs and dogs. They threw a 3-year-old girl into a pigsty. When she was hungry, she could only eat slop. When she was cold, she could only shrink into a corner. P.S. Villain value conversion ratio, 1000 luck value equals 10,000 villain value, 1000 luck value equals 1 origin point, 1 origin point equals 10,000 villain value. Chapter 4, The Views of the Imperial High Command. Captain Zhang, what are you doing here? Wang Hanan turned and looked at Zhang Qianxia, who was wearing a uniform. Zhang Qianxia stared at Wang Hanan with a serious tone. Wang Hanan, does this matter have anything to do with you? Wang Hanan looked calmly at Zhang Qianxia, the captain of the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Bureau and the only daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. In the memories given by the system, Zhang Qianxia did not have many scenes with him, but Wang Hanan judged based on his many years of experience in reading novels that Zhang Qianxia must have been an important figure around Xiao Fan, the son of fortune. In the early days. In the original timeline, Wang Hanan lost his mind after being abolished and launched a crazy revenge on Xiao Fan based on the Wang family's subsidiary in Jiangcheng. There were several times when Zhang Qianxia disrupted the plan and it failed. Wang Hanan's men were also arrested by Zhang Qianxia one after another. The arrest was fine, but the key point was that none of Xiao Fan's men were touched. They were also underground forces, but they didn't care about Xiao Fan's men and only targeted him, saying that it was justice. Wang Hanan just laughed. Thinking of this, Wang Hanan replied coldly, no. Indeed not. Although Wang Hanan in the original timeline was a bit of a bastard, the Tang family only said one thing to him regarding Tang Weiwei's matter. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, leave Tang Weiwei's matter to us. Who would have thought that the Tang family would actually use Tang Lei to threaten him and even throw him into the pigsty? What a beast. No? Then why did Tang Weiwei come to see you? Zhang Qianxia asked seriously. Looking for me? How should I know why? The Tang family only told me that Tang Weiwei agreed. It was not until Tang Weiwei arrived that I knew she was threatened by the Tang family. After I learned that Tang Lei was taken away by the Tang family, I called the police. Captain Zhang, are you satisfied with this explanation? Wang Hanan stated the facts calmly. Zhang Qianxia was speechless for a moment. Zhang Qianxia also knew that the Tang family was trying to please Wang Hanan, and she also knew that what Wang Hanan said was probably true based on Zhang Qianxia's understanding of Wang Hanan. Wang Hanan would definitely not do such a brainless thing as threatening to kidnap someone. Zhang Qianxia, instead of coming here to question me, why don't you think of a way to defeat those underground forces in Jiangcheng? Wang Hanan's tone became more and more dissatisfied, and his eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing Zhang Qianxia's heart. Zhang Qianxia was shocked and realized that what she did was indeed inappropriate. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm sorry, Wang Hanan, I misunderstood you. However, as a friend, I advise you to be more restrained and not let your uncle and aunt down again. Zhang Qianxia knew that she could not change Wang Hanan's mind, but after all, they were childhood playmates, so she still hoped that Wang Hanan could turn back from his wrong path. Wang Hanan smiled slightly and didn't take Zhang Qianxia's words to heart, parting on bad terms. Xiao Fan, our competition has begun. Wang Hanan looked at himself in the mirror calmly. Wang Hanan said what he just said deliberately. He was trying to provoke Zhang Qianxia and lead her to sweep the underground world. With Zhang Qianxia's background, clearing Jiangcheng would be a piece of cake and there wouldn't be any danger. Zhang Qianxia's grandfather was an old subordinate of Wang Haoran's grandfather, and the two spent some time together when they were young. As for what happened in the memory given by the Destiny villain system, he didn't blame Zhang Qianxia much. The only thing that made him angry was that Jiang Qianxia only caught him doing this. Revenge is unrealistic. The older generations of the two families are comrades in arms. Besides, in the original timeline, Mr. Jiang also helped the Wang family with all his strength, so he has never done anything to let down his old leader. In the end, because of the Wang family, Mr. Jiang ended up with a miserable ending in his later years. Based on this, Wang Haonan would not do anything like repaying kindness with enmity. However, if Jiang Qianxia causes him trouble again in this life, he will go to old man Jiang to propose marriage and die together with Jiang Qianxia. On the other side, Xiao Fan was breathing heavily. Damn it, I didn't expect this special missile to be so powerful. If I hadn't jumped out of the plane in time, I would have been in big trouble this time. Xiao Fan stared fiercely at the primitive jungle in the distance. I, Xiao Fan, will remember this vengeance. Xiao Fan uttered a harsh word coldly, and then rushed towards Jiangcheng. At this moment, Xiao Fan had only one thought in his mind: to return to Jiangcheng as soon as possible to save his wife and daughter. Damned Imperial Border General, if you hadn't ordered my plane to be blown up, I would have returned to Jiangcheng long ago. If my daughter loses a single hair, don't blame me, Xiao Fan, for turning against you. Xiao Fan cursed in his heart. Xiao Fan was extremely annoyed about the other party's missile launch. When he came back, he had already informed the other party of his purpose in advance, which was to show his courtesy first. He did not expect that the other party would be ungrateful and actually use missiles to attack him. A young man in his 20s, Xiao Fan had spent his entire life in military service and thought he had done enough for the empire, but he never expected to end up like this. If the empire does not give him a satisfactory explanation, he will lead the 100,000 strong army to the empire to seek justice for himself. Time was running out, so Xiao Fan temporarily suppressed these thoughts and went all out, running at the fastest speed, crossing mountains, rivers, and cities along the way. He will make those who hurt his family pay the price and let them know the wrath of him, the god of war of the West. When Xiao Fan thought of his daughter living in a pigsty and his wife being abducted, he burst into tears. Time, what he lacked most now was time. Imperial Supreme Council, Great Elder, how should we deal with Xiao Fan's matter? An elder asked calmly. Xiao Fan has done a lot for us outside. If we don't give him a satisfactory explanation, I'm afraid it will chill his heart. The fifth elder stepped forward and said, explain. Why should we give him an explanation? Everyone, don't forget that it was Xiao Fan who first maliciously broke into our empire's airspace, and then Shaoli ordered the attack. The third elder stood up and said Xiao Fan also said that he had important matters to deal with, so it's understandable. The fifth elder continued to explain. Is it excusable? Why can't we communicate in advance? Or is it that the imperial officials are not trustworthy and Xiao Fan can't go through the normal procedures? The sixth elder also stood up at this time. If you can just barge into the empire's territory with the excuse of I have something important to do, then we should just forget about border defense. So many countries have established diplomatic relations with us, and each of them has something important to do. Can we let them all in when the time comes? The fourth elder shouted sternly. Xiao Fan has helped us, but don't forget that we also secretly provided the weapons of the Western Heaven Battle Hall. We don't owe him anything at all. The second elder stood up and stated the facts impartially. I agree with the fourth elder. The dignity of a country cannot be despised, and the glory of the empire cannot be challenged. The second elder continued. Old fifth, I know Xiao Fan saved you before, but public is public, private is private, and public and private are clearly separated. Xiao Fan's intrusion this time can be left alone for now, but if he commits a crime within the empire, I will punish him severely. The great elder made the final decision. After hearing the words of the great elder, the fifth elder stopped speaking for Xiao Fan. By the way, have you found out the reason why Xiao Fan entered the empire? The great elder turned around and asked, Great Elder, we have found out that Xiao Fan's daughter was kidnapped, but the matter has been resolved by Elder Wang's grandson, Wang Haonan. Elder Wang Shangyuan. When the elders thought of this person, they couldn't help but show respect in their eyes. Tell me in detail. I heard that this boy is quite lustful and goes out to play every day. I didn't expect that he would do something decent this time. Good. After the seventh elder narrated the entire incident in detail, everyone's expressions changed. It seems that the empire needs to be cleaned up again. A chill appeared in the elder's calm eyes. Chapter 5 New Self-Destructing Doll. While the Empire's top leaders were in a meeting, Wang Haonan was certainly not idle either. Not long after sending Jiang Qianxia away, Wang Haonan called his bodyguard, Black Tiger Afu, and said, Afu, bring your people back immediately. I have something to tell you. Yes, master. Afu responded immediately. Brothers, stop playing. The young master has something to tell you. Come back with me. Okay, Tiger. 15 or 16 tall men stood up and walked out of the bar. What's wrong with these people? Why did they just leave like that? Do you want the wine you just ordered? If not, I'll take it away. A spirited young man shouted symbolically. Seeing that no one spoke, the energetic young man skillfully put away the wine ordered by Afu and his group. Those people seemed to be bodyguards. They probably received a call from their employer and were asked to work overtime. A man with glasses analyzed confidently. Why worry so much? Just keep playing the music and dancing. Everyone nodded, and soon the bar returned to its original bustle, and no one talked about the identities of Afu and others anymore. System, do you have any good things to recommend to deal with Xiao Fan? Wang Haonan asked seriously. Current situation. Tang Lele was rescued by his intervention, and Tang Weiwei took Tang Lele home. It was late at night, and there would not be much change on Tang Weiwei's side for the time being. Those guys from the Tang family must be cursing me behind my back because I called the police, but due to the power of the Wang family, they dare not do anything small. The only guy still in action was Xiao Fan, who was shot down by a missile and whose specific circumstances were unknown. But if nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Fan will definitely run to the pigpen where Tang Lele was before. This is a good opportunity. Self-destructing doll, 5000 villain value, can 100% simulate the target the user wants to simulate, high cost performance, and wide range of uses. 10 fragrance power draining powder, 2000 villain value, can cause a warrior to lose his power instantly, making him incapable of action. Good quality and low price, you deserve it. Fusion and sublimation device, 2000 villain value, can perfectly fuse and sublimate 2 low-level items, such as fusing the self-destructing doll and the 10 fragrance power draining powder. War God Tranquility Gun, 1000 villain value, powerful special anesthetic, has a strong anesthetic effect. One shot can knock down a war god, provided that it hits the target. Chen Zhou quickly launched 4 products that met Wang Haonan's villain value requirements. Self-destructing doll, 10 fragrance power draining powder, fusion sublimation device, God of War Tranquility Gun. Wang Haonan's eyes widened as he carefully checked the items recommended by the Destiny villain system. The self-destructing doll can be used to simulate the appearance of Xiao Fan's daughter and lure Xiao Fan into a trap. The 10 fragrances power draining powder is very effective, but its disadvantage is that it is not easy to administer the drug. However, by combining the fusion sublimation device with the self-destructive doll, this drawback can be perfectly avoided. The Ares tranquilizer gun is powerful. Afu and his men are all experts at hitting the target with every shot, but Xiao Fan is a Ares level master, so it is very likely that he will miss the target, and the effect will be somewhat useless, but it can be used to deal with Xiao Fan's subordinates. These 4 items add up to exactly 10,000 villain points. Buy, I'll buy them all. Wang Haonan didn't hesitate and bought them all in one go. Ding, the purchase was successful, deducting the host's villain value of 100,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining self-destructing doll ×1, 10 fragrance power draining powder ×1, fusion sublimation device ×1, God of War anesthesia gun ×1, disposable item. Seeing the mark, Wang Haonan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. System, why is the War God anesthesia gun a disposable item? I spent 1000 villain points to redeem it, and I only have this one chance. What if I miss? Damn, host, you get what you pay for. If you pay 1000 villain points, you can only hit once. Hearing this, Wang Haonan got angry and said, okay, how do we play it? 6. System, will this Ares tranquilizer gun turn into a normal tranquilizer gun after firing the tranquilizer bullet? Ding, host, don't worry. After the Ares tranquilizer bullet is fired, the Ares tranquilizer gun will automatically decompose at a suitable time. The host doesn't need to worry about leaving any traces. What? Automatic decomposition? Find your own time. In other words, you spend 1000 villain points, but in the end you can only fire one shot, and then your gun is gone. It doesn't have to be so environmentally friendly. After listening to the explanation of the Destiny villain system, Wang Haonan finally understood why the God of War anesthesia was only sold for 1000 villain points. It turned out that it was released to deceive him. One shot gives him 1000 villain points. The system is indeed the system he knew it to be. It is quite evil. Wang Haonan simply didn't want to think about being blackmailed with 1000 villain points. System used the fusion sublimation device to fuse the self-destructing doll and the Toka leakage powder. Ding! The fusion sublimation was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new self-explosive doll. New self-destructing doll. Wang Haonan looked at the rag doll in front of him excitedly. System, how do I use the self-destructing doll? Hold the new self-explosive doll with both hands and say the person you are simulating. That's so simple. Wang Haonan was overjoyed, and quickly followed the instructions of the Destiny villain system. He held the puppet in his hands devoutly and whispered, "Come out, Tang Lei." Shenzhou, seems a little familiar. As soon as Wang Haonan finished speaking, the new self-explosive doll quickly grew larger, spread out Wang Haonan's hands, and stood in front of Wang Haonan with an expressionless face. Fuck, they look so similar. Wang Haonan shouted. Wang Haonan looked left and right. The height and body shape were exactly the same, like clones carved from the same mold. If he hadn't been involved in person, Wang Haonan himself wouldn't have believed that the girl in front of him was fake. Apart from the fact that they have no thoughts, there is absolutely no difference between them and real people. System, your doll is not smart enough. Wang Haonan happily complained. Host, guess why it is called the self-destructing doll? That's true. Wang Haonan reacted and realized that the self-destructing doll is a bomb just by hearing the name. It does not need to be very intelligent. A high level of intelligence means it will be more expensive. And knock. Just then, there was a slight knock on the door. Wang Haonan raised his head and looked towards the door. Ah Fu was standing there with a grin on his face. Outside the door, a group of bodyguards were standing in an orderly line. Master, all personnel have assembled. Please give your instructions, Master. Wang Haonan nodded calmly. Ahu, send 2 people to buy 2 packs of crazy sows, and the rest of you prepare your night clothes and follow me to the southern outskirts of the city. Ah Fu pointed at 2 bodyguards at random and said, You 2, drive outside and get 2 packs of crazy sows, then meet us in the south of the city according to the shared location. Yes, Brother Tiger. You guys, go to the warehouse and get the night clothes out. Okay, Tiger. By the way, prepare a drone, the kind used for photography. Wang Haonan added, Yes, Master. The remaining bodyguards sent another person too. Everything was ready. Wang Haonan glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, which was the time when Xiao Fan found his villa on the original timeline. However, this time Xiao Fan was shot down by an anti-aircraft missile, and the speed was much slower, so he had plenty of time. Let's go. Wang Haonan waved his hand. Under the cover of darkness, the 3 cars rushed towards the south of the city in an orderly manner. Chapter 6. Xiao Fan is dumbfounded seeing Wang Haonan ordering the little girl who was over 3 years old to go into the pig pen. Ah Fu stood up resolutely and said, Master, stop it. I can't watch you make a mistake. Ah Fu stared at Wang Haonan. He knew that this decision would most likely cause Wang Haonan's dissatisfaction, but he could not sit idly by. He could not watch his young master go down a path of no return. Wang Haonan suddenly laughed. Afu, look carefully, this is a robot, not a real person. Everyone was confused. Although this little girl sat there coldly all the way, she doesn't look like a robot at all, does she? Wang Haonan knew that this matter was difficult to explain, so he ordered the new self-explosive doll, Lulu, do 100 push-ups in 30 seconds. Yes, Master. The new self-explosive doll immediately lay down and did push-ups at an incredible speed. Up and down. The new self-destructing doll was very fast and its movements were very standard, executing Wang Haonan's commands in front of everyone at a frequency of about 3 per second. Everyone was speechless in shock. This is really not a human being. It is impossible for a human being to maintain the same frequency and do 100 push-ups in 30 seconds. This is not something a human can accomplish. The young master did not deceive them. This little girl is really not a human being. Wang Hanan patted Ah Fu on the shoulder and said, Ah Fu, good job. I'll give you a raise tomorrow. Raise salary? Ah Fu stood there stupidly. The young master said he would give him a raise. Just now he was thinking that even if he was expelled by the young master, he would stop the young master from going down the path of no return. And unexpectedly, the young master not only did not care about his insubordination, but also gave him a raise. Meeting such a young master was really a blessing for Ah Fu in 3 lifetimes. What Ah Fu didn't know was that in the original timeline, in order to protect Wang Hanan, he was beaten to death by Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great generals of the Western Heaven War Hall. Wang Hanan would naturally not be stingy with such loyal subordinates. The same goes for other loyal bodyguards. As long as they perform well, Wang Hanan will give them a raise. Okay, Lele, hide in the corner on the far right. Wait for someone named Xiao Fan to hug you, then you explode. Understood, master. When they heard the word self-destruct, everyone was shocked again. Using such a high-tech thing as a bomb, the young master is really rich and powerful. They didn't understand why the young master wanted to blow up a guy named Xiao Fan, but the young master must have his reasons for doing so. Master, we've bought crazy, so how do we use it? A bodyguard came over with 2 small bags to report. Put them in the car first. Oh, and change into your night clothes. Then retreat 2 kilometers away together. Wang Hanan gave a serious command. Yes, master. Soon, Wang Hanan and his group retreated to a place more than 2 kilometers away from the pig pen. Master, who is Xiao Fan that requires you to be so calculating? Ah Fu asked in a low voice. You may not know the name Xiao Fan, but his other title is the God of War of the Western Heaven. I have a grudge against him. Wang Hanan said calmly. God of War of the West. Hearing these 4 big words, Ah Fu's body trembled uncontrollably. The God of War of the West, the uncrowned king of the Western underworld, an existence that makes the Western underworld tremble in fear. As a martial artist, Ah Fu knows this person. However, since this guy is the young master's enemy, he is also Ah Fu's enemy. We will call each other by code names in a moment. Our organization is called Desire. I am the God of Desire, Ah Fu is the envoy of Desire, and the others are disciples of Desire. The code names are the order in which you will join the organization. Do you understand? Wang Hanan ordered solemnly. Yes, Lord Desire, they all whispered. Wang Hanan nodded with satisfaction. At present, he was not strong enough and could only try his best to avoid unnecessary risks. It would be most appropriate for him to be the 6th when he reaches the level of a God of War. It will be a completely different story. About an hour later, Xiao Fan finally arrived in a panic near the pig pen where Tang Lele originally called it. Xiao Fan breathed heavily and silently. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Lulu, please don't be in any trouble. Xiao Fan prayed anxiously in his heart. Because the plane was shot down, Xiao Fan was delayed for 2.5 hours, and all of his companions on the plane died without fighting. Due to the complex terrain and the need to avoid towns, Xiao Fan ran as hard as he could for 2.5 hours before he reached the place where his daughter had called for help. Arriving at this suburban pig farm, Xiao Fan calmed down, became fully alert, and used infiltration methods that he had never used in previous missions to slowly sneak into the pig farm. Strange, there are no guards here? Xiao Fan frowned in confusion, feeling uneasy in his heart. Without guards, a terrible thought came to Xiao Fan's mind. His daughter had been transferred. Damn it! Xiao Fan angrily punched the hollow brick wall next to him. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a slight movement. Dad, is that you? A childish voice came from not far away. Xiao Fan was instantly excited. His daughter, his beloved daughter. It was great that his daughter was fine. Xiao Fan rushed over excitedly. His daughter's voice was a little cold, but Xiao Fan didn't care. He hadn't come back for 5 years, so it was normal for his daughter to hate him. From now on, he can accompany his daughter every day, slowly warm her up with his fatherly love, and let his daughter accept him as her father again. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's mouth curled up wildly. Thinking of the warm life he and his wife and daughter had together, he didn't care about the bullshit king of the underworld or the master of the Western Heaven War Hall. Lu. Xiao Fan happily picked up the new self-destructing doll. Looking at the friendly face of the new self-explosive doll, Xiao Fan burst into tears of joy. This was his daughter, Xiao Fan's biological daughter. Her eyes and nose were exactly like her mother's. They were simply carved from the same mold. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan remembered the woman who saved him 5 years ago, Tang Weiwei. This was her name. It was she who selflessly took care of him when he was at his lowest point, allowing him to regain his confidence. Without her, there would be no him today, no God of War of the West today. I'm Lele, are you my dad? Xiao Fan, the new self-explosive doll asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I am. I am your father, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan cried with joy as he looked at his daughter in his arms. Bah, you scumbag, it's you who abandoned Mom and Lele, you don't deserve to be Lele's father. The new self-explosive doll struggled and cursed. Hearing this, Xiao Fan hugged his daughter, the new self-explosive doll, in pain. It was all his fault. If he had taken the initiative to call once in the past 5 years, perhaps his daughter would not hate him so much. You are a scumbag. You abandoned your mother, didn't want Lele, and even refused to call home for 5 years. You are not worthy of being a human being, let alone Lele's father. The new self-explosive doll continues to perform steadily. Hearing that his daughter hated him so much, Xiao Fan's heart was bleeding, and Xiao Fan's luck was dropping madly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 2,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 3,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 3,000. I hate you. The new self-destructing doll roared angrily with lightning speed. Explode instantly. Bang! Xiao Fan was lying stupidly on the excrement in the pigsty with a dazed look in his eyes. His daughter was furious, really furious. His daughter, who was so old, so lovely, so sweet and soft, suddenly exploded. It made him doubt his life and his mind went blank. After a long time, Xiao Fan roared in anger. All his strength collapsed, his muscles became weak, and he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. If his eyelids hadn't been open at the beginning, he probably wouldn't be able to open his eyes now. Xiao Fan, swear here that no matter where in the world I will kill you. Xiao Fan roared in his heart. Just then, a group of people wearing masks and night clothes came over. Chapter 70.5 Xiao Fan's combat strength. The Lord of the Western Heaven Warhol, the uncrowned king of the Western Underworld. Xiao Fan, how is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I carefully prepared for you, Lord God of War? Wang Haonan, wearing a ghost mask, looked at Xiao Fan lying on the ground happily. Xiao Fan was burning with rage, staring at the group of mysterious people in front of him who were wearing night clothes and ghost masks. Don't say anything. It seems that Lord God of War is very satisfied with the gift I prepared. Listening to the other party's words, Xiao Fan was extremely angry, but his strength was dissipated, his muscles were weak, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Wang Haonan ignored Xiao Fan's murderous eyes and continued to talk to himself. I heard that the Lord God of War has unparalleled combat power and a firm determination to practice martial arts. Today, I want to see how firm the Lord God of War's determination to practice martial arts is. Come here, bring up the gift we prepared for the Lord God of War. Yes, Lord God of Desire. Soon, a fat pig weighing several hundred kilograms grunted in dissatisfaction and was forcibly led over by several mysterious men in night clothes. You two, go help the God of War to find another place. Ah Fu ordered in a scholarly tone. As you command, Master Yushur. The bodyguard also changed his voice was emotionless. As the clothes on his body disappeared one by one, Xiao Fan's heart sank to the bottom. Fearful Desire, please entertain our Lord God of War well and don't let Lord God of War be disappointed in Desire. I will follow the order of Lord Desire. Wang Haonan nodded in satisfaction and then left the live broadcast. Ding, the son of luck, the God of War of the West, Xiao Fan, was humiliated in public. His teeth were bared, 3,000 luck points were deducted, and the host gained 30,000 villain points. Ding, the son of luck, the God of War of the West, Xiao Fan, was humiliated in public and his mentality collapsed. 5,000 luck points were deducted, and the host gained 50,000 villain points. Ding, the son of luck, the God of War of the West, Xiao Fan, was kissed by a pig, and his mind was broken. 2,000 luck points were deducted, and the host gained 20,000 villain points. Ding, the son of Destiny, the Western Heavenly God of War. Xiao Fan, one after another, system broadcast sounded, and Wang Haonan's villain value kept rising until Xiao Fan vomited blood and fainted, and the speed of the villain value's increase stopped. Combined with the damage caused by the new self-destructing doll, Wang Haonan's villain value has now reached 23,000. Xiao Fan originally had a total of 70,000 luck, but now he only has 46,000 left. If he hadn't fainted from the blood in Qi, it would probably be a few thousand less. Looking at the 21.6 origin points in his hand, Chen Zhou was very excited. 21.6 world origin points was considered a considerable income. System, I now have 23,000 villain points. How much cultivation can I exchange for it? Wang Haonan was very calm when he looked at the 23,000 villain points in his hand as system props can only help in emergencies. If you really want to change your fate, you have to improve your martial arts. Only when your martial arts surpass those of the God of War can you not be afraid of Xiaofan and truly control your own destiny. Damn, host, 20,000 villain points can be exchanged for 0.5 of Xiaofan's combat power. Are you sure you want to exchange it, 0.5 Xiaofan? Wang Haonan looked strange. What the hell is this unit of measurement, 0.5 Xiaofan? What kind of realm is this? Noticing Wang Haonan's change of mood, Chen Zhou quickly added 0.5 of Xiaofan's combat power, probably in the upper middle rank of the God of War level. Except for being unable to defeat those veteran gods of war in Xiaofan, this combat power is considered the world's top tier. System, if you had said earlier that he was a high-level war god, I would have understood. After listening to the supplement of the Destiny villain system, Wang Haonan finally understood the approximate extent of 0.5 Xiaofan's combat power. System, exchange for me the war god cultivation. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 20,000, and 0.5 Xiaofan's cultivation is exchanged successfully. Wang Haonan's momentum instantly increased, a high-level god of war, a relatively powerful existence in the war god echelon. Looking at the whole of China, there are only more than 20 high-level war gods, and half of them are still hiding in the dark. There are currently 68 powerful war gods in China, including both private and official ones. Most of them are ordinary war gods, a small number are intermediate war gods, and there are 9 high-level war gods. As for the extreme god of war, there is only one in the entire world, and that is Wang Haonan's grandfather, Wang Shengyuan. Wang Haonan clenched his fists, feeling the extra strength in his body. Now, he could easily blow up an adult yak with just one punch. If he put all his strength into it, he could even blow up a heavy tank with one punch. No wonder Xiaofan is so arrogant. If I had this power, I would be arrogant too. Wang Haonan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the god of war, a special existence in this world. With such power beyond ordinary people, no wonder he dares to disregard the law. This is only 0.5 of Xiaofan's combat power, the complete version of Xiaofan. I almost forgot that the complete version of Xiaofan had just been tricked by myself. Wang Haonan smiled awkwardly and almost brought Xiaofan into the picture. Langmi, after his body adjusted for a while, Wang Hao calmed down. Now he only had martial arts skills but no practical experience or skills. His strength control was also sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sometimes he could grab the branches steadily, but sometimes he would accidentally break the stones in his hand, which was a bit troubled. After thinking for a while, Wang Haonan decided to ask for help from the Destiny villain system. System, is there a shortcut to control power? I am willing to exchange it with villain points. Damn, host, yes. Adept level power control skills, 10,000 villain value, can perfectly control your own power. With it, you don't have to worry about hurting an ant. Proficient level combat package, 20,000 villain points, skilled level combat package, including rich combat experience and combat skills. With it, you can instantly become a top-notch master. Chen Zhou immediately introduced 2 abilities that were suitable for Wang Haonan's villain value conditions. Seeing the price, Wang Haonan was silent for 3 seconds. Every time he checked the price, it was really systematic. However, thinking that Xiaofan would have a higher villain value when he woke up tomorrow, Wang Haonan gritted his teeth and said, System, I'll buy it. Drop, deduct the host's villain value of 30,000, and the skilled level control skills and skilled level combat gift packs are purchased successfully. The moment the villain value was deducted, Wang Haonan felt relaxed all over. His control over his body and perception of the surrounding environment had obviously improved by more than 1 level. The villain's value is a bit expensive, but the effect is very real. With this power control skill, his combat effectiveness will definitely be more lasting. Afu, have you finished the tasks assigned to you? As soon as Afu came over, the perceptive Wang Haonan immediately asked Master, Xiaofan is so angry that he fainted. The live broadcast effect of the dark web is very good. The entire video has been posted on the dark web. as well as Xiao Fan's identity information. All the information I know has been edited into the video and uploaded to major websites under multiple usernames. Master, do you want to take a look? Ah Fu reported his work rigorously and seriously. No need. Wang Haonan patted Ah Fu's shoulder. Ah Fu, I trust you to do your job. You can work overtime tonight to see if there are any omissions. Fix them and don't let anything slip. Just kidding, the content of the video is so disgusting that Wang Haonan chose not to watch it. Master, rest assured. All the equipment we use is imported and the account has just been created. We guarantee that no one will find out. Ah Fu promised seriously. Wang Haonan nodded and said, take the brothers to deal with the traces. Relax tonight and put the expenses on my account. Thank you, Master. Ah Fu thanked. Watching Ah Fu and others deal with the traces at the scene, Wang Haonan explained many details and only returned to Tianxin Mountain Villa after confirming that there were no omissions. Chapter 8. Once the trap is set, everyone knows it. At noon, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes in the warmth of the sun. Ah! Xiao Fan roared angrily, I will kill you. I will kill you all. Desire. I will definitely kill all of you. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his angry roar resounded through the sky. The big fat pig next to him was awakened from his sleep by Xiao Fan's voice, and made a satisfied gurgling sound, as if responding to Xiao Fan. Bang! Xiao Fan, whose mobility had been restored, jumped over and punched him. The fat pig was instantly torn into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere. Ah! Xiao Fan, with bloodshot eyes, smashed the pig farm to vent his anger. After an unknown amount of time, the pig farm was in a mess. After venting his anger, Xiao Fan looked coldly at the pig pen that was so rotten that it couldn't be any rottener. There were several broken accusation cameras under Xiao Fan's feet. That's right, Xiao Fan was plotted against again. The video of God of War Xiao Fan smashing the pig farm has gone viral on major platforms around the world, with various explosive headlines attracting global attention, but Xiao Fan had no choice. All his clothes, pants, cell phone, and other items were gone. God of Desire. I, Xiao Fan, swear not to be a human being until I take revenge. Xiao Fan swore coldly. On the other side, Wang Haonan, who slept until he woke up naturally, received another 70,000 villain points and was in a good mood. System, how many villain points do I need to upgrade to Super War God? Wang Haonan asked in his mind while enjoying a hearty breakfast. Damn, the host needs 10,000 villain points. Then how much villain value is needed to increase the combat power to the same level as Xiao Fan? Damn, 15,000 villain value can be raised to Xiao Fan's current normal combat power. Ah, it will cost 150,000. Wang Haonan suddenly became depressed. It takes 150,000 villain points to obtain Xiao Fan's current normal combat power. If you want to surpass Xiao Fan, how much villain points will you need? 200,000. Or 300,000, but even after deducting all of Xiao Fan's luck, he would only have 360,000 at most. According to the nature of the system, by the time he surpasses Xiao Fan, there will probably not be much villain value left. If he exchanges it for a martial arts technique or something, it is not certain whether the villain value will be enough. Thinking of this, Wang Haonan finally understood what it felt like to have both love and hate. The system adding points is cool, but the precise planning of the system is really infuriating. Chen Zhou didn't care about Wang Haonan's psychological changes. Although it was his first time to build a system, the gifts left by the predecessors in the system industry were very rich. Chen Zhou gained a lot and his methods were very skilled. If the host is disobedient, just change the memory and replace it with an obedient one. There is no need to hang oneself on a tree. A large island in the Atlantic Ocean. Lizard, have you found the source of those videos on the internet? You idiot, I've told you so many times, I'm called a poisonous lizard, not a lizard. If you call me a lizard again, I won't stand it. The poisonous lizard glared at Suzaku fiercely. You can do it or not, you dead lizard, dead lizard. Zhu Kei shouted unyieldingly. That's enough, both of you, stop arguing. It's already this late, my brother is being humiliated, and you two still have the time to bicker here, especially you, Suzaku. The poisonous lizard is a good friend of our Shitian War Hall, don't bully her every time. Qinglong criticized harshly. That's right, brother Qinglong is still reasonable. Dead bird, you should learn from him. Poison lizard, how is Lord God of War doing? Can we contact him? Xinglong asked anxiously, hearing the name Poisonous Lizard. The Poisonous Lizard's face instantly fell, and he looked at Xinglong seriously. Brother Xinglong, my name is Poisonous Lizard, not Poisonous Lizard. Okay, Poison Lizard, can you please contact the God of War boss now, or delete those dirty videos completely? Xinglong corrected his mistake with a smile. Ah, my name is Goalie, not Goalie. The lizard emphasized madly. Okay, Poison Lizard, can you contact Lord God of War? And how is the progress of deleting the video and investigating the source of the video? Xinglong smiled as always, hearing the little green snake calling her the Poisonous Lizard. The Poisonous Lizard became extremely crazy. If it wasn't for Big Brother Shitian's business, she would have kicked the two men out long ago. Dead bird, little green snake, I haven't been able to contact Brother Shitian, but the location where Brother Shitian's phone last sent a signal is consistent with the location of the number that called Brother Shitian last night. The Poisonous Lizard narrated calmly. In other words, the pigpen scene last night was real? Xinglong said thoughtfully. Suzaku and the Poisonous Lizard looked at Xinglong with strange eyes. Ahem. Xinglong coughed twice deliberately and explained guiltily, don't get me wrong, I'm just shocked that the video is real. Go on, Lizard. Gila Poison Illusionist shrank back subconsciously and continued, those videos are all real. According to my investigation, these videos come from an organization called Desire. This organization is very mysterious. No information about it can be found in the world. It seems that this organization appeared out of thin air. There is no way to find out the true identities of these people. Damn Lizard, can you delete all the videos? Juke asked hurriedly. The Poisonous Lizard shook his head. These videos were deliberately promoted by people with ulterior motives. They were downloaded and forwarded hundreds of millions of times overnight. Even if the videos on the internet were deleted, the downloaded videos could not be completely deleted. Moreover, the original video is still in the hands of the Desire organization. The Desire organization even boasted that Desire is not alone, Xiao Fan will live forever, and even marked the video with the message Western Heaven God of War. It is impossible to delete it completely. After hearing what the Poisonous Lizard said, Yuchua's heart, which had originally been filled with hope, instantly sank to the bottom. What should we do? If we let these videos spread around, sooner or later, they will be seen by my sister-in-law. What will Big Brother do then? Xinglong smashed the table with an angry punch. Xinglong, I decided to go to Huaxia to investigate. At this time, Juke stood up looking at Xinglong. Juke explained, Xinglong, this incident happened in China, which means the murderer must still be in China and is very likely a Chinese. These people have a grudge against Xiao Fan, and now their attention is attracted by Xiao Fan. If I sneak into China quietly, I will most likely get an unexpected reward. Suzaku, I know you are interested in Big Brother. You can't resist the bastard tactics of this organization. If you accidentally fall into the hands of those people, the consequences. Xinglong couldn't bear to continue speaking the methods of the Desire organization, even he was quite afraid. If Suzaku fell into the hands of these guys, he might end up worse than Xiao Fan. Xinglong, I know you are worried about my safety, but I can't not go. The organization Desire has mysterious means, and even Xiao Fan was tricked. Of course, I am also very afraid of this organization, but if I don't go, what will Xiao Fan do? I can't just watch Xiao Fan get killed. Xinglong, if I accidentally fall into the hands of these guys, I will commit suicide. Juke looked at Xinglong seriously. Okay. Xinglong sighed. He knew he couldn't stop Juke. I will try my best to help you conceal the fact that you left the Shitian battle hall. Xinglong looked at Juke solemnly. Dead bird, I will forge an identity for you. The Poisonous Lizard also looked at Suzaku very seriously. Thank you. Suzaku smiled. Come back safely, dead bird. Come back safely, Suzaku. Juke didn't look at the two people behind him, and silently said in his heart, definitely. Chapter 9 opens. Hello, who are you looking for? The receptionist asked the man politely with a professional smile. I'm Wang Haonan, and I'm here to see Zhang Daolong. Wang Haonan smiled and looked at the delicate-looking woman in front of him. When the woman heard the name Wang Haonan, she immediately realized that she didn't know Wang Haonan, but the general manager had informed her in the company group that Wang Haonan was the second son of the Wang family in Shangjing and the younger brother of the boss of the head office. The general manager emphasized many times that if a young man named Wang Haonan came to the company, he would be immediately taken to the president's office on the top floor. "Hello, Mr. Wang, please come this way. I will take you to the president's office." The woman at the front desk respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Wang Haonan nodded, followed the front desk clerk into the special elevator, and soon arrived at the top floor of the office building. Tianqing Group, an ordinary company under the Wang family, has strong financial resources and a wide range of businesses. It is a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng and a super-large enterprise that is second to none in the province. IT was also the biggest obstacle for Xiao Fan to enter the business world in the original timeline. In the original timeline, after Xiao Fan rescued Tang Weiwei, he attacked the Tang family alone the next day. After some punishment, the remaining Tang family members, in order to survive, pushed the kidnapping of Tang Leilei onto Wang Haonan and handed the Tang family over to Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei was confused by the wealth that was pouring down on her. After looking at the contract, she found nothing wrong with it. The Tang family also kept emphasizing that this was compensation for their debts to Tang Weiwei over the years, so Tang Weiwei had no choice but to agree. Xiao Fan mobilized his own influence and secretly helped, and Tang's real estate quickly grew bigger. After Wang Haonan learned that Tang Weiwei and Xiao Fan were together, he lost his mind and frantically attacked Tang real estate, further intensifying the conflict. In the end, a traitor appeared in Tianqing Group, and some executives turned against the group under Xiao Fan's coercion and inducement. Tianqing Group's stock price plummeted and the group never recovered. Thinking of everything that happened in the original timeline, a chill flashed in Wang Haonan's eyes. He came to Tianqing Group today to deal with the traitor and those fence-sitters and parasites who turned against their allies in advance. Knock, knock, knock. The woman at the front desk knocked on the office door. "Come in." A pleasant voice came. When I opened the door, I saw a young woman sitting there sorting documents. She was wearing a professional suit, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were clear and bright, and there was a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. Wang Haonan recognized the woman at a glance, Li Sini, an intern secretary and a traitor who stole the business secrets of Tianqing Group. In his memory, if this woman hadn't stolen company secrets, Xiao Fan wouldn't have been able to bring down the Tianqing Group so easily. Li Sini glanced at the front desk and said calmly, "Mr. Zhang is in a meeting. It should take another hour. Please take him to the reception room." "Secretary Li, this is Mr. Wang. President Zhang has told us that no matter when Mr. Wang comes to the company, we must notify him immediately," the woman at the front desk said to Secretary Li in a serious tone. Wang Haonan raised his hand, signaling the woman not to speak. "You can go back. I think Secretary Li will treat me well." "Yes." The woman at the front desk bowed slightly and stepped back. Wang Haonan walked straight into the office, sat at Zhang Dalong's seat, and picked up a document to look through. Li Sini frowned. "Mr. Wang, please don't touch the company's documents." Wang Haonan put down the document and looked at Li Sini with disdain. The Wang family owns 75% of the shares of Tianqing Group. What's wrong with me just taking a look? Mr. Wang, according to company regulations, non-important personnel are not allowed to look at company secrets. I just watched, so what? If you don't agree, call Zhang Dalong over and see if he dares to talk to me like that. Wang Haonan looked at Li Sini arrogantly. That's right, Wang Haonan came here to cause trouble. Wang Haonan's goal today is to expel Li Sini, the traitor, so naturally he won't treat her well. Li Sini was frowning. She looked down on Wang Haonan, a playboy, from the bottom of her heart. Apart from having a good family background and some money, he didn't have any skills at all. The name Wang Haonan was well known to Li Sini when she was in school. He spent his days in debauchery and sleepless nights. No one knew how many young girls he had harmed. Li Sini is very disgusted with this kind of scumbag. Secretary Li, right? Go make me a cup of tea. Mr. Wang, my job is a secretary, not a waiter. If you want tea, please make it yourself. Li Sini was very upset, but she still suppressed her anger and refused Wang Haonan's order. Wang Haonan was not angry. Okay, I'll go by myself. After saying that, Wang Haonan actually stood up, picked up the teapot and tea leaves, fetched water, and made tea, all in one go. Li Sini found that she could not do anything to Wang Haonan, so she had to quietly return to her desk and continue to organize the data. Wang Haonan took out his mobile phone and clicked on the golden shovel to pass the time. That he had bad luck in the first round. Lao Lu took the lead after about 20 minutes. There was still time, so Wang Hanan started again. Mr. Zhang. Li Sini hurried forward to greet Zhang Dalong when she saw him coming back with the Secretary General and some company executives. Hush! Zhang Dalong made a quiet gesture. He walked around Li Sini, tiptoed behind Wang Hanan, and watched Wang Hanan play quietly. Seeing this scene, the company's top executives all stood quietly. Even the partners who had just agreed to a cooperation were so cautious when they saw Zhang Dalong was so cautious that they dared not breathe and just stood there waiting obediently with everyone else. Wang Hanan noticed Zhang Dalong's actions from the beginning, but ignored them and concentrated on playing the 3-star, 5-cost card. At the last second, the Golden Legend, the huge chicken brother, stood in the center of the chessboard, and the opponent said, that's it, and surrendered without a fight. Mr. Zhang, please sit down. Wang Hanan put down his phone and looked at Zhang Dalong gently. Zhang Dalong secretly glared at Li Sini, then sat upright with a smile on his face, just like the partners would do when they saw him. Mr. Wang, what orders do you have for the company? Wang Hanan looked around and said, nothing much, I just had nothing to do so I just wandered around. Hearing this, Zhang Dalong immediately felt relieved. It turned out that he was not here to cause trouble for him. That was good. The next moment, Wang Hanan's words instantly stunned Zhang Dalong. Boss Zhang, I don't like Secretary Li. I'm firing him. What? Fire the person? It's okay to fire Secretary Li. He's just an intern who made young Master Wang unhappy, so just fire him, it's not a big deal. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll let Secretary Li go this afternoon. Zhang Dalong promised with a smile. Hearing that she was going to be fired, Li Sini became anxious instantly. Why are you firing me? She looked directly at Wang Hanan and asked him why. Tianqing Group is Jiangqing's leading enterprise, a nationally renowned company, one of the world's top 500 companies, and has the best welfare benefits in the industry. When Li Sini heard that she was going to be fired, she immediately panicked. I don't like you and you unilaterally broke the contract. What can you do to me? Wang Hanan looked at Li Sini cynically. Tianqing Group has strong financial resources and can afford the penalty for breach of contract. It only takes a word for them to fire the traitor Li Sini. Li Sini, go back and pack your things. Don't worry, you will get the compensation you deserve. Zhang Dalong looked at Li Sini indifferently. Mr. Zhang, you. Li Sini looked at the senior whom she respected so much in disbelief. Li Sini didn't expect that the senior who had always taken good care of her would expel her without hesitation just because of a word from Wang Hanan. Sini, let me help you pack your things. A secretary hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Li Sini butt. Li Sini looked at this beautiful sister with grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't figure out why she was fired. She clearly did nothing wrong, but was fired by Wang Hanan because she didn't make tea for him. Why does this guy bully me like this? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Sini is in a bad mood. I'll take her downstairs to rest. The secretary who held Li Sini's hand hurriedly tried to give Li Sini a way out. Wang Hanan nodded and waved his hand calmly. Go ahead. It seemed like he was just doing something insignificant. Chapter 10 The Great Purge. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Lin Ken from Lin's Timber. Nice to meet you. The partner Lin Ken handed over his business card flatteringly with a flattering smile on his face. Wang Hanan just took a casual look and put Lin Ken's business card on the table. Your wood is very good. Wang Hanan praised Lin Ken politely. Thank you, Master Wang, for your appreciation. Lin Ken felt overjoyed at this short sentence of affirmation. All right. Wang Hanan waved his hand. Just talk to Mr. Zhang about business matters. I won't interfere. Secretary Lu, please take Boss Lin to visit the company. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhang. Wang Hanan's words were very straightforward. Everyone knows what it means, but no one dares to object. Mr. Lin, let me show you around our company. Secretary Lu smiled and invited Lin Ken. Lin Ken was also an old hand, and he immediately understood that Wang Xia was trying to get him out. I have long admired your company's management model, and I didn't expect to have the honor of visiting and learning today. Thank you, Secretary Lu, for troubling me. Boss Lin, please. Secretary Lu had a professional smile on his face. He leaned forward slightly and stretched out his right hand to make a please gesture. He complained in his heart, this old man really knows how to lick. Secretary Lu, please. Lin Ken smiled cheerfully and responded politely. It's about making money, so I'm not afraid. After Secretary Lu and Lin Ken left, the others also tactfully left the office. After the people left, Wang Haonan took out a list full of names. After a closer look, he found that the list involved many senior executives from multiple departments and most of the subsidiaries of Tianqing Group. One or two of the names were even veterans of Tianqing Group. Master Wang, what do you mean? After reading the list, Zhang Dalong felt a little uneasy. There were a lot of names on the list, almost 30% of the entire group, and some of the names were even circled in red. The people I circled in red don't need to show any mercy, but you can deal with the others as you see fit. I believe you can find out what they did behind the scenes. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Dalong coldly. Zhang Dalong nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood what Wang Hao meant. Wang Haonan patted Zhang Dalong on the shoulder and said, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope you can finish it as soon as possible. After that, Wang Haonan stood up and walked out. The internal purge of Tianqing Group has begun. Xiaofan, this time, I won't give you any chance. Wang Haonan swore secretly. Master, have you finished your work? Ah Fu ran over with a smile. We need to go somewhere else. Ah Fu, let the driver drive the car over here. Yes, master. Ah Fu picked up the intercom and notified the driver to drive over. Soon, Wang Haonan and others came to an old residential area. A group of people gathered at the entrance of the community and seemed to be arguing about something. Wang Hao walked in with his men, and a group of people who looked like bodyguards and people with different clothes, including men, women, young and old, looked at each other. Ouch, someone got beaten up. It's so unfair that a young man attacked an old lady. Ouch, my head, my legs, my butt. An old lady who looked full of energy was rolling on the ground in her sleep. The bodyguard was so shocked that he didn't dare to go forward. Auntie, please be reasonable. We didn't even touch your clothes. If you sleep on the floor like this, it will be very difficult for us to do our job. I don't care. If you don't give me another 500,000 yuan in resettlement fees, I won't get up. That's right. If you don't give us an extra 500,000 yuan in resettlement fees, we won't move out and prevent you from starting construction. Master, why are we here? To eat melons? Ah Fu asked without understanding. Wang Haonan shook his head and said, find someone. Looking for someone. Who in this shabby neighborhood could be worth you coming here in person? Ah Fu scratched the back of his head. Ah Fu, wait for me outside. I'll be back soon. Wang Haonan did not explain. Yes, master. Wang Haonan walked to the outside of the crowd and said, please make way. Please let me pass. With a sudden voice, everyone looked at Wang Haonan. You are their boss, right? Your people beat me up and want to drive us away. Pay me quickly, or I will call the police. The old lady on the ground immediately shouted at Wang Haonan with full energy. You want to turn our neighborhood into a commercial street, right? I'm telling you, the money you gave us is not enough. If you want us to move out, you have to give us another million as resettlement fee. A young man wearing glasses stepped forward and demanded a price. Yes, you must give us another million. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven comes today, we will not move out. You bosses make so much money, but you only bully us poor people. If you don't agree to give us an extra million, we will never move away. What you said does make sense. Wang Haonan nodded cunningly. The eyes of the residents in the community lit up instantly, as if they were sure that wealth was beckoning to them the next moment. Wang Haonan looked at the aunt and uncle in front of him with interest and said with a smile, but I'm not their boss, so I can't give you the compensation you want. You're not the boss? If you're not their boss, why are you here to join in the fun? Go play somewhere else. An old lady was so angry that she broke down. The neighbors made way for Wang Haonan to enter the community smoothly. This forced demolition has nothing to do with Wang Haonan. This is the Tang family's project. In the original timeline, the Tang family had not been able to solve this problem and had been dragging it on until Xiao Fan showed his prowess and sent his younger brother for a friendly exchange, which allowed the project to get back on track. There was a small incident during this period. Xiao Fan sent his younger brother to warn them, but he accidentally broke into a strange old man's house and smashed things, and then everyone was poisoned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan laughed. Isn't it like showing off one's skills in front of an expert to play with poison in front of him? Then, Xiao Fan failed. The poison was a little powerful. For a moment, Xiao Fan couldn't think of how to prepare the antidote, but the boasting has already been made public. If he says that he cannot cure the poison, then Xiao Fan will no longer be able to show off in front of his younger brothers. Of that night, Xiao Fan sneaked into the old man's house and was poisoned as soon as he entered the door. Xiao Fan was furious and the old man died. Xiao Fan successfully found an ancient medical book, and also learned that the poison his brother was poisoned with was a diluted and weakened version of the seventh most strange poison in the world. With the help of ancient medical books, the poison in my brother was easily cured. Although this little incident did not cause much commotion, Wang Haonan was still quite interested in that ancient medical book. Wang Haonan was particularly interested in the 7 strange poisons in the world recorded in ancient medical books and wanted to try to see if he could buy them. It would be best if he could buy it, but Wang Haonan wouldn't force it if he couldn't. At worst, Wang Haonan could at least get some finished products back according to the description in his memory. Wang Haonan quickly found the residence of the strange old man. Knock, 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 the door is not locked, come in. The old man inside the door shouted. When Wang Haonan opened the door, what came into view were various ceramic jars, glass jars, and plastic jars. Some of the jars contained pickled vegetables, some contained medicinal liquor, and some contained unknown liquids. When he saw Wang Haonan, a hint of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Little kid, what pickles do you want to buy? Chapter 11 7 Great Poisons in the World. Do you think I'm here to buy pickles? Wang Haonan looked at the bald old man seriously. The old man was silent for a while, as if thinking. He certainly knew why the young man came. The ancient medical book was the general outline of the world's medical and poison techniques. In order to obtain the ancient medical skills, he did not hesitate to betray his master and deceive his junior sister. In the end, it was all in vain. He couldn't learn medical skills, nor could he create the 7 most bizarre poisons in the world. He could only hide in this shabby neighborhood and survive in a daze. The old man shook his head. It's useless. Those poisons cannot be made by ordinary people. If you don't have special true energy, your medical skills are not as reliable as modern medical skills. How much? 100 million? 200 million? Or 300 million? Wang Haonan offered without a care. Master, that's not right. It's just a medical book. I'll find it for you. Breaking Bad quickly kicked open the bed and took out a yellowed sheepskin ancient book. Master, this is the ancient medical book. The old man ran over with a smile on his face. The old man was not afraid that the young man would go back on his word, so he poisoned the young man the moment he entered. Wang Haonan took the sheepskin ancient book and said, "How much is your account? I will transfer the money to you now." Wang Haonan also knew the other party's character, but he didn't say it clearly. It was just a little poison, and it would only cost a few hundred villain points. So the old man excitedly mentioned an overseas account and watched with his own eyes as Wang Haonan transferred the money into that account and completed the transaction. It is worth mentioning that the old man also gave Wang Haonan several results of his many years of research, including the pseudo-7th poison that gave Xiao Fan a headache in the original timeline. After leaving the community, Wang Haonan immediately took out his mobile phone, scanned and saved the contents of the ancient medical book, and sent a copy to his brother Wang Xuanzi. Ancient medical books are of great value. Wang Haonan will not practice according to the special methods in the medical books, but he can use them to train a group of subordinates with good medical skills. As for the 7 most strange poisons in the world in the poison technique chapter, Wang Haonan was dumbfounded after reading it. As expected, they are the 7 poisons in the world that no one can cure. There are actually radioactive substances in the formula. Wang Haonan can only say that the guy who came up with these 7 poison recipes is a real talent. He is cruel not only to his enemies but also to himself, leaving no chance of survival for him. No wonder there are rumors that the most bizarre poison in the world will make you poisoned if you get close to it, and will cause your whole body to fester and you will die if you just look at it. With this kind of ingredient, how can you not be poisoned if you get close to it? After a while, Wang Xuanzi called with a video. Haonan, where did you get this thing from? Brother, this is the ancient medical book that I spent a lot of effort to get. It's the real thing. Real stuff? The 7 strange poisons in this poison chapter are named: the first strange poison in the world, the second strange poison in the world, the third strange poison in the world, the fourth strange poison in the world, the fifth strange poison in the world, the sixth strange poison in the world, the seventh strange poison in the world. Wang Xuanci looked at Wang Haonan with an unhappy expression. If Wang Haonan wasn't his younger brother, he would have sent someone to deal with this idiot long ago. Not only does he not do his job but also flirts with other girls all day long, but the point is that he would send him some inexplicable things from time to time, every time they said they got something good and asked him to find someone to verify it, but 9 times out of 10 it turned out to be fake, which simply increased his workload. After all, Wang Haonan is his biological brother, so Wang Xuanci decided to give Wang Haonan another chance to explain. Wang Xuanci suppressed his anger and continued, "Tell me, how much money did you get cheated of this time?" "Brother, I really wasn't cheated this time. I only spent 300 million on this ancient medical book." Wang Xuanci nodded. 300 million was indeed not a lot. It was almost the living expenses he gave to Wang Haonan for 3 months. After all, it was a family dividend compensation. Wang Haonan could spend it however he wanted, as long as he didn't commit a crime. "Brother, take a closer look at the descriptions of the ingredients of these poisons. I guarantee that they are all true. There is also the training method of the medical and martial arts chapter. You can choose a few people with good talents to learn from them. I guarantee that this thing will definitely be useful. There are also prescriptions and methods of growing medicinal herbs recorded in the medical chapter. If you ask someone to experiment with them, they are all true. This book is really the legendary ancient medical book." Wang Haonan placed the original ancient medical book in front of the camera of his mobile phone and opened it for Wang Xuanci to check. Seeing Wang Haonan flipping through the book seriously, Wang Xuanci was in a good mood. "Okay, I've asked someone to check the things. You should behave yourself outside. If you encounter any problems, tell me and I'll send you in for reform." Hearing this, Wang Haonan laughed out of anger. "Brother, I'm just lustful, not stupid. I won't do anything that violates the law." Okay, this is a problem of moral conduct, right? Everyone knows this, so be careful. If nothing else, I'll hang up. I still have a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in the company. After being polite, Wang Xuanci unilaterally hung up Wang Haonan's phone. Wang Haonan shook his head and thought, "Don't worry, brother. After I deal with Xiao Fan, I will definitely go back to Beijing and beat you up." He system, where is Xiao Fan now? After finishing his own business, Wang Haonan immediately asked about Xiao Fan's location. Ding, host, the real-time holographic positioning function requires 1000 villain points to activate. Open it. Wang Hao didn't care at all. He had already experienced the nature of the system when he asked about the list of problematic internal members of the Tianqing group. The Destiny villain system charged him 250 villain points. Ding, real-time holographic positioning service has been turned on. A red dot appeared in Wang Haonan's mind, and the location was shown at the doorstep of Tang Weiwei's house. The scene changed, and Xiao Fan's real-time monitoring screen suddenly appeared in front of Wang Haonan. "Weiwei, please forgive me. I have had my reasons for the past 5 years." Xiao Fan looked at Tang Weiwei affectionately. "Difficulties? What difficulties did you have to leave without saying goodbye? What difficulties did you have to go without a call for 5 years?" Tang Weiwei looked at Xiao Fan coldly. The aura of lowering intelligence was broken by Qinzhou, and Tang Weiwei's eyes were filled with complete disappointment towards Xiao Fan, and one could even say hatred for him. 5 years ago, Xiao Fan wandered to Jiangcheng in a miserable state, covered in wounds. Tang Weiwei felt sorry for him and kindly took him in. At that time, Tang Weiwei had just entered college and had a simple mind. She thought Xiao Fan might have encountered some difficulties, so she secretly took Xiao Fan back. As they got along, the two gradually developed feelings for each other and fell in love. Until one day, after a night of passionate love, Xiao Fan left without saying goodbye. Tang Weiwei was stunned at that time. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing. She had even planned to break with her family and elope with Xiao Fan, but in the end, Xiao Fan came and disappeared. During that time, Tang Weiwei even thought about committing suicide, but the funny thing was that she was pregnant. After discovering that she was pregnant, Tang Weiwei gradually calmed down and decided to give birth to the child. Upon learning that Tang Weiwei was going to give birth to a child, the Tang family angrily cut off Tang Weiwei's living expenses and even threatened that if Tang Weiwei dared to give birth to the child, they would expel Tang Weiwei from the Tang family and cut off all ties with the family. Tang Weiwei moved out of the Tang family's house and proved her attitude with actions. Afterwards, Tang Weiwei, who had no source of income, chose to drop out of school and raise Tang Lele alone by doing odd jobs and writing articles and copywriting for others. Wei, I really had my reasons back then. Please believe me and give me another chance. Xiao Fan begged. Chapter 12. The relationship between the male and female protagonists breaks down. Back then, Xiao Fan carried a deep blood feud and was worried that his enemy would find and implicate Tang Weiwei. At the same time, he also wanted to prove to the Tang family that he, Xiao Fan, was worthy of Tang Weiwei. After the two of them had been intimate that night, Xiao Fan chose to leave quietly and go overseas. Tang Weiwei smiled coldly. Difficulties? What difficulties can you have without a phone call or a letter for 5 years? Weiwei, I really have a hard time. Before Xiao Fan could finish his words, Tang Weiwei interrupted him immediately. Enough? Xiao Fan, the innocent Tang Weiwei is dead. Whatever your reasons are, they have nothing to do with me right now and I don't want to hear them. Tang Weiwei looked at Xiao Fan coldly. After 5 years, she was no longer the simple Tang Weiwei of the past and would no longer believe a man's lies. Weiwei, I know you hate me in your heart, but Lele needs a father and a happy family. You don't want Lele to grow up without fatherly love, do you? Seeing that Tang Weiwei was unmoved, Xiao Fan could only come up with a bad plan. Tang Weiwei's expression was cold, and she said calmly, Xiao Fan, Lele is only 3 years old. What happened between you and me happened 5 years ago. Lele is not your child. Hearing these words, Xiao Fan was struck by lightning. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He doesn't believe that Lele is not his daughter. Xiao Fan kept shaking his head. Weiwei, this is not true, tell me this is not true. If Lele is not his child, then why would Tang Weiwei tell Lele his phone number? Xiao Fan, Lele's date of birth is registered. If you don't believe me, you can check it. But if you dare to get close to Lele, I will call the police. Tang Weiwei asked her best friend to change Tang Lele's date of birth. As for Xiao Fan's call, Tang Weiwei had no idea that Tang Lele had called Xiao Fan. Tang Weiwei had never told Tang Lele about Xiao Fan. It was Tang Lele's godmother, Tang Weiwei's best friend, who told Tang Lele about it. Tang Weiwei didn't know about this yet. Tang Lele didn't say anything, Xiao Fan didn't say anything, and Tang Weiwei knew nothing. Watching the two people's extreme tug of war, Wang Haonan exclaimed that it was wonderful. It was worthy of holographic positioning. It was just like watching it up close on the scene. These 1000 villain values were well worth it. The Destiny villain system, the Eternal God system. Can you call the police anonymously? Drop, host, 100 villain value. Call, tell them that they saw a certain man harassing a single woman. Also call the reporter so that the reporter can arrive with the law enforcement team. Damn, host, a villain value of 250. Hearing this number, Wang Haonan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, hit him. Ding, 250 villain points were deducted successfully. Soon, the law enforcement team and reporters from Jiangqing Evening News arrived at Tang Weiwei's house at the same time. The wretched man in front, stand still and squat down immediately with your head in your hands, or we will shoot, a law enforcement officer shouted. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Damn it, who called the police? Do you have good eyesight? Can't you see that he is just trying to coax his wife? China is a forbidden area for mercenaries. He had entered the country illegally before, and it would be troublesome if he was caught. Xiao Fan turned around and everyone was shocked. Xiao Fan. No one expected that the guy who harassed the single woman would be Xiao Fan. He was too dangerous. Kaka, the reporters behind immediately took a few close-up photos of Xiao Fan. If the law enforcement officers had not prevented them from getting close, the reporters would have probably pointed their microphones at Xiao Fan's face. After all, he is a reporter, and everyone in the news industry knows about Xiao Fan's glorious deeds last night. Of course, with such a big incident happening, the law enforcement agency had read the relevant reports and knew that the man opposite was an extremely dangerous person. Xiao Fan, the Western Heaven God of War, the Lord of the Western Heaven Warhol, the uncrowned king of the Western underworld, an outlaw, a bloodthirsty butcher, and one of the destabilizing factors of the non-mainland. Headquarters, Xiao Fan is spotted here, Xiao Fan is spotted here, requesting support. Requesting support. The law enforcement team behind him immediately called for support. Xiao Fan is a God of War level figure, and he can be dealt with by unconventional weapons. This is not a case that ordinary people like them can handle. Xiao Fan, stop what you are doing and surrender, and everything will be fine. A young law enforcement officer patiently advised. Obviously, he didn't know that Xiao Fan was shot down by a missile last night because of provocation, and simply thought that Xiao Fan was just sneaking across the border. Xiao Fan gave these ordinary people a cold look and gave a standard crooked smile that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan disappeared. This. Tang looked at Xiao Fan's original position in shock. "Ma'am, are you okay?" The law enforcement officer immediately stepped forward and asked. "No. It's okay." Tang Weiwei replied in shock. "I'm glad you're all right. Ma'am, here's what happened. Xiao Fan is an extremely dangerous person overseas. The matter is quite complicated. Please go back with us and make a simple record." Tang nodded slightly. "Okay." Although she didn't know who Xiao Fan was, judging from the tone of the law enforcement officers, Xiao Fan was definitely not a good person. Some things are time to end. Watching Tang Weiwei walk towards the law enforcement vehicle, Xiao Fan angrily punched the roof of someone else's house, making a big hole in it. "Damn you, Desire. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess." Xiao Fan understood that when Tang Weiwei went to the law enforcement bureau, she would definitely know what happened to him last night, and would also know his identity as the God of War of the West. What Xiao Fan was most worried about happened. It was not that he was unwilling to tell Tang Weiwei his identity, but he was worried that his identity would scare Tang Weiwei. I was worried that Tang Weiwei wouldn't be able to accept it for a while now. Because of Desire, his identity is known to the world, and any passerby knows his identity, so how can he hide it, especially that night's global live broadcast? How could he face Weiwei? How could he face his daughter? Damn Desire. Xiao Fan was furious. Hila told him that she had not found any information about the organization Desire. Unable to be chosen, Xiao Fan had no place to vent his anger no matter how angry he was, and felt extremely frustrated. Ding. The relationship between the son of Luck Xiao Fan and the heroine of Luck Tang Weiwei broke down, and they lost many helpers. The luck value of 6,000 was deducted, and the host gained the villain value of 60,000. Ding. The lucky heroine Tang Weiwei has developed fear and disgust towards the lucky son Xiao Fan, and has completely lost the chance to redeem him. The luck value of 3,000 is deducted, and the host gains the villain value of 30,000. After hearing the system broadcast, Wang Haonan understood that Tang Weiwei had learned of Xiao Fan's identity and was completely disappointed in Xiao Fan, and even felt fear about Xiao Fan's identity, and wanted to completely cut off contact with Xiao Fan. An overseas criminal boss with enemies everywhere and a bad reputation. How could Tang Weiwei, an ordinary person, dare to have anything to do with Xiao Fan? Even if not for herself, Tang Weiwei had to consider Tang Lele. She couldn't let her daughter be in danger. She was even more unwilling to let Xiao Fan lead her daughter astray. Seeing that the villain value had reached 150,000, Wang Haonan decisively decided to add points to himself. System, I want to exchange for Xiao Fan's normal combat power. Ding, the villain value of 15,000 has been deducted successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super War God combat power. As the system broadcast sounded, Wang Haonan clearly felt the power in his body surge. Now, he can easily kill his previous self with just one punch. No wonder Xiao Fan is so arrogant. With this strength, he does have the capital to be arrogant. The Super God of War is a rare and powerful existence even in the whole world. Except for horrific weapons at the nuclear bomb level, nothing can threaten the Super God of War. However, Wang Haonan did not dare to be arrogant. The God of War was strong, but there were many high-tech weapons that could punish the God of War. For example, the special energy pulse missile that was used against Xiao Fan before. If it was an ordinary God of War, he would probably have died on the spot. An ordinary Super War God might be able to resist a little, but if hit by that kind of missile, his true energy would instantly flow backwards. Xiao Fan reacted in time before, but was hit by the pulse energy wave and was seriously injured instantly. If he had been hit, he would definitely be on the verge of death. Chapter 13. Wang Xiao is actually the God of War. After adapting to the new power, Wang Haonan glanced at Xiao Fan's position and found that Xiao Fan was actually moving quickly. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Fan was moving towards the Tang family. Judging from his posture, he was most likely going to vent his anger on the Tang family and help Tang Weiwei get justice. At the same time, the time has been advanced. In the original timeline, Xiao Fan, who reunited with his daughter, was responsible for picking up and dropping off his daughter at school. At the same time, he ordered his men to subdue the underground forces in Jiangcheng. This time, because Qin Zhou broke the aura of reducing intelligence of everyone, Xiao Fan was shot down by a missile. and not a trace of him was left. Wang Haonan's subsequent series of actions pushed Xiao Fan to the forefront of public opinion. Almost everyone who paid attention to the internet knew about Xiao Fan's scandal and identity. Afyu, change direction and go directly to the Tang family. Wang Haonan ordered hurriedly. Got it, master. Ah Fu responded and quickly told the driver beside him to go to Tang's house. At the Tang family's house, a group of people were arguing loudly. It's all your fault for being greedy. I told you to bring that little bastard back, but you looked for Mina and sent him to the pig pen. Now it's all over. Young Master Wang is angry. Can you blame me for this? Who could have thought that Wang Haonan would actually call the police? We worked so hard for him, but not only did he not appreciate it, he even sold us out. You went too far and displeased young Master Wang. No matter what Tang Weiwei is like, she is still the woman young Master Wang likes. And you threw her daughter into the pig pen, fearing that Tang Weiwei would not persuade him. Tang Saida, I don't blame you, but you blame me instead. If you hadn't said to use that little bastard to force that bitch to surrender, would I have gone to find those two bastards? Enough! What's the point of making such a fuss? Instead of talking about these useless things, why not think about how to overcome the current difficulties? The old man sitting in the main seat shouted angrily. The two people who were arguing finally stopped. Sanner, how did you deal with those two people? Father, I have already made the arrangements. Those two promised to take care of this matter. The third-born middle-aged man of the Tang family said confidently. The patriarch of the Tang family nodded with satisfaction. The third brother was in charge of the Tang family's security and had excellent skills and connections. He felt at ease letting him handle this matter. The Tang family patriarch turned around and looked at Tang Weiwei's second uncle. Second brother, have you contacted young Master Wang? Father, it seems that young Master Wang has blocked me. Boom. With a loud bang, the door of the council hall collapsed instantly. Seeing who was coming, the third eldest brother of the Tang family yelled, "Come here, break this kid's legs and throw him out." Those who dare to attack the Tang family are like an old man eating arsenic. Tired of living, Xiao Fan glanced at the Tang family members jokingly, stomped on the floor, and the arrogance of a cuckold swept out. The faces of everyone in the Tang family changed drastically. Feeling the terrifying aura from Xiao Fan, everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At this time, the Tang family bodyguards heard the noise and rushed over. Go! The third eldest son of the Tang family roared, and a group of bodyguards rushed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with disdain, and he appeared in front of a bodyguard like a ghost, punching him. The bodyguard screamed, flew backwards, and hit the wall, his life or death unknown. Xiao Fan moved extremely fast, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, the bodyguards fell to the ground. The third son of the Tang family had a gloomy expression on his face. Boy, you are so brave. Just wait and see how I, the third master, will deal with you. As he said that, he picked up a stool and rushed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan raised his mouth, revealing his signature evil smile, and easily avoided the attack of the third child of the Tang family. He controlled the strength, gathered his strength, and kicked the third child of the Tang family in the stomach. The third child of the Tang family groaned, flew backwards, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Trash! Xiao Fan looked coldly at the third son of the Tang family lying on the ground, his eyes full of contempt. He turned to look at the other members of the Tang family and said indifferently, "If anyone else is dissatisfied, come up and give it a try." "Young man, my Tang family is law-abiding. I don't know how I have offended you," the head of the Tang family said in a kind tone. "Old thing, have you forgotten what happened a day ago?" Xiao Fan snorted coldly, staring at the head of the Tang family with cold eyes, as if he could penetrate the other's soul. The Tang family's patriarch was frightened by Xiao Fan's gaze. His body trembled slightly, and his mind quickly recalled, a day ago, could it be? The Tang family's patriarch seemed to remember something. A day ago, Tang Lele was kidnapped. The Tang family patriarch looked at Xiao Fan in shock, his lips trembling slightly. Who are you? His tone was full of surprise and panic. When did Tang Weiwei get to know such a powerful person? Could it be that he was sent by young Master Wang? No, young Master Wang has no reason to kill all the Tang family. Even if he wants to take action against the Tang family, with the power of the Wang family, he can destroy the entire Tang family with just one sentence. The expression of the Tang family patriarch kept changing. Only a few people knew about this, including Wang Haonan, the Tang family, and Tang Weiwei. Wang Haonan would not use such means to deal with the Tang family. It is impossible for Tang Weiwei to know such a master in the martial arts circle, and it is even more impossible for the Tang family to spend money to find someone to deal with the Tang family. You are Xiao Fan. Suddenly, a young man from the Tang family shouted in the corner. He remembered that this person was the most popular man in the Curiosity area, the uncrowned king of the Western underground world, the master of the Western Heaven War Hall, the Western Heaven God of War, Xiao Fan. Yes, he was very sure that this person was the man who shocked the world overnight. Oh? It seems someone still remembers me. Xiao Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone in the Tang family still remembered him. Hao Tian, what's going on? Do you know him? Grandpa, you can find out by searching on your phone. This man is Xiao Fan, the god of war of the Western Heaven. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's face instantly darkened. He thought he knew him from 5 years ago, but unexpectedly he knew him from yesterday. Everyone in the Tang family quickly checked on their phones, and sure enough, there were videos like, "The god of war in the West is fighting a fat pig." Shocking, the god of war in the West is actually a video that will show you the real god of war in the West. Amazing, the god of war in the West is harassing a single beautiful young woman. The Tang family was so shocked by the headlines that they couldn't get over it for a long time. Of this, the Tang family patriarch's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the phone screen with a dull look, unable to speak for a moment. Xiao Fan's face was terribly gloomy. Lord God of War, I wonder what you want from the Tang family? If I can do it, I will serve you. He now knew the identity of the young man in front of him, the king of the Western underworld, and not someone their Tang family could afford to offend. What if I want to wipe out your entire Tang family? Xiao Fan's cold eyes swept over the crowd. If the Tang family had not kidnapped his daughter, he would not have suffered such humiliation. Now Weiwei is unwilling to forgive him and does not allow his daughter to recognize him as her father. If he doesn't teach the Tang family a profound lesson, he would be unworthy of being a father and a god of war. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a dragon from hell, looking coldly at everyone present. Lord God of War, please calm down. I, Tang Xuanda, am willing to offer the Tang family's foundation. Please, Lord God of War, spare the lives of my Tang family. The head of the Tang family knelt down decisively. Please forgive me, Lord God of War. The rest of the Tang family members quickly knelt down. Although they didn't know why Xiao Fan was looking for them, it would be better not to provoke Xiao Fan given the situation before them. Oh, I didn't expect the Tang family to be so lively. It seems that I came at the right time. Wang Haonan walked in cynically. Wang Haonan looked at Xiao Fan and pretended to be surprised. Hey, God of War of the West, what are you doing? Are you playing a plot? When he saw Wang Haonan, Xiao Fan's eyes instantly turned red and he became furious. This guy is going to die if he dares to set his sights on his wife. Bang! Fist to fist, Xiao Fan retreated 5 steps. Xiao Fan was a little surprised. He used 30% of his strength, but he didn't expect that the boy didn't move at all. Have some skills. Xiao Fan's fighting power increased greatly and he quickly attacked Wang Haonan. Relying on the practical gift package given by the Destiny Villain system, Wang Haonan was able to counter Xiao Fan's moves and was able to fight on equal terms with Xiao Fan. Everyone in the Tang family was stunned. They didn't expect this. Wang Xiao is actually the god of war. Chapter 14 Xiao Fan's defeat. But soon, Wang Haonan, who had no martial arts support, fell into a disadvantage. Bang! Xiao Fan knocked Wang Haonan back with one punch. Boy, I didn't expect you to be a super war god. But, you dare to hit on my wife. Today, I will kill you. After all, the Tang family is Tang Weiwei's family. Xiao Fan has to consider Tang Weiwei's thoughts and let her stay in the hospital for a few months at most. But Wang Haonan is different. Wang Haonan is an outsider and he can really kill her. There was no panic on Wang Haonan's face. Just when Xiao Fan's fist was about to hit Wang Haonan, a tall figure knocked Xiao Fan back. Xiao Fan, this is China, not a place for you to act wildly. The person who came was Yang Dingshan, the god of war, the second in command of the Chinese military, a student of Wang Haonan's grandfather, the third strongest man in China, and his combat power was unfathomable. Yang Dingshan, I told you that I only came to China to handle personal matters. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Fan was not afraid at all. It's not like he hasn't killed super war gods before, so he doesn't even take Yang Dingshan seriously. What if I insist on stopping you? Yang Dingshan looked at Xiao Fan with a determined look. In an instant, the two men attacked at the same time, their fists whistling and their true energy overflowing. The two men moved as fast as lightning, crossing each other in the air, and each move contained extremely terrifying destructive power. After only a few rounds, the already shaky Tang family meeting hall collapsed and turned into ruins. The two men then fought fiercely in the Tang family compound. The Tang family members had long disappeared, and the fallen bodyguard was sent to a safe place by Wang Hanan. System, who do you think will win between the two of them? Shen Zhou just took a quick glance and knew the final result. Yang Dingshan nut. Mr. Yang? Wang Hanan stared at Mr. Yang's figure closely. Old Yang knocked Xiao Fan back with one punch and quickly pressed his belt. A set of nano armor from a science fiction movie instantly covered Old Yang's entire body. Wang Hanan was stunned for a moment. What? Battle armor? Is this the technology that this world should have? Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan was also extremely shocked. High-tech armor, when did China have such weapons? Without saying any nonsense, Mr. Yang directly activated the high-energy weapon on his arm, and two lasers appeared with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that Xiao Fan couldn't react in time and was seriously injured instantly. Ahem! Yang Dingshan, I will remember today's revenge. Xiao Fan hadn't finished his harsh words yet. Two high-energy laser pulses hit Xiao Fan's vital points. One hit his kidney, and the other missed the other kidney by only 0.01 centimeters. Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain in an instant, his body trembled involuntarily, and he almost fell to the ground. However, thanks to the protection of the luck halo, Xiao Fan was still able to move, which was a blessing in disguise. Xiao Fan endured the pain and quickly fled into the distance. Ding, the son of luck. Xiao Fan was defeated by the god of war Yang Dingshan and fled. The luck value of 1,000 was deducted, and the host gained the villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of luck. Xiao Fan was defeated by technological weapons, and his martial arts heart was greatly damaged. The luck value of 3,000 was deducted, and the host gained the villain value of 30,000. Ding, the son of luck. Xiao Fan is afraid of Chinese technology, his martial arts heart is broken, 3,000 luck points are deducted, and the host gains 30,000 villain points. Ding, the son of luck. Xiao Fan suffered a severe blow, his state of mind was greatly damaged, and his mentality collapsed. 2,000 luck points were deducted, and the host gained 20,000 villain points. Ding, the son of luck. Xiao Fan lost his kidney and was disheartened. Deduct 1,000 luck points, and the host gains 10,000 villain points. Mr. Yang landed slowly without giving chase. Wang Hanan understood that this was also the result of Xiao Fan's mysterious aura of luck, which made Old Yang worried and gave up the pursuit. Of course, this is mainly because Xiao Fan's luck value is relatively low, making it difficult for Xiao Fan to explode and resolve the threat posed by Old Yang's pursuit. Old Yang took off his nano armor, his face looked rosy, as if he had just warmed up. Mr. Yang, why don't you chase Xiao Fan? Wang Hanan asked, pretending not to understand. Well, Xiao Fan once saved the fifth elder. I promised the fifth elder to let Xiao Fan go this time to repay the favor he owed me. Elder Yang smiled kindly. Wang Hao nodded. As expected, the luck halo was unreasonable. It could let go of such a life and death vendetta at will. If there was no backup from the Destiny villain system, playing like this would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. By the way, why don't you chase him? Old Yang looked at Wang Hanan with a serious face. I saw that you didn't chase me, so I thought you had some backup plan. By the time you landed, Xiao Fan had already disappeared. Elder Yang pretended to be angry. I just deliberately attacked Xiao Fan's vitals in order to create conditions for you to kill him, but you just stood by and watched the show. Mr. Yang, didn't you say you promised the fifth elder to let Xiao Fan go this time? Why are you blaming me now? What does my promise to the fifth elder have to do with you? The young man was full of youthful vigor and did not listen to the command of an old man like me. He risked his life to kill Xiao Fan for the country. What could the fifth elder say? Could he still embarrass a junior like you? Old Yang criticized harshly. Hearing this, Wang Hanan was also stunned. He didn't expect that Mr. Yang's thoughts were so advanced. What does the fifth elder that Mr. Yang promised have to do with you? Wang Hanan, okay, let's play it, right? No wonder people say, the way of war is deception. So this is how it is used. I have learned it. Elder Yang patted Wang Hanan on the shoulder and said, Wang kid, call your grandfather. I'll get a few more people, and then we'll kill Xiao Fan together. If we're late, something bad will happen. Wang Haonan was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed, "Oh, okay, I understand. I'll tell my grandfather when I get home tonight." As expected of a strong man from the older generation, he is not affected by the aura of lowering intelligence, and his methods are sophisticated and rigorous. "Mr. Yang, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Isn't this nonsense? I, an old man, came to Jiangcheng alone. Do you want me to stay in a hotel?" Old Jiang glared at Wang Haonan unhappily. Wang Haonan, on the other side, Xiao Fan, who had barely escaped, was gasping for breath, his face pale, and he lay weakly in a doghouse. Damn, I didn't expect China's technological development to be so rapid. It seems that I can't stay in China anymore. Yang Dingshan's coming here means that the fifth elder has betrayed me. With my current reputation, those guys are eager to get rid of me. For now, I can only leave China temporarily and avoid the limelight. Been here for a long time, just wait, China. One day, I will be back. After treating his wounds and recovering some of his strength, Xiao Fan decisively ran towards the border. At the same time, Suzaku also came to Jiangcheng. Tang Weiwei, I finally get to meet you. I really want to see if you are as good as brother, Xiao Fan said. And Xiao Fan's daughter, she should be very cute. I just don't know how brother Xiao Fan is doing now. He must be in pain after what happened. Zhu Ke sighed. The entire underground world was in an uproar over what had happened in the past 2 days. Even from inside the Western Heaven War Hall, there were sporadic voices of people laughing at Xiao Fan as Zhu Ke smoothed his hair, hailed an online taxi, and rushed to the hotel he had booked. Chapter 15, Shaking People. Grandpa, you know about the Western God of War sneaking into Jiangcheng, right? Wang Haonan asked tentatively. Wang Shengyuan smiled as if he had expected it. You did it. Xiao Yang had already explained to him everything that happened in Jiangcheng, especially the fact that Wang Haonan inexplicably became a super war god, which even surprised him. He became a super war god at the age of 25. He has rich practical experience and skills. His only shortcoming is his martial arts skills. Wang Shengyuan had anticipated this as well. There were countless martial arts in the world, some of which greatly improved combat power, some had extremely strong recovery abilities, and some had extremely fast practice speeds. Judging from Wang Haonan's performance, the technique he practiced should be a special auxiliary practice technique. I still can't hide anything from Grandpa, huh? I know about Xiao Fan. I will be in Jiangcheng tomorrow afternoon. Tell Xiao Yang to find someone quickly. I haven't exercised for a long time. Got it, Grandpa. I'll make sure Mr. Yang prepares quickly. Wang Haonan said happily. With the help of his grandfather Wang Shengyuan, the undeveloped Xiao Fan was no problem at all. Others may not know, but he, who has the system memory, knows that his grandfather Wang Shengyuan's cultivation has long reached the ultimate god of war, the pinnacle of human martial arts. With Wang Shengyuan backing him up, it was a piece of cake to deal with Xiao Fan, who only had 1/7 of his luck left. System, I don't need to kill Xiao Fan myself, right? Ding, the host can get a final reward by personally killing the Son of Luck. The host can make the decision by himself. Final reward? It turns out that there is a final reward for killing the Son of Luck. This is beyond Wang Haonan's expectation. However, Wang Haonan was not blinded by the benefits. Things are always changing. It would be best if he could get the final reward, but if he couldn't get it, Wang Haonan would not force it. System, is my current villain value high enough to be upgraded to the ultimate god of war? Ding, host, the villain value required for the ultimate god of war power is 15,000. The host's villain value is insufficient and cannot be exchanged for the ultimate god of war power 15,000 villain value. He only has 10,8500 villain value now, still more than 40,000 short, which is a bit difficult. Sensing Wang Haonan's inner thoughts, Qinzhou quickly reminded Ding, host, Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great generals under the Son of Luck Xiao Fan, is now in Jiangcheng. Suzaku, it was like a pillow delivered to you when you were dozing off. Wang Haonan was originally worrying about how to get the villain value, but he didn't expect Suzaku to deliver it to him. System, where is Suzaku? Qinzhou marked a small red dot on the real-time holographic positioning map. Wang Haonan opened it and saw a hotel in the southern suburbs of the city. After learning the location of Suzaku, Wang Haonan changed his clothes, went to the garage, picked out a luxury car at random, and went out. Who is it? Juke looked at the window vigilantly. A ghostly figure appeared in front of Suzaku, also wearing a ghost mask. God of Desire. Suzaku exclaimed. The fear of the organization Desire has been deeply engraved in Suzaku's bones. This organization is not only mysterious, but also has no bottom line. Ms. Suzaku, we meet again. The magnetic voice of the ghost-masked man came. Nijuke didn't say anything, but looked at the mysterious man wearing a ghost mask in front of him with caution. As for what the other party said, Juke would not believe it. What did she mean by having seen him before? She had seen so many different kinds of people, and even if she had really seen this person, she couldn't remember who he was. Tell me, what do you want to do? Juke held the dagger tightly in his hand, looking at the mysterious ghost-masked man in front of him with full vigilance. Xiao Fan's experience was still fresh in his mind, and Juke didn't believe that the other party came to him just to say a few words. Since you ask sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. Of course. Boom, the mysterious ghost-masked man punched Juke in the lower abdomen, and the powerful true energy instantly shattered Juchua's dantian. Kill you. The mysterious ghost-masked man said coldly. The purpose of this trip. Suzaku knelt on the ground in pain. She was crippled. The mysterious ghost-masked man grabbed Suzaku's chin, took out the poison that Suzaku had prepared in advance, grabbed her hair, and took her out of the hotel. Suzaku, how does it feel to be crippled? The mysterious ghost-masked man looked at Suzaku coldly. I have nothing to say now that I have fallen into your hands. You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. Juke stared at the mysterious ghost-masked man with a cold look. Before coming, she had already made all the preparations, but unfortunately the pain from the punch prevented her from taking the poison in time. Wang Hanan looked at Suzaku indifferently under the ghost mask. The women around the Son of Destiny were more beautiful than each other. The next moment, Wang Hanan suddenly stepped on Suzaku's limbs and broke them, just like Suzaku broke off Fu's limbs in the original plot. Looking at Juke with a dazed look in his eyes, Wang Hanan felt no mercy. As a capable subordinate of a terrorist leader like Xiao Fan, he certainly could not be a good person. Wang Hanan took out Juchua's mobile phone, recorded a few videos for Juke, and sent them one by one according to the address book on it. By the way, he uploaded a copy to the dark web forum using Juchua's account. After doing all this, Wang Hanan sent a text message to Jiang Qianxia. I'll give you a great reward. Address. Worried that Jiang Qianxia wouldn't notice it in a short time, Wang Hanan even made a thoughtful phone call. Hello, please, ding. The phone was hung up. Jiang Qianxia was stunned for a moment, then called the strange number, but no one answered. Are you sick? Making harassing calls so late at night. Jiang Qianxia complained angrily. Exiting the dial-up page, Jiang Qianxia clicked on the unknown text message. I'll give you a great achievement. Address. It's the number just now. Jiang Qianxia quickly changed her clothes and called her colleague on duty at the Law Enforcement Bureau to rush to the address in the text message immediately. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qianxia rushed to the scene. What's wrong? What's the situation? Captain Jiang, we found a suspicious person with all 4 limbs broken. He refused to say anything. We didn't dare to move and called the emergency number. This is the phone we found on him. As the law enforcement officer said this, he handed Juchua's phone to Jiang Qianxia. Captain, judging from the information on his phone, this person should be a member of a terrorist organization abroad. Jiang Qianxia opened her phone and found out that there was no password, so she quickly found out Juchua's identity. Compared with ordinary law enforcement officers, Jiang Qianxia knows a little more information. Ijuke, one of the 4 great generals of the Western Heaven War Palace, was crippled and thrown into the suburbs for unknown reasons. I guess they don't want the impact to expand, so the people behind the scenes let them clean up the mess. That's roughly the situation. Headache. Before it was the Western Heaven God of War Xiao Fan, and now it is Suzaku. This Western Heaven War Palace is really endless. In the afternoon, the God of War Shitian was defeated by the God of War Ding Tian, and in the evening, Juchua's cultivation was destroyed by a mysterious man. Jiancheng has suffered many disasters. Send him to the military hospital. As long as he survives, it's fine. He will most likely be shot later. Jiang Qianxia said calmly. Because of her special background, Jiang Qianxia also knew some of the details of the battle in the afternoon. Jiang Qianxia also had some guesses about the mysterious person who sent her the text message. Chapter 16. Jiang Qianxia comes to kill us. The sun reached noon. Wang Hanan walked out of the room in a happy mood. His villain value increased by 5,000. That was great. If the other 3 generals were killed, I would probably be able to collect enough villain points to exchange for the ultimate god of war. Wang Hanan walked down the stairs slowly. The scene in front of him surprised him a little. Jiang Qianxia was sitting next to Mr. Yang in an orderly manner. Uncle Yang, Wang Hanan is up. I'm going to look for him. After saying that, Jiang Qianxia stood up and walked towards Wang Hanan. Looking at Jiang Qianxia's anxious back, Yang Dingshan smiled and shook his head, his eyes full of love. Young people, that's great. Jiang Qianxia walked quickly to Wang Hanan and said, Wang Hanan, I have something to ask you. Let's go to the garden. I haven't had breakfast yet. It's already 9 o'clock, why are you still having breakfast? You're a super god of war, you won't starve to death if you skip a meal. Jiang Qianxia stared at Wang Hanan with an unquestionable look, as if warning him not to reject her. Okay. Wang Hanan nodded helplessly. Wang Hanan understood that what was coming would come sooner or later and there was no way to avoid it. Wang Hanan knew that Jiang Qianxia would definitely guess what happened with the text message last night. Sooner or later, Wang Hanan, you were the one who did what happened last night. Jiang Qianxia looked into Wang Hanan's eyes seriously. Wang Hanan shrugged innocently. What, last night? I don't know what you are talking about. I went to a nightclub last night. Really? There are only a few people who know my private number, and you are the only one in Jiangchang. Jiang Qianxia's eyes were shining, as if he knew all the truth. Even after it has come to this, you still want to lie to her. Do you really think she is stupid? Jiang Qianxia, I don't even know what you said, how can you be sure that I did it? Wang Hanan was still quibbling. You and Uncle Yang are the only war god level figures in Jiangchang. Zhu Ke is a quasi-war god level expert. If it wasn't you who did it, could it be Uncle Yang who did it? That's Suzaku, what a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that someone is so decisive. She defeated the enemy with one move, and all his limbs were disabled. Tell me, who else can do this except the god of war? After saying that, Jiang Qianxia sat elegantly on the rocking chair beside her, quietly waiting for Wang Hanan's answer. Okay, I admit that I was the one who ruined Suzaku. Wang Hanan spread his hands and admitted it. Jiang Qianxia nodded. She had long been convinced that it was Wang Hanan who did this. She also understood that Wang Hanan did this because he did not want to leave any evidence. She was just unhappy with Wang Hanan's behavior of treating her as a tool. In China, as long as things happening in the martial arts circle do not affect ordinary people and have a bad impact, people generally turn a blind eye. Wang Hanan sat next to Jiang Qianxia and said, Jiang Qianxia, you have changed. Jiang Qianxia was obviously stunned for a moment. I haven't changed, I still hate evil and I still hate you. Wang Hanan just smiled and didn't say anything. He was not talking about Jiang Qianxia. Suddenly, Wang Hanan figured it out. Jiang Qianxia in that plotline had not changed, but was affected by the aura of reduced intelligence and would not run into Xiao Fan committing a crime. Seeing that Wang Hanan didn't say anything, Jiang Qianxia continued to explain, in the martial arts circle, not many people are clean, and I'm not a stubborn person who gets stuck in a rut about everything. By the way, Wang Hanan, can you tell me how you practice? If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Wang Hanan thought for a moment and said, do you believe me when I say something similar to the Yin Yang Halwan Gong in novels? If you don't want to say it, forget it. Don't use such a lame excuse to fool me. Jiang Qianxia glared at Wang Hanan. Wang Hanan smiled helplessly. He couldn't say that he had a system. If he said it, he would be wiped out by the system, wouldn't he? The two sat and chatted for a while, then returned to the living room. What? Did you have a fight? Old Yan looked at the two of them with a smile. No, Uncle Yang, Wang Hanan and I are not that close. I have mysophobia. Jiang Qianxia explained decisively. She wasn't crazy about dating Wang Hanan, but she couldn't get over Wang Hanan's philandering personality. Mr. Yang, please stop trying to match us up. My personality is not the same as Jiang Qianxia's. Wang Hanan quickly clarified. Wang Hanan knew very well that with Jiang Qianxia's personality, it would be impossible for him to catch up with her even if he retired from the criminal world and turned over a new leaf. Old Yang nodded and smiled. He was just teasing the two young people for fun and there was no other intention. A special plane landed and a tall and energetic old man appeared at Jiangcheng Airport. Mr. Wang, the car has been arranged. Please follow me. The old man nodded, without any aura of authority, returning to nature and following the ways of nature, as if he was just an ordinary old man. Not long after, Mr. Wang's special car arrived at Wang Haonan's villa in Jiangchang. Mr. Wang. Ah Fu hurried forward to greet him. Ah Fu, you're not bad. You've grown stronger. Mr. Wang patted Ah Fu on the shoulder. Mr. Wang, young master, and Miss Jiang are playing games with Mr. Yang in there. Let me take you in. Ah Fu said respectfully. Oh? I didn't expect Xiao Yang to be able to play these. Old Master Wang sighed. Ah Fu didn't dare to say anything more and quickly took Mr. Wang to the living room. Grandfather, teacher. Grandpa Wang. The three men quickly stood up and saluted to the old man. Xiao Yang, I didn't expect you to play this kind of online game for young people. Teacher, I'm only 62 this year, I'm still young. Yang Dingshan smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head. The average lifespan of a war god is around 200 years old, so 62 years old is still very young indeed. Little ginger baby. Grandpa Wang, I'm here. Zhang Qianxia responded politely. This old man scolded her grandfather like he was scolding his grandson. When she was a child, she liked to find old man Wang to complain, and then hide and secretly watch her grandfather being scolded like a grandson. I haven't seen you for 20 years. You have grown into a graceful young lady. Mr. Wang nodded kindly. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Then he looked at his grandson Wang Haonan. Sure enough, this grandson still loved to play like he did when he was a child. Everyone, sit down and continue playing. Don't worry about me. Don't let your teammates down. Yes, teacher. Grandpa Wang is so nice. Thank you, Grandpa. Wang Shengyuan watched the scene kindly. Yang Dingshan was his most proud student, a super war god, and the third strongest man in China. He devoted his whole life to the country, and he was very pleased with it. Zhang Qianxia was the granddaughter of his old subordinate. He loved this girl very much and once joked with his old subordinate that he wanted Zhang Qianxia to be his grandson's wife. Unfortunately, Wang Haonan was a useless guy and was flirting with other girls everywhere. In the end, he didn't feel comfortable mentioning the matter again. Wang Haonan is his second grandson. Because Wang Haonan has an older brother, the Wang family is much more lenient towards Wang Haonan and not as strict with Wang Xuanci. He was not paying attention for a while and became like this now, but the Wang family is not short of money, and Wang Haonan also knows his limits, so they just let him do what he wants. Chapter 17. H Company. 3 days later, the grandfather and grandson of the Wang family arrived at an overseas arms company. H Company, the Wang family's overseas industry, is one of the world's 6 largest arms giants and is also a powerful mercenary organization. When Wang Haonan saw his own overseas arms company in person for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked. Grandpa, is this our Wang family's business outside of China? Mr. Wang nodded. Company H first came to the fore during the Age of Discovery, and then continued to rise with the development of the world. At its peak, it even occupied nearly 60% of the arms market except for nuclear weapons and some confidential black tech weapons that cannot be sold. Company H has all other weapons. Even the AKs of the Shitian Battle Hall were provided by a small arms workshop secretly supported by H Company. Mr. Wang, my most distinguished guest, welcome to base number 6 for inspection. A white man with golden eyes greeted him in fluent Chinese. Jack, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be transferred to base 6. Thank God, and thank you for the family's training. Wang Shengyuan nodded calmly. These foreigners were quite capable, but they always mentioned God. This must be the second young master, right? I've heard of you. You're very capable. Jack smiled and extended his hand to Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the guy named Jack. As we walked into the core area of the base, a woman with a Chinese face stood at the door to greet us. Grandpa, you are here. Wang Haonan looked at this scene in surprise. He didn't expect that he had a cousin here. This must be Wang Haonan's cousin, right? It's the first time we meet, and I haven't prepared any gifts, so I'll give you this new thing. As she spoke, the woman handed over a beautiful bracelet. Chen Zhou took a casual glance and saw the energy shield bracelet, a little gadget that could withstand the fierce attacks of an ordinary war god for half an hour. Thank you, cousin. You're welcome. We're all family. Wang Linglong smiled. Her father is Wang Haonan's seventh uncle, but due to family needs, the family has been living overseas for a long time and rarely returns to China. Wang Haonan has never really been involved in the family business and knows very little about it. He only knows the basics of many things and does not know as much as Wang Xuanci. Linglong, how are the personnel preparations going? Grandpa, the Black Water Corps has assembled, and the ordinary mercenaries have also arrived around the West Heaven Battle Palace. They are ready to take action at any time. Wang Shengyuan looked at his granddaughter with satisfaction. The action will be at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, Grandpa. On the other side, a group of mysterious people wearing cartoon masks came to the vicinity of Ares Island. These people were the main participants in the destruction of the Shao family. There were ancient martial arts sects, killer organizations, and the priests of those families who targeted the Shao family back then. I didn't expect that there are still remnants of the Shao family alive. Yingsha, how did you do things back then? It was done by my subordinates. I have already dealt with the person who was responsible for the pursuit. Yingsha replied coldly. His subordinates cheated and found someone to fool the organization. This kind of person has been cut into pieces according to the organization's regulations. Why, it's meaningless to say this now. The key now is to deal with the remnants that were not killed at the beginning, otherwise all of our families will die. One of the mysterious old men looked at the crowd calmly. The Shao family was a big family in the ancient martial arts world of China at that time, but it was destroyed overnight. Shao Fan was eliminated from the ancient martial arts world, and the disciples of the Shao family were hunted down by the killer organization Shadow. I thought that with all the arrangements, the ancient martial arts Shao family could be completely eradicated, but I didn't expect that Shao Yifan, the eldest son of the Shao family, actually escaped. He changed his name to Shao Fan and created a huge organization like the Western Heaven Battle Palace. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of desire, they would still be kept in the dark. According to the intelligence, Shao Fan was taken back to the God of War Island by Qinglong a day ago. The analyst paused and continued. Currently, only 3 of the 4 great generals are left. Among them, Baihu and Xuanwu are quasi-gods of war, and Qinglong is just an ordinary god of war. He poses little threat to us. The only person we need to be wary of is Shao Fan. In 3 days, no one knows how well he has recovered. Everyone nodded. They all knew this information. It was just like listening to a bunch of nonsense. Remember, don't talk about martial ethics or morality. Our purpose this time is to kill Shao Fan. Don't hide anything. After giving the instructions, this group of Shao Fan's enemies dived into the seabed and swam towards the God of War Island. Of course, H Company's base number 6 discovered the group's actions, but did not intervene. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the missiles that had already been transported to the non-mainland were fired directly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions one after another echoed in the valley, and the night suddenly became as bright as day. Boom! Shao Fan's bedroom collapsed with a loud bang. If Shao Fan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have had to crawl out of the ground. What the hell is going on? Shao Fan shouted angrily. At 1 o'clock in the morning, we encountered a shameless assassination. Just as we dealt with those trash and went to sleep, the entire Ares Island was hit by missiles. H Company's missiles continued to fire, as if they were going to raze Ares Island to the ground. Xuanwu and Baihu kept dodging missiles. They were not gods of war and could not withstand the missiles head-on. In order to survive, they could only dodge the missiles falling from the sky. Qinglong had it a little easier than the other 2. He was an ordinary god of war and was barely afraid of ordinary missile attacks. But there were too many missiles and he could only follow Xuanwu and Baihu to dodge left and right. Looking at the War God Island that looked like a sunny day, all the underground forces were trembling in fear, fearing that they would be affected by this sudden disaster. Wang family boy, do you think the fireworks are pretty? Boss Yang came over with a smile. Wang Haonan nodded. It was his first time watching a missile sweep the ground up close and he was very shocked. This kind of attack won't have much effect on a war god level warrior. An old war god kindly explained to Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan scratched his head and said, I know this, but I am just amazed by the visual effect. 10 minutes later, the baptism of fire was over. Action! Wang Shengyuan gave the order. Several powerful war gods walked on the sea, running towards the War God Island without any concealment. Here it comes. Xiao Fan opened his eyes. The Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Baihu behind him all had serious expressions. They knew the seriousness of the situation as the other party had such a large force. Several powerful men stared at each other in midair. 2 super war gods, an old man whose strength is hard to tell, and 3 high-level war gods. This is the lineup of Wang Haonan's side. On the other hand, on Xiao Fan's side, only Xiao Fan and Qinglong are warriors at the god of war level, while Baihu and Xuanwu are only quasi-gods of war. Yang Dingshan, Xiao Fan, believe that I have never done anything wrong to China, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Xiao Fan sighed. Xiao Fan, the moment you came to China to cause trouble, you were already an enemy of China. There is no point in saying more. Just do it. Yang Dingshan looked at Xiao Fan coldly. Chapter 18 The Hard to Kill Xiao Fan, the Spirit of 100 Battles. Xiao Fan roared, his aura surged, and his body size instantly expanded 3 times. Then, Xiao Fan took out a red potion and injected it into his neck without hesitation. Genetic medicine is a special item secretly developed by the Western Heaven War Palace. It can stimulate the potential of the human body and temporarily enhance overall combat power. Great! Xiao Fan roared as the genetic medicine took effect. His body size changed again, doubling in size from the original size. Yang Dingshan's face was grim. He decisively activated the nano battlesuit and locked the high-energy weapon on Xiao Fan's head. Ha! Xiao Fan roared angrily and pounced on Yang Dingshan at an incredible speed. The Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger behind him also injected themselves with similar genetic drugs. Fight, fight, fight! Xiao Fan's fighting spirit increased, and he kept attacking Yang Dingshan's armor. Each attack contained endless power, causing Yang Dingshan's armor to roar. Yang Dingshan transformed 2 laser double blades into his hands and wielded them, continuously cutting Xiao Fan's protective chi. Sizzle sparks flew from both of them, and for a moment neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, everyone realized how terrifying Xiao Fan was. Their brother, let me help you. Qinglong shouted, your opponent is me. The high-level god of war said with a sneer, a teasing light flashing in his eyes. Qinglong was not afraid at all and threw a punch with endless power. Fists collided with each other, and there was a loud bang. The Qinglong was blasted into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the difference in combat power became extremely obvious. The ordinary war gods were completely powerless in the face of the attacks of the high-level war gods. Waste. The old man couldn't help but snorted coldly when he saw this scene, with a contemptuous smile on his face. At this moment, Qinglong crawled out of the soil and his injuries completely disappeared. The battle has just begun, he roared and rushed towards the enemy again. The old man was quite shocked to see Qinglong's terrifying recovery speed. He punched Qinglong again and knocked him into the ground. Qinglong climbed out of the pit again, then was beaten back into the ground, climbed out again, and was beaten back into the ground again. On the other side, Wang Haonan also fought with Baihu. Like Qinglong, Baihu's injuries recovered extremely quickly, as if he had no sense of pain, as if he was facing a zombie. System, what is this? How can it recover so quickly? Wang Haonan looked serious. Drop, host, a semi-finished product of the second-order healing gene medicine, which can overdraw the user's vitality by 50 years, temporarily enhance various physical potentials, and obtain extremely terrifying self-healing energy. Gene medicine, is this something that should exist in this world? Wang Haonan wondered. If he remembered correctly, this was an ordinary world. The appearance of nano armor was fine, but he didn't expect that even genetic medicines would appear now. Is this reasonable? Damn, host, these things are all things that originally existed in this world, but in the original timeline, Xiao Fan did not encounter any crisis, so they have never been used. However, what Xinzhou did not tell Wang Haonan was that the appearance of genetic medicine in this world was itself a bug, and the side quest assigned to him was to let Xinzhou fix this bug. The core raw material for manufacturing healing second-level gene medicine is life force, but this kind of energy does not exist in nature in this world. If you want to make it, you must extract the life force of the organism instead. In other words, behind these genetic drugs are living lives, and this behavior is not allowed to exist. System, does Xiao Fan have any other special abilities? Ding, host, don't worry, there are no superpowers in this world. Hearing the answer from the Destiny villain system, Wang Haonan finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Pa! Wang Haonan slammed Baihu onto the steel bars on the ground, with the angle just right, hitting him right in the heart. The white tiger struggled twice and then stopped moving. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the white tiger, Xiao Fan's capable general. Xiao Fan's luck value of 1000 will be deducted, and the host will gain a villain value of 10,000. Hearing that the villain value was wrong, Wang Haonan immediately asked, 10000? System, I remember that the villain value was 15,000 when Zhu was eliminated. How come Baihu was only worth 10000 villain value when he is one of the 4 great generals? Damn, host, people are different from each other? People are different from each other? Wang Haonan murmured, well, Suzaku was the only female among the 4 great generals, so it is normal for Xiao Fan to be a little partial to her. After all, she is loyal and beautiful. In the original plot, Zhu is Tang Weiwei's personal bodyguard and has many roles, so it is reasonable for Xiao Fan to value him more. Seeing Baihu being beaten to death, the others reacted instantly. No matter how strong the self-healing ability of Xiao Fan's men was, they were still within the scope of humans, and their fatal flaws were still fatal flaws. Thinking of this, the attacks of the other war gods against Xuanwu and Qinglong became fiercer. They had originally planned to delay until the effect of the medicine wore off, but now there was no need for that and they just killed them directly to avoid any unexpected events. They acted as soon as they said it. Several war gods joined forces. Qinglong and Xuanwu were no match for Baihu in the first place, and now their weaknesses were discovered. Within 2 minutes, Qinglong and Xuanwu followed in Baihu's footsteps. Wang Haonan didn't even have time to grab the kill. Ding. The capable General Xuanwu of the Son of Luck Xiao Fan died, deducting Xiao Fan's luck value of 1000, and the host gains the villain value of 10000. Ding, Qinglong, the capable general of Xiao Fan, the Son of Luck, died. Xiao Fan's luck value of 1000 is deducted, and the host gains the villain value of 10000. With 2 system announcements, Wang Haonan's villain value finally reached 3,500, and Xiao Fan's luck value was only 5,500, falling below the 1/10 perfect kill line, meeting the perfect kill conditions. Of course, it doesn't mean that the luck value must be lower than 1/10 of the total luck in order to kill, but when the luck drops to less than 1/10 of the total luck, there will be no loss of luck in killing. On Xiao Fan's side, seeing that his student Yang Dingshan was in a stalemate with Xiao Fan, Wang Shangyuan decisively joined the battlefield. Boom! Wang Shangyuan punched Xiao Fan with his skylifting fist, and a big hole was instantly created in Xiao Fan's body. However, just like Baihu before, the bloody hole in Xiao Fan's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wound disappeared. Return to nature, the ultimate god of war. Xiao Fan looked at the old man in front of him with fear. For the first time, Xiao Fan felt a life and death crisis from this ordinary old man. Wang Shangyuan, I didn't expect you to break through to this level. Jian resisted the opponent's attack, and Xiao Fan also guessed the opponent's name. Knowing the old man's identity, Xiao Fan decisively chose to escape. There is no way. There is an insurmountable gap between the super god of war and the extreme god of war. Super god of war, the super strong among gods of war. Extreme god of war, the extreme strong among gods of war. The difference is only 2 words, but the combat power they represent is vastly different. They are all at the god of war level. Strictly speaking, they are actually at the same realm. The difference lies in their actual combat power. Xiao Fan, hand over the genetic drug research data, and I can give you a quick death. Wang Shangyuan shouted calmly. Dream on. Old bastard, even if I die, I will never let you get that information. Xiao Fan ran while cursing at the same time. A purple ball of light that was between reality and illusion appeared at the base below Ares Island. Chapter 19. Mysterious Broken Hand. Qinzhou released a mysterious energy, and the researchers in the laboratory fell into a deep sleep instantly. Qinzhou walked to the main machine in the laboratory and refined it in an instant. 5 years ago, Xiao Fan left China and joined a mercenary team. During a mission, the team Xiao Fan was in fell into a trap, and only Xiao Fan managed to escape by diving into the sewer. In order to avoid pursuit, the seriously injured Xiao Fan could only continue to grope in the sewer. Just when Xiao Fan was about to collapse, the space in front of him twisted and a mysterious big hand fell out. This big hand is half the size of Xiao Fan's head. However, Xiao Fan, who was seriously injured and almost starving to death, didn't care about anything else. He just picked up the hand and started biting it. Unfortunately, the muscle density of this mysterious big hand was very strong, and Xiao Fan couldn't bite it even though his teeth were about to break. He reluctantly punched the mysterious hand, but the hand was so hard that his fist hurt himself instead. When Xiao Fan was about to give up, he discovered that this mysterious big hand seemed to be holding something. Xiao Fan used all his strength to open the big hand. In the hand was a test tube filled with a mysterious green liquid. Xiao Fan didn't know what this was, but his intuition told him that eating it would be good for him. After considering for a long time, the extremely hungry Xiaofan finally chose to open the test tube and drink the green liquid. The powerful drug instantly made Xiaofan unconscious. When Xiaofan woke up again, all the wounds on his body disappeared and his body returned to its best condition. Feeling the changes in himself, Xiaofan understood the extraordinary nature of this thing. After putting away the mysterious big hand in the test tube, Xiaofan left this small Middle Eastern country and headed south until he came to a remote island, which is now the God of War Island. Half a year later, Xiaofan successfully established the Western Heaven War Hall, which became a powerful force in the underground world. Another half a year passed, and Xiaofan secretly built this mysterious research institute based on the original foundation. Relying on his personal charm and various means, Xiaofan gained the loyalty of a biological research team. The Life Research Institute is officially launched, using living people for experiments. Chen Zhou looked at the monitoring interface of the Life Research Institute calmly. Immediately, Chen Zhou destroyed all the data in the laboratory and teleported to the room where the mysterious big hand was placed, refined and decomposed in an instant. Through tracing back through this big hand, Chen Zhou learned the origin of the mysterious big hand. The mysterious big hand comes from a post-apocalyptic world and is a powerful psychic. This healing gene potion came from that world. Theoretically, this healing gene potion could help people awaken their healing abilities. However, due to the suppression of the world's rules, the genetic medicine lost its function of awakening superpowers and could not awaken superpowers. After solving the problem of the mysterious severed hand, Chen Zhou came to the room where the test tubes were placed and followed the same method to completely eliminate the world bugs. On the other side, Xiaofan's pursuit became more and more intense. And dozens of familiar figures also joined the battle. Wang Shengyuan, Xiaofan is from our church, you can't kill him. Fuck, Xiaofan is obviously our pharaoh's honored guest. The great pharaoh would not allow you to harm his friends. You're talking nonsense. A gloomy man cursed, Xiaofan is obviously a citizen of my country, Kimchi. He should come back to Kimchi with me. Everyone looked coldly at this quasi-god of war. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, the gloomy man shut up immediately because the scene of Xiaofan using the genetic medicine was seen by senior officials of various countries. Various forces in various countries sent people to intervene, wanting to capture Xiaofan and bring him back for research. What if I don't? Wang Shengyuan looked at everyone calmly. His aura was revealed. Ultimate God of War. Everyone was shocked. Wang Shengyuan actually entered this realm now. We are in trouble. Wang Shengyuan, how about we make a deal? We, the Great Freedom Federation, have the most advanced technology in the world. We provide the technology and conditions to research genetic drugs with you. A Great Freedom commander wearing metal armor invited. Xiaofan suddenly jumped up. He isn't even dead yet, but these people have already started discussing his final destination. This is really disrespectful. Do it, the Vatican bishop ordered. Xiaofan has not been captured yet, and they still have a chance. As long as they catch Xiaofan first, they can take the initiative. Stop them, the Lionhead elder shouted angrily. It is unforgivable to rob the pharaoh's prey in front of him. Hanan, step back and keep a close eye on Xiaofan. Don't let him escape in the chaos. Got it, Grandpa. Wang Haonan agreed and decisively withdrew from the melee. Stop them. The commander of the Greater Freedom Federation ordered. In an instant, several groups of people fought together, trying to block each other from approaching Xiaofan. At the same time, long-range attacks from all parties hit Xiaofan from time to time, putting Xiaofan in a healing state and preventing Xiaofan from breaking through. Xiaofan tried to break out many times, but as soon as he approached the outer edge of the encirclement, these people stopped fighting among themselves and attacked Xiaofan together. Damn it! Xiaofan cursed in his heart. Even though these people were attacking each other, they were actually keeping an eye on him. As long as he showed any signs of escaping, they would immediately stop attacking and block his way together. What should I do? Xiaofan kept thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, Xiaofan thought of a brilliant way to escape and quickly rushed down into the ocean. Boom boom boom, several torpedoes hit. Xiaofan resisted the torpedo and dived desperately into the deep sea. Fuck, chase him. Everyone immediately stopped attacking and dived into the ocean together. System, turn on the positioning function. Beep, the positioning function is turned on. Wang Haonan zoomed in on the holographic positioning map, pretended to grit his teeth, and followed closely into the sea. Xiaofan smashed a Western submarine with one punch. The huge explosion instantly disrupted the vision and stopped some of the people from the Vatican who were chasing him. Boom boom. Torpedoes continued to fire at Xiao Fan, greatly hindering his stealth speed. Unlike the land and the sky, the resistance in the water is great. Even if the torpedo does not cause any damage, the waves and bright light caused by the explosion can interfere with Xiao Fan. Boom. Xiao Fan destroyed another submarine, and the huge explosion helped Xiao Fan stop another wave of people. There are fewer people behind him, but those who can keep up with Xiao Fan are all super war gods. Swish, swish. Yang Dingshan fired 2 laser pulses. Damn it. Xiao Fan covered his waist with his hands. The huge burning sensation and the care of the seawater made Xiao Fan grimace in pain and swallowed several large mouthfuls of seawater. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xingyuan's fist hit Xiao Fan's heart. Cough. The huge force directly penetrated Xiao Fan's chest. Xiao Fan quickly grabbed the heart and stuffed it back to its original position. With the help of the thrust of Wang Xingyuan's punch, it swam quickly towards a distant and deep place. Yang Dingshan quickly fired several laser pulses at Xiao Fan, trying to slow down Xiao Fan's forward speed. Xiao Fan's body paused, and one of the bullets hit his anus. Xiao Fan felt an inexplicable pleasure. Several torpedoes followed, and Xiao Fan quickly turned around, using the thrust of the torpedoes to instantly increase his speed. The great white shark behind him came late, smelling the blood, but he didn't see anything and had to leave in disappointment. On the sea, Wang Hanan exchanged for an invisibility talisman, followed the positioning and walked on the sea, always following steadily above Xiao Fan's head. Chapter 20. Xiao Fan committed suicide. Boom. Another large submarine exploded. Wang Shengyuan chose to avoid a head-on impact and bypass the submarine, but Xiao Fan's figure had already disappeared. Looking at the sinking submarine wreckage, Wang Shengyuan sighed and surfaced. Half an hour. This pursuit in the sea has lasted for a full half an hour. Although Wang Shengyuan is an ultimate god of war, his body is about to reach its limit. Can't chase anymore. Wang Shengyuan took deep breaths of fresh air. A war god level warrior is not a god and still needs to breathe. In such a high intensity battle, the breath holding skill can only be sustained for half an hour. If he continues to chase, his life will be in danger. Teacher, where is Xiao Fan? Yang Dingshan rushed over Wang Shengyuan's side. Xiao Fan entered the submarine and sank with it. Sink to the bottom of the sea. There is no way to chase him. The ocean here is more than 5,000 meters deep, the pressure on the seabed is extremely high, and the visibility is extremely low. Even if he has the protection of a nano battlesuit, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced in this environment. Not to mention 5,000 meters, even a depth of 2,000 meters would be extremely dangerous for a powerful god of war. It seems that Xiao Fan has chosen to commit suicide. Yang Dingshan sighed, and the plan to kill Xiao Fan was over. Wang Shengyuan shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe he wants to rely on his powerful self-healing ability to fight to the death. Hearing what his teacher Wang Shengyuan said, Yang Dingshan recalled the scene where Xiao Fan's heart was hit out, but he did not die. With such a terrifying self-healing ability, it is possible that it could have survived if it hadn't sunk to the bottom of the sea. Mr. Wang Shengyuan, did Xiao Fan escape? The battleship of the commander of the Great Freedom Federation arrived. Xiao Fan interrupted one of your submarines and sank to the bottom of the sea with it. Wang Shengyuan narrated calmly. So that's how it is. Mr. Wang Shengyuan, please come to my boat to rest. I will send someone to salvage Xiao Fan's body. Our cooperation is still valid. No need. Wang Shengyuan refused decisively. It's such a pity, Mr. Wang Shengyuan, I wish you good luck. The commander of the Great Freedom Federation spread his hands regretfully. He then turned around and ordered the salvage operations, while expanding the search area to prevent Xiao Fan from surfacing alive. Not long after, a giant luxury cruise ship arrived with a small number of warships, and the standard on board was that of Company H. Soon after, several more warships arrived and everyone reached a temporary agreement that some ships would be responsible for the search, expanding the search area while ensuring that there were no blind spots. At the same time, a carpet search of Ares Island was launched, and the people in the Underground Life Research Institute of Ares Island gradually woke up. However, their memories of genetic medicine have all become blurred. They only know that they are researching something that seems to be called healing medicine, but they can't remember the key information no matter how hard they try, as if it has been completely deleted. All the information and data of the Research Institute disappeared. The mysterious severed hand in Laboratory Number 1 and the mysterious test tube in Laboratory Number 2 also disappeared out of thin air. All the captured test subjects rushed out of their cells and retaliated against the researchers, causing chaos throughout the base. When the Blackwater Corps outside opened the base, all they saw were corpses. As they went deeper, the Blackwater Corps also learned the secret of this evil base, and the surviving victims were rescued one by one. All the guards and researchers at the base were dead. A check of the surveillance footage revealed that everyone in the base was unconscious for unknown reasons. The guard in the main control room accidentally pressed the button to open the door of the detention room while unconscious. As a result, those who were captured woke up early, snatched the guards' weapons, and sent the guards to hell to repent. Then these people launched a crazy revenge on the researchers. The Blackwater Corps gained nothing, and all the instruments and things in the experimental base were smashed to pieces. Finally, Company H announced the matter of the Ares Island base to the public, causing an uproar around the world. Major forces in the world demanded that Company H share the results of the Ares Island base with the world. Company H directly made all the surveillance of the Ares Island base public. There was no sign of falsification in the surveillance, and follow-up visits to the victims were also confirmed one by one. In the end, no one mentioned the matter again. The mystery of the coma of everyone at the Ares Island base has become a new unsolved mystery in the world. As for what was originally placed in Laboratory Room 1 and Laboratory Room 2, no one knew. Everything related to the Ares Island experiment disappeared out of thin air. Those who were arrested knew nothing, and there was no way to investigate anything. Of course, this is all in the past. Under the sea, Xiaofan was swimming straight in one direction in the sea nearly 2,000 meters deep. It turned out that at the moment the submarine was blown up, Xiaofan entered the interior of the submarine. While the seawater had not completely soaked the submarine, Xiaofan hurriedly inhaled deep gulps of fresh air in the submarine. When the seawater flooded the cabin, Xiaofan held his breath and sank with the submarine. When he felt that his body was almost reaching its limit, Xiaofan decisively broke through a gap and, following his intuition, dived quickly in one direction. Xiaofan didn't know how deep he was from the sea level, but the cold sea water and the dark environment told him that the environment here was safe for him for the time being. A normal god of war would never dare to dive into such a deep sea, including Xiaofan in the past. At a depth of about 2,000 meters, the true energy was consumed very quickly. The huge pressure was squeezing Xiaofan's body all the time, as if it was going to crush Xiaofan into pieces. Xiaofan clearly felt that his internal organs were constantly being damaged and repaired. If it weren't for the mysterious potion 5 years ago, he would have collapsed long ago. Wang Shengyuan, Xiaofan, will fight you to the death. Xiaofan kept roaring in his heart. It hurts, it hurts so much, even the god of war cannot resist the power of nature. At this moment, Xiaofan extremely wished that he could become a deep-sea fish, immune to the mighty power of nature. Suddenly, several tentacles hugged Xiaofan's face. The giant deep-sea squid is a predator in the deep sea. Under normal circumstances, Xiaofan would definitely taste this delicacy, but now, Xiaofan wanted to cry. The battle would consume his limited true energy and physical strength, but there was no way. This big squid was taking advantage of him, and he could not move forward without killing this guy. Xiaofan stretched out his hands and pulled hard, easily killing the giant deep-sea squid. After dealing with Xiaofan, they continued to move forward, marching in a direction that had deviated by an unknown amount. Soon, Xiaofan encountered several deep-sea predators. Within a few minutes, Xiaofan dealt with these stepping stones and continued to swim in an unknown direction. On the sea, Wang Haonan, using an invisibility talisman, circled back and forth in an area of sea. The deep sea was pitch black, and nothing could be seen even with the real-time holographic positioning. Although I don't know what the significance of Xiaofan's doing this is, he must have his reasons for doing so. For example, it is very possible to be attacked by a deep-sea monster or simply get lost. It is normal to get lost in the pitch-dark sea and the pressure is high. Even on land, there was a Marquis who got lost. Right, at 1,891 meters above sea level, Xiaofan encountered another deep-sea monster and was engaging in a hearty free fight with it. Chapter 21 ends. Xiaofan's death. Damn squids, sooner or later, I will kill you all. Xiaofan cursed as he swam towards the surface of the sea. After fighting in stealth for so long, Xiaofan felt that his body was about to reach its limit, so he decided to take the risk and return to the surface to breathe. The further he swam upstream, the more relaxed Xiaofan felt his body became and the more tense his nerves became. After more than 20 minutes, Xiaofan knew that he could not swim very far and understood that the search intensity on the sea must be very strong. Finding a person who can hide in the ocean is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Xiaofan has confidence in himself. Suddenly, as soon as Xiaofan emerged from the sea, he felt the skin on his neck being pierced, and a familiar feeling of powerlessness instantly spread throughout his body. Fuck, I was careless. Xiaofan slowly lost consciousness and his body began to sink. A big hand quickly grabbed Xiaofan's ear, and the sharp knife cut Xiaofan's throat. To be safe, Wang Hanan smashed Xiaofan's head to pieces, dug out his heart and crushed it, shattered his dantian, and smashed all the bones in his body into pieces. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the son of Luck Xiaofan. The son of Luck Xiaofan's luck value is reset to 0. The luck value is obtained 5,000, and the end reward x1. As the system broadcast sounded, Wang Hanan stopped what he was doing. Finally killed him. He is indeed the son of luck. He is really hard to kill. Wang Hanan sighed after such a long manhunt. With so many people and such a large scale, Xiaofan almost escaped. Without the help of the Destiny villain system, even if you know the plot in advance, it is difficult to kill a creature like the son of Destiny. Ding, the system is about to be untied, please consume the villain value as soon as possible. Chen Zhou's cold system broadcast sounded. Wang Hanan quickly came to his senses. System, open the kill reward. Ding, the final reward is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yin Yang Hui Yuan Gong, which is automatically cultivated to perfection. Yin Yang Hui Yuan Gong, a war god level technique that can improve strength through the dual cultivation of Yin and Yang, with no restrictions on practice. After seeing the introduction of the martial arts technique, Wang Hanan instantly became excited. This was simply a martial arts technique tailor-made for him, perfect. From now on, he is also a man with martial arts skills. With this skill, even if his grandfather asked, he would be able to explain the origin of his skills. As for the source of this technique, he liked to travel around and had bought many strange and weird things. It was very reasonable that he accidentally found this technique. After calming down, Wang Hanan quickly looked at his villain value system, exchange for the ultimate god of war power. Ding, the villain value is deducted by 20,000, and the extreme war god combat power is exchanged successfully. Feeling the surging combat power in his body, Wang Hanan quickly adapted to the physical changes brought about by the increased combat power. The ultimate god of war, the ceiling among gods of war. In just less than a week, he went from an ordinary rich second generation to the ceiling of human combat power. It was like a dream. Ding, the system is about to be untied. The host still has 15,500 villain points that have not been used. Please spend them within 5 minutes, otherwise the remaining villain points will be invalidated. Chen Zhou's emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Wang Hanan thought for a moment and said, System, I don't have anything I want. I'll give you the villain value as a gift. 5 minutes later, ding, unbinding successful. Goodbye. Wang Hanan looked at the sky, looking back on the less than 7 days that passed. From being bound to the Destiny villain system to Xiaofan's death, the process was full of twists and turns. Just like a dream. In less than a week, Wang Hanan went from being an average person to one of the top individuals in terms of combat power. He still couldn't believe it. The tremendous power in his body and the ability to walk on the sea kept telling him that all this was real. He is at the level of an ultimate god of war, the ceiling of the combat power of an individual human being. Thank you, Destiny villain system. Wang Hanan waved goodbye to the sky. Wang Hanan didn't know whether the Destiny villain system was still there, but he was really grateful to the Destiny villain system for saving him from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, the invisibility talisman was about to expire, and Wang Hanan left this place of separation. Xiaofan's remains had long since sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the blood had drifted away with the waves. No one noticed what had happened in this corner. After returning to the Anchor space station, Chen Zhou began to submit and settle the task. Internship task. 1/3 the god of war from the west returns to the city. Main task completion, completed task rating, good side quest completion rate, 100% total mission income, 75.1 origin points. Main mission settlement, 63 origin points, plus additional assessment reward, 2.1 origin points, plus branch mission settlement, 10 origin points, remaining. Origin points, 77.3. After reviewing the details of the first mission, Chen Zhou understood the shortcomings of his mission. This time, all the halos of reduced intelligence were broken, causing the host to become a war correspondent. His participation in the mission was not high enough. If he was not present at all the key events, this mission would be judged as qualified at best. Task assessment is divided into 4 levels: qualified, good, excellent and perfect. The task judgment reward is 1/10 of the main task. A perfect result can get an additional 100% judgment reward, an excellent result is only about 60%, a good result is about 30%, and a qualified result has no additional reward. Side quests issue side rewards based on the degree of task completion. They are incidental tasks in the main quest world and have a certain impact on the assessment level of the main quest, but do not determine whether the main quest is successful. The system can earn the difference when the host buys items in the system mall. The price of items like enlightenment that improve the host's cultivation is determined by the system itself. After summarizing the mission experience, Chinzhou absorbed 7.3 origin points to permanently enhance his own strength, and kept the remaining 70 origin points for emergency use. After finishing all this, Chinzhou checked the internship taskbar. The best doctor. The fierce dragon descends from the mountain. The world of miracle doctors is not bad. The world where the miracle doctor came down from the mountain is a relatively weaker world among all the heavens and worlds. Its combat power is comparable to that of the Dragon King, the god of war, and other worlds. After reading the world story, Chinzhou skillfully opened the plane channel. The mission world has been locked successfully. The plane anchor point has been cast successfully. After opening the space channel, Chinzhou arrived at the world of the best doctor. The dragon comes down the mountain in an instant. Ding, the vital signs are intact and the person is fit, meeting the binding conditions. Binding is successful. The Destiny villain system has been successfully bound. Host, Zhao Zilong, what the hell are you? Come out now, or I'll break your legs. Damn, this system is nothing, it is the Destiny villain system. I don't care if you are a piece of shit or not. If you dare to tease me, I will let you. Sizzle. Chinzhou directly used electric shock therapy. Zhao Zilong knelt on the ground trembling. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Brother, please put away your magical power. At this moment, Zhao Zilong finally understood that this was not a prank, but a real system, and an unscrupulous system that would electrocute the host at any time. As uncomfortable as it was, Zhao Zilong's mouth was now harder to suppress than AK. With the system, he will definitely impress Su Yingxue and marry her home. Seeing the intelligence-reducing halo on Zhao Zilong's head jumping around, Chinzhou immediately grabbed it and refined it in an instant. Chapter 22, God of War World Extra. After Chinzhou left, Wang Haonan took a walk and then returned to H Company's luxury cruise ship. All major forces searched for 3 consecutive months but still failed to find Xiao Fan. The salvage plan was eventually abandoned because it was too difficult. However, the major forces did not give up and issued bounty missions for Xiao Fan, but still no results were achieved. After the Wang family played around in the Atlantic Ocean with various major forces for 2 months, they issued a high bounty and then left. A month later, all forces slowly withdrew their ships, and the Xiao Fan crisis ended temporarily. Wang Haonan went straight back to Shanjing, beat up Wang Xuanzi with his personal strength, and then went off to travel. A year later, Wang Haonan shamelessly went to confess his love to Jiang Qianxia, but as expected, he was rejected. Wang Haonan was not angry, and secretly went to the Jiang family to ask for marriage from Mr. Jiang. When Jiang Qianxia found out, she went back and beat Wang Haonan up. Although he didn't hurt her at all, however, Wang Haonan did not succeed, and the two still maintained a lukewarm relationship as ordinary friends. Fortunately, Wang Haonan did not get entangled and returned to his life of debauchery and traveling around. Tang Weiwei raised Tang Lele alone. Due to the influence of the Xiao Fan incident, Tang Weiwei did not tell Tang Lele that Xiao Fan was her father. When he grew up a little, Tang Lele no longer asked questions about his biological father, and everything went on in an orderly manner until the last moment of Tang Weiwei's life. Tang Lele didn't know that Xiao Fan was her father. Jiang Qianxia is still her law enforcement captain. After the Xiao Fan incident, she successfully cleared out all the underground forces in Jiangcheng and fulfilled the agreement she had made with Wang Haonan. However, Jiang Qianxia refused the promotion and remained on the front line as her law enforcement team leader. During this period, Wang Haonan came to see Jiang Qianxia twice, but his confession was still not sincere enough, so Jiang Qianxia did not accept it. 6 years later, Haonan, you are not young anymore. It's time for you to get married and be quiet. Wang Haonan smiled indifferently. Mom, with my reputation, who would really be willing to marry their daughter to me? Your brother and sister-in-law have already had 3 children, and you still only know how to play around. I tell you, if you don't marry a wife, I will cut off your pocket money. The Queen Mother threatened with a serious face. Wang Haonan didn't care. With his current strength, there were people serving him wherever he went. Cutting off his pocket money would not pose any threat to him at all. Mom, please stop pushing me. I only want to marry Jiang Qianxia in this life. If you can convince Jiang Qianxia to be your daughter-in-law, I will get married right away. Wang Haonan kicked the ball to Jiang Qianxia as he did before. He knew Jiang Qianxia would not agree, so he always used Jiang Qianxia as a shield to urge her to get married. Okay, that's what you said. The Queen Mother showed a hint of pride in her eyes. Just when Wang Haonan was puzzled, Jiang Qianxia actually sat down opposite Wang Haonan and looked at him with a smile on her face. No, Mom, why is Jiang Qianxia here? Why, didn't you say you would agree if Qianxia agreed? Now Qianxia has agreed, you should get ready and hold the wedding next month. The Queen Mother took Jiang Qianxia's hand with a satisfied look on her face. It's not this. Wang Haonan opened his mouth. Isn't this a bit magical? She didn't agree after he pursued her several times before, but now he doesn't pursue her anymore. But Jiang Qianxia actually agreed. What is going on? Jiang Qianxia, are you really willing to marry me? Wang Haonan asked in disbelief. Jiang Qianxia nodded. Haonan, haven't you always wanted to be with me? I agree now. Or, think about it. Don't be impulsive. Wang Haonan looked at Jiang Qianxia seriously. Jiang Qianxia's eyes were a little evasive. Haonan, I've thought about it. I don't regret marrying you. In fact, Jiang Qianxia was also being urged to get married. Her grandfather and parents had been arranging blind dates for her. Because of this, many people who wanted to rely on the power of the Jiang family confessed their love to her. Jiang Qianxia was fed up with it, so she chose a few to meet. However, after talking to them, she found that these people were not as good as Wang Haonan. Instead of being with those people, I'd rather come and find this idiot childhood sweetheart. Although Wang Haonan was a bit lustful in the past, he met her requirements in other aspects. Compared to those other suitors and blind dates, Wang Haonan is much cuter. Wang Haonan nodded. Okay then. Jiang Qianxia isn't afraid, so what is he afraid of? A month later, the wedding was held as scheduled. The newlyweds held hands and walked happily into the marriage hall. Jiang Qianxia, what do you think? Why did you suddenly agree to marry me? Wang Haonan lifted Jiang Qianxia's red veil. Who told you to use me as a shield every year? Now I can't stand it anymore, it's that simple. Jiang Qianxia looked into Wang Haonan's eyes with confidence. To be honest, she had a good impression of Wang Haonan, but the previous Wang Haonan was too fickle, and she had just graduated and was disgusted by such behavior. Later, Wang Haonan turned over a new leaf and his behavior was impeccable. She had also seen all kinds of ups and downs in life and was no longer the stubborn Jiang Qianxia. Wang Haonan lifted Jiang Qianxia's chin and smiled evilly, his eyes showing 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of indifference. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Get lost. Jiang Qianxia slapped Wang Haonan's hand away unhappily. Wang Haonan shook his hand and gently stroked Jiang Qianxia's hair. Woman, you are playing with fire. It's never going to end, is it? Jiang Qianxia raised her foot and kicked, but Wang Haonan is a god of war, and Jiang Qianxia's jade feet could not kick Wang Haonan at all. Instead, they were gently held by Wang Haonan. Wang Haonan, let me go. Jiang Qianxia struggled with a flushed face. Wang Haonan rushed over and said, Jiang Qianxia, you jumped in here by yourself. Wang Haonan, you. Before Jiang Qianxia could finish her words, Wang Haonan kissed her directly after a long time, lips parted. Qianxia, what did you want to say just now? Wang Haonan looked at Jiang Qianxia affectionately. Nothing. Jiang Qianxia turned away. I didn't notice it before, but this guy actually has peach blossom eyes. I can't stand it. Jiang Qianxia felt that if she stared at this idiot for a few more seconds, she would probably fall for him. A night of silence. The next day, Jiang Qianxia and Wang Haonan walked hand in hand in the garden. Wang Haonan taught Jiang Qianxia the Yin Yang Hui Yuan Gong without reservation, just like he told his brother back then. Jiang Qianxia, who knew that he was practicing this technique, looked at him strangely. There was naked disdain in his eyes for Wang Haonan's war god cultivation, but Wang Haonan didn't care. He would get used to this technique after using it a few times, just like his brother Wang Xuanzi. Since he practiced the Yin Yang Hui Yuan Gong, he not only abducted his sister-in-law, but also had 3 children. Even his own cultivation is almost reaching the level of a quasi-god of war, a truly peerless skill. After using it only twice, Jiang Qianxia obviously found that her physical fitness had improved a lot. It seemed that using this stupid thing as a furnace was not bad. One day, she will definitely let Wang Haonan know who was the big and small king of this family. 7 years after Qinzhou's departure, Wang Haonan, who has turned 30, has finally tied the knot with Jiang Qianxia. Volume 1, finished. Chapter 23. Zhao Xiao stops licking. Zhao Zilong looked dazed for a moment, thinking back on his experiences over the past few years. he wished he could punch his former self to death. He is the eldest son of the Zhao family and the only heir to the Zhao family, the head of the 5 major families in Shanghai. He has been living a life of luxury and receiving the best education since childhood. He has everything he wants. But in recent years, he seems to have lost his mind and runs off to lick the president of a small cosmetics company. It's really fucking outrageous. System brother, please tell me why this happened to me. Zhao Zilong couldn't figure out the mystery, so he had to ask the system for help. Ding, the fusion of the original timeline plot begins. A huge amount of memories flooded into Zhao Zilong's mind like a tide. Zhao Zilong felt like his head was about to explode. The intense pain made his eyes go black and he passed out. An hour later, Zhao Zilong slowly opened his eyes, and now he understood the plot of the world he lives in is fixed. He is just one of the villains. Suing Xue is one of the heroines. How could a villain possibly get a heroine? In the plotline, he has pursued Suing Xue for many years without success. Stimulated by the son of luck Lin Yi, his remaining IQ is reduced to 0. He kidnaps Suing Xue and wants to commit a crime. At the critical moment, Lin Yi arrives, pretends to be a hero to save the beauty, and successfully captures Suing Xue's heart. Young Master Zhao became a laughingstock in the Magic City. He was so angry that he took revenge on Lin Yi, but his plans were solved one by Lin Yi. In the end, the Zhao family became a stepping stone for Lin Yi to become famous in Dragon Country, while he was made into a fool by Lin Yi, became a beggar, and finally froze to death in an abandoned train station. Lin Yi. Zhao Zilong's eyes burst into murderous intent. The time now is quite early, just the day before Lin Yi came down the mountain to the Magic City with 10 marriage certificates. Brother system, can I just send someone to kill Lin Yi right now? Damn, the son of luck is protected by the aura of luck. It is extremely difficult to kill the son of luck by ordinary means. It is recommended that the host suppress the luck of the son of luck first, and then kill him when he reaches the killing line. Even heavy weapons can't kill you? Damn, yes, heavy weapons in the early stages cannot kill the son of luck either. Chen Zhou's cold system voice sounded, is that so? Zhao Zilong nodded thoughtfully. Conventional methods don't work, so it seems we can only start from other aspects. System brother, what functions do you have? Ding, this system is the Destiny Villain system, with many functions. The host can buy anything that can deal with the Son of Destiny from the system mall. No more? Ding, yes, host, these are the main functions of this system. Other functional services can be exchanged for villain points as long as they do not violate the system principles. The abilities of the Destiny Villain system are very comprehensive, but also very ordinary. Just a simple exchange. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door suddenly opened. Zhao Zilong looked at the time and it was 11:20 noon. This time was exactly the time when Zhao Zilong went to Suing Xue's company to propose to her. Zhao Zilong opened the door and Uncle Fu was standing outside with a kind smile on his face. Master, it's almost time for Miss Su to get off work. Butler Fu Bo stood respectfully at the door and reminded her softly. Zhao Zilong looked calm and said in a calm tone, Uncle Fu, go down and have a rest. I won't be going there anymore, and you don't need to order flowers from the flower shop anymore. Hearing the young master's words, a hint of astonishment flashed across Uncle Fu's eyes, but more of it was surprise and relief. The young master won't lick it anymore. Uncle Fu was secretly happy and showed a relieved smile on his face. Master, I'll go downstairs and ask the chef to prepare lunch. Uncle Fu had a kind smile on his face. Send it directly to my room in a moment. I have something to take care of. Yes, master. Uncle Fu stepped back. Zhao Zilong returned to the room, turned on the computer, created a new file, typed the names of the people related to Lin Yi and the original plot into the document one by one, and then listed in detail the main events that connected them with Lin Yi. Tomorrow, Lin Yi will meet Suing Xue, who has been robbed, when he leaves the train station. Then Lin Yi jumps out and drives the robbers away. Coincidentally, Suing Xue finds that she has sprained her ankle, and Lin Yi enthusiastically helps Suing Xue with treatment. This was the first time Suing Xue and Lin Yi met, and it was also an opportunity for Lin Yi to show his abilities in front of Suing Xue. However, now that Zhao Zilong knows the plot, he will naturally not give Lin Yi the opportunity to improve his favor. And Xue, it's noon again. Mr. Zhao is probably waiting downstairs. When are we going downstairs? Suingshua's best friend and secretary Qin Kurson said with a smile. Suingshua pinched Qin Kurson's little face and said, "Qin Kurson, you dare to make fun of me now? ABA, ABA. Qin Kurson was made inarticulate by Suingshua. When Suingshua let go, Qin Kurson rubbed the place where she was pinched with a look of resentment. Bad woman, you only know how to bully me. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. This month's bonus is 10,000 yuan. Sister Su, please ravage me as much as you want." Qin Kurson immediately changed her tone and put Suingshua's hand on her chubby little face. Oh, a woman who is blinded by money. Suingshua rolled her eyes at Qin Kurson. He. Qin Kurson was not angry. She took Suingshua's arm and said tentatively, "Inshua, Mr. Zhao is so infatuated with you, why don't you consider it?" Suingshua angrily shook off Qin Qian's hand. Seeing this, Qin Kurson quickly grabbed the corner of Suingshua's clothes and said, "I'm sorry, Inshua, I was just joking with you. Don't be angry. If you don't like that Mr. Zhao, just ignore him." After hearing Qin Kurson's sincere apology, Suingshua's expression finally eased, but she still glared at Qin Kurson angrily. "Don't make such jokes next time." Qin Kurson nodded repeatedly and assured with a smile, "I know, I won't dare to do it next time. By the way, Inshua, how are you going to deal with that Mr. Zhao later?" Suingshua frowned, thought for a moment and then said, "Koxian, just tell him I'm not here. No matter what he says, ignore him. If he doesn't leave, just let him stand outside." Qin Kurson nodded and showed a sly smile. "Okay, then I'll wait and see the show." However, young Master Zhao is so persistent and comes to send flowers every day. "Inshua, you really don't think about it." Suingshua sighed helplessly. "I don't know why he likes me, but I just don't have any feelings for him. I just want to concentrate on making the company stronger now, and I don't want to fall in love." Qin Kurson nodded thoughtfully. Downstairs, a group of old men and women stood quietly in the distance of Inshua Beauty Company as usual, waiting. Mr. Zhao would go to the cosmetics company on time every day at noon to confess his love. He used blue roses that were airlifted in and threw them away after each confession. As time went by, the elderly people and young college students around came over and squatted. They waited in the distance before Mr. Zhao left. After Mr. Zhao left, the roses would become theirs. If you were lucky, you can earn 200 or 300 yuan by selling the roses you picked up in a few dozen minutes to a flower shop, which means about 6,000 yuan a month. Even some young college graduates who had just graduated couldn't help but come over to join the team. After a long time, the flower delivery driver had not yet started to arrange the flowers. Strange, why are these people so undisciplined? Could it be that young Master Zhao is ill and can't come today, and the person who sent the flowers wants to keep them for himself? Mr. Zhao has been undeterred for so many years. I won't allow you to curse Mr. Zhao. What? Mr. Zhao is not coming? He will never come again? The driver who was transporting the flowers was terrified. He has been doing the easy job of transporting flowers for Mr. Zhao for 5 years. He only needs to transport the flowers and display them in the morning every day, and does not have to clean up by himself. He earns 30,000 yuan a month. Telling him now that he is unemployed is a huge shock. Xiao Chun, I know you don't believe it, but Mr. Zhao's men just called me to cancel the order and told me not to order flowers from Huadu anymore. We have been working together for many years. Can I lie to you? The truck driver nodded. Okay. The driver hung up the phone and drove away. Mr. Zhao would not be a bootlicker in the future, so he can only earn from this last order. No, what's going on? This driver really took it all for himself. You're leaving now? Come back tomorrow. Something special might have happened today. Alas. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 24, Teach Linny a Lesson. Qin Kurson's face was full of question marks. Qin Kurson opened her cell phone and checked the time. It was 12:01, but there was no one outside the company. Where are the people? Where is the big Zhao Xiao? There is also a flower truck. How come such a big truck specially used for transporting flowers is gone? She had clearly seen the car when she was upstairs before, but after about 20 minutes, it disappeared. Security, security. Qin Kurson quickly called the security guard. Secretary Qin, what's wrong? What happened? A middle-aged security guard hurried over with a professional fake smile on his face. Qin Kurson asked in confusion, where is the car that delivered the flowers? Why is it gone? Secretary Chin, you're talking about the float. The car left about 20 minutes ago. It seemed like the driver received a phone call and then closed the door and left. The security guard narrated calmly. Just leaving like that? Chin Kurson murmured in confusion. It's unreasonable. Considering how infatuated Mr. Zhao is, it really shouldn't be like this. Just a few days ago, young Master Zhao asked her for help in matchmaking. How come he suddenly stopped pursuing her after only a few days? Isn't this unscientific? Secretary Chin, are you okay? The security guard shouted politely. Ah. It's okay, I'm fine, you can go back. Chin Kurson said perfunctorily and turned back to the company building. It's inexplicable. The security guard complained. After returning upstairs, Chin Kurson hurried to Su Yingshue's private lounge. Yingxue, it's bad, something big has happened. Hearing Chin Kurson's words, Su Yingshue's heart suddenly tightened. Thinking that there was a major problem in the company. Su Yingxue hurriedly stood up from her seat and asked seriously, what's going on? Is the company in trouble? Chin Kurson shook her head and panted, no. No, Yingxue, it's young Master Zhao who didn't come. He didn't come? That's just right. It's best if he doesn't bother me. Su Yingxue said happily. That's right. Chin Kurson quickly responded. Young Master Zhao has been pursuing Su Yingxue for so many years, but every time Su Yingxue politely refused, saying that she didn't want to fall in love for so many years. It was indeed Zhao Zilong's one-sided wish. Su Yingxue was afraid of being suppressed by the Zhao family, so she never dared to refuse too directly, and now that Zhao Zilong is not pursuing her anymore, that is not a good thing. Yingxue, but... Chin Kurson suddenly thought of something. No buts, it's best if he doesn't bother me. Come on, Xin, I'll take her out to celebrate. Su Yingxue was in a good mood. Without Zhao Zilong blocking the door, she felt much more relaxed. Chin Kurson glanced at Su Yingshue's excited mouth and temporarily suppressed what she was thinking. Mr. Zhao won't terminate the contract, right? Chin Kurson convinced herself that the office building of Yingxue Cosmetics belongs to the Zhao family. In order to please Su Yingxue, Mr. Zhao gave the entire building to Su Yingxue at a very low price. However, Su Yingxue confiscated it and only agreed to rent it for office use. Seeing that Chin Kurson was still in a daze, Su Yingxue pinched Chin Kurson's chubby little face and said, Kurson, what are you thinking about? Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? Chin Kurson felt pain and angrily grabbed Su Yingshue's delicate hand. Come on, I must kill you, this evil woman, today. It depends on your ability. Su Yingxue walked in front with a smile. Chin Kurson followed behind excitedly, and had long forgotten about the property. Early the next morning, Zhao Zilong, who had done his homework in advance, chose the most low-key car and arrived at the Magic City West Railway Station quietly. The reception staff arranged in advance also arrived at the corresponding locations one after another. 2.5 hours later, a train coming from the Western Mountains slowly stopped. Modu, big city, here I come. A young man wearing patched clothes and carrying a worn-out sack shouted, you must be crazy. There's something wrong with my brain. He's a country bumpkin, uneducated. The sound of pointing and talking came immediately. Lin Yi ignored these city people, picked up his sack, and strode off the train. Magic City, a world-class city, I must make a name for myself here in the future. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. Hello, sir. We are the Magic City Civilization Co-Construction Company. You are honored to be our 99,999th lucky guest. A man in a suit and glasses quickly ran to Lin Yi. A company co-built by the Demon City Civilization? I've never heard of it. Lin Yi said simply. His master had warned him that big cities are full of tricks, and told him to be careful when going to big cities and never trust others easily. Sir, it is like this. Our company's purpose is to welcome every guest who comes to Shanghai and let them feel the hospitality of us Shanghai people. It just so happens that our company has recently launched a warm-hearted activity, and you happen to be our 99,999th lucky guest. You can enjoy our high-quality free hospitality. There are already 98,781 guests who have given our service 5-star praise. The man in the suit explained with a smile. Lin Yi looked around and found that there was just one person who became the 100,000th lucky VIP. There were also some people in front who followed these men in suits and sunglasses out of the train station. Seeing this, Lin Yi also let down his guard. then I will respectfully obey your command. Having received over 90,000 lucky VIPs, it's clear at first glance that this company is a large and powerful one and there is no way it would cheat anyone. Sir, may I ask your name so I can write it down? The man in a suit and sunglasses took out a notebook. Seeing the other party's professionalism, Linny completely let down his guard. Hello, my name is Linny. Mr. Lin, give me your luggage. I'll help you carry it. The man in a suit and sunglasses smiled and stretched out his hand. Linny quickly hugged the sack tightly and said, I'll take it myself to avoid dirtying your clothes. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. The man in the suit kept smiling. Linny nodded and followed happily. Outside the train station, just as the gangster was about to start robbery, he was immediately captured by Zhao Zilong's men who had ambushed nearby and was taken away. No one was surprised. It was a train station, so it was normal to have plainclothes law enforcement officers. Suing Xue stood there in a daze, feeling a sense of fear in her heart. The gangster was so close to her just now. Fortunately, there were plainclothes law enforcement officers around her who subdued the gangster. On the other side, Linny, who had just walked out of the train station, spotted a beautiful woman who made his heart beat faster in the crowd. She seemed to be waiting for someone. It's a big city indeed, there are so many beauties here. If I have the chance, I must go and meet some of them. Linny sighed in his heart. Passing by Suing Xue, who stood out from the crowd, Linny suddenly felt a twitch in his heart, as if he had lost something important in his life, and a deep sense of loss surged in his heart. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? The man in a suit and sunglasses asked with concern. Linny shook his head. It's okay, let's keep going. Ding! The host destroyed the lucky Sun Linny's chance to show off, deducting 1,000 of the lucky Sun Linny's luck value, and the host gained 10000 villain value. Information about the Son of Luck, Linny, Divine Doctor, gender, male, age, 21, combat power, mid-stage of the transformation realm, can fight against ordinary grandmasters, power, none kung fu, Xin Yan Gong, Ghost Gate medical cannon skills, grandmaster level racing, grandmaster level treasure appraisal, grandmaster level painting, proficient level gambling on stones, proficient level piano, hall level legal blindness, luck value, 5,000, originally 6,000, luck level, white. Chapter 25. Linny goes to police station. Master, I brought the stuff. A bodyguard respectfully handed over a small plastic bag. There were 10 yellowed papers and several old banknotes in the bag. Zhao Zilong looked through them and found that these 10 yellowed papers were the 10 marriage certificates of Linny. In the original plot, Zhao Zilong used his mobile phone to write down the 10 names on the marriage certificates. Then he took out a windproof lighter and lit the 10 marriage certificates himself, watching them turn into ashes. Marriage certificate, right? Favor, right? I'll destroy these evidences for you first, then I'll see how you can still come here to show off, sir. I was wronged. They stole my things. I just came out to get them back. I didn't expect them to use force on me. I really had no choice but to fight back to protect myself. Linny shouted passionately. Officer, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. It was this guy who suddenly rushed out to cause trouble. I was worried that he might hurt other guests due to his mental disorder, so I called security. Who knew that this guy would dare to attack the security guard? He is simply lawless. The lady at the front desk hurriedly explained, you're talking nonsense. It's obviously your shop that stole my things when I wasn't paying attention. I came here to ask for my things back, and you asked someone to beat me up. Linny argued. Officer, he's lying. We are the largest foot massage center in Dragon Country. How could we steal something from an ordinary customer? The law enforcement officers nodded. Which foot bath is the leader in the foot bath industry in Long Country, with branches all over the country? There is indeed no reason for them to steal other people's property. It is even more impossible to damage your own reputation. Sir, you are involved in provoking trouble. Come with us. The law enforcement officer looked at Linny seriously. You are colluding with officials and businessmen. I won't accept it. Linny was so angry that he was fuming. Sir, please cooperate. The law enforcement officers drew their guns and pointed them at him, their expressions serious. Seeing this scene, Linny had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. He was not afraid of these small pistols, but he was worried about being wanted by the authorities and bringing shame to his master. Lol, just like that, Linny was taken to the police station as soon as he left the train station. Ding! The host destroyed the marriage certificate of the son of Luck Lin Yi, destroyed the initial recognition relationship between Lin Yi and many female protagonists, deducted Lin Yi's luck value of 10000, and the host obtained the villain value of 10,000, 10,000, so much. Seeing this wave of gains, Zhao Zilong was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. System boss, open the system mall. Zhao Zilong shouted heroically. Ming Gene peak cultivation, 10000 villain value dark power peak cultivation, 50,000 villain value peak level of transformation, 10,000 villain value, Ghost Gate 13 needles, 50,000 villain value Ghost Gate medical cannon, 20,000 villain value Tai medical classic, 35,000 villain value ordinary pistol, 100 villain value ordinary rifle, 500 villain value Barrett heavy sniper, 1,000 villain value light tank, 20,000 villain value substitute doll, 8,000 villain points self-explosive doll, 6,000 villain value grandmaster tranquilizer gun, 1,500 villain value fusion sublimation device, 2,000 villain value 10 fragrance power draining powder, 3,000 villain value real-time holographic positioning, 1,000 villain value invisibility talisman, 1,000 villain value earth destruction bomb, 1,000,000 villain value genetic extinction weapon, 1,000,000 villain value. Looking at the dazzling array of system mall, Zhao Zilong was shocked. As expected of the Destiny villain system, the system mall has everything that exists in this world and that does not exist in this world. The system mall has it all. Looking at so many diverse items, Zhao Zilong finally decided, system brother, I want to buy the peak level of transformation. Ding, deduct the villain value of 10,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the realm of transformation. A powerful force suddenly filled his body, and Zhao Zilong felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. In order to verify this idea, Zhao Zilong punched the big tree next to him hard, bang. The 9-meter-tall tree broke into 2 pieces in an instant. Zhao Zilong stared blankly at the tree that he had knocked down with one punch, and swallowed his saliva. Is this the power of the peak of the transformation realm? It's so powerful. The bodyguard looked stupidly at the young master who broke the tree, his eyes dulled. Is this still their young master? He broke a tree thicker than their heads with one punch. Is this them protecting the young master, or is the young master protecting them? Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Zhao Zilong swung his arms. This punch was the limit of what the tree could bear, not his, Zhao Zilong's, limit. If you want to test it properly, you have to go back and find some professional equipment. Cough, cough. Zhao Zilong deliberately coughed twice. Master, what's the matter? A bodyguard quickly came back to his senses. Help me open the door. I'll go back today. Yes, master. The bodyguard quickly opened the car door. Zhao Zilong was very cautious, fearing that he would not be able to control the force and accidentally destroy the car. Back at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Zilong asked Uncle Fu to buy a bunch of strength testing tools specially used by warriors to test his own strength. At the peak of the transformation realm, one level higher than Lin Yi, the son of Luck. Although Zhao Zilong knew he could not beat Lin Yi, he wanted to leave and Lin Yi could not keep him. Zhao Zilong punched through the steel plate with 2 punches, then gathered his strength and kicked down a wall, which made Uncle Fu gasp. Is this really the young master? So strong. Judging from his performance just now, the young master's strength is probably beyond the reach of even the veteran masters of the transformation realm. A strong person in the transformation realm is second to none even in Dragon Country. In this era when grandmasters are not prominent, the transformation realm is the pinnacle of personal martial arts. It turns out that the young master has not really been a bootlicker these years, but has been keeping a low profile. If the madam and the master knew this news, they would surely be very happy. System, is there a shortcut to control power? I feel a little uncomfortable. Zhao Zilong asked helplessly. After training for half a day, the gains were minimal. The power of the peak of the transformation realm was indeed not so easy to control. Host, yes, proficient level power control skills, which allow the host to perfectly control his own power, worth 10,000 villain points, good value, and low price, you deserve it. Chen Zhou immediately took out the skill gift package that he sold to Wang Haonan in the previous world, 10,000 villain values. I bought it. Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and took it directly. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 10000, and the skilled level control skill gift package is purchased successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skilled level control skill. An invisible energy flashed by, and Zhao Zilong's mind instantly gained a lot of experience in controlling power, and his body suddenly gained a lot of muscle memory as Zhao Zilong felt his body suddenly became much more relaxed, and his control over his body was significantly enhanced. In order to verify a certain conjecture, Zhao Zilong picked a car at random and drove to an old friend's nightclub. Chapter 26 Revocation of all cooperation. At noon, Zhao Zilong came out of the presidential suite in high spirits. It is indeed a skilled level of control skill, so terrifying. Chinzhou, he didn't expect that the power control technique could be used in this way. It was truly like a knife poking his asshole and opening his eyes. It seems that there is still room for the price of this experience gift pack to increase, and it is great value for money. This Zhao Zilong is truly a genius. After verifying his guess, Zhao Zilong drove to the downstairs of Changsheng Group. Changsheng Group is the personal business that Zhao Zilong built up through hard work. Relying on his own knowledge and the connections of the Zhao family, in just 5 years, Changsheng Group has developed into a large company with assets of 800 billion yuan. This is the case when Zhao Zilong is only concerned with being a bootlicker. If Zhao Zilong concentrates on his career, the scale of Changsheng Group will only be larger. Mr. Zhao, you are here. The secretary quickly stood up to greet him. Zhao Zilong nodded. Secretary Lu, bring all the contracts of Changsheng and Yingxue Cosmetics here. Yes. Secretary Lu didn't understand why, but he still followed Zhao Zilong's order and brought all the contracts signed with Yingxue Beauty. Speaking of Yingxue Cosmetics, Secretary Lu really felt sorry for Zhao Zilong, but there was nothing he could do since his boss was a bootlicker. He has been selflessly protecting Yingxue Beauty, both openly and secretly. The best office building, the best shopping mall door, as long as Changsheng Group has it, his boss will find ways to give it to that woman. In order to impress that Su Yingxue, his boss even went to send flowers to her every day at noon, day after day for 5 years, rain or shine. Even the company's initial opposition was moved, but that woman still did not move. And now the boss wants to see the contract between Changsheng and Yingxue Cosmetics, and I guess he will have to give money again. Alas, there was nothing he could do. The boss was so stubborn. He could only think of a way to leave a way out in the contract. As Zhao Zilong looked at the dozens of contracts signed in the past 5 years word by word and found that there were no problems with any of the contracts. Breach of the contract would not cause any loss to Changsheng Group. Secretary Lu was worthy of his name. He is rigorous in his work. I can't stop him from being a servile person, so I make some changes to the contract to leave a way out. Secretary Lu, please notify the Public Relations Department to issue a statement. Changsheng has unilaterally terminated all cooperation with Yingxue Cosmetics. At the same time, notify Yingxue Cosmetics to move out of the Xinjin building within 2 days and restore the building to its original state. Secretary Lu's eyes widened when he heard this instruction, but he quickly came to his senses, nodded and said, "Okay, boss, I'll take care of it right away." Changsheng Group and Yingxue Beauty have been cooperating for many years. The sudden announcement of the cancellation of the cooperation will undoubtedly cause an uproar, requiring Yingxue Cosmetics to move out of the Vibranium building and restore it to its original state within just 2 days as a sign of a complete break. Once these two things are announced, there will undoubtedly be a major earthquake in the entire Shanghai business community, and even the beauty industry will be greatly affected. At 10 a.m., Changsheng Group suddenly announced the cessation of all cooperation with Yingxue Beauty. When this incident happened, the entire business district in Shanghai was shaken. Everyone knows the boss of Changsheng Group, the only heir of the Zhao family. He is young, promising, and rich, and is recognized as the most affectionate man in Shanghai, but he's a bootlicker. Everyone knows the owner of Yingxue Cosmetics, one of the 4 beauties in Shanghai, and the woman that Mr. Zhao has been licking for 5 years but has never been able to get. Everyone in Shanghai knows about the relationship between the two. They stick their warm face to an iceberg for 5 years, and there is no change in 5 years. Zhao Xiao is really infatuated. Now Changsheng Group has suddenly announced that it will cut ties with Yingxue Cosmetics. The story behind this is intriguing. For a time, there were many different opinions from the outside world, such as young Master Zhao has fallen in love with someone else, Su Yingxue doesn't like men, young Master Zhao has lost his memory, young Master Zhao has turned over a new leaf, young Master Zhao is gay, and so on. However, what is certain is that because of the announcement by Changsheng Group, many companies have temporarily suspended their cooperation with Yingxue Beauty and chosen to wait and see. On the other hand, Su Yingxue was stunned when she learned that Changsheng Group had cancelled all cooperation. Su Yingxue sat on the chair, supporting her chin with both hands, staring blankly ahead. The cooperation between Yingxue Beauty and Changsheng Group had always been good. No one knew what was wrong with Zhao Zilong, but he suddenly unilaterally broke up the cooperation and messed up her company. Could it be that this guy wants to threaten me with cooperation? Su Yingxue suddenly thought of a possibility. She was aware of Zhao Zilong's obsession with her, but she just had no feelings for him, and even felt a little disgusted with him. She also tactfully expressed her refusal, saying that they were just ordinary friends. What could she do if Zhao Zilong refused to give up? Now that Zhao Zilong has severed cooperation, Su Yingxue's first thought is that Zhao Zilong wants to use the cooperation to force her to agree to be his girlfriend. Yingxue makeup is her hard work. It has to be said that Zhao Zilong's move was really cruel, but she would never compromise. She didn't believe that Zhao Zilong really dared to make Yingxue Beauty go bankrupt. Before long, Zhao Zilong would call her to apologize and beg her to sign the contract, just like he had done before when he approached her for cooperation. Yingxue, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. Qin Kerson ran in a panic, seeing Su Yingxue calmly drinking coffee. Qin Kerson immediately snatched the coffee from Su Yingxue's hand and said anxiously, "Yingxue, what time is it now? You are still drinking coffee. You mean Zhao Zilong canceling the cooperation? I know about this. It's no big deal. He will call and apologize later." "No, Changsheng just sent us a notice, requiring us to move out of the Vibranium building within 2 days, otherwise the court will enforce it." "What?" Hearing this, Su Yingxue began to panic. Perhaps Zhao Zilong was forcing her to stop cooperating, but forcing her to move out of the Vibranium building was probably a real move. Kuxian, he must be the one scaring me. Su Yingxue looked at Qin Kuxian with some uncertainty. Qin Kerson looked at her best friend with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. She was also unsure about Zhao Zilong's sudden attack. It's not certain whether Zhao Zilong is serious or just joking. If it is fake, Yingxue Beauty will at most lose some money, and young Master Zhao will also send orders later. But if it is true, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. Because of Zhao Zilong's bootlicking behavior over the years, all of Yingxue Cosmetics stores are under Changsheng Group. They are all the best stores of Changsheng, and the raw material purchasers are also more or less related to Zhao's. The most crucial thing is that there is no penalty for breach of contract in any of the contracts signed between Changsheng Group and Yingxue Beauty. Once the cooperation is terminated, Changsheng Group will not be affected due to its strong financial strength, but this will be a disaster for Yingxue Beauty, especially since Yingxue Cosmetics office building is owned by Changsheng Group. Once Changsheng Group turns against them, they will have no place to stay. If they cannot rent an office building in the short term, their only retreat will be Su Real Estate. But if Changsheng Group turns against them, Su Real Estate will not be able to protect them at all. For Changsheng Group, destroying a small Su Real Estate is a piece of cake. Given the nature of the Su family, they are more likely to send Su Yingxue to Zhao Zilong in order to curry favor with the Zhao family. No, I'll go ask Zhao Zilong myself. Chapter 27. What does your company's life or death have to do with me? Buzz. Zhao Zilong turned on his vibrating phone and saw that the caller ID was Su Yingxue. He decisively hung up, blocked the call and deleted the call. Su Yingxue, the woman who sucked his blood in the previous life and finally joined forces with Lin Yi to deal with him, is more hateful than Lin Yi. Lin Yi can't kill her for the time being, but to deal with a little Su Yingxue, he just needs his hands. Secretary Lu, please organize the information about Su's real estate and send it to my email. Okay, boss. Zhao Zilong nodded and continued to deal with the group's piled-up documents. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? Su Yingxue was so angry that she threw the phone to the ground. Seeing that Su Yingxue failed to contact Zhao Zilong, Qin Kerson quickly suggested, "Yingxue, why don't we look for a new office building first?" "No need for now, I'll go over and see what Zhao Zilong is trying to do." Su Yingxue was furious and rejected Qin Kerson's suggestion. The building is small, and renting 1 or 2 floors of the office building would be enough for Yingxue Beauty to operate normally. However, she has always used the entire office building. Suddenly, she has to work in an office building that doesn't even have a private villa or private swimming pool. She can't accept such a big gap. It is really impossible to restore the Vibranium building, which has been transformed beyond recognition by her, to its original appearance within 2 days. They are all friends, and Zhao Zilong stopped the cooperation immediately if he said so, which made her very disappointed. This. Qin Kerson hesitated for a few seconds and finally made a decision. Okay. Coxin, you take care of the company's affairs first. I'll go to Chongsheng to find Zhao Zilong. Qin Kurson nodded with difficulty, okay. After temporarily handing over the company affairs to Qin Kurson, Suing Shue went downstairs and drove her red Ferrari quickly towards Changsheng Group. After the car stopped, Suing Shue threw the car keys to the security guard at the door and walked into Changsheng Group elegantly and confidently. Just as Suing Shue was passing the front desk, a young receptionist suddenly blocked her way. Hello, ma'am. Who are you looking for? The receptionist asked politely. Suing Shue frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. But considering that the other party was just an ordinary employee and might not know her, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and said stiffly, My name is Suing Shue, looking for Zhao Zilong, just tell me where he is. I'm sorry, our CEO Zhao is very busy right now and has no time to meet with guests. If you have anything to say, please tell me first and I will pass it on to him for you. The receptionist still politely stopped Suing Shue. Hearing this, Suing Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. She stared at the ignorant little girl in front of her, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Do you know who I am? Suing Shue looked at the front desk coldly, with an obvious threat in her voice. The front desk lady still had a professional fake smile on her face. Ma'am, our boss has instructed that irrelevant personnel are not allowed to enter the company. If you want to meet our boss, please make an appointment in advance. If you know our boss, you can also call him to explain. If you want to cause trouble, I will call security. The lady at the front desk added with a smile. After hearing what the girl at the front desk said, Suing Shue felt so angry that her chest ached, but she couldn't get angry at all. Suing Shue wanted to call Zhao Zilong, but she threw away her cell phone at the company. Now even if she borrowed a cell phone, she didn't know Zhao Zilong's number. Ma'am, the door is over there. If you have nothing to do, please don't disturb us while we're working. The front desk lady smiled and pointed to the main door of the building not far away. Of course, if you feel the weather outside is too hot, you can go over there to sit and cool off. The lady at the front desk pointed to the free massage chairs on the other side of the hall. You! Suing Shue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She never expected that there would come a day when she, Suing Shue, would be despised and looked down upon by the lower class people. Ma'am, do you need any help? The receptionist looked at Suing Shue with a smile. Suing Shue suppressed her anger and walked out of the Changsheng Group office building without looking back. You asked someone to stop me, right? Don't even think about me forgiving you. Suing Shue stood angrily downstairs of Changsheng Group. This wait lasted until 1500 hours in the afternoon, when Zhao Zilong finished processing the important documents that had accumulated over the past few days and needed his attention. As soon as Zhao Zilong went downstairs, a familiar black shadow appeared in front of him. Suing Shue suppressed her anger and tried to keep a relatively calm tone as she asked, Zhao Zilong, why did you suddenly terminate the cooperation? If you don't want to cooperate, then you don't want to cooperate. I'm happy to do it. Zhao Zilong looked at Suing Shue calmly. As the only heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Zilong has perfect emotional control and is very rational in dealing with everything. Suing Shue looked at Zhao Zilong seriously, but we signed a 10-year contract. If you can't make money, of course you have to stop the loss in time. Zhao Zilong looked at Suing Shue calmly. But aren't we friends? Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? It's not like I haven't paid you the rent. How can you break the contract? Suing Shue looked like she should have. Zhao Zilong laughed at himself. Suing Shue, ask yourself, do you really consider me your friend? The Xinjin building is located in the best area of the new district of Shanghai. I will rent it to you at the lowest price in Shanghai. The best shop in Changsheng Shopping Mall will also be rented to you at the lowest price. As for the raw materials you need, Zhao's suppliers will also sell them to you at cost price. But what about you? What did you do to me? Suing Shue opened her mouth, wanting to make up something, but she couldn't think of any way she could help Zhao Zilong. After thinking for a long time, Suing Shue finally explained with a simple face, but aren't we friends? At the beginning you said you would help me realize my dream, and besides, I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhao Zilong laughed angrily. Friend? Have you ever seen an ordinary friend giving money to others? Why don't you think about it carefully? Even your parents can't do it, so why can an outsider do it? You also know what I originally wanted. I know you don't want to do it. Okay. I give up now, okay? Let's part ways amicably, okay? Then you can't suddenly stop cooperating. If you do that, what will happen to my company? Su Yingxue looked at Zhao Zilong stubbornly. Whether your company lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? Zhao Zilong looked at Su Yingxue as if she was an idiot and left. Su Yingxue stood there in a daze, watching Zhao Zilong's sports car driving away, a trace of resentment rising in her heart. Zhao Zilong, even without you, my Yingxue Cosmetics will not fail. Just wait, I will make you regret it. Su Yingxue secretly swore in her heart. One day, she, Su Yingxue, will become the leader of Longgua's cosmetics industry and make that bastard Zhao Zilong regret it. She will use her actions to tell Zhao Zilong that even without him, Zhao Zilong, she can still carve out a path for herself in the cosmetics industry in Shanghai and even in the world. Chapter 28 Suppressing the Yi and Su families. Zhao Zilong rubbed his temples and looked at the intelligence reported by his subordinates. Lin Yi has not come out of the police station yet. The reason was that Lin Yi did not pay for his consumption yesterday, and the two parties failed to reach an agreement on mediation, so Lin Yi is still in police station. Lin Yi accused the Witchfoot Bath of being a black shop and stealing his luggage, and said that he would not pay and had no money to pay. Witchfoot Bath took out the surveillance footage and stated that the loss of Lin Yi's things was not Witchfoot Bath's fault, but Lin Yi's expenses must be paid, otherwise they would take legal action. Lin Yi's sack and clothes were also found, and no money or clothes were lost, but Lin Yi said that his 10 marriage certificates were missing. The law enforcement officers just thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect Lin Yi hasn't come out yet. Zhao Zilong sighed in his heart, but it was also true that in this life, Lin Yi had just arrived in the Magic City. Not to mention any foundation, he didn't even know anyone. How could there be anyone who would pay back his debts and guarantee his release? But Zhao Zilong knew clearly that the Law Enforcement Bureau could not detain Lin Yi, and that Lin Yi would definitely be released from the Law Enforcement Bureau soon. And Zhao Zilong opened the memo on his phone and found the key thing he did when he came to the Magic City in the original plot: go to the Yi family to break off the engagement and retreat to advance. Although Lin Yi was put in jail, this crucial event was bound to happen. However, since Lin Yi did not have a marriage certificate now, it was very likely that it would not be recognized. This actually has little impact. In the original plot, Lin Yi went to the Yi family with the marriage certificate, but the Yi family didn't want to acknowledge it and even wanted to give some money to send Lin Yi away. It just so happened that Mr. Yi happened to be ill, which allowed Lin Yi to successfully pretend and won the recognition of Mr. Yi, and now Lin Yi is still in the police station and has not been able to go to the Yi family. He has not triggered any quarrels in the Yi family, and old man Yi has not been so angry that his blood and qi have attacked his heart and his old illness has relapsed. Zhao Zilong doesn't care about the little brat Yi Zijin. If he wants to deal with Lin Yi, the #1 female lead, he just needs to make the Yi family bankrupt. Amy Yip, this little brat who just went to college, didn't help Lin Yi at all in the original plot. To put it bluntly, Amy Yip was just a pendant, allowing Lin Yi to go to Shanghai University to show off and meet some beauties. Not much effect. Zhao Zilong was too lazy to try to find a strategy, so if he really couldn't succeed, he would just slap him to death. Just after dinner, Secretary Lu sent over the Su family's information to I. In the original plot, Su Yingxue is Lin Yi's third female lead, and Iceberg president. Unlike Amy Yip, Su Yingxue is involved with Zhao Zilong, the big villain in the middle and late stages, and she actually has a grudge against Zhao Zilong. Su family real estate. Zhao Zilong knocked on the table. Uncle Fu. Master, what's the matter? Uncle Fu stood respectfully aside. Uncle Fu, send someone to knock on the Su family's business. It would be best if the Su family's business was ruined. Okay, master, I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away. Uncle Fu replied calmly. Uncle Fu turned around and prepared to leave, when Zhao Zilong's voice rang out again. Wait a minute, Uncle Fu, there is one more thing. Uncle Fu stopped and turned around. Master, do you have any other requests? And the Yi family has also been dealt with. Yes, master. Uncle Fu agreed expressionlessly. The Yi family and the Su family are just two second-rate families. If they offend the young master, then just disappear. Just then, Zhao Zilong's cell phone rang. Zhao Zilong looked and saw that it was his mother calling. Son, are you okay? Did something happen? Mother Zhao's worried voice came. It's okay, Mom, don't worry. I've let it go. I won't lick her anymore. Su Yingxue is not worth it. Zhao Zilong explained with a smile. It's good that he's alright. It's good that he's alright. Upon hearing that her son was alright, Zhao's mother couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 5 years ago, Zhao Zilong suddenly fell in love with Su Yingshui at first sight, and it was the kind of love that 10 oxen couldn't pull back, and no matter how Zhao's mother tried to persuade him, it was useless. In the end, Zhao's mother had no choice but to compromise and let Zhao Zilong do what he wanted. Now that her son has finally woken up, Zhao's mother is very happy, and Zhao's father beside her finally showed a relieved smile on his face. "Little bastard, you are not a child anymore. Find some time to come back and I will arrange a marriage for you. I will try to fill our Zhao family with a new person next year." Mother Zhao quickly snatched back the phone and glared at Father Zhao. "Son, don't listen to your father. I'll introduce you to a few girls with good family backgrounds. Try to get along with them first and see if there's any you like." "Isn't this the same?" Zhao's father retorted. "What are they the same? Yours was an arranged marriage, and I'm introducing a date to my son. They're totally different." "Mom, I know what I want to do about marriage. I have something to do now. I'll hang up first. I'll come back to see you in 2 days." After saying that, Zhao Zilong quickly hung up the phone. My goodness, is he being forced to get married? It's really one problem after another. Linny hasn't solved it yet, so how can he have time to think about getting married? If we have to consider it, we should kill Linny, our natural enemy, first. It's all your fault. You urged me too hastily and scared Zilong, so he hung up the phone. Mother Zhao patted Father Zhao's shoulders twice with resentment. "It was you who scared that brat by saying you were going to introduce him to a blind date." Zhao's father complained in a low voice. Although his voice was low, Zhao's mother still heard it. Mother Zhao looked at Father Zhao unkindly, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Father Zhao saw that the situation was not good, and quickly assured, "Wife, it was indeed me who urged too much and scared our son just now. I promise I will never do it again next time." Seeing that Zhao's father admitted his fault with a good attitude, Zhao's mother's expression gradually eased. "You don't have to interfere in this matter. I will ask my dad later to see if there is a girl suitable for Zilong in the family of his friends. Then I'll leave it to you, madam," Father Zhao said hastily. Zhao's mother blushed, slippery tongue. On the other side, Linny was in the interrogation room, and a female law enforcement officer with a very stunning figure and appearance was re-interrogating Linny. "Name? Linny. Gender?" Linny did not answer. "Gender," the female law enforcement officer emphasized. "You can't see." Linny chuckled as he looked at the beautiful female law enforcement officer in front of him. "I'll say it again, gender," the female law enforcement officer shouted loudly with a stronger tone. Linny looked out the window calmly. "Male." "Where is your origin?" "I don't know." Linny answered honestly. "Don't know? You don't know where you were born?" The female law enforcement officer looked at Linny angrily. "I just don't know. You've asked me several times. I told you I came down from the mountain, but you didn't believe me. You insisted on asking about my hometown. Hometown, I've never heard of it." Linny looked into the eyes of the female law enforcement officer without giving in, and the female law enforcement officer tried to calm herself down, and then asked, "Linny, why did you beat up the security guard of the Witchfoot Bath?" Linny raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said confidently, "They wanted to attack me, but I saw through their intentions. It's better to strike first. Isn't it obvious?" After hearing Linny's words, the female law enforcement officer completely dispelled the idea that Linny was being wronged. "The other party asked you to pay 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, mental damages, lost wages, and nutrition expenses. If you don't pay, we will not agree to the settlement." 100,000, why don't they just go and rob it? Linny was furious. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Linny is an upright man. Those security guards look down on him and try to blackmail him after they fail to win. He will never yield to them. What's more, a mere 100,000 can't scare him. Chapter 29. Linny comes out. Zhao Zilong, why did you attack the Su family? The phone was connected, and a familiar questioning voice echoed in the room. Su Yingshui, Qin Qian, I was careless and forgot to block Qin Qian's phone number. Nervous. Zhao Zilong cursed, hung up the phone, added the caller to the blacklist, and set up an automatic block for unknown calls. On the other side, after hearing the phone hang up with a beep, Su Yingxue continued to call, but was prompted, "The number you dialed is out of service area." Asshole. Su Yingxue angrily smashed Qin Kerson's phone into pieces. Yingxue. Qin Kerson opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Su Yingxue is her best friend. Now Yingxue Beauty and the Su family are facing a huge crisis. She can't control her emotions for a while. She can understand that it's just a mobile phone worth a few $1,000s. If it's broken, it's broken. After realizing what was happening, Su Yingxue quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Koxian, I was so angry just now that I lost control of myself. I will compensate you for the phone later." "It's okay, Yingxue, it's just a cell phone. It won't be a problem. The most important thing now is to solve the Su's problem." Qin Kerson shook her head. Speaking of Su, the room fell silent. Yesterday, Changsheng Group began to suppress Su's real estate without any warning. Overnight, all of Su's projects were suspended and rectified one after another. At the same time, partners unilaterally terminated their cooperation. In just one night, the market value of the entire Su's real estate evaporated by 2/5. If the problem is not resolved quickly, within 3 days, the once thriving Su real estate will collapse. "I'm going to find Zhao Zilong." Su Yingshue's sudden voice broke the silence in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yingxue made up her mind and quickly left Qin Qian's room. Seeing this, Qin Kerson hurriedly followed. "Master, Linny has come out of the law enforcement bureau." The person in charge of keeping an eye on Linny sent a message. After reading the message, Zhao Zilong opened his notebook, which was filled with a series of major events that happened after Linny left the Magic City West Railway Station in the original plot. Encounter the third heroine Su Yingxue in danger, save her heroically, show your miraculous medical skills, and gain her favor. Times on the way, he happened to save an unconscious old man, the previous head of the Wu family, and got to know the Wu family. Go to the Yi family to deal with the marriage certificate, and rescue the previous head of the Yi family. He is appreciated by old Master Yi and becomes Yi Zijin's personal bodyguard. The first thing was that because of his own interference, Linny failed to successfully save the beauty and win Su Yingshue's favor. The second thing was that because of the butterfly effect, Linny did not take the road where Old Man Wu fell. Old Man Wu did not receive timely treatment and was eventually taken away by an ambulance. The specific situation is unknown. The third thing is that Linny took the initiative to come to the door. As long as the Yi family is still there, Linny will definitely go. Yi family. Zhao Zilong knocked on the table lightly. His spy in the Yi family reported that from last night till now, a total of 3 groups of doctors had entered the Yi family. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the old man from the Yi family who got into trouble. Needless to say, this must be the influence of some mysterious fate not sending the person to the hospital when something happened. This halo of lowering intelligence is really outrageous. You damn liar, you're wasting a favor on me. You'd better not let me find you. Linny was furious. I, Linny, swear not to be a human being until I take revenge. After taking a look at the Law Enforcement Bureau, Linny took a deep breath and strode away. Now that we don't even have the marriage certificate, I don't know if the Yi family will recognize the marriage. Linny thought to himself. Linny knew that losing the marriage certificate meant that his marriage relationship with the Yi family became uncertain. That if the Yi family insisted on not recognizing this marriage, Linny would have no choice. Before his death, the master only handed him 10 marriage certificates, told him that he had found 10 fiancées for him, and then he died. After asking and inquiring along the way, Linny arrived at the gate of Yi Mansion. The Yi family is really impressive. Those 2 stone lions should be worth a lot of money, and the gate is bigger than my house. Master, you should have told me about this marriage earlier. You are so old, you should enjoy your life more instead of staying in the mountains and being so poor. However, if Missy doesn't look good, I won't agree to this marriage. Hey, beggar, this is the Yi family, not a place for you to beg, stay away. The Yi family members at the door scolded. I'm not a beggar. My name is Linny, and I'm the fiancé of Miss Yi Zijin from the Yi family. Linny explained politely. Fiancé? How come I've never heard that my daughter has a fiancé? The Yi family members widened their eyes and asked in disbelief. Linny's mouth curled up slightly. This is the marriage contract between your Yi family's old patriarch and my master. You don't know what's normal. The Yi family members at the door showed anger on their faces. Boy, my old man is unconscious now. Are you here to cause trouble? Someone, get him out. A group of uniformed bodyguards filed out of the Yi family's gate. Their steps were steady and powerful, and their eyes were extremely cold and fierce, as if they were ready to engage in fierce battle at any time. The leading bodyguard was extremely tall and mighty, with well-developed muscles, staring coldly at Lin Yi with ferocious eyes. The other bodyguards spread out their formation and formed a circle, surrounding Lin Yi tightly. Lin Yi showed a bitter smile on his face. He didn't know that Patriarch Yi was unconscious, but the only way now was to knock these people down and wake up Patriarch Yi to prove what he said. Let me in, I can save Patriarch Yi. Lin Yi said with a firm look in his eyes. The leading bodyguard sneered, Boy, don't think I don't know what tricks you are trying to play with me here. You won't be able to step into the Yi family today. After saying that, he took a step forward, trying to force Lin Yi to retreat with his momentum. Lin Yi took a deep breath, a hint of mockery in his eyes. From beginning to end, he did not take these bodyguards seriously. I'll say it again, I can save Patriarch Yi, let me in. The leading bodyguard's face changed, and he found that he actually felt a sense of fear from this beggar. Boy, I think you are asking for trouble. One of the bodyguards roared, waved his fist and rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged the bodyguard's attack easily by moving sideways. He then quickly struck out and punched the bodyguard in the abdomen, instantly rendering him unable to move. Seeing this, the other bodyguards rushed forward and tried to besiege Lin Yi. Lin Yi was very agile and the bodyguards could not touch his clothes at all. Within a cup of tea, all the bodyguards were lying on the ground, holding their stomachs and wailing. For the sake of Patriarch Yi, Lin Yi held back. Otherwise, these bodyguards would have either broken arms or legs, and would not have had a chance to roll on the ground holding their stomachs and wailing. You, don't come over here. The Yi family member at the door kept backing away. Lin Yi glanced at the man casually and stepped directly into the Yi family compound. Lin Yi has not forgotten about Patriarch Yi. The only way now is to rescue Patriarch Yi to prove the fact that he has an engagement with the Yi family. Chapter 30 I can save Mr. Yi. Who are you and why did you break into my Yi family? The head of the Yi family looked at Lin Yi warily with a cold voice. Someone had already reported the fight that had just taken place to his ears. The situation was so serious that as the patriarch of the Yi family, he had to come out and deal with it. Behind the head of the Yi family, everyone followed out. My name is Lin Yi, and I can save Mr. Yi. Lin Yi looked at the head of the Yi family neither humbly nor arrogantly, without any fear in his eyes. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it carried a confidence and determination that could not be ignored. The head of the Yi family frowned and looked up and down at the young man in front of him. He was wearing a yellowed short-sleeved shirt full of stains, a pair of large shorts, and holding a tattered sack in his hands. He didn't look like a normal person at all. Kid, this is not the place for you to cause trouble. If you need money, I can ask someone to get some for you. The head of the Yi family thought about it and decided to give some money to settle the matter. It is better not to provoke a warrior with mental problems. Brother, this guy came to the Yi family to cause trouble. Why did you give him money? If this gets out, others will probably think that our Yi family has no one and can only rely on money to settle things. Who will take our Yi family seriously in the future? A middle-aged man stood up angrily and shouted, That's right, big brother. This beggar has broken into our house. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will others view our Yi family? Master, this person has offended the dignity of the Yi family. He must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. A Yi family warrior suggested. He had just arrived at the Yi family and had not yet made any achievements for the family. Just when someone was making trouble, it was his chance to show his abilities. The head of the Yi family waved his hand, signaling the warrior to leave. Master Yi, since you are the master of the Yi family, you must know that the Yi family had an engagement 20 years ago. Lin Yi had no choice but to tell them about the engagement. Upon hearing about the engagement, Patriarch Yi was visibly stunned, and it was obvious that he knew about it. The younger generation of the Yi family also began to discuss with each other, There is another engagement in the family? How come I didn't know there was another engagement in the family? Their words were full of shock and curiosity, and they were very surprised by this sudden engagement. When did the Yi family arrange the marriage? Who was the Yi family member who arranged the marriage? What was the other party's family background like? What did the other party look like? What was the other party's education level? What was the other party's character like? What was the other party's career like? The younger generation of the Yi family talked freely about what they were thinking, and no one thought that the person they would be engaged to would be the beggar in front of them. Engagement? There is no such thing as an engagement. My Yi family has never made an engagement with anyone. The head of the Yi family said firmly. The head of the Yi family had heard something about the engagement from his father. About 20 years ago, a traveling miracle doctor saved his father's life. In order to repay the life-saving grace, his father proposed a marriage contract with the miracle doctor's apprentice. The person that the Yi family had arranged a marriage with was none other than Yi Zijin, the daughter of the head of the Yi family. More than 20 years have passed, and the head of the Yi family thought that the miracle doctor had long forgotten about the matter, but he did not expect that this beggar in his early 20s would actually talk about the engagement. The head of the Yi family knew that what the other party said was true, but looking at the man dressed like a beggar, the head of the Yi family decisively chose to deny it. Master Yi, you dare to swear to heaven that the Yi family has never made an engagement? Lin Yi was angry. Lin Yi thought that the Yi family would not want to acknowledge the engagement, or would be vague with him, but he never expected that the head of the Yi family would deny the existence of the engagement so categorically. Facing Lin Yi's questioning, the head of the Yi family sneered and said disdainfully, "Why should I swear to heaven?" His tone was full of arrogance, and he didn't take Lin Yi seriously at all. Hearing the answer from the head of the Yi family, Lin Yi was extremely angry. This engagement was arranged by his master and old Master Yi. Even if it was to be cancelled, old Master Yi's consent had to be obtained. Lin Yi suppressed his anger and looked at Patriarch Yi in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Patriarch Yi, do you dare to confront old Master Yi face to face?" He was waiting for Patriarch Yi's answer. No matter how Patriarch Yi answered, he could control the overall situation. If the head of the Yi family disagrees, it means he has something to hide. If the head of the Yi family agrees, he will rescue Old Man Yi and let Old Man Yi and the head of the Yi family face to face. The lies of the head of the Yi family were naturally exposed. A handsome man walked in with a few people. "Wonderful. Really wonderful. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so desolate. A nameless beggar can show off in the Yi family." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and a tall man with an extremely handsome face came into everyone's sight. Zhao Zilong, the only heir of the Zhao family, the most affectionate man in Shanghai, the most bootlicker, and the founder of Changxing Group. "Zhao Zilong, what are you doing here?" The head of the Yi family looked at Zhao Zilong with his eyes wide open. The Yi family has no grudges against Zhao Zilong, but yesterday, Changxing Group and several subsidiaries of Zhao suddenly attacked the Yi family. The head of the Yi family refused to believe that there was no Zhao Zilong involved. Those industries were the foundation of the Yi family, but now they were destroyed overnight. The Yi family suffered a heavy blow, and its assets shrunk by 30%. Old Master Yi was so angry that he fainted. He exhaled more than he inhaled, and was hanging on by just one breath. "Master Yi, I heard that Mr. Yi was ill. As a junior, I should come and visit him. It's all because of you, otherwise why would my grandfather be so angry?" A pleasant voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl like a porcelain doll slowly walking out of the crowd. She was wearing a green dress, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently in the wind, like a blooming green lotus. Her skin was as white as snow and as delicate as silk, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her big eyes were slightly red. She must have cried for a long time last night. It was really pitiful. She walked in front of the crowd with light steps, looking at Zhao Zilong with fierce eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Zhao Zilong smiled disapprovingly. "Ms. Yi, the business world is like a battlefield, competition is fierce, and winning and losing are inevitable. Mr. Yi had a serious illness in his early years. Now he is old and his body functions have declined. What does this have to do with me? You can't just blame me for Mr. Yi's problems just because I happen to be competing with the Yi family. You." Yi Zijin trembled with anger. "Zijin, that's enough. This matter has little to do with young Master Zhao. Bring young Master Zhao in to see the old man." The head of the Yi family said in a deep voice. Although Zhao Zilong was partly responsible for Mr. Yi's illness, it was mainly due to the serious illness he had suffered that year. Even if Zhao Zilong wasn't there, it would have been the same if he had been angry about other things. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. When Zhao Zilong came to visit, the Yi family had no reason to refuse. "Yes, Dad." Yi Zijin agreed reluctantly. Yi Zijin responded perfunctorily, "Young Master Zhao, please. Everyone made way for them, and Zhao Zilong followed Yi Zijin to the backyard. Just as Lin Yi was about to follow him, the Yi family's warrior stopped him and said, "Why are you following him?" Lin Yi looked a little unhappy, but he didn't get angry. He said in a deep voice, "I can save Mr. Yi." These people kept trying to stop him. If it weren't for old Master Yi, he would have been beaten down by them long ago. Get him out of here. Patriarch Yi left a message and headed straight to old Master Ye's room in the backyard. Did you hear that? Our master doesn't welcome you. Get out of here now. Everyone started arguing with Lin Yi. Lin Yi clenched his fists, as if triggering some passive behavior, and stood where he was, choosing to endure. Chapter 31. How about we make a bet? Old man, your Longwa stuff is useless and unscientific. You'd better get out of the way and let me do it, a foreign doctor shouted. What do you know? You are just a foreigner who can only look at instruments. Our Chinese medicine has a history of thousands of years and a long tradition. How can someone like you who can only look at instruments understand it? The young man who followed Mr. Li immediately refuted. The old man in front of Mr. Yi was named Li Tsuanxiao, a famous master of traditional Chinese medicine and vice president of the Magic City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. He had great medical skills and had cured many difficult and complicated diseases. Changqing, don't be rude. The old man shouted angrily. I understand, teacher. Hearing the teacher's words, Su Changqing quickly shut up. A veteran General Li removed the needles that had been inserted into Mr. Yi's body one by one, frowned and shook his head repeatedly, sighing from time to time. Mr. Li, what happened to my father? Seeing this, Mr. Yi's fifth son felt uneasy and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Mr. Li turned around slowly, revealing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed softly, shook his head and said, I'm afraid that Mr. Yi's health is. After hearing these words, the whole room fell into silence instantly. The other members of the Yi family also lowered their heads in grief. Their faces were as pale as paper and their eyes were full of sorrow. I said that your dragon country's medical skills are too backward. We in the Great Eagle Federation have the most advanced medicine in the world. We will not give up on any patient. The golden-haired foreign doctor immediately stood up. Mr. Ye's illness still depends on our Great Eagle Federation. Jean Ruisi laughed and walked around Mr. Li, looking at him provocatively. Su Changqing frowned, his eyes full of anger, but before he could speak, Li Tsuanxiao stretched out his hand and pressed his shoulder hard, and whispered, Changqing, have you forgotten what I said to you when you entered the sect? Su Changqing was slightly startled, and the scene when he entered the sect emerged in his mind. At that time, Mr. Li looked at him kindly and asked, Changqing, why do you study medicine? To become an excellent doctor and to save more patients. Mr. Li nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask, Changqing, what do you think a doctor is? Su Changqing hesitated for a while and replied, medical skills are angels that save the dying and heal the wounded, warriors who bravely face the disease, and defenders of life who respect life. After listening to Su Changqing's long speech, Mr. Li nodded, shook his head, and said, a doctor is also an ordinary person who has learned medical skills. His mission is to use what he has learned to save lives. Changqing, remember, a doctor's duty is to save the dying and the wounded, but at the same time, a doctor is just an ordinary person with a little more skills than ordinary people. There is no order of priority or high or low in medical skills. As long as you can save lives and restore the patient's health, it is a good medical skill. What is sacred is never the profession, but the people. Thinking of what Mr. Li had taught him, Su Changqing gradually calmed down. Studying medicine is not about competing with others, nor is it about saving face by ruthlessly treating a disease that cannot be cured. It is about using what you have learned to save lives, but doctors are human beings after all, and there will be times when they are poor and powerless, and there is nothing shameful in that. Master, I'm sorry. Su Changqing lowered his head in guilt. Mr. Li touched the back of Su Changqing's head kindly without saying anything. His incompetence was his problem, so he did not choose to argue with Jean Ruisi. Jean Ruisi had a bad character, so he did not treat Jean Ruisi well. Modern medicine is very powerful, which Mr. Li also admits, but it is hard to say whether the people who study modern medicine are capable or not. Old Li knew whether Longwa's traditional medicine was effective or not, but the same principle applies. It's all a problem of the person who studies it. There's no need to argue with an idiot whose brain is just a peripheral device. If you don't learn well, what's the point of bragging? If we say that the entire medical field is failing because we fail to save a person, then there is no medicine in this world. Mr. Zhao, this is my grandfather's room. Yi Zijin said perfunctorily. Yi Zhao Zilong didn't care about Yi Zijin's attitude. He followed Yi Zijin's instructions and looked into the room. Almost everyone was standing at the door, staring at the room nervously. Yi Zhao Zilong looked around and found Li Tsuanxiu in the crowd. Mr. Li. Zhao Zilong walked up to Mr. Li with a smile on his face and greeted him politely. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect to see you here. A hint of surprise flashed in Mr. Li's eyes, however, thinking that Zhao Zilong came to visit Mr. Yi. Mr. Li was not so surprised. Mr. Li, I don't know about Mr. Yi's situation. Elder Li shook his head and sighed. With my own abilities, I cannot save Elder Yi. His words were very euphemistic, but everyone knew that Elder Yi was powerless. Zhao Zilong nodded, with a disdainful expression on his face. By the way, Mr. Zhao, this is my last disciple, Su Changqing. Mr. Li introduced Su Changqing with a smile, hoping to make him familiar to Zhao Zilong. After saying that, Master Li turned to his disciple and said, Changqing, this is Mr. Zhao from the Zhao family, the boss of Changsheng Group. Zhao Zilong smiled politely. So you are Master Li's disciple, not bad, a handsome man. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Su Changqing thanked Zhao Zilong, nodded slightly, and then started chatting with Mr. Li about some knowledge about health preservation and nourishing yang to pass the time. Half an hour later, Jean Ruisi came out with his disciples, looking a little depressed. Mr. Jean Ruisi, my father's health. Patriarch Yi hurried forward to ask Master Yi. Mr. Yi's physical function has deteriorated too seriously. Please accept my condolences. Jean Ruisi said the diagnosis helplessly. After hearing Jean Ruisi's words, the Yi family's last hope was completely shattered. Suddenly, an arrogant voice broke the silence. Who said that Mr. Yi is hopeless? Everyone turned around, and a beggar with a yellowed short-sleeved shirt covered with stains, knee-length shorts, and a tattered sack in his hand walked in arrogantly. Wow! Master Yi, how could you let a beggar in? This is irresponsible of the patient. Jean Ruisi shouted. Yi Yong, the head of the Yi family, also showed an unhappy look on his face, cursing in his heart, what a useless waste. What kind of hidden power masters are they? We asked them to stop someone, but they actually let him run to the backyard. What a pair of losers. Kid, this is the Yi family, not a place for you to cause trouble. Get out of here now, or I will be rude to you. An elder from the Yi family warned someone come quickly, throw this beggar out. Uncle Chi, why are you wasting your time talking to this guy? People like him should just be broken of their legs and thrown out to feed the dogs. This country bumpkin is not a good person at first glance. Seventh brother, I think we should kick him out. Lin Yi looked at Yi Yong steadily. Master Yi. This. Yi Yong, the head of the Yi family, thought for a few seconds, thinking of the old miracle doctor, and finally said, you try it. Brother. Yi Zijin's second uncle looked at Yi Yong in disbelief. How could you let a beggar treat my father? Brother, are you crazy? This is a beggar, not a doctor. Don't be stupid. Yi Zijin's fifth uncle stared at Yi Yong. Dad, you. Yi Zijin looked at Yi Yong in disbelief. Yi Zijin never imagined that her father would actually trust a beggar and let the beggar treat her grandfather. That's enough. Who are you, the head of the Yi family, or am I? Yi Jia shouted majestically. Brother, even if you are the head of the Yi family, I will never agree to you letting a beggar treat my father today. Master Yi, this boy's origin is unknown and he cannot be trusted. Elder Li also advised. Mr. Yi, even the Great Eagle Federation can't help Mr. Yi's condition. This person must be a liar. Jean Ruisi also stood up to persuade brother. Master. The Yi family members stood up to object. Seeing this scene, Yi Yong was shaken again. Observing Yi Yong's changes, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted, how about we make a bet? Chapter 32. Do you have a medical license? Seeing everyone in a daze, Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said, if I can save Mr. Yi, then all of you must apologize to me. If I can't cure Mr. Yi, I will let you do whatever you want. When saying this, Lin Yi was quite confident. Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone present was very surprised. Jean Ruisi looked at Lin Yi with contempt. What a big tone. If you really have the ability to cure Mr. Ye's illness, then I, Jean Ruisi, will get out of here. Hearing Jean Ruisi's words, Lin Yi's mouth became even more crooked. Okay. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up wildly, as if everyone's worship of him was right in front of him. As long as he can cure old man Yi, his reputation as a miracle doctor will spread among the upper circles of the Magic City, and those big shots will surely come to him for medical treatment. By then, he, Lin Yi, will surely stand out and become a guest of honor of the big shots of Dragon Country. Wait! Zhao Zilong immediately interrupted the spell. Lin Yi stopped twisting his mouth and looked in the direction of the voice. An extremely handsome young man appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. For some reason, Lin Yi felt very disgusted with this man. What do you mean? Are you trying to stop me from saving Mr. Yi? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zilong with a cold expression. Zhao Zilong smiled calmly. Nothing, I just want to ask you a question. Do you have a medical license? Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. A medical qualification certificate? What is this? He has never heard of it. No, I don't have such a qualification certificate. I have never heard of it. Lin Yi answered frankly. When everyone heard this, they gasped. How could this guy cure diseases when he didn't even know the medical qualification certificate? You don't have a medical license, so why are you making trouble? Su Changqing scolded angrily. I can cure Mr. Yi. I don't need any qualifications. Lin Yi explained confidently. Zhao Zilong was not surprised at all, and then asked, so which famous medical university did you graduate from? What a crap university. I've lived in the mountains since I was a kid and never went to school. Lin Yi looked a little unhappy, but he still answered the question honestly. What, didn't even go to school? What kind of person is this? As we all know, Longwei implemented 9-year compulsory education a long time ago. He didn't even go to school. He is really a fish that slipped through the net of the 9-year compulsory education. Upon learning this, everyone's impression of Lin Yi immediately dropped to a lower level. He has never been to school and doesn't know about the medical qualification certificate. Even the scammers are not so outrageous. If young Master Zhao hadn't asked the question suddenly, they would still be kept in the dark. Have you finished asking? Don't delay me from saving people. Lin Yi looked extremely unhappy. This strange person suddenly asked some irrelevant questions. I really don't know what he wants to do. Zhao Zilong shook his head and continued to ask, who is your master? My master doesn't want the world to know his name. Lin Yi answered firmly. Everyone was shocked again. He had never been to school, didn't know about the medical qualification certificate, and had no master. This was even worse than a 3-no product. Letting this kind of person treat the disease must be like being kicked in the head by a donkey. You don't know the medical qualification certificate, you haven't been to school, and you don't have a master. How can you treat others? Zhao Zilong put on an indignant look and angrily rebuked Lin Yi. I have the ability, and the head of the Yi family also agrees that I can treat Mr. Yi. Get out of the way. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yong, the head of the Yi family, as if to say, are you sure you are saving old Master Yi, not harming him? Zhao Zilong took a deep breath and turned to look at Yi Yong, the head of the Yi family. Head of the Yi family, you let such a 3-no product treat Mr. Yi. I have reason to suspect that Mr. Yi's coma was caused by you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yi Yong in astonishment. Old Master Yi fell ill, and this beggar named Lin Yi came to his door and insisted on treating old Master Yi. Yi Yong agreed. Putting all the things together, it's terrifying to think about it. Yi Yong, give me an explanation. Brother, is father's illness caused by you? Dad. Yi Zijin looked at Yi Yong with great pain. I didn't know. I didn't know he really had no schooling, nor did I know he didn't have a medical license. I really didn't know he was a liar. Yi Yong explained quickly. However, no one in the Yi family was willing to believe Yi Yong's explanation. At this time, Mr. Yi's second son, Yi Huangsu, stood up. He looked at his eldest brother with tears in his eyes and said in a disappointed tone, Brother, father has handed the Yi family over to you to manage, but why are you still doing this? The Yi family is all yours, why did you poison my father? Yi Huangsu looked at Yi Yong with bloodshot eyes. Brother, I really don't know. I didn't fray my father. Believe me, I really didn't do anything that was so evil. Yi Yong explained his innocence with tears in his eyes. Yi Yong never imagined that Lin Yi had never been to school, did not even have a medical license, and was unwilling to reveal the name of his master. Yi Yong groaned in his heart. He only knew that there was a marriage in the past, but he didn't know the name of the miracle doctor. Lin Yi didn't prove it either, and was pushing him into the fire pit. I was wondering why you were so confident. Turns out you're a liar. Jean Ruisi looked at Lin Yi mockingly. Kick him out. Break this scumbag's legs. Get out of the Yi family. Get out of the Yi family. Everyone in the Yi family roared in indignation. At this moment, Lin Yi had been sentenced to death in their hearts, and the Yi family wished they could beat Lin Yi to death with sticks. Lin Yi clenched his fists in anger. Looking at the people around him who were blaming him, Lin Yi felt depressed, as if he had eaten shit, as if he was about to lose something. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. The only way now is to save Mr. Yi and prove my innocence. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the key to the problem. As long as Mr. Yi is rescued, the abuse of these people and the frame-up of that playboy will be easily resolved. Thinking of this, Lin Yi pushed his feet hard, wanting to rush into Grandpa Ye's room and forcibly treat Grandpa Yi. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Lin Yi and kicked him with all his strength. Lin Yi, who had no leverage, flew backwards instantly and hit two walls of the Yi family before he stopped. Ahem. Lin Yi covered his chest and looked at Zhao Zilong, who was blocking Mr. Ye's door with murderous eyes. The peak of the realm of transformation. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Zhao Zilong in disbelief. A warrior at the transformation realm was the best among warriors. Who could have thought that the young master of the Zhao family was actually a master at the peak of the transformation realm? At this moment, Lin Yi felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He was shocked and quickly rolled over, narrowly avoiding the sneak attack from both sides. Bang! Two black-haired old men appeared not far from where Lin Yi was originally. Young people are to be feared, one of the old men commented. Two masters at the peak of the transformation realm. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that young Master Zhao would be so cautious. With his cultivation at the peak of the transformation realm, he also brought two bodyguards who were also warriors at the peak of the transformation realm. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed, although he was not afraid of the two martial artists at the peak of the transformation realm. With these two around, he had no chance of rescuing Grandpa Yi today. Well, the Yi family treats me like this, so I don't want to stay in the Yi family anymore. Lin Yi thought to himself. Stop talking nonsense and grab your weapons, said another old man. The old man who was talkative at the beginning nodded and took out a desert eagle from his arms. The other old man didn't need to give in either, and directly swung out a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword that was shining with cold light. Seeing that the two old men were not abiding by martial ethics, Lin Yi made a prompt decision and turned around and ran away. Ding! The son of luck. Lin Yi is hated by everyone, and his mentality collapses. Deduct 1,000 of Lin Yi's luck value, and the host gains 10,000 villain value. Ding! The son of luck. Lin Yi is being criticized by thousands of people, his reputation has fallen to the bottom, and he is hated by everyone. Deduct 2,000 of Lin Yi's luck value, and the host will gain 20,000 villain value. Ding! The host revealed that the lucky child Lin Yi was illiterate, which made everyone's first impression of him hit rock bottom. He lost many helpers. Lin Yi's luck value of 3,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding! The son of luck. Lin Yi has become the public enemy of the Yi family. Without the early help of the Yi family, it is difficult for him to use his fists and feet. Deduct 500 of Lin Yi's luck value, and the host will gain 5,000 villain value. Ding! The lucky child Lin Yi was framed by the host and turned against the #1 female protagonist Yi Zijin. Their relationship was severed. Lin Yi's luck value of 500 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 5,000. Ding! The lucky son Lin Yi was framed by the host and lost the chance to save Mr. Yi. He failed to show off and lost many opportunities. Lin Yi's luck value of 1,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. After a series of system reports, Zhao Zilong obtained a total of 80,000 villain points. Chapter 33 Dynamic Plot Prediction. Young Master Zhao has unparalleled martial arts skills and is young and promising. At such a young age, he has already reached the realm of mastery. I really admire him. Old Li smiled and walked forward to compliment him. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said modestly, "Mr. Li, you are too kind. I just have some talent and I have learned self-defense skills through hard work." Old Li also smiled. He was at the peak of the realm of transformation at the age of less than 30. His talent was so strong that it was estimated that there were few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could compare with him. "Mr. Zhao, is this Dragon Country Kung Fu? It's amazing." The blonde foreign medical practitioner Jean Ruisi looked at Zhao Zilong with admiration. Jean Ruisi has admired the legendary Dragon Country Kung Fu since he was a child. In order to see the real Dragon Country Kung Fu, Jean Ruisi traveled thousands of miles to live in Dragon Country. It's just a pity that the martial arts masters of Long Country never pay any attention to the golden-haired Jean Ruisi. Similarly, Zhao Zilong just responded with a few words. Jean Ruisi, although he looks so impressive, he is actually just an ordinary doctor from the Great Eagle Federation. His medical skills are only above average, and he has no contact with the real big families of the Dragon Kingdom. "Mr. Zhao, thank you for seeing through the villain's evil plan. Otherwise, my Yi family would have been deceived by that villain." Yi Zijin's second uncle also hurried forward to thank him. "It's okay. I just asked casually. I didn't expect that beggar would be a liar. That was also because you, young Master Zhao, had a keen eye for finding the right person. You discovered the clues from the bad guy, identified his identity, and avoided the disaster." Zhao Zilong waved his hand and said, "It's just a small favor, Mr. Yi, don't take it to heart." After expressing his gratitude to the Yi family, Zhao Zilong said goodbye and left. Looking at the extra 80,000 villain points in his hand, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but smile. Open the system mall again. Proficient level combat package, 20,000 villain points, including rich combat experience and combat skills. With it, you can instantly become a top-notch master. Dynamic plot prediction, 30,000 villain value, can predict the key events of the Sun of Fortune in advance, allowing the host to more accurately destroy the Sun of Fortune's chances. Good quality and low price. With it, you don't have to worry about the Sun of Fortune getting new opportunities. Grandmaster Peak Cultivation, 20,000 villain value, flying leaves and picking flowers, exhaling breath to injure people. Grandmaster's Peak Cultivation, 30,000 villain value, the energy takes shape, condenses into a solid, and turns immortality into magic. The secret of invincibility in 100 battles, 15,000 villain value, innate level skills, can condense fighting spirit, become stronger with each battle, ordinary skills born for fighting. Toilet paper, 1 villain value, ordinary toilet paper, nothing special. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong was speechless. He would not buy toilet paper if it was so expensive. Zhao Zilong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "System, by the skilled combat package and dynamic plot prediction. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000, familiar level combat gift package, dynamic plot prediction, redemption successful." In an instant, a huge amount of memory appeared in Zhao Zilong's mind out of nowhere, and combat intuition, danger perception, and instinctive muscle memory were formed instantly. Feeling the clearer power in his body, Zhao Zilong felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. "Master, what's wrong?" The warrior beside him suddenly felt that Zhao Zilong's chi suddenly fluctuated. "Nothing." Zhao Zilong replied calmly, and then continued to browse the gadgets in the system mall. Grandmaster Tranquilizer Gun, 1500 villain value, can make a Grandmaster level warrior lose consciousness within 3 seconds, provided it hits the target, a must-have weapon for home travel and cheating people. The Grandmaster level Tranquilizer Gun is great. It can knock down a Grandmaster in an instant. If combined with the system space, it can be taken out suddenly in the middle of a fight and used against the opponent's face. It will be impossible to defend against it. To be on the safe side, Zhao Zilong asked, "System, after buying the Grandmaster level Tranquilizer Gun, it is stored in the system space, right?" Ding, host, yes, as long as the stored items do not violate the system space storage item specifications, the system space can always store the host's items. Chen Zhou's emotionless reply, "Okay." System, buy 2 Grandmaster level anesthetics. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 3,000, the Grandmaster level Tranquilizer Gun is successfully exchanged and has been stored in the system space. Seeing the items in the system space change from 0 to 2, Zhao Zilong's confidence increased instantly. With these two master-level anesthetics, he was not afraid of Lin Yi even if he fought alone. After strengthening himself, Zhao Zilong did not forget Lin Yi. System opened the dynamic plot prediction. From the moment Lin Yi left the Magic City West Railway Station, Lin Yi's storyline has been completely disrupted. Of the storylines listed before, it is estimated that only the general trend of his contact with the heroine will not change. Zhao Zilong couldn't be sure of the rest of the plot. Even if he sent someone to monitor closely 24 hours a day, some small events would be difficult to destroy. If this happens more times, Lin Yi will most likely realize that someone is secretly monitoring him, and then the difficulty of destroying Lin Yi's opportunities and help will double. And now with dynamic plot prediction, this hidden danger can be easily solved. A piece of information appeared in Zhao Zilong's brain. This evening, the depressed Lin Yi will happen to run into the fourth female protagonist Wen Yuxi being harassed by gangsters in a small alley in the old city in the west of the city. Then he will heroically save the beauty, successfully win the favor of the civilian school beauty, and be invited to stay temporarily at her home. After watching the plot, Zhao Zilong exclaimed, "Wow, guy! He is indeed the son of luck." He just suffered a setback at the hands of the first female lead, Amy Yip, and immediately met the fourth female lead, Wen Yuxi. In the original plot, Wen Yuxi is the heroine who appears a month later. She has a gentle personality, is a little inferior and cowardly, has a gambling father, and a seriously ill mother. Different place, different gangsters, same hero saving the beauty, but I didn't expect Wen Yuxi to show up early. Zhao Zilong was not surprised. Given Lin Yi's current situation, if he wanted to rise against the odds, he could only rely on Wen Yuxi's seriously ill mother. Wen Yuxi. Zhao Zilong murmured in his heart he had no grudge against Wen Yuxi, the woman. The two of them had no connection at all, so he would not do anything to the mother and daughter. The charity rescue plan is almost ready, so I might as well go there in person. Zhao Zilong called Secretary Lu and said, "Secretary Lu, how is the preparation for the Loving Aid going?" "Boss, the relief fund has been arranged and is expected to start operating next Monday." Secretary Lu thought Zhao Zilong was asking about the progress of the relief work, so he reported the progress of the current relief plan to him truthfully. "Next Monday is too late. Time is life. We will start to provide some assistance tomorrow to help those seriously ill families who are in particularly difficult situations." "Yes, boss." Secretary Lu answered loudly. Zhao Zilong nodded and ordered, "Secretary Lu, send me Wen Yuxi's file. I plan to visit this child's home today." "Got it, boss." After a few minutes, a file was sent to Zhao Zilong's mobile phone and Zhao Zilong opened the file, looked through Wen Yuxi's family situation, and said in a deep voice, "Go to the printing shop." Chapter 30 For the Shen family's little witch Wen Yuxi, the counselor wants you to go to the principal's office. The monitor walked up to Wen Yuxi and whispered to her why the counselor wanted her to go. Wen Yuxi raised her head and looked at the monitor with some confusion. "Monitor, do you know why Teacher Wang asked me to go to the principal's office?" The squad leader shook his head. "I don't know either. Maybe it's something important. Go over there quickly. I'll ask for leave for you." Wen Yuxi nodded, stood up, put the textbook and pen into her school bag, and walked out of the classroom. As Wen Yuxi walked, she was thinking about what exactly required her to go to the principal's office. Could it be? Wen Yuxi thought of a terrible possibility. Arriving at the principal's office, Wen Yuxi took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and knocked on the door gently. A deep voice came from the principal's office, "Come in." Wen Yuxi pushed open the door and walked into the principal's office. The counselor was also there, and next to the principal was a handsome man whom she didn't know. The counselor saw Wen Yuxi come in and motioned for her to sit down with a smile. Wen Yuxi sat nervously in the chair, with her hands on her knees, waiting quietly for the principal to speak. "Student Wen Yuxi, this is Mr. Zhao Zilong, the owner of Changsheng Group. Changsheng Group has just established a love rescue program to help students from poor and seriously ill families. Mr. Zhao would like to learn more about your family's specific situation." The principal briefly explained the reason for calling Wen Yuxi over. Love rescue plan. Upon hearing this plan, Wen Yuxi was so excited that she almost stood up. Thank you, principal." Wen Yuxi hurriedly thanked the principal. "Student 1, you should thank Mr. Zhao. It was actually Mr. Zhao who came to the school to find me about this matter." The principal explained with a smile. Wen Yuxi looked at the handsome man who didn't look much older than her. She was a little nervous when she found out that he was the boss of a big company. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Zilong smiled friendly and said, "Little girl, don't be nervous. I came here today to learn about the living conditions of some families in difficulty." The counselor patted Wen Yuxi's back gently, signaling her not to be nervous. "Wen Yuxi, relax a little and tell Mr. Zhao about your family situation." With the counselor's encouragement, Wen Yuxi's nervous heart relaxed a lot. She took a deep breath, thought carefully, and told her family situation. Wen Yuxi's father is a compulsive gambler who abandoned his wife and daughter 10 years ago. His mother Wen Suan has no education and raised Wen Yuxi by doing odd jobs. A year ago, his mother Wen Suan suddenly fell into a coma at work and was sent to the hospital, where she was found to be in the middle stage of cancer. Wen Yuxi's family lost its only source of income. In order to let her daughter study, Wen Yuxi's mother Wen Cun took painkillers to support her. It was not until half a year ago that Wen Yuxi took her mother to the hospital when she fell ill that she learned that her mother had cancer. After listening to Wen Yuxi's story, Zhao Zilong said that he needed to visit Wen Yuxi's family. Wen Yuxi understood that her mother's treatment would require a lot of money, so she agreed to Zhao Zilong's request as Zhao Zilong brought the principal along, and counselor Wen Yuxi also expressed her desire to go along. Just like that, the four of them left Shanghai Normal University and went to the hospital where Wen Yuxi's mother was. After visiting Wen Yuxi's mother, they came to Wen Yuxi's residence in the old city in the evening. After the visit, Zhao Zilong also took out several forms for Wen Yuxi to fill out, and explained to Wen Yuxi that the Love Relief Foundation's assistance is to directly pay all medical expenses for the assisted persons, but the hospital must be designated by the Love Relief Foundation. After learning about the support, the counselor and the principal were very shocked. It was the first time they had heard of such support, that all the medical expenses would be paid for the patient. Zhao Zilong explained that society is developing and someone has to try some things, and the Love Rescue Foundation is trying new ways of caring. Upon learning of Zhao Zilong's idea, the principal and the counselor showed great respect for him. Upon learning that her mother would soon receive free treatment from the Love Rescue Foundation, Wen Yuxi was so grateful that she wanted to kneel down to thank Zhao Zilong. However, Zhao Zilong was a master of the realm of transformation, and he was quick-witted and quick-handed, so he stopped Wen Yuxi from doing this. After Wen Yuxi calmed down, the three of them took Wen Yuxi out for a meal, and finally the counselor and the principal sent Wen Yuxi back to the school dormitory. Ding, the host cut off the opportunity of the son of luck, Lin Yi, causing Lin Yi to miss the chance to rise up by pretending to be powerful. Deduct 2,000 of Lin Yi's luck value, and the host gains 20,000 villain value. Hearing the system's cold broadcast voice, Zhao Zilong smiled. Great, I got another 20,000 villain points. How cool, sizzle. The driver stepped on the brakes, and two old men at the peak of the transformation realm jumped out immediately and looked at each other. With the warrior who stopped Zhao Zilong, the other party very politely cupped his hands and shouted, "Mr. Zhao, my lady invites you." Zhao Zilong got out of the car and looked at the clothes worn by the Shin family, and he knew who the visitor was. Xin Yefei, the little witch of the Shin family, the controller behind the Witch's Foot Bath, Lin Yi's fifth female protagonist, and the witch in Lin Yi's harem in the original plot, causing Lin Yi a lot of headaches. Zhao Zilong casually glanced at the early-stage dark energy warrior opposite him, told the two Zhao family bodyguards who were in the transformation realm to stay where they were, and then followed him to the woods not far away. "Mr. Zhao, long time no see." A soul-stirring magic voice came from the sky. Zhao Zilong looked up and saw Xin Yefei leaning against a 3-meter-high tree with a light smile. "What's the matter? Tell me." Zhao Zilong looked at Xin Yefei coldly. Xin Yefei jumped in front of Zhao Zilong and said, "Mr. Zhao is really a forgetful person. A few days ago, Mr. Zhao's people brought a beggar from nowhere and beat up several of my security guards. In the end, the beggar was bailed out. I don't know how Mr. Zhao will repay this matter." Xin Yefei smiled and looked into Zhao Zilong's eyes. Zhao Zilong smiled, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. "What if I don't return it?" In the original plot, the Shin family changed and directly fell under Lin Yi's command, and Xin Yefei was the new head of the Shin family. Under the leadership of Xin Yefei, the Shin family caused a considerable impact on the Zhao family's industry. As far as memory goes, Xin Yefei was responsible for at least 30% of the Zhao family's destruction. Compared to Su Yingxue, Zhao Zilong hates this woman Xin Yefei more. Xin Yefei looked at Zhao Zilong without giving in. "Zhao Zilong, don't think that just because you are the eldest son of the Zhao family, you can use me as a gun." Zhao Zilong grabbed Xin Yefei's snow-white neck and slammed her against the tree trunk. "Xin Yefei, do you really think I dare not kill you?" Zhao Zilong's cold eyes were full of murderous intent. Cough, cough. Shen Yefei's limbs kept struggling, and the feeling of lack of oxygen and suffocation kept attacking her brain. Zhao Zilong's hands were tightly gripping Shen Yefei's neck like an iron clamp. Shen Yefei's strength was far inferior to Zhao Zilong's. Shen Yefei tried to pry open Zhao Zilong's fingers, but to no avail. Her vision began to blur. In a trance, she seemed to see her childhood self. Chapter 35. Where is your marriage certificate? Humph. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly, and with a strong flick, he threw Shen Yefei aside like garbage. There is no mercy at all. Ahem. Shen Yefei lay on the ground, breathing in the long-lost air. After the experience just now, Shen Yefei felt for the first time that he was so close to death and was so eager for life. Zhao Zilong finally controlled his impulse and calmed himself down. Zhao Zilong understood that killing Shen Yefei now was not a wise move. Even if he wanted to kill her, he could not leave any evidence to give the Shen family an excuse to attack the Zhao family. Even though the Zhao family is not afraid of the Shen family showing off their skills, Zhao Zilong still doesn't want the Zhao family's interests to be meaninglessly damaged. As the only heir to the main line of the Zhao family, Zhao Zilong must be responsible for the entire Zhao family and cannot act on impulse. Shen Yefei took a deep breath of fresh air and looked at Zhao Zilong in the distance with fear in her eyes. In her eyes, Zhao Zilong was simply a madman. She just came here to intimidate Zhao Zilong and get an explanation, but she didn't expect Zhao Zilong to actually do it and even have the intention to kill her. Zhao Zilong glanced coldly at Shen Yefei, who was still lying on the ground, then turned and left without saying a word. This made Shen Yefei even more confused. She had no idea what Zhao Zilong was thinking, nor the terrifying murderous intent he had just shown. From childhood to adulthood, she had never had any conflicts with Zhao Zilong, and she had no idea why Zhao Zilong suddenly had such murderous intentions towards her. 5 minutes later, Shen Yefei, who had recovered, slowly stood up and looked at the dark and deserted woods. He cursed in his heart, "What the hell is wrong with this lunatic? He hit me so hard. It hurts me to death. Just wait, Zhao Zilong. Shen Yefei, will not let this matter go just like this." A glimmer of light flashed in Shen Yefei's eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man ran over. Upon closer inspection, this man was the early-stage dark energy warrior who had led Zhao Zilong before. "Miss, are you okay?" the man asked cautiously. "It's okay, let's go." Shen Yefei responded calmly, with no emotion at all. Shen Yefei's whole body was covered in mud, her snow-white neck was red, and there were several bruises under her black skirt. Many of her internal organs were aching, but Miss Shen was just holding on to the peak of the transformation realm. Even without using full strength, is not something that a mere low-level Ming Jin warrior like Shen Yefei can easily resist. The man who led the way did not dare to say anything more. He knew Shen Mo's temper very well. If the eldest lady said it was okay, then it was okay. When they returned to the highway, Zhao Zilong's car was nowhere to be seen. Miss Shen got into the car in a depressed mood. Soon, the cars of Miss Shen and her group disappeared into the night. The next morning, Zhao Zilong got up comfortably. "System, did Linny have any opportunities or encounters today?" "Ding, host, this morning Linny will go to the second female lead Zhang Yuexin's house to propose a marriage proposal. Zhang Yuexin is the granddaughter of Zhang Zhizhen, the president of Shanghai Chinese Medicine Association. The Zhang family is a famous medical family in Longguan and the last of the 5 major families in Shanghai. After breakfast, Zhao Zilong said hello to his grandfather and drove away from the Zhao family manor. Seeing Zhao Zilong, Zhang Zhizhen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Zhao Zilong, I didn't expect you to come and see me." "Mr. Zhang, look at what you said. Can't I come over to see you if I'm fine?" Zhang Lao looked serious and deliberately pretended to be alert. "You are a man who will not do anything without profit. Tell me the truth. What do you want to do with me?" Zhao Zilong smiled awkwardly and said the excuse he had prepared before. "Master Zhang, I just want to ask, do you have any medicine that can instantly make a master-level warrior lose the ability to move or become unconscious?" Zhang Zhizhen glared at Zhao Zilong in anger. "Zhao boy, you really think highly of me. I am a medical student, not a poison expert. How can I have such a strong poison?" "Mr. Zhang, I'm just asking casually. If you don't have it, forget it." Zhao Zilong quickly explained. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Zilong, sit here for a while. I'll go see who's outside the door." "Mr. Zhang, let me go with you." Zhao Zilong stood up and said, "Mr. Zhang glanced at Zhao Zilong, nodded, and said nothing more. Soon, the two came to the door and opened it. A beggar-like man wearing a yellowed short-sleeved shirt with stains all over his upper body, a pair of large shorts on his lower body, and holding a tattered sack in his hand stood outside the door. Although Mr. Zhang lives in an ordinary villa in an ordinary area of Shanghai, the security is very good. Old Zhang couldn't help feeling a little surprised that a beggar had slipped in here. Seeing Zhao Zilong, Lin Yi, who was originally smiling, suddenly became gloomy and frowned. "Why are you here?" The dandy boy in front of him was the one who ruined his plans when he was at the Yi family. Lin Yi never thought that this guy would actually appear at the Zhang family. Lin Yi's fist-sized brain was in a mess and he didn't know what was going on. "Nephew Zilong, do you know him?" Mr. Zhang asked doubtfully. "Mr. Zhang, I have only met this man once. This person is actually a liar. He was trying to cheat people at the Yi family yesterday, but I caught him. He tried to attack and hurt people, but I chased him away." Hearing that the other party was actually falling black and white, Lin Yi shouted angrily, "You are lying. It was obviously you who stopped me from treating Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to hurt anyone at all." Zhao Zilong sneered, "Humph, you haven't even been to elementary school, and you don't even know that doctors need to take a medical qualification exam. Who would believe you if you said you could cure other people's illnesses? I told you I know medicine. I learned it from my master in the mountains. You are short-sighted and don't believe me." Lin Yi explained seriously, contrary to his usual attitude. "Then why don't you tell me the name of your master so that I can check carefully to see if there is such a person?" "My master told me not to reveal his name to others." Lin Yi answered seriously. "You have never been to school, you don't have a medical license, and you don't even have a master. If you are not a liar, what are you?" "I said I'm not a liar." Lin Yi clenched his fists in anger. Yes. All liars will say they are not liars." Zhao Zilong looked at Lin Yi with a smile. "You." Lin Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he didn't know how to refute. Faced with the questioning of this strange man, Lin Yi was speechless and unable to refute. Realizing that he was not as eloquent as the other party, Lin Yi decided not to argue with this strange man anymore. So, Lin Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, "Mr. Zhang, young Lin Yi, my master had arranged a marriage with my predecessor 20 years ago. This time, I came here to fulfill this marriage and fulfill my master's last wish." After saying this, Lin Yi looked at Mr. Zhang quietly. "You said the same thing at the Yi family before." Zhao Zilong interrupted quickly. Then, Zhao Zilong continued, "Since you have an engagement, where is your marriage certificate? Take it out and let me see it." After hearing what Zhao Zilong said, Mr. Zhang immediately suppressed his intention to invite Lin Yi. And old Zhang had always believed that the old man's apprentice was only engaged to his granddaughter. But now Zhao Zilong said that the old bastard's apprentice had other engagements. There are other engagements. What do you think of his granddaughter? What do you think of him? What do you think of the Zhang family? Upon learning the truth, Mr. Zhang was extremely annoyed. Since this old bastard doesn't take him, the Zhang family, or his own granddaughter seriously, then he might as well not recognize the engagement. Zhang Jishan suppressed his anger and said in an unhappy tone, "Boy, since you said you have an engagement with my granddaughter, then take out the marriage certificate and let me see if it is true." Lin Yi had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still bit the bullet and said frankly, "Mr. Zhang, I failed to take good care of it, and the marriage certificate was stolen by a cunning thief when I got off the train station." "Steal? You should at least make up a more reliable excuse. You can even say that you stole the marriage certificate. These days, scammers really have no taboos." Zhao Zilong mocked. Zhang Jishan frowned and looked at Lin Yi coldly. "Since you don't have a marriage certificate, then leave." Lin Yi swallowed helplessly, secretly groaning in his heart. The marriage certificate was stolen. What could he do? He didn't want to think about it. Who would have known that someone would steal someone else's marriage certificate? "Mr. Zhang, I really didn't lie. The marriage certificate was really stolen by a thief. I didn't lie to you. Please believe me." Lin Yi wanted to continue struggling. "Get out of here right now, you little brat. My Zhang family has never arranged a marriage with anyone. If you make trouble here again, I will call the police." Zhang Jishan shouted angrily. Since that old bastard dared to bully him, he would naturally not show any mercy to this old bastard master and apprentice. Don't they have multiple marriage certificates? Then go find someone else. His Zhang family will not serve him. not to mention that he can't produce the marriage certificate. Even if he does, he won't recognize it. Seeing Mr. Zhang's bad attitude, Lin Yi also knew that there was no possibility of this happening. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zilong angrily, then turned around and left Zhang Lao's residence in disgrace. Chapter 36 Sending Lin Yi to a mental hospital. Ding, the host prevented the lucky son Lin Yi from getting married, destroying the opportunity for the lucky son to rise. Lin Yi's luck value of 3,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding, the host revealed that the son of luck, Lin Yi, had more than one marriage certificate, so that Zhang Zhizhen, the president of the Magic City Chinese Medicine Association, could recognize Lin Yi's character and draw a clear line between himself and Lin Yi's master, thus preventing Lin Yi from entering the Magic City Chinese Medicine Association. Lin Yi's luck value of 2,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. While driving on the road, Zhao Zilong suddenly heard that 50,000 villain points had been credited to his account. 0.50000 villain value. Nice, now there are a total of 97,000 villain points. If you save up more, you can exchange them for Grandmaster level cultivation. Suddenly, boom, with a loud bang, Zhao Zilong's sports car was smashed to pieces by a huge force as Zhao Zilong got out of the car, and Lin Yi stood not far in front with a gloomy face. You slander me again and again. Do you really think that I, Lin Yi, don't have a temper? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zilong angrily. Zhao Zilong looked at Lin Yi arrogantly. Lin Yi, you were so brave to stop my car. Stop talking nonsense, let's see who's the winner. Lin Yi shouted angrily and immediately jumped towards Zhao Zilong. After leaving Zhang's house, Lin Yi became angrier and angrier. He would not be happy unless he beat up this bastard. Seeing Lin Yi's sandbag-sized fist getting closer and closer, Zhao Zilong dodged slightly to the left and easily avoided Lin Yi's fist. Lin Yi, is this all you have? You're too slow. Zhao Zilong's voice sounded. Lin Yi didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on Zhao Zilong. The opponent's reaction speed was very fast, but he had only used 80% of his strength just now. The opponent was at the peak of the transformation realm, so it was normal for him to dodge, but next, he will go all out. Knowing that Lin Yi had not used his full strength in the previous test, Zhao Zilong continued to provoke arrogantly. Lin Yi, have you not eaten? You are so slow, and your fists are so weak, like a little girl. As Zhao Zilong spoke, he laughed at Lin Yi contemptuously. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, but he didn't show it. He just responded lightly, really? Then don't regret it. After that, Lin Yi took out a pack of silver needles from his crotch and inserted them into several special acupuncture points on his body at an extremely fast speed. Silver needles were flying, and Lin Yi's aura expanded rapidly, quickly reaching the peak of the realm on par with Zhao Zilong. Seeing the change in Lin Yi's aura, Zhao Zilong kept the smile on his face. The secret acupuncture technique was one of Lin Yi's trump cards. I didn't expect Lin Yi to use it now. It seems he is really anxious, huh? Lin Yi screamed with a strong push of his legs. 2 deep footprints appeared on the asphalt road. Lin Yi rushed towards Zhao Zilong like a bullet. Zhao Zilong remained calm. Relying on the combat experience, skills and danger sense engraved in his subconscious, he responded to Lin Yi's swift attack with measured advances and retreats, and countered Lin Yi's moves. Lin Yi can fight across levels, but the skilled level combat packages given by the Destiny villain system come from countless top geniuses in the world of cultivation and fantasy. These people who can enter the database of the system world are all the best in their respective eras. It can be said that fighting with Zhao Zilong is no less than playing tricks with those invincible geniuses who cultivate immortals and fantasy immortals. Apart from the fact that he had no martial arts skills, Zhao Zilong's fighting style was a perfect replica of those geniuses. Every attack he launched hit Lin Yi's weak points just right. As the fight went on, Lin Yi was surprised to find that his fighting skills were not as good as this dandy boy's. His attacks were always resolved by this guy, which was really difficult to deal with. Damn it, it seems I have to be more serious. Lin Yi thought to himself. Xin Yang Gong. Lin Yi silently practiced the innate skills taught by his master. Originally, he wanted to fight this dandy young man with fistfights to vent his bad mood of the past few days, but he didn't expect that this young man's fighting skills were better than his, and the more the fight went on, the angrier he became. Lin Yi was speechless. Feeling Lin Yi's aura surge, Zhao Zilong realized that Lin Yi was really angry. Xian Yang Gong is Lin Yi's biggest trump card. With the help of this technique, Lin Yi not only learned various skills, but also reached the highest level of cultivation. This shows how terrifying this technique is. However, this martial art is not without its flaws. Once a practitioner of Xian Yang Gong reaches the peak of the realm of transformation, he must practice dual cultivation with a woman with a purine body who was born on a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour. Otherwise, the day he breaks through to the Grandmaster level will be the day his body explodes. To strike first, Zhao Zilong kicked his legs and rushed towards Lin Yi. When he was about to get close to Lin Yi, Zhao Zilong took out the Grandmaster tranquilizer gun from the system space and fired a handsome sniper shot. Clatter. The Grandmaster's anesthetic gun hit Lin Yi's chest, and the powerful breath of the anesthetic law instantly entered every cell of Lin Yi's body. You. As soon as Lin Yi uttered the word you, his brain went dark, his eyelids closed, and he fell asleep. Zhao Zilong slowly walked up to Lin Yi and said, "You little bastard, you dare to fight me? You've fallen into my trap, idiot. Young master has dealt with the enemy." The driver looked at his young master in disbelief. "Why are you still standing there? Give me a knife." Zhao Zilong shouted. The driver quickly found a fruit knife, tremblingly walked to Zhao Zilong's side, and whispered, Master, you must not do anything stupid, don't leave any evidence." Zhao Zilong nodded, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." After saying that, Zhao Zilong slowly squatted down and slashed Lin Yi's hand and foot tendons with a few swishes at a speed that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. After taking a look at Lin Yi's dantian, Zhao Zilong gently stabbed him a few times with the knife, but did not completely destroy the dantian in order to prevent some old man from suddenly showing up and taking the initiative. Suddenly, a pure voice sounded, "The person in front, what are you doing? Stop it now, or I will call the police." Zhao Zilong turned around and saw a young woman he didn't recognize, who must have just happened to pass by. "Look at my car." Zhao Zilong calmly pointed at his sports car, the front of which had a big dent. The woman looked in the direction Zhao Zilong pointed, and saw a horrific-looking front of the car, as if it had been hit by something heavy, but the surrounding area was flat, and the trees and street lights used for greening the roadside were intact. The woman had no idea how the car had become like this. As Zhao Zilong kicked the unconscious Lin Yi and explained to the woman in a gentle and easygoing manner, "My car was robbed by this person. I was worried that this person would hurt us, so I shot him down with a tranquilizer gun. I was checking if this person was normal, and then you came." The woman looked at the tranquilizer gun-like object in the man's hand, then looked at the horrific sports car not far away, and couldn't help but believe the man's words a little. After explaining, Zhao Zilong immediately told the driver, Xiao Wang, to call the mental hospital. "Xiao Wang, call the strange hospital and tell them that there is an abnormal mental patient here." "Okay, boss." The driver Xiao Wang understood immediately. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'll take you back later." The woman apologized guiltily. "We have to wait for the car from the mental hospital. Can you wait with us?" Zhao Zilong asked elegantly and casually. The woman blushed and nodded, "Yeah." At the same time, an old master who was passing by 1 kilometer away was suddenly stopped by his granddaughter behind him. "Grandpa, where are you going?" the little girl asked softly. The old man picked up his granddaughter lovingly and looked at her lovingly. "Good granddaughter, Grandpa is not going anywhere." "Grandpa, let's go home. Ying is hungry." "Okay, my dear granddaughter, Grandpa will take Ying home right away." The old master happily walked back with his granddaughter in his arms. As for the thought of moving forward that suddenly popped up in my mind just now, it has already flown away into the sky. Chapter 37. The operation was successful. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely do it properly. Dr. Strange promised flatteringly. Yes. Zhao Zilong nodded with satisfaction and promised proudly, as long as this matter is done well, I can give you an additional 100 million investment. Hearing about the 100 million yuan, Dr. Strange's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. Well, go ahead, and remember not to leave any gaps. Zhao Zilong nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Dr. Strange patted his chest with a serious expression and promised. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Strange walked out of the office, changed into a very professional suit, and came to a clean ward. Doctor, you're here. The patient has woken up. After seeing the strange doctor, a nurse immediately came forward to report the situation. Dr. Strange nodded slightly. His eyes were deep and mysterious, as if they could penetrate all illusions. Take me there. I want to see the patient. The nurse moved 2 steps to the side, Making way for Dr. Strange to walk into Lin Yi's ward, the doctor walked calmly to Lin Yi and looked at him seriously. "Young man, your injury is very serious. We must start the operation as soon as possible." After that, Dr. Strange took out a thick agreement and explained in a friendly manner, "Young man, this is the surgical risk notification form. I see that you can't move your limbs now, so you just need to press your handprints." Dr. Strange paused, sighed, and said, "As for the surgery fee, I'll pay you after you recover." After listening to the words of the doctor called doctor, Lin Yi felt endless gratitude to the doctor. No one knew his injuries better than him. The tendons in his hands and feet were cut, his dantian was almost destroyed, he couldn't use any of his true energy, and was completely unable to heal himself. If he waited until the Xianyang Qi repaired his dantian, the vitality of the broken tendons in his hands and feet would have already died. By then, no matter how powerful his medical skills were, he would not be able to restore his hands and feet to their original state. In his current situation, he couldn't treat himself. In order to avoid any sequelae, he had no choice but to leave the injuries to his limbs to the professional doctor in front of him. "Young man, since you agree to take the risk yourself, let's sign it." Dr. Strange didn't say anything more. He just grabbed Lin Yi's thumb and pressed a few fingerprints on the last page of the surgery agreement in triplicate. "Nurse, have someone take this young man to the operating room. I'll go get ready and perform the surgery myself." "Got it, doctor," the nurse replied with a serious expression. After a while, several doctors in white coats came hurriedly and quickly sent Lin Yi to the operating table. Then, a young anesthesiologist came in with a prepared anesthetic needle in his hand. He smiled and nodded to Lin Yi, indicating that everything would go well. Looking at the needle in the anesthesiologist's hand, Lin Yi suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. However, Lin Yi did not think much about it, thinking that this was his first surgery and he was nervous. "Come on." Lin Yi thought silently in his heart. Without the protection of true qi, the anesthesiologist's anesthetic needle easily pierced Lin Yi's body. If the effect is not good, increase the dosage. As the anesthetic gradually took effect, Lin Yi felt his body gradually becoming heavy and his consciousness began to blur. "Doctor, we can start now." The assistant reported. Dr. Strange nodded, took out a butcher knife, wiped it with Lin Yi's clothes, grabbed something that looked like a loach, and chopped it down decisively. Separation of humans and chickens. "Go and bring in Da Huang." Dr. Strange was doing what he was doing while slowly ordering his assistant to bring in Da Huang, the hospital's doorman. "Got it, doctor." The assistant replied. He quickly left the operating room and walked towards the entrance of Dr. Strange's mental hospital. Soon, the assistant brought Da Huang to the operating room. "Doctor, Da Huang is here." At this time, the doctor had already finished the operation and was leisurely drinking tea. The doctor pointed to the pressure cooker beside him and said, "Take it over there and boil it to disinfect it." The assistant nodded, put on gloves, and carefully placed the chicken that the doctor had separated into the pressure cooker with tongs. It was unknown how much time had passed before Lin Yi regained some consciousness. Hiss. Just after waking up, the piercing pain kept attacking Lin Yi's nerves. The intense pain instantly woke Lin Yi up. "Young man, you finally woke up. The operation was successful. From now on, you will be an unlovable girl." Dr. Weird looked at Lin Yi with a smile, but in Lin Yi's eyes, his smile was more terrifying than Satan from hell. After hearing what the doctor said, Lin Yi realized that he had been fooled. What kind-hearted person, what hospital, what treatment, they were all lies to him, all fake. "Ah!" Lin Yi roared angrily, his eyes full of murderous intent as he looked at the doctor in front of him. Hiss. Lin Yi's whole body trembled uncontrollably due to the pain. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that there were 2 steel needles standing on the left and right of Lin Yi's waist. As long as Lin Yi moved, the wound would immediately be torn bigger, and intense pain would constantly wash over Lin Yi's consciousness. "Young man, I advise you to calm down and reflect on yourself." Dr. Strange smiled and comforted Lin Yi. Damn it. I will kill you." Lin Yi roared angrily. Now Lin Yi can only bark helplessly. His limbs were unable to move, his dantian was on the verge of collapse, and 2 cold steel needles stood on his waist. Even his second brother, who had followed him for 21 years, was killed in battle because of his carelessness. "Boy, you have offended our young lady. Making your life worse than death is the least of my punishment." Dr. Strange looked at Lin Yi mockingly, left a puzzling remark, and then left. Bang! The operating room door was slammed shut. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will make your life worse than death. Lin Yi's angry voice echoed in the dark operating room. Ding, the son of luck. Lin Yi lost his second brother due to carelessness, his mind collapsed, his mentality exploded, deducting Lin Yi's luck value of 10000, and the host gains a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the host plotted against Lin Yi, the son of luck, and made Lin Yi enjoy inhuman torture, causing his mentality to collapse and his anger to split. Lin Yi's luck value of 3000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30000. Ding, the host cut the tendons of the hands and feet of the son of luck, Lin Yi, and stabbed Lin Yi's dantian with holes, making Lin Yi unable to resist and become a little white mouse on the chopping board, enjoying an inhuman meal. His mind and soul are broken, deducting Lin Yi's luck value of 6000, and the host gains a villain value of 60,000. Ding, the host designed the son of luck to take effect, causing him to have a terrifying killing intention towards the heroine Xin Yefei, and his luck was damaged. Lin Yi's luck value of 2000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Listening to the system broadcast, Zhao Zilong was in an extremely happy mood. Together with the 10,000 villain value he gained from the previous head-on attack on Lin Yi, this time he gained a total of 31,000 rebellion value, and Lin Yi's luck value also dropped to 9,000. That's really cause for celebration. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. I hope Lin Yi really kills Xin Yefei, he. Chapter 38, Killing the Ghost Doctor's System. I want to exchange for the peak Grandmaster level. Zhao Zilong laughed. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 30,000 and the Grandmaster's peak force value. The exchange is successful. As the villain value was deducted, a powerful aura instantly surged out from Zhao Zilong. Grandmaster, the peak, feeling the unmatched power in his body, Zhao Zilong felt great. The power of a peak Grandmaster is the ceiling of individual martial arts in this world. With this power, he can easily walk sideways in the martial arts circle. For example, he will definitely kill Lin Yi's master. However, Zhao Zilong did not go crazy because of the power he gained. As the heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Zilong was very clear about his position. A Grandmaster at the peak of his powers is powerful, but his lifespan is only about 200 years. He will not do whatever he wants just by relying on his powerful cultivation. There is no point in doing so. It will only destroy the family tradition passed down by the Zhao family for thousands of years and is not in line with his principles. After calming down, Zhao Zilong immediately asked, System, can you check the location of Master Lin Yi? Drop, host, 2000 villain value, including real-time positioning. Zhao Zilong had expected this. 2000 villain points was a bit expensive, but Zhao Zilong did not refuse. Let's check it out. Ding, 2000 villain value deduction successful. The Dr. Ghost's location coordinates have been locked. The host can check it at any time. A virtual map appeared in Zhao Zilong's mind, with a small red dot marked on it. The red dot was the two big words Medical Ghost written by Hiran Lin Yi's master, a sloppy old man who secretly planned Lin Yi's life, was a pseudo-grandmaster and was not a concern. The Northwest, where Lin Yi originally lived. Zhao Zilong paused and sighed, it's really remote. However, I still have to go and clean up this trouble while Lin Yi is temporarily unable to get away. After making the decision, Zhao Zilong took out his cell phone and quickly called Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, arrange a flight to the Northwest immediately. I have an urgent matter. Uncle Fu on the other end of the phone heard Zhao Zilong's order without any hesitation and immediately replied, Yes, Master. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately began to prepare for his trip to the Northwest. This time, Uncle Fu received the coordinates of Zhao Zilong's destination. Knowing the specific location, Uncle Fu quickly arranged for a helicopter to pick him up at the passenger airport. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Zilong's helicopter arrived at Lin Yi's hometown. Lin Yi's master, Dr. Ghost, sensed that something was wrong and quickly hid in a cave. Old man, there's no need to hide. I know you're still alive. Zhao Zilong came to the cave where the ghost doctor was hiding. The ghost doctor did not answer. He could only try to restrain his breath to avoid being found by the other party. Damn it. I even lied to that bastard, Lin Yi. How could someone find me and know that I'm still alive? The ghost doctor was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. More than 30 years ago, Yi Gui traveled all over the country with his medical skills and came to Yanjing. However, he acted too recklessly and was severely injured by a great master of a big family. His foundation was damaged and he left Yanjing in embarrassment. Seeing that the other party did not come out, Zhao Zilong walked straight into the cave. Soon, Zhao Zilong's eyes locked on a corner, and he slapped his palm suddenly, and a powerful energy surged out like a raging torrent. The internal energy condensed into a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs and letting out a deafening roar. With endless power, it rushed towards the place where the medical ghost was hiding. The doctor ghost's face changed drastically. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the doctor ghost knew that he had nowhere to escape. He hurriedly gathered all his energy and used all his strength to try his best to resist Zhao Zilong's casual attack. Ahem! The ghost doctor spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandmaster Peak. Dr. Ghost finally knew the true strength of the person who came more than 30 years ago. The young and frivolous doctor who had just become a grandmaster thought he could establish a career in Yanjing. As a result, he offended a big family in Yanjing, and a powerful late-stage grandmaster came out of the other family. After a fight, the medical ghost, whose combat power was ordinary to begin with, was no match for this mysterious late-stage grandmaster. He was seriously injured and his foundation was damaged. In the end, he fled Yanjing in disgrace and wandered around. After learning that the other party was a powerful grandmaster, the ghost doctor became afraid. I wonder what you want from me, senior. If I can do it, I will do my best for you. The ghost doctor tried to keep his voice calm. Zhao Zilong looked at the ghost doctor calmly. Ghost doctor, I am very interested in the Ghost Gate medical canon of your ghost doctor lineage. If you hand over the Ghost Gate medical canon, I might consider sparing your life. The Ghost Gate medical canon is the secret of my lineage of ghost doctors. Your request is too much. The ghost doctor looked at Zhao Zilong angrily. Ghost Gate medical canon is the foundation of his ghost doctor lineage. If it is taken away by someone, how can he face the ancestors of the ghost doctor lineage in the afterlife? If you want to seize the Ghost Gate medical canon, you're dreaming. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Zilong grabbed the doctor ghost and beat him with a few punches. You're going to tell me. You're going to tell me. You won't say it, right? Pa pa pa. He said a few more big pussy then. Zhao Zilong punched the doctor ghost directly in the dantian. Crack. The Ghost Gate true energy that the doctor ghost cultivated for his entire life dissipated in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost doctor's head had another close contact with the stones in the cave. I said. The ghost doctor begged for mercy. Zhao Zilong stopped and dragged the ghost doctor out of the cave. It would have been better if you had confessed earlier. You are too old to bear the consequences. The ghost doctor was in tears. Where did this great master come from? He has no martial ethics at all. He just tortured me without saying anything. How can you play it this way, master, grandmaster? I didn't mean to betray my sect, I just couldn't bear it anymore. Tell me where the Ghost Gate medical canon was originally placed. Tell me the truth and don't play any tricks. I will take it to someone to verify its authenticity. It's under the toilet in the thatched house on the top of the mountain. The ghost doctor said helplessly about the whereabouts of Ghost Gate medical canon. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zilong slapped the doctor and sent him to the west. Before he died, the doctor's eyes widened. Didn't he say he would consider sparing his life? How would he do it? Wasn't he afraid that what he just said was a lie? Several doubts flashed through the doctor's mind, but he could no longer think the power of the Peak Grandmaster was too strong. With just one palm, his heart meridian was shattered, his internal organs were shattered, his entire chest cavity caved in, his ribs were shattered, and his brain was shattered to pieces by the strong energy. Zhao Zilong smiled calmly. The torture just now was just a way to have fun with the ghost doctor. He never considered letting the ghost doctor go, nor did he want to get the Ghost Gate medical canon from the ghost doctor. Regarding a matter of life and death, Zhao Zilong dared not believe the ghost doctor's lies. There is most likely some trap or poison under the toilet. As for the Ghost Gate medical canon, if there really is an original, ancestral thing, who would put it under the toilet? The ghost doctor lineage has been passed down for thousands of years. During this period, countless heroes have wanted to seize the inheritance, but has anyone succeeded? No one has obtained the Ghost Gate medical classic in thousands of years. Zhao Zilong does not think that he is better than these people. It would be strange if he could get it just by beating them up if these heroes couldn't get it. Ghost Gate medical classics, I can get the best, and I won't force it even if I don't have Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong has achieved his goal by getting rid of the hidden threat, the ghost doctor. Chapter 39, The Heaven-defying Suingxue. On the private plane, Zhao Zilong shook the expensive red wine in his hand and his thoughts entered the system mall. Real-time holographic positioning, 1000 villain value, can monitor all daily life of the designated target in real time, 360-degree no-blind angle viewing angle at close range, and can receive the sound waves of the designated target in real time. Zhao Zilong's face twitched when he noticed this function. Damn, I lost 1000. Real-time holographic positioning. Isn't this the function that positioned Master Lin Yi before? System, isn't this real-time holographic positioning only worth 1000 villain points? Why did it cost me 2000 villain points for asking about Master Lin Yi's location? Damn, that's the host. Real-time holographic positioning requires knowing the target's name, and the target must be someone the host has seen in person. Otherwise, additional villain value is required to lock it. Chen Zhou quickly gave an explanation. Zhao Zilong remained skeptical about the system's explanation. He had never met Lin Yi's master, but wasn't the price of 1000 villain points to query an ordinary person a bit outrageous? Chen Zhou did not continue to explain. In fact, the prices of some items had been balanced by Chen Zhou. The selling price that Zhao Zilong saw was actually what Chen Zhou wanted him, Zhao Zilong, to see. Zhao Zilong continued browsing the system mall. Low-level invisibility talisman, 3000 villain value, low-quality talisman, can make the user invisible for half an hour. Note, clothes and other items cannot be invisible. Intermediate invisibility talisman, 10,000 villain value, medium-grade talisman, can make the user invisible for 6 hours with the inanimate object they initially hold. Note, living objects cannot become invisible with the user, but clothes, weapons held at the beginning, etc. can. Advanced invisibility talisman, 50,000 villain value, high-quality talisman, can allow the user to hide for 3 days with any spiritual object. Warm tip, can bring people into invisibility. Special key, 3000 villain value, can open all locks, including combination locks. Magic spray, 6000 villain value, can randomly change the form of objects and creatures sprayed. The effect lasts for 3 hours. Unconsciously, the plane slowly came to a stop at the Magic City International Airport, and Zhao Zilong exited the system mall with reluctance. As expected of a system mall, there are all kinds of messy, gaudy, and weird items, props, and skills. Unfortunately, the villain value is limited, and Zhao Zilong finally resisted the urge to be UI. As soon as he got off the plane, Uncle Fu came forward with a kind smile to greet him. Master, you are back. Zhao Zilong nodded and said, Uncle Fu, go directly back to the Zhao family manor. Okay, master. Uncle Fu replied with a smile. The next morning, the first thing Zhao Zilong did when he woke up was to use the dynamic plot prediction to check Lin Yi's recent plot events. Within 2 days, nothing. Then, Zhao Zilong turned on the real-time holographic positioning function that he had exchanged for 1000 villains last night, and carefully checked Lin Yi's location, and found that Lin Yi was still in Dr. Weird's mental hospital. Lin Yi hasn't run away yet, probably because his Dantian hasn't recovered yet. Everything was normal. After breakfast, Zhao Zilong drove to the company. As the only heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Zilong is very busy at work. He used to be a bootlicker and worked overtime until late at night every day. Although he is no longer a bootlicker now, he needs to deal with Lin Yi and cannot relax for a moment. While Lin Yi is recuperating on the operating table in Dr. Strange's mental hospital during these 2 days, Zhao Zilong plans to deal with the backlog of work. As soon as I got off the car, Suingxue, who looked haggard, walked over quickly, shouting, Zhao Zilong, why are you hiding from me? Suingxue was not wearing any makeup, and her originally beautiful face looked a little pale. There were faint dark circles at the corners of her eyes, and one could tell at a glance that she had not slept well in the past few days. Suingxue stared at the ruddy Zhao Zilong, tears glistening in her eyes, and her voice was choked with sobs. Zhao Zilong, why have you been avoiding me these past 2 days? Zhao Zilong looked at Suingxue indifferently, without a single wave of emotion in his heart, as if the person in front of him was just a stranger. He said in a flat tone, Miss Su, please don't flatter yourself. There is nothing between us. Why would I avoid you? Hearing these words, Suingxue felt a sudden pain in her heart. She felt as if she had lost something precious, and an indescribable sadness surged in her heart. Suingxue stared at Zhao Zilong with her tired eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief, her voice trembling as she looked at him with heartache. Zhao Zilong, why did you do this? Is our friendship worthless to you? Why did you destroy my dream and the Su family? At the end, Suingxue yelled. Suingxue's eyes were filled with pain and disappointment. She didn't understand why the person who had been so good to her would now become so cold and heartless. Su Yingxue didn't understand. She had done nothing wrong. Why did Zhao Zilong suddenly treat her like this? Didn't they say they were just friends? Why did he want to destroy her dream and the Su family's decades-long foundation? Security. Zhao Zilong quickly called the security guard over. Zhao Zilong was not afraid that Su Yingxue would go crazy, but he was worried that he would not be able to control his temper and slap Su Yingxue to death. The security guard who was originally watching the show suddenly became serious and rushed over to hold Su Yingxue down. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Su Yingxue struggled frantically. The two security guards didn't move at all. They were both former Special Forces soldiers, and Su Yingxue's resistance was no different from tickling to them. Resistance was futile, and Su Yingxue's struggle slowly stopped. Her messy hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had been treated badly. Zhao Zilong, why do you treat me like this? Why do you treat me like this? Why do you want to destroy my dream? Zhao Zilong smiled coldly. Su Yingxue, who do you think you are? With just the little money your Su family has, why do you think others should give in to you? You are just a brand of cosmetics that has no reputation at all. Why do you think your garbage can enter the high-end market and occupy the best store in Changsheng shopping mall? Is your tiny profit enough to pay the rent? You want me to destroy your dream? Do you deserve it? I just terminated the cooperation, and your lousy company fell apart. Think about whose fault it is. As for the Su family, we are all in the real estate industry. Why do you demand that others cannot compete fairly? Don't you see what your Su family is doing? Cutting corners, violent demolition, and withholding wages. Are these problems caused by me? But you can't target the Su family like this. Do you know that because of you, the Su family is almost bankrupt? Su Yingxue looked at Zhao Zilong with a face full of grievance, as if it was Zhao Zilong's fault that he targeted the Su family. Zhao Zilong smiled speechlessly, walked to Su Yingxue, leaned over and threatened, Su Yingxue, I never owe you anything. I treated all the things I gave you before as dog food. It's my own fault for being blind. As for you, get as far away from me as possible. If you bother me again, I don't mind letting you spend the rest of your life in a mental hospital. There is no point in saying more about Su Yingxue's unbelievable thinking. As for the Su family, don't think he doesn't know how many things they have robbed in his name over the years. His name is not so easy to borrow. Chapter 40. You have a system too. Knock, knock, knock. There was a crisp knock on the door of the president's office. Come in. Zhao Zilong, who was sitting at the desk, said without raising his head. Secretary Lu opened the door, walked to Zhao Zilong with a strange look on his face, and whispered, Boss, there's a woman downstairs looking for you. She said your mother asked her to come and see you. Just then, the cell phone Zhao Zilong had placed on the table rang. He opened it and saw, damn. Oh my God, what you fear will come true. Zhao Zilong answered the phone, but before he could say anything, his mother's voice came over. Zilong, the marriage your grandfather arranged for you has been settled. The girl's name is Chu Sisuang, the granddaughter of your grandfather's friend. She happens to be visiting the Magic City during this period. Please take some time to meet her. I will give you her contact information. After saying that, Zhao's mother hung up the phone directly. With a ding sound, a new message popped up on the giant letter. What the hell? A blind date, so fast. Zhao Zilong stared at his phone blankly, thinking in his heart, Chu Si widow, I have never heard of this name, and this character does not appear in Lin Yi's plot. Well, let's meet first. Zhao Zilong made a secret decision in his heart. Secretary Lu. Zhao Zilong just opened his mouth, and suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to ask Secretary Lu to go down to greet him. He should go in person. Forget it, I'll go down by myself. As he spoke, Zhao Zilong stood up and quickly straightened his clothes to make sure he looked neat and decent. After walking out of the president's office and taking the exclusive elevator, I soon arrived on the first floor. A pretty girl was lying leisurely on a massage chair in the lobby on the first floor, playing with her mobile phone. Seeing Zhao Zilong, the girl quickly stood up, stretched out her slender white jade fingers, and introduced herself with a smile. Hello, I am Chu Sisuang. Your blind date. Chu Xi Widow's beautiful face is no less than those of the lucky heroines, and her temperament gives people a feeling of fairy-like appearance. She wore an ancient amber pendant on her snow-white neck, which was obviously not an ordinary item. Zhao Zilong was startled, and quickly reached out his hand, tightly held her hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Zhao Zilong. Miss Chu, how about we go for a walk in the nearby park?" Chu Siswang smiled and shook her head. "No, I just came here to see who you are. You can continue with your work. I won't disturb you." She came here today mainly to verify Zhao Zilong's background. Chu Xi Widow is a leader in the computer industry of Dragon Country. She knows Zhao Zilong better than anyone else. The intelligence she collected showed that Zhao Zilong was an ordinary person a week ago, but on the day of the Yi family turmoil he suddenly showed his cultivation at the peak of the transformation realm. Yesterday, no one knew what he was doing in a remote mountain in the west. Just after shaking hands, Chu Siswan was surprised to find that Zhao Zilong was also a master at the peak of the Grandmaster level, which surprised her a little. Zhao Zilong is a very unusual person, and he is obviously hiding some secrets. Chu Siswang suspects that Zhao Zilong is likely to be a system binder as well, especially since Zhao Zilong was targeting a guy named Linny. This made Chu Siswang even more certain that Zhao Zilong was also the owner of the system. But if this judgment is correct, then her system can be saved. Even though her system was not very good, it was a companion that she had grown up with, so she was willing to give it a try no matter how difficult it was. Chu Siswang knew that this approach was very dangerous, but she had no other choice. She had tried all the methods she could, but she was unable to infuse energy into that rookie system. Without energy, her system would die. This is an indisputable fact. In order to save the super academic god system, Chu Siswang chose to take a risk and come to the Magic City to contact Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was a little surprised. He always felt that this Chu Xi widow was strange and seemed to have other purposes, but the problem is that there is nothing about him that is worth Chu Siswang's covetousness. Each of his grandfather's friends is an important figure in Longhua and will not lack anything. Chu Xi widow's behavior is suspicious, quite suspicious. Chen Zhou glanced at Zhao Zilong and thought, this boy is quite alert. Chu Siswang does have some plans. The special missions come uninvited. Bring back the wild system. This is a special task assigned by the Spacetime Administration. The task reward is very generous, as much as 200 origin points, which is richer than the reward of the main task. The higher-ups are really rich, recycling a free laborer and giving so much. Nice. It takes 10 origin points to awaken this unknown system, which is a considerable expense. However, compared to the reward, this cost is worth it. You can make some plans to get some money back from your cheap host. Back upstairs, Zhao Zilong looked at the documents absent-mindedly. The suspicion that there was definitely something wrong with Chu Siswang kept lingering in Zhao Zilong's mind. But what is it? It can't be the system. If she also has a system, then it doesn't make sense for her to come to me. As Zhao Zilong knew that kings do not meet each other. If the other party has a system, the two systems will definitely not easily conflict, unless one is strong and the other is weak. But if one is strong and the other is weak, the weak one will definitely not dare to get close to the strong one, otherwise it will be a crushing situation. Zhao Zilong shook his head, completely dispelling the speculation that Chu Siswang was bound to the system. But it's not a system, so why did Chu Siswang come to the Magic City to find him, given his previous reputation as a bootlicker? Chu Xi's widow wouldn't be so hungry that she would eat anything she wanted. Zhao Zilong thought hard but couldn't figure out why Chu Siswang came to him on her own initiative. Chu Xi widow, who was standing aside, was so nervous that she kept secretly observing the changes in Zhao Zilong's expressions. I wonder if this guy has noticed that something is wrong with me. Come to think of it, I behaved so strangely just now. If it were me, I would also suspect that the other party had other intentions. However, he seemed unaware that I had a system. Was it that he didn't have a system, or that his system didn't tell him that I had a system? If Zhao Zilong doesn't have a system, then his sudden improvement doesn't make sense. If Zhao Zilong has a system, then why doesn't Zhao Zilong's system tell him that I also have a system? Could it be that Zhao Zilong is taking over someone else's body? No, it is impossible that Zhao Zilong possessed someone else's body. If he had, he would not have come to work in person. If it really was an old monster taking over someone else's body, Zhao Zilong would never target a stranger with whom he had no previous contact. Even if they were opponents, he would have slapped the other person to death long ago. What should I do? Suddenly, Chu Siswang had an epiphany. She wanted to ask Zhao Zilong for something, not to plot against him. So why did she keep playing guessing game? This makes absolutely no sense. Thinking of the key to the problem, Chu Siswang gently stood up, walked gently to Zhao Zilong's side, leaned over and asked in a low voice, Zhao Zilong, you also have a system, right? Zhao Zilong jumped up and his head went straight through the ceiling and got stuck on it. Poochie, hee Chu Siswang couldn't help laughing. Chapter 41, Alternative Practitioners hee. The crisp laughter echoed in the office. Zhao Zilong's face was gloomy. Have you laughed enough? However, what responded to him was still that cheerful laughter, like a cheerful lark that was unwilling to stop. Hee. Chu Siswang laughed so hard that she couldn't stop, but Zhao Zilong shook his head helplessly, and the black line on his forehead became more and more obvious as Zhao Zilong sat there quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Chu Siswang's laughter gradually subsided. She slowly raised her head, with a bright smile still flashing in her eyes as Zhao Zilong took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Chu Si widow, what is your purpose in coming to see me? Chu Siswang took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and said sincerely, when I was 6 years old, I was bound to a super learning system, but when I was 16 years old, the system ran out of energy and fell into a deep sleep. Over the years, I have been looking for ways to try to awaken the super academic system, but unfortunately I have not been successful. The reason I found you is very simple. I just wanted to give it a try and see if there is a chance to use your system to wake up my system. How can you be sure that I have a system? Zhao Zilong looked at Chu Si widow calmly. Chu Si widow smiled slightly and explained, your behavior during this period is so strange that anyone who investigates it can easily find something strange. Zhao Zilong nodded slightly. He understood what Chu Siswang said, but it was unavoidable. The only way was to constantly make himself stronger so that some people would give up. Chu Siswang seemed to see through his thoughts and continued, however, the system will impose a law mechanism called system cognitive impairment on the bound person. This mechanism will affect the judgment of the judge in the dark and protect the safety of the system owner. But you don't have to worry. In this world, only the system owner is immune to this law barrier. If you are unlucky and encounter other systems, you can only take it one step at a time. Chu Siswang smiled calmly. When she came to see Zhao Zilong, she had already made the worst-case scenario plan and had a backup plan. Even if the talks failed, Zhao Zilong couldn't do anything to her. The only thing that couldn't be guaranteed was the safety of the super academic god system. However, the super god of learning system is already in that state. It can't be much worse, so it's better to take a chance. Hearing this, Zhao Zilong was shocked. He didn't expect that the binding system had so many tricks. System, is what she said true? Zhao Zilong asked the Destiny Villain system host. Yes. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. / __/ Zhao Zilong, so what is her strength? Half-step foundation building, a different kind of practitioner. An alternative practitioner? Zhao Zilong was shocked. What's so surprising about this? Without spiritual energy, there are other ways to go. Chu Siswang cultivated the power of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, which is allowed in this world. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Zilong instantly became excited. Then can I practice it, too? Yes, but considering the luck of the son of luck, your villain value can only be exchanged for cultivation techniques, and you need to practice on your own. Chen Zhou did not refuse. His database was full of such techniques. Things like Tianlong Heart Technique, Burning Technique, Demon Art of Devouring the Sky, Great Transformation and Freedom Method, 36 Tiangang Methods, were all included. However, the truth should not be spread lightly, otherwise if something goes wrong, you will be held accountable. Do it yourself. Zhao Zilong's confidence dropped sharply when he heard that he needed to practice by himself. He knew clearly what his talent was. He had tried to practice martial arts when he was a child, but his talent was average, so he gave up. If you want, go and accumulate villain points. If you don't want, forget it. Yes, I want it. Zhao Zilong agreed quickly. By the way, system, can you repair Chu Siswang's system? Yes, but you need a villain value of 39,000. It's up to you if you are willing. This system does not force you. Chen Zhou suddenly became playful and wanted to see what Zhao Zilong would choose. This. Zhao Zilong hesitated. 39,000 villain points, which is almost all his belongings. This belongings is the key to his exchange for alternative cultivation techniques. If he uses it to rescue Chu Siswang's system, he will not be able to exchange for the techniques. To save or not to save, this is a very difficult decision. Chu Xi widow has nothing to do with me, so just refuse. Zhao Zilong sighed in his heart and decided not to care about Chu Xi widow. Just as Zhao Zilong was about to refuse, Chu Siswang spoke first. Zhao Zilong, I know my request is a bit unreasonable. I promise, as long as you agree to help me, I will share everything I have with you, including my technique Sheiji Shanha. This. Zhao Zilong's heart wavered again after hearing Chu Zishuan's assurance. Sheiji Shanha, is this the method that Chu Xi widow practices? Should I agree to it? 390,000 villain points can be exchanged for an alternative cultivation method, and helping Chu Xi's widow can also get an alternative cultivation method, okay? In the end, Zhao Zilong decided to help Chu Siswang save the super god of learning system. Thank you. Chu Siswang thanked her excitedly. Zhao Zilong waved his hand and looked at Chu Xi widow seriously, but you still need to promise me one thing. Hearing this, Chu Siswang couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, but she still answered seriously, as long as it doesn't violate my principles and the interests of the country, I can agree to you. Chu Siswang never made promises easily, so she deliberately emphasized this point. I want you to be my girlfriend. Zhao Zilong stated his request confidently that he is just an ordinary person now, and he will not lick Chu Xi widow's ass unconditionally just because she is beautiful. Chu Siswang was stunned. Okay, but we need to cultivate our relationship first. What do you think, boyfriend? When she came, she used the excuse of a blind date, and Chu Siswang had no objection to this request. She knew Zhao Zilong's past very well. Except for the fact that he had gone to lick that woman named Suing Xue a few years ago, Zhao Zilong completely met her standards for a partner. Okay. Zhao Zilong had no objection to Chu Zishuang's request. When two people meet for the first time, their feelings do need to be cultivated. Zhao Zilong was also very confident in himself. With his charm, it was easy for him to spark love with Chu Xi's wife. After initially establishing the relationship, Zhao Zilong immediately asked the villain of destiny system, "Can I tell Chu Siswang about my mission?" Yes, sure. Chen Zhou did not object. Chu Siswang knew of his existence and belonged to the same camp, so it would be okay for him to reveal some information. After receiving a reply from the destiny villain system, Zhao Zilong briefly told Chu Xi widow about his own affairs. Upon learning that the system Zhao Zilong was bound to was called the destiny villain system, Chu Siswang looked a little puzzled. Villain, child of luck? Then what is she, using cheats? Chapter 42. Why don't we go and chop Linny down right now? Chu Siswang frowned and thought for a long time before she slowly figured out the cause and effect of the whole thing. Zhao Zilong, in other words, you are the villain, and the man named Linny is the so-called son of luck. Your system task is to destroy the chance of the son of luck and seize his luck? Zhao Zilong nodded, yes. The Sichuan opera face-changing performance of Chu Siswang just now was so adorable. What about me? Chu Siswang raised her head and stared at Zhao Zilong. What about me? What role do I play in this matter? Chu Siswang became very interested in the plot that Zhao Zilong was talking about. Zhao Zilong smiled, with a sly look in his eyes. As for you, of course you are my subordinate. Zhao Zilong deliberately made up stories to see how Chu Siswang would react. Chu Siswang folded her arms across her chest and looked at Zhao Zilong calmly, as if to say, I'll give you another chance to reorganize. Zhao Zilong resolutely admitted his mistake and quickly explained, no, you were not present in the entire plot. After listening to Zhao Zilong's explanation, Chu Zishuan's angry expression slowly disappeared, turning into a hint of disappointment. But think about it, even if she reaches the late stage, she can easily kill a brainless idiot like Lin Yi. Luck? At most, it can only ensure that he, Lin Yi, will not die. Why don't we go and kill Lin Yi right now? Chu Siswang suddenly suggested. Zhao Zilong quickly held down Chu Siswang. Siswang, it's not possible now. If the luck of the son of luck does not fall below 1/10 of the total luck, forcibly killing him will cause a loss of villain value, resulting in insufficient villain value in the end. Is that so? Chu Siswang was somewhat helpless. What a hateful restriction. So how many villain points do we lack now? There is still a shortfall of 290,000 villain points. Lin Yi still has 29,000 luck points left, which is exactly the 290,000 villain points. Zhao Zilong explained patiently. It takes a total of 390,000 villain points to revive the super academic god system. Zhao Zilong has 104,000 villain points, and Lin Yi has 29,000 luck points left, which means 290,000 villain points, and not a single bit can be less out if it wasn't for her luck. She would have wanted to go over and slap Lin Yi to death right now, and kill anyone who got in her way. After hearing her boyfriend's patient explanation, Chu Siswang slowly calmed down. Zilong, what are your next plans? On the other side, Dr. Strange once again brought rhubarb to the operating table. What do you want to do now? Lin Yi screamed in fear. During these 2.5 days, Lin Yi experienced a terrible experience like purgatory. All of this was closely related to the man in front of him named Dr. Strange. This person made Lin Yi both afraid and hateful. Lin Yi was full of fear and hatred towards Dr. Strange, who brutally murdered his second brother and a kidney. Whenever he recalled these scenes, Lin Yi felt a deep fear in his heart. At the same time, Lin Yi felt an intense and boundless hatred towards Dr. Strange, and he wished he could tear him into pieces. Lin Yi swore that he would avenge his second brother and make Dr. Strange pay the price. Lin Yi, I won't do anything to you today. I just came here to tell you the truth so that you can go down and become a wise ghost. Dr. Weird stared at Lin Yi with his sinister eyes. Lin Yi, why did you offend our eldest daughter when you could have offended anyone else? You hurt our eldest daughter. You came to our eldest daughter's place to cause trouble. You don't know whether you live or die. By the way, do you remember the injection I gave you yesterday morning? Now I'm telling you, that needle contained the blood of an AIDS patient. Enjoy the rest of your time. After saying that, Dr. Strange left the operating room with a big laugh, locked the door, and ran away decisively. Exciting, really too exciting. Treating a martial artist in the transformation realm like this was something he had never dared to dream of before. If young Master Zhao hadn't reminded him that Lin Yi would recover his cultivation in 2.5 days, he would have wanted to play with Lin Yi for a few more days. However, 2.5 days was enough. It was worth it to witness with my own eyes the powerful vitality of a warrior in the state of transformation. At the same time, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and pulled out the steel needle on his left kidney, then angrily smashed the special glass of the operating room door. Hiss. Because of using too much force, the wound on the kidney was torn again. Huff, huff. Lin Yi gasped in pain and gasped heavily. His face turned pale and he was covered in cold sweat. Miss Witchfoot bath, I, Lin Yi, will make you pay with blood. Lin Yi swore with gritted teeth. Lin Yi struggled to raise the only hand that could move, and used the Xin Yang Qi to temporarily seal the wound that was bleeding to prevent excessive blood loss. Then, Lin Yi continued to lie on the operating table and began to practice Qigong to heal his injuries. After 2.5 days of hard work, his Dantian had already recovered to its original state, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. There is no construction without destruction, and a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, Lin Yi just couldn't be happy. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Chu Ci Widow smiled. Aren't you afraid? Zhao Zilong looked at Chu Ci Widow in confusion. That's just the beginning. I've seen much more exciting things before. Chu Siswang replied calmly as usual. She is the ceiling of human computer field, only on the surface, and the internet has no secrets for her. In these years of searching for ways to revive the system, she has seen all kinds of scenes. As for what Lin Yi had experienced in the past few days, it was not worth mentioning at all to Chu Ci's widow. Zhao Zilong smiled awkwardly and blurted out, "Then you haven't peeped at me, have you?" Chu Siswang rolled her eyes at Zhao Zilong speechlessly and said frankly, "I didn't see it." Zhao Zilong was shocked. "You mean you saw it?" Chu Siswang nodded seriously. "The artificial intelligence I secretly set up before discovered your abnormality, so I checked you out." Chu Ci Widow paused and added, "Including the fact that you went out to get a room a few days ago. I won't bother with you about this matter, but you better behave yourself in the future and don't go out fooling around. I want to investigate you and you won't be able to hide it." Zhao Zilong wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, "Fortunately, this woman only found out this much. Oh, by the way, there is also the story of someone wetting the bed when he was 8 years old." Chu Siswang smiled at Zhao Zilong jokingly. "Chu Ci Widow, I will fight you." Zhao Zilong rushed towards Chu Ci Widow in a rage. "What are you doing?" Chu Ci Widow quickly resisted. 30 seconds later, Chu Siswang pressed Zhao Zilong down and said, "I just saw a little bit of your little secret. I won't tell anyone. At worst, I can compensate you later." After saying that, Chu Siswang let go of Zhao Zilong and began to tidy up her hair that was messed up by Zhao Zilong. Although the two of them were making a fuss, neither of them really fought. They were simply competing in strength, and Zhao Zilong was defeated miserably. Chen Zhou looked at it and shook his head. This host is really a loser. It seems that he will have a hard time in the future, however, because the two broke the computer during the fight. Lin Yi was temporarily out of sight, and Lin Yi's affairs were automatically transferred to the artificial intelligence monitoring created by Chu Siswang. Chu Ci widow, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy. Really? I'll wait. I hope someone won't lose his temper by then. Chu Siswang looked at Zhao Zilong provocatively. Chapter 43: Borrowing a Knife to Kill Shen Yi Fei. Lin Yi put down the newspaper in his hand. His face was grim, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent and anger. Lin Yi slapped his palm fiercely. With a loud bang, the entire desk broke into pieces in an instant. Lin Yi stood there with a gloomy face. He had scouted in advance and found that there was no one on this floor. No one would wander around on this floor late at night. Lin Yi searched around but didn't find anything useful. Little did he know that his behavior had been under the surveillance of the artificial intelligence scholar. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Yi secretly escaped from Dr. Strange's mental hospital, hijacked a car on the road, and drove away. The next afternoon, Lin Yi successfully sneaked into Shen Yefei's villa according to the address information found in the dean's office. Ding ding. The artificial intelligence scholar immediately issued a reminder alarm the moment Shen Yefei returned to the villa. After receiving the reminder, Zhao Zilong quickly turned on the real-time holographic positioning, and his field of vision immediately changed to Lin Yi's third perspective. Lin Yi sat on Shen Yefei's bed with his eyes closed, as if waiting for Shen Yefei's return. After about 3 minutes, the door lock of the room made a crisp sound. The door is open. Suddenly, a black shadow struck Shen Yefei's lower abdomen like a ghost. The intense pain made Shen Yefei curl up on the ground, and a few crystal tears couldn't help but squeeze out of the corners of his eyes. Lin Yi stood in front of the angry Shen Yefei, controlled his strength and kicked her hard, kicking the curled up Shen Yefei to the stairs. The huge noise quickly alarmed Shen Yefei's bodyguards, who quickly rushed over with shocked expressions on their faces. A guy with a few rags hanging on his body was standing at the door of the eldest lady's room, and their eldest lady, Shen Yefei, was curled up at their feet in pain, looking extremely miserable. Who is it? The leading warrior looked at Lin Yi with a stern expression. Lin Yi stood quietly at the door of the room, emitting a cold murderous aura, which made everyone feel an inexplicable pressure. The leading warrior was none other than the man in the early stage of dark energy who had led Zhao Zilong a few days ago. The man picked up Shen Yefei from the ground and found that Shen Yefei was seriously injured, with blood oozing out of her private parts. He shouted angrily, "How dare you assassinate our young lady? Come on, kill him!" The bodyguards behind him received the order and rushed out from the stairs, rushing towards Lin Yi with murderous looks on their faces. "Miss, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital." The dark strength man shouted anxiously, bang bang bang. After just a few encounters, all these warrior bodyguards were knocked to the ground by Lin Yi. They fell to the ground in pain, wailing everywhere. Seeing that the opponent was so powerful, the man with dark energy immediately picked up Shen Yefei and ran out the door. The dark power man choked up in his heart. A martial artist in the transformation realm. This guy is a martial artist in the transformation realm. I must ask the family for help. He was sweating all over, and he did not dare to slack off. If he fails to rescue the eldest lady, the Shen family will never let him go. The man with dark energy ran very fast, but Lin Yi was even faster. In just a few tens of seconds, after dealing with the bodyguards, Lin Yi stood in front of the man with dark energy. The man with dark power stopped immediately, and with one hand he managed to hold Miss Shen steady on his body, while with the other hand he quickly took out a specially made sand sculpture eagle from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Shot-piercing bullets were fired at Lin Yi one after another. Emptying the magazine, Lin Yi dodged repeatedly, but 2 penetrating bullets still hit his thighs. The powerful penetrating force penetrated Lin Yi's body protective true chi and left 2 deep wounds on Lin Yi's thighs. How is this possible? The dark-powered man looked at Lin Yi in horror. This is a special weapon designed to deal with warriors. One shot can smash the entire head of an elephant, and an ordinary tank can easily make a big hole in it. Unexpectedly, it can only leave 2 thumb-sized injuries on the opponent. Put me down. Shen Yefei's weakened voice came. The dark-powered man followed the order and put Shen Yefei down. He stood in front of Shen Yefei with a gleam of determination in his eyes. "Miss, I'll hold him back, you run." Shen Yefei forced a bitter smile on her face, which was as pale as an A4 sheet of paper. The severe pain in her lower abdomen left her without the strength to even stand up, let alone escape. Shin Yefei shook her head slowly, looking at Linny fiercely. I know the person you want to kill is me. He is innocent, let him go. Miss. You. The dark-powered man turned his head in shock. Bang! Linny punched through the dark power man's chest, and the powerful true chi instantly broke the dark power man's heart meridian. He died. Nonsense. Linny threw the dark-powered man aside with an expressionless face. He slowly walked to Shin Yefei's front and lifted up her delicate pale chin. Miss Shin, you didn't expect that I, Linny, am back. After saying that, Linny grabbed Shin Yefei's hair and slowly walked towards Shin Yefei's room, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Soon after, miserable screams were heard from the room, and the pain lasted for a long time. One day later, the Shin family was furious and threatened. Whoever could catch or kill Linny would receive 1 billion Dragon Country currency and become a guest of the Shin family. Anyone who provided useful clues could go to the Shin family and receive 100,000 to 10 million Dragon Country currency depending on the value of the information. When this incident happened, the entire Demon City exploded instantly. The martial arts world of Dragon Country was shaken, and even overseas warriors rushed to Dragon Country to obtain the reward from the Shin family. The mayor of Demon City was so shocked by the madness of the Shin family that his scalp numbed. He urgently dispatched a division to suppress the situation and issued a maximum wanted order. The entire Demon City Law Enforcement Bureau and Counter-Terrorism Bureau were dispatched. Damn, the host interfered, causing the son of Luck Lin Yi to kill the lucky female protagonist Shin Yefei, becoming the mortal enemy of the Shin family and being wanted by the Dragon Country, losing the possibility of a comeback. Lin Yi's luck value of 10000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of Luck has become a wanted criminal in Dragon Country, and everyone wants him to be killed. He has completely lost his chance to turn the tables, and his relationships with all the heroines have broken down. Lin Yi's luck value of 7,000 is deducted, and the host gains a villain value of 7,000. Zhao Zilong's plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife was successful, and Lin Yi immediately became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill him. Zilong, how much luck does Lin Yi have left? Chu Siswang asked seriously. Zhao Zilong answered honestly, there are still 2,000 left. It's not the kill line yet. It's not the time yet. Chu Siswang nodded. There were still 12,000 luck points left. It seemed that it was time to add fuel to Lin Yi's fire. Chu Siswang turned on her newly bought laptop computer, and her slender jade fingers danced on the keyboard at an incredible speed, quickly locking onto Lin Yi's approximate location. Lin Yi hid in an abandoned factory in a remote area west of the old city of Magic City. It turned out that after taking revenge on Shin Yefei, Lin Yi calmed down and immediately used the art of disguise to change his appearance and hid in an abandoned factory. West of the old city, this factory has been abandoned for decades, no one lives nearby, and all surveillance is broken. Chu Siswang used big data comparison to invade multiple systems and satellite systems before she was able to locate Lin Yi's hiding place. However, the factory was very large and the surveillance system inside had long been dismantled, so Chu Siswang was unable to accurately locate Lin Yi. After discussing with Zhao Zilong, Chu Siswang sent Lin Yi's location information to the Shin family anonymously. After the Shin family checked and confirmed that it was correct, they transferred 20 million to the account specified by Chu Siswang. Chapter 44. The Shin family suffers heavy losses after learning of Lin Yi's location. The Shin family decisively dispatched 3 Grandmaster warriors and 16 Transformation Realm warriors, who rushed angrily to Lin Yi's hiding place. As soon as the Shin family took action, the officials in Magic City, who had been keeping an eye on the Shin family, received the news. In the mayor's office, a secretary hurried in. Mayor, the Shin family has taken action. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Demon City stood up from his chair excitedly. Are you finally taking action? Then, the mayor of Demon City gave an order to his secretary, notify the surveillance personnel immediately and have them keep a close eye on the Shin family's every move. If there is any unusual movement, they must report to me immediately. The secretary nodded and said, got it. Then he turned and left the office to carry out his mission. The mayor of Demon City looked at the secretaries departing back, secretly guessing what the Shin family would do next. He knew clearly that the Shin family's actions this time would certainly cause a series of chain reactions, and he had to make overall arrangements to ensure the safety of life and property of every citizen in the Magic City. They can turn a blind eye to the world of martial arts, but they will never allow ordinary people to be affected. This is the bottom line. About half an hour later, the secretary walked in again and said, "Mayor, those people from the Shin family went to the outskirts of the old city." Outskirts of the old city? The mayor of Demon City knocked on the table and analyzed. They should go to the abandoned factory west of the old city. There is no one there, so let them cause trouble wherever they want. Mayor, that's a good idea, the secretary praised respectfully. Of the mayor of Demon City nodded and said, "Notify the warrior management department and have them keep an eye on it from a distance with their weapons. Don't let those guys cause any big trouble." The secretary quickly agreed, "Yes, Mayor." After that, the secretary quickly walked out of the mayor's office. At the same time, the Shin family's team arrived near the abandoned factory. Remember, Lin Yi, that little bastard, is at the Transformation Realm. Transformation Realm warriors are grouped in threes. Don't get separated, or they will be defeated one by one. One of the masters of the Shin family gave a serious order. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. They knew that the enemy they were facing this time was not an ordinary warrior, but a master in the realm of transformation. They didn't know his specific cultivation level, so they had to deal with him with caution. Grandmaster Shin took out a map of the factory, divided the search areas for the 5 teams of Transformation Realm warriors, and emphasized the details of the mission. When the team of warriors in the state of transformation entered the factory, the 3 masters each formed a team and chose a direction to advance. In the factory, Lin Yi seized every available moment to consolidate his cultivation. He also had another enemy, the only heir to the first family in Magic City. Zhao Zilong is at the peak of the transformation realm, one small realm higher than him, and he also has a mysterious hidden weapon that can make a transformation realm warrior instantly unconscious, which is very dangerous. The news that he killed the eldest daughter of the Shin family yesterday has been exposed, and Zhao Zilong will definitely strengthen his defenses. However, he has no plans to take action. In the near future, even if Zhao Zilong brings a Grandmaster's bodyguard with him, the time for revenge will be when his cultivation breaks through to the peak of the realm of transformation. By then, Zhao Zilong will have relaxed his vigilance. Then he can directly use his secret method to kill the enemy with one blow and avenge himself. The only trouble now is the Shin family's pursuit, but the place he chose was deserted and extremely secluded. Even if the Shin family racked their brains, they would never have thought that he would hide in such a place. Suddenly, Lin Yi heard a loud crash. It was the trap he had carefully set. Lin Yi understood that someone was coming. "I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen. You got hit." A warrior in the early stage of transformation complained unhappily. "You must have a useless brain if you can't avoid such a big piece of steel plate." "Okay, Gangzi, stop talking. Let's work together to get Sanzi out first." Shin Si Yuan, another warrior with a short haircut, tried to smooth things over. Right, Gangzi, the guy with the short hair is right. You guys should get me out first. I can hardly breathe because of the pressure from the steel plate." Shen Gang snorted coldly and stopped complaining. He and Shin Si Yuan worked together to lift the more than 1-ton steel plate that was pressing on Shin San. Feeling the pressure on his body ease, Shin San quickly climbed out. Bang! A loud noise sounded. The steel plate fell heavily to the ground, and dust flew everywhere. "I'm so tired. This steel plate must weigh a ton." Shin San sat on the ground panting. "It should be. It's too heavy, and it's hard to exert force. I'm so tired." Shin Si Yuan echoed. "Fortunately, there is a rock next to you to help you bear the pressure, otherwise you would be seriously injured if not dead this time." Shin Gang glanced at the cracked rock next to where Shin San was just now. Shin San nodded happily. "Yes, if it weren't for this stone, I would have really gone to heaven this time without any preparation." "You are such a loser, it's better to go to hell." Shin Si Yuan said jokingly. Pooh. Can you say something auspicious? You'll go to hell." Shin San was not to be outdone. Suddenly, Shin Gang felt a chill in his anus and quickly rolled to the left, barely avoiding Lin Yi's fatal sneak attack. The iron nail instantly pierced through the heart of Shin San, who was unable to dodge, and his heart veins were broken. Shin San finally went to hell as he had said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several more iron nails flew over, and Shin Gang and Shin Si Yuan dodged repeatedly, but unfortunately, Shin Si Yuan made a mistake and failed to dodge, and was killed by the iron nails that hit his head. Although Shin Gang was not hit in the vital parts, he suffered several serious injuries. This time, Lin Yi appeared behind Gangzi and wiped out Gangzi's team with one kick. "They came so quickly, how did they find me?" Lin Yi looked into the distance in confusion. Lin Yi frowned, his heart full of doubts. How did these people find me? But at this moment he had no time to think deeply. The most urgent task was to catch these people in one fell swoop. If you dare to chase me, then be prepared to be killed. A fierce look flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. After a while, Lin Yi quickly wiped out 2 3-man teams and 1 4-man team. Together with Gangxi's team at the beginning, Lin Yi killed a total of 13 Transformation Realm warriors from the Shin family. 13 warriors at the Transformation Realm were a huge loss even for a large family like the Shin family. Damn it! Damn it! This damned little beast was so vicious that he actually killed 13 Transformation Realm experts of my Shin family. I must tear him into pieces to vent my hatred. The Shin family master roared angrily. Brother Shin, calm down, calm down. The master invited by the Shin family quickly advised, calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? There are 13 Transformation Realm warriors here. My Shin family only has more than 20 Transformation Realm warriors. Now more than half of them are dead. How can you ask me to calm down? The Shin family master roared angrily. His voice was deafening, as if he was going to tear the whole world apart. His eyes revealed endless anger. These Transformation Realm warriors were the elites of the Shin family and the pillars of the family. Now that so many were lost at once, it was undoubtedly a disaster for the Shin family. The master invited by the Shin family side. He understood the feelings of the master of the Shin family, but at this moment, they needed to calmly think about what to do next. Brother Shin, what Brother Wang said makes sense. Now that those youngsters are gone, it will be useless for us to be angry for now. We should calm down and find a way to kill that little beast Lin Yi as soon as possible, and use his blood to pay tribute to the spirits of these young people in heaven. On the other side, the Grandmaster of the Shin family stepped forward to persuade. Hearing the words of the Shin family's worship master, the Shin family's master calmed down inside. I also know that anger can't solve any differences, but when I think of the tragic deaths of the Shin family and the younger generations loyal to the Shin family, my heart bleeds. Still, I feel sorry for the head of the family, and even more so for the families of those children. As he spoke, the Shin family master deliberately squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. The other 2 masters knew the other party's intention, and they quickly said a few nice words to comfort Master Shin and give each other a way out. They all have some degree of responsibility for such a huge loss, especially the Shin family's master who led the team. The Shin family asked him to lead 16 juniors, and he almost wiped out the whole team. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten when he returned. Although the Shin family's worshipper of the Grand Master did not have much responsibility, so many young people died under his nose. What would the Shin family think of him as an outsider? Even if you don't blame him on the surface, your attitude towards him in your heart will definitely plummet. If you don't put on a bit of dignity at work, you'll just have to wait to be left on the bench when you go back. The only one who had no impact was the foreign aid master who came over to return the favor and helped out. He had no conflict of interest with the Shin family, and after repaying the favor, they owed each other nothing. Even if the Shin family complained, it couldn't be blamed on him. Chapter 45. Lin Yi loses his right hand. Boy, surrender. The Shin family's master blocked Lin Yi's way. He looked at Lin Yi coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as if he had already won the battle. Lin Yi stood up slowly with a calm expression, a disdainful smile on his face. If an ordinary master of the Transformation Realm encountered an early-stage Grandmaster, he might be in real trouble. But to Lin Yi, a mere ordinary early-stage Grandmaster posed no threat at all. Ghost Gate against the sun. Lin Yi shouted angrily. The aura surged, and in an instant, Lin Yi's true energy condensed, and an incredible Master's aura appeared on his body. The next moment, Lin Yi suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the Grand Master like a cannonball. His speed was so fast, like lightning across the night sky, that it was impossible to catch a glimpse of him. The Grand Master was shocked by the change in Lin Yi's aura and was unable to react for a while, but the Grand Master did not choose to retreat. Instead, he went straight up and threw a punch, wanting to compete with Lin Yi. Bang! A dull loud noise. Fist against fist, Lin Yi and the Grand Master retreated at the same time. Lin Yi retreated 3 steps, while the Grand Master retreated 9 steps. What? The Grand Master looked shocked. He couldn't believe that he was forced back so many steps by a young man, and he also felt the terrifying power of Lin Yi's fist. Grandmaster level power, absolute Grandmaster level power. Ha 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 ha. The Grandmaster suddenly laughed. Boy, hand over your skills, and I can give you a decent death, so that you can die quickly. The Grandmaster's eyes were full of greed. A junior in the late stage of the Transformation Realm can burst out with the fighting power of a master just by relying on the power of the technique, which shows how powerful the technique is. If he gets this technique, he will definitely become a leader among the masters. The Grand Master gave up the idea of asking for help. He didn't want the Shin family to know about the technique. Ghostly Fist. The response to the Grand Master was Lin Yi's fist. Boy, you're so brave. The Grand Master laughed wildly and instantly used his unique skill Iron Arm Strike. Boom! Lin Yi's fist accurately hit the weak point on the arm of the Shin family's Grandmaster, breaking the protective chi and allowing the Xianyang chi to instantly invade the Grandmaster's body. Puff! The Grandmaster spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Yi, who was slowly walking towards him with horror. No! Don't kill me, I surrender. Just like in the original plot, the Grandmaster decisively turned against us. Lin Yi had an indifferent expression, with no emotion in his eyes. He slapped out his palm quickly, directly smashing the Grandmaster's crown. Lin Yi was not relaxed. He stared at the factory gate not far away and said coldly, "Come out." As the voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from the white light. It was the master of the Shin family. The Shin family master had a hint of surprise on his face. He looked at Lin Yi and said, "Boy, your perception is still very sharp. I didn't expect you to be able to find me. If your Shin family is only at this level, then you can go down and accompany Shin Yefei today." Lin Yi looked at the Shin family master mockingly. Seeing that Lin Yi actually looked down on him, the Shin family master yelled, "Boy, prepare to die," and then rushed straight towards Lin Yi. War, 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 war. Lin Yi quickly took out a handful of silver needles from his pants and used his chi to move the needles, instantly inserting the silver needles into several special acupuncture points on the body. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from Lin Yi, like a surging torrent, sweeping across the entire venue. What? The Shin family master widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Feeling uneasy in his heart, the Shin family's master originally thought that he had complete control of the situation, but the strength displayed by Lin Yi at this moment made him feel uneasy. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up wildly, revealing a confident and evil smile. He knew that this battle had just begun. Shin family fist. The Shin family grandmaster did not dare to be arrogant and used the Shin family's unique skills to attack. The fist attack was fierce, like a meteor, smashing towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was startled, but did not retreat. He took a deep breath and quickly struck out with his palm, shouting, "Sun-splitting palm." This palm contained powerful internal force and met the fist of the Shin family master in the air. In an instant, a powerful force erupted, forming a shockwave and causing dust to fly. Bang! Lin Yi took 3 steps back before he could steady himself. The Shin family's master stood firmly in place, not moving an inch. As expected of a mid-stage grandmaster. Lin Yi secretly commented in his heart. However, even if you are a mid-stage grandmaster, you can't stop me from taking revenge. Master's expectations, master's last wish, and my own life, I must seek justice for myself. Lin Yi roared in his heart at this moment. Strong hatred and the last obsession in life continued to manifest in Lin Yi's heart. This is his life. Ah! Lin Yi let out a manic roar. No one can stop me. Lin Yi roared angrily. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, and he rushed towards the Grand Master of the Shin family regardless of everything. "Shin family, give me your lives." Lin Yi's roar echoed in the air. His body exuded a powerful aura that made the surrounding air vibrate. Lin Yi's fists hit the Shin family's master like raindrops, and each punch carried unparalleled power, making it impossible to resist. Every punch hits the flesh. Lin Yi completely abandoned defense and used both fists and feet, forcing the Shin family's grandmaster to retreat again and again. For a moment, the Shin family elder, who was in the middle stage of grandmaster, was actually at a disadvantage. However, not only did Lin Yi not stop his attack, but his attack became even more fierce, as if he was determined to defeat the Shin family's master completely. Bang! With a loud bang, a big hole was punched in the wall of the factory by the body of the master of the Shin family, and dust flew and bricks splashed everywhere. There was a huge noise, and the remaining members of the Shin family came over after hearing the noise. Some bounty hunters hiding in the dark also quickly rushed to the center of the fight. "Brother Shin, I'm here to help you." The foreign aid master invited by the Shin family shouted. A heavy punch hit Lin Yi's kidney hard. Ah! Lin Yi half knelt on the ground in pain. Due to carelessness for a moment, Lin Yi failed to dodge the sneak attack and took a punch from a mid-stage grandmaster. Fortunately, the place where he was hit was not his kidney, it was just a cracked wound, so it was not a big problem. Brother Shun, are you okay? The foreign aid master reached out and pulled up the Shin family master. The Shin family's grandmaster shook his head and said, Brother Wang, this kid is quite strange. Let's join forces. Okay. The foreign aid master did not hesitate at all. With the addition of the foreign aid masters, Linny instantly fell into a disadvantage and could only struggle to hold up the defense. As the fight went on, Lin Yi's aura suddenly shook and he exploded, advancing in battle, reaching the peak of the transformation realm, and with the help of the Xin Yang secret technique, Lin Yi's actual combat power instantly skyrocketed, infinitely approaching the peak level of the Grandmaster. Ha! Lin Yi shouted angrily, kick the unlucky foreign aid master to death, he is so powerful now. Damn it! Looking at the tragic death of the foreign aid master, the Shin family master began to tremble, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Boy, I am the fifth elder of the Shin family. If you dare to kill me, the Shin family will never let you go. The Shin family master threatened loudly, trying to scare the explosive Lin Yi. Shin family? Ha ha, Lin Yi laughed wildly. You, the Shin family, first harmed me and ruined my future, then sent people to hunt me down, and now you still have the nerve to say you won't let me go? Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Yi looked at the Shin family master with bloodshot eyes, his master's last wish, his master's expectations, his own life, his beautiful fiancées, and the countless beauties waiting for him to take care of. Bang! Lin Yi suddenly dodged to the left instinctively, and a special drilling and explosive bomb passed by his right arm. His flesh was instantly burnt into charcoal, revealing his white bones. Ah! Lin Yi kicked the Shin family master's head in rage. Because of the Shin family, he even lost his right hand. Fuck. I missed the target with my sniper rifle, the blonde foreigner yelled from 100 meters away. In order to hit Lin Yi, the foreign bounty hunter kept observing through a telescope, not daring to aim for fear that Lin Yi would dodge. He finally found an opportunity to fire a sniper shot, but he didn't expect it to hit Lin Yi's hand. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the foreigner. Pa! There is no doubt that Lao Lu was dead. Ding, the son of luck. Lin Yi used a secret method to overdraw his potential, permanently losing the opportunity to become a grandmaster, and completely losing the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Deducting the benefit luck value of 3,000, the host gains a villain value of 30,000. Ding, the son of luck was interrupted by the extras, and lost his right hand. He was furious and deducted 2,000 of Lin Yi's luck value, and the host gained 20,000 villain value. The luck value of the lucky son Lin Yi has fallen below 1/10 of his total luck, reaching the perfect killing conditions. Please kill him as soon as possible. Awakened, time to hunt. Chapter 46. If the enemy falls into our trap, he must be killed. While Lin Yi was hunting down the Shin family members and overseas bounty hunters who came to kill him, Zhao Zilong called Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, take your family out to hide. There's a guy coming to seek revenge in the next few days. Zhao Zilong ordered seriously. But, Master. Uncle Fu looked at Zhao Zilong worriedly. Although he knew that the young master was a martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm, he was still worried about the young master's safety. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just that guy is a little tricky to deal with. You should take your family out to avoid being accidentally injured. Zhao Zilong explained with a smile. At this moment, Chu Siswang directly revealed her powerful cultivation of half a step to foundation building and said, Uncle Fu, don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt Zilong, you can take your family out to hide. Grandmaster Peak. Uncle Fu looked at Chu Si widow in shock. He had never expected that his future wife would actually be such a terrifying and powerful person at the peak of the Grandmaster level. This world was truly crazy. Uncle Fu gave his young master a complicated look and said, yes, young master and young mistress. Knowing that the future young mistress was very powerful, Uncle Fu happily took his family away from the villa. Uncle Fu knew that with their strength, staying would only cause trouble for Chu Siswang and Zhao Zilong. After sending away the other people in the villa, Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang pretended to be a couple in love, quietly waiting for Lin Yi's arrival to lure him into the trap. It is to cultivate feelings and let Lin Yi relax his vigilance. Now Lin Yi's cultivation has reached the critical point, and he has killed 3 Grandmasters and 16 Transformation Realm warriors of the Shin family. When the news is passed back to the Shin family, the only Grandmaster of the Shin family will definitely take action personally. Due to the oppression from the Shin family and the drawbacks of the Shin Yang Gong, Lin Yi had no choice but to take risks. An hour later, Lin Yi secretly came to the vicinity of Zhao Zilong's villa. After 2 days of observation, Lin Yi discovered that Zhao Zilong didn't even have a master warrior around him, and he really had no sense of crisis. I thought you were someone important, but you turned out to be a playboy. It's a waste of your peak level of transformation. You're so conceited. Lin Yi secretly mocked in his heart. After confirming that Zhao Zilong was not protected by any warriors, Lin Yi swaggered into the villa through the main gate. When he first arrived at the Yi family, his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the transformation realm. Because he had some concerns, he did not choose to confront Zhao Zilong head-on. Later, when the Zhang family blocked Zhao Zilong, he was careless for a moment. He did not expect that Zhao Zilong actually had a hidden weapon on him, and was knocked down by Zhao Zilong's sneak attack. Then he tragically fell into Xin Yefei's hands and suffered inhuman treatment like hell. His second brother disappeared and his kidney was eaten by a dog. Now he has nothing to fear. With the Grandmaster's chi protecting him, he will not let that bastard Zhao Zilong succeed in his sneak attack. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into Zhao Zilong's villa, he heard a familiar and arrogant voice coming from the second floor. "Since you are here, come up." This sudden voice made Lin Yi's body stiffen. He knew in his heart that he had been discovered by Zhao Zilong. Knowing that he was discovered, Lin Yi did not choose to continue pretending. He jumped easily and jumped directly to the second floor balcony. He looked at Zhao Zilong with a ferocious face. "Zhao Zilong, you knew I was coming. You killed so many people in the Shin family. Now the Shin family is hunting you down all over the world. Where else would you go except to find me to settle the final grudge?" "Oh?" Lin Yi showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then asked, "Based on the hatred between the two of us, how can you be sure that I will not run for my life, but take the risk to come here to seek revenge on you?" Zhao Zilong smiled faintly and said 3 words, "Xin Yang Gong." Hearing the word Xin Yang Gong, Lin Yi's face changed instantly. "How do you know that I am practicing Xin Yang Gong?" "No, even if you knew that I was practicing the Xin Yang Gong and knew the disadvantages of the Xin Yang Gong, how can you be sure that I would risk my life for revenge?" Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zilong with a ferocious expression, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. "You mean to stay in seclusion?" Zhao Zilong smiled and shook his head, looking at Lin Yi with a half-smile in his eyes. "Can you still solve the shortcomings of the Xin Yang Gong now? It turned out to be you." Lin Yi was struck by thunder. He understood everything. Everything he had experienced before was not caused by Xin Yefei, but was a plan by Zhao Zilong. He fell into Zhao Zilong's trap and used a knife to kill someone else. He also helped Zhao Zilong eliminate the 3 masters and the younger generation of the Shin family. No wonder Xin Yefei kept saying that she didn't do it. It turned out that she really knew nothing. Unfortunately, I didn't believe it at the time and hurt the innocent girl deeply with each knife. By the way, Lin Yi, it seems that Xin Yefei is one of your fiancés. You are really awesome, dissecting your own fiancé alive. Wow. Zhao Zilong cynically rubbed salt into Lin Yi's mouth. "So it was you who stole my marriage certificate." Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zilong in horror. When Zhao Zilong said this, Lin Yi instantly understood the whole story. It turned out that when he was leaving the train station, he was spotted by this dandy young man in front of him and had been plotting against him the entire time. It was terrifying to think about it. This person had planned this from the beginning. So could his arrival now also be? Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Everything was calculated by the other party. Then his revenge? No. Zhao Zilong can't have calculated so accurately. Now I am at the peak of the transformation realm, and my combat power can rival that of a peak grandmaster. If there is no consequence, I can still fight 1-for-1 with an ordinary early grandmaster. This guy can't possibly calculate the speed at which my cultivation level is improving. I still have a chance. Lin Yi secretly analyzed in his heart. Lin Yi suppressed his anger and said, "Zhao Zilong, I admit that your calculations are invincible in the world, but unfortunately, you can't predict my true strength." After saying that, Lin Yi burned all his energy and blood and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Bang! Chu Siswang waved her jade hand lightly, and the power of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas condensed into a shadow of a giant hand. When the giant hand fell, Lin Yi was like a kite with a broken string, and was deeply embedded in the grass in the front yard of the villa. Zhao Zilong flashed and came in front of Lin Yi. He crushed Lin Yi's limbs without hesitation and completely shattered Lin Yi's dantian. "Lin Yi, how are you now? Do you still think you have a chance?" Zhao Zilong's gentle and elegant words reached Lin Yi's ears, but to Lin Yi, Zhao Zilong's voice was more terrifying than the devil from hell. Linny couldn't help but shed 2 tears of pain from his eyes. His psychological defenses were broken, that if he had known that life would be so miserable, he would rather have died in the womb. Chu Siswang walked in the air and approached Zhao Zilong. Zilong, can we start now? Zhao Zilong nodded, and Chu Siswang cast an unknown spell, and Linny was instantly reduced to ashes, with his soul scattered. Ding, the son of luck Linny was killed by Chu Siswang at the host's instruction. The host obtained the remaining luck value of the son of luck Linny, 7,000, which has been converted into the villain value of 70,000. Since the son of luck, Linny, was not killed by the host himself, there is no additional killing reward. The host's remaining villain value is 4,000 in total. Please spend it as soon as possible. Main quest completed, the Destiny villain system is about to be untied, remaining time, 3 days. What? Extra rewards. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhao Zilong wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, the host didn't ask. /__/Zilong, what's wrong? Chu Siswang hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Zhao Zilong shook his head in a depressed mood. Because I didn't kill Linny myself, I didn't get any extra rewards. Chu Siswang lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, and said softly, I'm sorry. Zhao Zilong gently stroked Chu Siswang's hair and said softly, it's okay, let's go revive your system. Yeah. Chu Si Widow nodded coquettishly like a well-behaved kitten. The two held hands and walked into the villa side by side, leaving behind a mess in the front yard. Chapter 47, Super God of Learning System Resurrected, Grand Wedding. System, I want to revive Chu Sishuang's system. With the joint decision of the two, Zhao Zilong made the request to revive the Super Academic God system. Chen Zhou glanced at Zhao Zilong, who was being teased by Chu Si's widow, and decided to help his cheap host one last time. Ding, host, please have close contact with Chu Si widow to establish a bridge for energy transfer. After hearing the answer from the Destiny villain system, Zhao Zilong turned around and quickly explained to Chu Siswang the conditions for reviving the Super Academic God system. Siswang, the Destiny villain system said that reviving the Super Academic God system requires the establishment of an energy transfer bridge. Conditions? Chu Si widow was still confused. The next moment, Zhao Zilong suddenly stretched out his arms, hugged Chu Sishuang's shoulders, and kissed her domineeringly. Chu Si's widow's mind went blank in an instant, as if time had stopped. She opened her eyes wide, a little confused, and had never expected things to turn out like this, but soon, Chu Si's widow realized what Zhao Zilong meant by bridge. Chu Siswang closed her eyes with a little resentment and naturally put her arms around Zhao Zilong. After a long time, their lips parted. Chu Siswang breathed in the air of the bedroom with deep gulps, her beautiful face flushed with a blush, which made Zhao Zilong's blood boil. While taking a breath, Chu Siswang did not forget to call the system. System, are you there? The Super God of Learning system did not respond. Chu Siswang guessed that the energy was not fully transferred. Then, Chu Si widow became brave and rushed directly towards Zhao Zilong, who was watching her laugh. Continue. Chu Siswang blushed and uttered 2 words. The next moment, Zhao Zilong suddenly felt a softness, and the two continued to kiss passionately. On the other side, in a mysterious space, a little green crocodile and a lavender ball of light sat face to face. Your Excellency, the Destiny villain system, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as it is something I can do, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Chen Zhou waved his hand. It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. But how did you get yourself into this state? The Super Academic God system sighed and narrated, don't mention it. When I was traveling around the worlds before, I encountered a great terror. I fought with her, but I didn't win. I rushed into the turbulence of time and space at the risk of my life, and only then was I able to escape and ascend to heaven. Chen Zhou nodded thoughtfully, and sighed in his heart. It seems that making a system is not easy. Fortunately, I have a background and can call for support at any time. However, Chen Zhou did not say much. The above meant to bring back the Super Academic God system, so his task was to send the Super Academic God system to the nearest branch of the Space-Time Administration Bureau. The rest would naturally be handled by other systems. The two systems talked about some experiences with each other, but it was basically the Super Scholar system that was talking, and Chen Zhou was just a listener. Outside, Zhao Zilong and Chu Si fell deeply in love. Under Zhao Zilong's eloquent attack, the two began the next stage, 100,000 words omitted here. At noon, Chu Xi widow was awakened by Zhao Zilong's actions. She pulled Zhao Zilong's hand away and kicked the sleeping Zhao Zilong lightly with resentment. It's all this bastard's fault. If he hadn't insisted, she wouldn't have lost her mind from yesterday afternoon until the sun rose today. Luckily no one was at home. No, it seems like they have two systems. Thinking of this, Chu Xi widow was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. This was a live pornographic drama. What would her system think of her when she woke up? What a social demise. Chu Xi's wife quickly shook her head, got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind, and picked out a set of Zhao Zilong's pajamas from the closet and put them on. System. System, are you there? Chu Siswang called out to the super academic god system in a nervous voice, feeling as guilty as a thief. Hearing Chu Siswang's cry, the super academic god system temporarily bid farewell to the destiny villain system Chenzhou and withdrew from the mysterious space. Little widow, I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Siswang burst into tears of joy. 7 years, a full 7 years, she finally heard the voice of the super academic god system again. It's great that the system that she grew up with is fine. Little widow, don't cry, I'm fine. You've grown into a big girl now. Don't cry every day. It won't look good. Yes. Chu Siswang nodded in agreement with a sob. She was just so happy. System, from today on you will not leave me, right? Chu Siswang's voice trembled a little. All good things must come to an end. Little widow, I am leaving this plane together with the fateful villain system. The super god of learning system thought about it and finally decided to confess to the little girl Chu Siswang. Leave. Chu Siswang repeated these two words with a lost look. Little widow, don't feel sad about the separation. Besides me, you still have many partners, friends, relatives, and that little kid named Zhao Zilong, who really loves you. Little widow, don't let that boy down. However, if this kid dares to bully you, you should beat him up. Let him see how powerful the girl I trained is. Taking a different turn, the super god of learning system arrogantly threw out a joke. Partner, relative, friend, Zhao Zilong? Chu Xi widow's mouth was tinged with a smile. Although Zhao Zilong looked a bit frivolous, Chu Siswang could still clearly feel his love for her, otherwise she would not have agreed to Zhao Zilong last night. I understand, system, thank you. Chu Siswang said goodbye to the super academic god system with a smile. With her heart not untied, Chu Siswang walked into the bathroom in a happy mood. Because of the madness they had yesterday, she was covered in sweat and felt very uncomfortable. Time remaining to unbind the destiny villain system. 53:30:56. Chu Siswang came out after washing and saw Zhao Zilong was still sleeping, so she continued to ask, System, how much time do you have left? A little over 2 days, about 53 hours. 53 hours. If we hurry, we should still have time to get married. Chu Xi widow made up her mind to herself. Having made up her mind, Chu Siswang hurriedly woke Zhao Zilong up. Zilong. Zilong. Zhao Zilong rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Chu Xi widow who was so close to him. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but shudder and felt a slight ache in his waist. That's right, he was one step behind in last night's competition and lost it. Zhao Zilong took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Xi widow, what's the matter? Chu Xi widow said something shocking. Hurry up and prepare for the wedding. Hurry up, get it ready in 50 hours. Zhao Zilong looked at Chu Siswang in disbelief. What's wrong with this woman? Why are you in such a hurry to get married? There are still 53 hours until the system leaves. If you arrange things quickly, we can still catch up. Chu Siswang explained seriously. After hearing this, Zhao Zilong finally realized that Chu Siswang wanted the system to witness their wedding. Okay. Zhao Zilong agreed quickly. It sounds good to have the system as the witness. Zhao Zilong did what he said. He jumped up and started to make phone calls to arrange the venue meticulously. He then called his home one by one to inform his family that he would be getting married the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Zilong's parents, grandparents, and grandparents were very shocked. So soon, is this kid so impatient? Could it be that this guy did something bad to the young widow? Mistakenly believing that Zhao Zilong had made a mistake, the Zhao family immediately called Chu Xi's wife to inquire. Unfortunately, Chu Xi's wife was calling to inform her family and friends, and the line was busy and could not be reached. In a moment, Zhao Zilong's parents and grandfather rushed to Zhao Zilong's villa and found out that it was just a misunderstanding. It turned out that it was Chu Si's widow who proposed the marriage. Of course, Zhao Zilong deliberately pushed the blame onto Chu Si's wife. It was not because he did not dare to take responsibility, but because he was afraid of being beaten by the elders of both sides. Chu Siswang understood what Zhao Zilong meant and did not expose his lie, but took all the responsibility on herself. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Zhao Zilong's grandfather said a few words to Zhao Zilong, and then went back with a beaming face to prepare the wedding for Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang. 47 hours later, their wedding was held as scheduled. It was a Chinese wedding. The wedding dress was bought by Zhao Zilong from the Destiny Villain system for a huge sum of 4,000 villain points. It was the kind that could automatically restore itself if torn. All the guests had joy on their faces, and the smiles on the Zhao family members' faces were harder to suppress than AK. The only one who was unhappy was Chu Si's widow's grandfather. It would be strange for him to be happy when his granddaughter was kidnapped in less than a week. Witnessed by the two major systems, the wedding of Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang ended perfectly. Ding, the Destiny Villain system has been untied 100%, untied successfully. Chapter 48 Extra Chapter of the World of Divine Doctor. Brief explanation of Zhao Zilong's subsequent chapter. On the day of Zhao Zilong's wedding, the stimulated Su Yingxue tried to sneak in, but was discovered by the security guard and thrown out. After the wedding, Zhao Zilong handed Changsheng Group to his father, and started a 3-year journey for the two of them with Chu Si, the widow. Time flies. 3 years have passed in a flash. There has been no movement between Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang. Although they often discuss and communicate with each other, they still have not conceived a child. 3 years later, Zhao Zilong took over all the businesses of the Zhao family, and Chu Si's widow also moved the research institute to the Magic City. Except for the fact that the two families occasionally tried to have children overtly or covertly, their lives were very peaceful. Chu Si's widow also asked about fertility through a group that was set up shortly after the departure of the villain Tianming. A guy named Wang Haonan gave an explanation: the stronger the individual strength, the lower the fertility rate. With more exchanges and discussions, you will always succeed. As soon as Wang Haonan finished speaking, the super academic god system gave an explanation: it is extremely difficult for alternative practitioners to give birth to offspring. This is a problem of the practice environment, so Chu Siswang and Zhao Zilong don't have to worry. After figuring out the reason, the two of them decided to give up. When their parents urged them to have a baby again, Zhao Zilong said frankly that the special martial arts he practiced made him infertile. After Zhao's father and mother found out, they said nothing to Zhao Zilong and Chu Si's widow. Zhao's father and mother were also warriors. They were in their 40s and in the prime of their lives, but they went to have a second child. After Lin Yi's death, Zhao Zilong stopped suppressing the Yi family. Without external pressure, the Yi family soon fell apart, because Yi Yong defended Lin Yi. Yi Zijin's family was targeted by everyone in the Yi family and did not get any money. After losing his job, Yi Yong had to work at a construction site to make a living. As a result, he lacked safety awareness and broke his leg, leaving him disabled. Fortunately, Yi Zijin's mother had hidden some private money in her early years, which allowed Yi Zijin to finish college smoothly. Without the Yi family, all of Yi Zijin's friends scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Classmates who had been bullied by Yi Zijin's spoiled temper in the past came to take revenge on her, and some of the evil things done by Yi Zijin's friends were also blamed on her. Fortunately, the university has strict management, so those people didn't dare to go too far in their revenge. It was not until she graduated from university that Yi Zijin ended her life of being bullied and went to work in an ordinary small company, where her salary was barely enough to support her family. The Zhang family has not changed much. They still guard their own piece of land and run their own private hospital. In the original plot, the Zhang family did not take any action, so Zhao Zilong did not deal with the Zhang family. Zhang Yuexin's grandfather Zhang Zhizhen is still the president of the Shanghai Chinese Medicine Association. He continues to explore the mysteries of medicine in a simple and easy to understand way. Zhang Yuexin hasn't changed much. After obtaining her doctorate degree, she entered a large hospital. In the original plot, she didn't have much intersection with Zhao Zilong, and in this life they are just strangers who know each other. Su Yingxue has always been stubborn and has not filed for bankruptcy, but she still owes a lot of foreign debts. After the Su family fell, the Su family did not dare to offend the Zhao family and blamed all the bankruptcy of the Su family on Su Yingxue offending Zhao Zilong. In order to pay off the debt, the Su family sold Su Yingxue to a perverted nouveau riche from another place in exchange for a large amount of money. That perverted upstart has a special hobby. He likes to compete with many people and record their daily lives. Su Yingxue couldn't bear it, but she had no chance to resist or retaliate. In the end, she had a mental breakdown and chose to cut her wrists, ending her life in regret. Qin Kurson decisively chose to run away when Suing Shue went bankrupt. She took the money she had earned from Suing Shue in the past few years and flew away from the Magic City overnight, as if she was afraid of being retaliated against. However, Zhao Zilong did not forget this two-faced woman. In the original plot, she was an undercover agent for Lin Yi. When he fell from power, Qin Kurson was the one who jumped the most happily facing Lin Yi's lover. Zhao Zilong set up a trap for Qin Kurson, making her owe a huge sum of 25 million yuan. Qin Kurson will spend the rest of her life paying off her debts. As for Wen Yuxi, this woman was cowardly and the only one in Lin Yi's harem who had spoken well of Zhao Zilong. Although it was useless, Zhao Zilong still kept it in mind. Zhao Zilong didn't do anything to Wen Yuxi. Instead, he paid for Wen Yuxi's mother's medical treatment. After years of treatment, Wen Yuxi's mother's cancer was successfully cured. The first thing the mother and daughter did after being discharged from the hospital was to run to the Zhao group to thank Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong did not refuse and gladly accepted the banner embroidered by Wen Yuxi's mother. After some publicity, Zhao Zilong's Love Relief Foundation became the largest and most reputable relief fund in Longhua. The new rescue model and the disclosure of funding sources were praised by countless Long people, and Zhao also received a lot of praise for it. Later, when Yuxi went to another province to develop, and she insisted on sending some things back every month to thank Zhao Zilong. After returning to the Shen family, they found that there was a shortage of warriors due to Lin Yi, and all the Transformation Realm warriors that the Shen family sent out were killed. The affiliated families began to have rifts with the Shen family and demanded compensation from the Shen family. The family of the deceased foreign aid master also ran to the Magic City to demand an explanation. The Shen family had no choice but to give a huge compensation to calm the anger of the foreign aid master's family. Zhao Zilong also took out the video of Chu Siswang killing Lin Yi, and happily ran to the Shen family to take away 1 billion in cash. At the same time, he asked the Shen family to give up several big projects to repay the favor. Although the Shen family was speechless, they finally gave the big projects to Zhao Zilong. Then, Zhao Zilong used the compensation money from the Shen family to suppress the Shen family's business. The Shen family was so angry that they vomited blood, but the pressure from Zhao was increasing day by day. Later, Yan Jing also began to suppress the Shen family, and the Shen family began to decline. After the death of the Shen family's grandmaster, the declining Shen family was directly kicked out of the 5 major families in the Magic City. With this, the era of the 5 major families in the Magic City ended and the era of the 4 major families began. Although the Shen family did not completely collapse, it could not hold on for long. Some families that were originally affiliated with the Shen family also turned against them and retaliated against them. Another lucky policewoman named Zhou Shiyu, who works in the Shanghai Law Enforcement Bureau, was retaliated by an innocent person who had been wrongly accused during a case and was disfigured afterwards. It was revealed that the female policewoman Zhou Shiyu handled cases arbitrarily based on her own ideas in order to increase the crime-solving rate. Families such as the Zhao family and the Chu family stood up to put pressure on the Zhou family and sent this female detective from the Zhou family in to experience the free meal life in Longhua. As for the other fiancés of Lin Yi who were not in Magic City, those who had conflicts with Zhao Zilong were also retaliated against one by Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang. Zhao Zilong didn't bother to care about the fact that they had no connection or hatred with each other. 50 years later, Chu Sichuan's cultivation reached the peak of foundation building, and Zhao Zilong's cultivation was also successfully brought to the late stage of foundation building by Chu Siswang. Zilong, are you ready? Chu Siswang looked at Zhao Zilong affectionately. Zhao Zilong nodded. Let's go to other worlds and see if we can meet them, the system, again. Dr. Chu, Teacher Zhao, hurry up, the spaceship is about to take off. A beautiful figure ran over. This girl in her early 20s is a student of Chu Siswang and also a member of the 2nd Interstellar Exploration Team. 40 years ago, Chu Siswang switched her career from computers to the field of interstellar exploration. At that time, no one was optimistic about her, but soon, Chu Siswang, who was trained by the super academic God system, slapped the whole world in the face. In just 10 years, Longhua began to exploit the resources of Red Star. 20 years later, Longhua officially launched a resource exploitation plan for the 8 planets. After another 20 years of development, the Chusishuang team has successively perfected a number of technical breakthroughs, including lightspeed flight technology, subspace jump technology, and ecological perfect cycle technology. Humans have officially acquired the ability to explore other galaxies, coming. Chu Ci Widow responded with a smile. The first fleet of the Dragon Kingdom Aerospace Galaxy Exploration is setting off. Fly to the stars. Some of the destined villains were given the boundless starry sky as a wedding gift by the system. The starry sky is their new beginning. This volume is finished. Chapter 49. My host is cannon fodder. After sending the super god of learning system to the nearest branch of the Spacetime Administration, Shenzhou returned to the Anchor space station with 200 origin points. It is worth mentioning that on the way, Shenzhou spent 10 origin points to build a chat group of all worlds, and pulled the super academic god system, the first host Wang Haonan, the second host Zhao Zilong, and Chu Siswang, who was raised by the super academic god system, into the group. Chat Shenzhou is the group owner, Super Academic System is the administrator, and everyone else is an ordinary group member. After posting several group announcements, Shenzhou began to submit and settle tasks. Internship mission, 2/3 the best doctor, the dragon descends from the mountain. Mission level, white main mission completion, completed task rating, excellent special mission completion rate, 100% total mission income, 282.56 origin points. Main mission settlement, 77.4 origin points, plus additional assessment reward, 5.16 origin points, plus special mission settlement, 200 origin points, remaining origin points, 287 origin points, total from the mission, including the difference from the host, total source points, 337 source points. After deducting expenses, the origin point statistics have been confirmed, and Shenzhou decisively absorbed 137 origin points to permanently increase his own strength. In an instant, the purple on Shenzhou's body became more lustrous, and a deep purple light flickered faintly all over his body. The shape of the light ball became more solid, and from a distance it looked like a dazzling star, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. After adapting instantly, Shenzhou glanced at the Wanjie chat group. Shitian War Emperor, Wang Haonan. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Haonan, Super Academic God System. Hello, I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times. Zhao Zilong. Hello, my name is Zhao Zilong. Please take care of me in the future. Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Chu Ci Widow. Hello, my name is Chu Ci Widow, Zhao Zilong's Taoist partner, the Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. Shiten War Emperor, Wang Haonan. At the Destiny Villain System, can the host's partner also be pulled in? Super Academic God System. At Chu Ci Widow is my host, the War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. Oh, I see. Thank you. After browsing the chat history, Shenzhou casually said at all members, the function of this group is currently limited to communication between group members. Everyone should communicate in a civilized manner and do not quarrel. After sending it, Shenzhou began to check the new internship task, Rebirth of the Evil Emperor of the Last Days. The end of the world. Shenzhou's body shook. The world of Apocalypse is considered a relatively powerful world among all the worlds. The world's combat power is average, and it is totally incomparable to the worlds of the God of War and the Miracle Doctor. Shenzhou clicked on the detailed introduction of the mission world, and sure enough, Su Chen, the son of luck, was a reborn person with a total of 57,000 luck points. Mutated zombies, superpowers, and strange beasts, interesting. Shenzhou murmured, and then he skillfully entered the plane channel. The mission world has been locked successfully. The plane anchor point has been cast successfully. A space channel appeared, and in an instant, Shenzhou arrived in the world of Rebirth of the Last Evil Emperor. Ding, a fit person with intact vital signs is detected, meeting the system binding conditions. System binding is successful. The Destiny Villain System has been successfully bound. Host, Li Feiyu System. Li Feiyu's eyes, which were originally in despair, were filled with infinite excitement. System, save me. Li Feiyu shouted in his heart. Just when the zombie was 0.01 centimeters away from Li Feiyu, Shenzhou spent a huge sum of 1 source point to generate a novice gift pack. Ding, the novice gift package has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving Special Ability, Whisperer, LV1, Special Ability, Disguiser, LV1, Abnormal Lightning Power, Sky Thunder, LV1, Ordinary Weapons, Tang Horizontal Sword, Ordinary Hot Weapon, Revolver Pistol. The moment the Disguiser's ability took effect, the zombies that were originally attacking fiercely seemed to have pressed the pause button and immediately stopped their offensive movements. The cute big eyes motionlessly looked at the common people under them who were emitting the same breath. The brains of these zombies are dead, and they are unable to think or understand what is happening in front of them. They can only maintain their previous actions blankly, at a loss as to what to do without the temptation of human scent. The zombies behind quickly calmed down and began to wander around aimlessly again, waiting to be attracted by the next sound. Whisperer, a supernatural power that can control zombies. The strength of the supernatural power is proportional to the strength of the mental power. Disguiser, passive camouflage ability, can disguise the aura of any race. Sky Thunder, a mutant thunder-type ability with powerful attack power. Please develop the corresponding effects by the host yourself. Knowing that there was no danger, Li Feiyu tightly gripped the mop in his hand, pushed upward with his right hand to create a slope, then rolled to the right and escaped from under the zombies. Hearing the loud noise, the zombies gathered around again, but when they found there was no smell of living people, they slowly dispersed. The crisis was resolved, and Li Feiyu found a place to sit down. System, what is going on? What is your function? Ding, the original trajectory story transmission begins. An unimaginably huge amount of memory rushed into Li Feiyu's mind like a flood, instantly drowning his consciousness. Li Feiyu felt as if his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer. A sharp pain came over him and he could no longer bear it. Everything went dark in front of his eyes and he immediately lost consciousness and passed out. Glancing at the sleeping Li Feiyu, Chen Zhou grabbed the intelligence-reducing halo on Li Feiyu's head and refined it in an instant. When I woke up again, it was already evening. So that's how it is. Li Feiyu finally understood everything. No wonder Su Chun used provocation to motivate himself to come out to look for food. It turns out that this bastard Su Chen is a reborn person. In his previous life, the original plot, Su Chen was a coward who dared not say a word when being bullied. The end of the world has come. 90% of the world's humans have turned into zombies, and the entire human civilization has collapsed. After the disaster, Li Feiyu became the captain of the team with the help of his subordinates and bodyguards, and he seized food and acted tyrannical. As a villain, it is natural for him to bully the cowardly Su Chen in his previous life. Su Chen was reborn 8 years after the end of the world. As a cannon fodder villain, Li Feiyu was naturally killed by the decisive and ruthless Su Chen, and Li Feiyu's family was later wiped out by Su Chen. Later, Su Chen sang loudly all the way, established the imperial court of the end times, recruited many concubines in the end times, and acted tyrannically. Su Chen, you didn't expect that I'm not dead, and Mu Xier, as my fiancé, knew that Su Chen deliberately framed me but did not help me. Later, she helped Su Chen to give false testimony and said that I died of self-conceit at the hands of zombies. Wait, I will thank you very much. Li Feiyu looked out the window viciously. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. Gurgled. Li Feiyu's stomach gave an inopportune reminder of hunger. Li Feiyu quickly opened his backpack, took out a bottle of mineral water, grabbed a few sausages and started eating them voraciously. System, by the way, what functions do you have? Ding, this system is the Destiny Villain System, which is specially designed to help villains like the host deal with the Son of Destiny. The host can gain villain value by destroying the luck child's chance, robbing the luck child's property, and attacking the luck child's mentality. Since this world is the end of the world and is quite special, this system has specially opened a crystal core recycling service. 1 first level crystal core equals 1 villain value. 1 second level crystal core equals 50 villain value. 1 level 3 crystal core equals 500 villain points. 1 fourth level crystal core equals 2000 villain value. 1 fifth level crystal core equals 10000 villain points. 1 rank 6 legendary crystal source equals 60000 villain points. The host can purchase a variety of system props, skills, abilities, weapons, food and other items through the system mall, and can also obtain rewards through lucky draws, opening lucky blind boxes, etc. Chapter 50, Crazy Zombie Hunting. After listening to the system introduction, Li Feiyu hurriedly asked the question that concerned him the most. System, are there any restrictions on killing Su Chen? Host, the luck of the Son of Luck has fallen to less than 1/10 of the total luck, and can be killed perfectly. A high luck value only makes it difficult to kill. Killing by force will not cause any backlash, but the luck value will be lost. The host can make his own decision. System, can I gain villain points by killing the heroine? Damn, the lucky heroine in the apocalypse world is also the right-hand man of the lucky son. As long as you kill her, you can get the corresponding villain value. The same is true for instigating or designing a rift between the hero and heroine. The villain value obtained by killing different heroines is different. Killing a vase-type heroine will not obtain villain value. Nice. After getting the answer, Li Feiyu had a plan for the next step in his mind. The end of the world is cruel. Su Chen is his, Li Feiyu's, mortal enemy and must be eliminated. At the same time, Su Chen's luck is also an important resource that cannot be ignored. Li Feiyu wants to obtain it all and maximize the benefits. After resting for a while, Li Feiyu, who knew Su Chen's life trajectory, put the backpack into the system space and walked out of the teaching building with a swagger. Li Fei's target was the school supermarket, which was one of the only 2 places in the school that had food. There is only this small supermarket in the school. He, Li Feiyu, Su Chen, Mu Xier and others had explored it before. The zombies inside were dealt with by them together, so there was no danger. Without the obstruction of zombies, Li Feiyu easily arrived at the back door of the school supermarket. He opened the door and found that a small amount of food was missing from the shelves. This was taken away by the previous few people. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, not many survivors had the courage to face the zombies, and the food in the supermarket was still sufficient. Li Feiyu took a quick look and quickly put all the remaining clean items in the supermarket into the system space, without leaving even a single exercise book. As for the remaining things stained with zombies' blood, Li Feiyu took out Tang Hengdao and cut the packaging into pieces one by one. After doing all this, Li Feiyu closed the door again and left carefully through the back door. As for the school cafeteria, there is a second-level zombie there, and Li Feiyu doesn't want to take the risk for the time being. Li Feiyu did not return to the classroom immediately, but took the Tang Hengdao and strolled towards the nearest girls' dormitory. It was class time when the apocalypse broke out, and there was basically no one in the high school dormitory. Tonight Li Feiyu planned to stay in the girls' dormitory for one night, get enough rest so that you can go to other teaching buildings to hunt zombies tomorrow. Just as Li Feiyu thought, there was no one in the dormitory, so Li Feiyu did not wander around to help the mutated dormitory manager get rid of her. Unfortunately, there is no crystal core. Li Feiyu picked up a few keys on the first floor at random, found the corresponding dormitory, and chose a cleaner one. No one objected, so Li Feiyu moved in with his bags. The water supply system was still functioning in the early days of the apocalypse, so Li Feiyu took a shower. A night of silence. The next morning, Li Feiyu got up, ate 3 loaves of bread, leisurely drank a bottle of milk, did some warm-up exercises, and came to a teaching building carrying his Tang Hengdao. There are 3 big words hanging on the building, Jiaxing Tower. Li Feiyu was not too sad. He picked up his knife and walked into the Jiaxing Tower silently. 1, 2, 57. Li Feiyu sat on the ground in a very ungraceful manner. Although these zombies did not resist, it was not easy to break open their brains and look for the crystal cores. Fortunately, when entering the teaching building, Li Feiyu found a fire axe, which was slightly better than Tang Hengdao. Looking at the 3 transparent crystal cores in his hand, Li Feiyu was speechless. After 2 hours of hard work, he only got 3 pseudo-first-order crystal cores. The explosion rate was touching. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were not very strong, so the explosion rate of crystal cores was extremely low. But things would be different after they evolved in a few days. Li Feiyu took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the system space and rinsed the pseudo-first-order crystal core in his hand. Then hold the crystal core in the palm of your hand, take a deep breath, close your eyes, calm down and begin to mobilize the supernatural powers in your body, feeling this powerful and mysterious force through the mysterious meridians. The supernatural power gathered in the palm of the hand and resonated with the energy in the crystal core. After a while, the pseudo-first-level crystal core in his hand disappeared, and Li Feiyu felt his body was full of strength. Now, he could knock down his former self with one punch. Although he was not yet a first-class warrior, his physical fitness had obviously improved a lot, as if he had been reborn. Is this the feeling of having power? Li Feiyu stretched his muscles and bones, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. He never thought that a small pseudo-first-order crystal core could bring him such a huge change. The end of the world is both a disaster and an opportunity. After absorbing the crystal core, Li Feiyu began to frantically hunt zombies again. 6 hours later, Li Feiyu successfully wiped out all the zombies in the Jiaxing Tower, including more than 300 zombies, 46 pseudo-first-order crystal cores, and 2 first-order crystal cores. After absorbing the crystal core, Li Feiyu successfully advanced to the middle stage of the first stage and initially acquired the ability to protect himself. After Li Feiyu left, the remaining survivors of Jiaxing Tower also came out one after another. Looking at the mess and the monsters with shattered heads all over the ground, some timid girls couldn't help crying. Students, now is not the time to cry. Teacher Wang, bring a few students to block the first floor door. Others and I searched for food in every classroom and waited for rescue. A female teacher quickly stepped forward to comfort everyone. Okay. Teacher Wang nodded, called 5 strong students, took the mop and broom, and rushed downstairs quickly and vigilantly. Teacher Wang and the others walked downstairs and found that the glass door had been closed. There was a brand new exercise book left at the door. It said, if you are bitten by a zombie, you will turn into a zombie. there are crystal cores in the brains of zombies. People who have awakened superpowers can become stronger by absorbing crystal cores. Crystal cores are divided into different properties. Do not absorb crystal cores with conflicting properties. After reading a few hundred words of simple common sense about the apocalypse, Mr. Wong's worldview was like a thunderbolt. The other male students looked at each other in bewilderment, and they all had the idea of killing zombies in their hearts. After returning to the dormitory, Li Feiyu took a good shower, checked the doors and windows, and then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Li Feiyu had used the noise outside the dormitory to attract a group of zombies, so there was no need to worry about anyone breaking into the dormitory. He was really tired, not physically, but mentally, on the other side. Su Chen led the team to successfully clear all the zombies in the corridor and returned to the classroom. "Brother Chen, what exactly was that thing you asked us to dig up before?" The fat man approached Su Chen and asked in a low voice. When the others heard this, they pricked up their ears and came forward, with expressions of curiosity and anticipation on their faces. They obviously wanted to know what the crystal core was used for. Su Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. He slowly stretched out a hand and spread his palm. "Give each of you a crystal core, and I will tell you the function of the crystal core." After 8 years of fighting, rolling and crawling, in the apocalypse, Su Chen's character has long been changed by the apocalypse. Now he is no longer the cowardly Su Chen in his previous life who could not even protect the people he loved. Li Feiyu is the first, but he will definitely not be the last. After being reborn, he must sit on the throne of the strong in this life. Musier didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so she decisively handed over a transparent crystal core the size of a small marble. Someone took the lead, and several others also handed over crystal cores. "Anything else?" Su Chen looked at the others in a pretentious manner. After hearing this, 2 more people handed over the only crystal core in their hands. Obviously, they wanted to know the function of the crystal core more than the crystal core itself. Seeing this, Li Feiyu's bodyguard also threw out a few crystal cores. "These are the crystal cores of several of us, hurry up and tell us." After receiving the crystal cores from everyone, Su Chen did not keep them in suspense and directly told everyone the most primitive method of using the crystal cores: swallowing. Chapter 51. Would I be so stupid as to risk my own life to save you? On the 5th day of the apocalypse, at dawn, Li Feiyu, who had gotten up early, came to the teaching building where Su Chen and others were. This teaching building is named Dream Building, which means the building for senior high school students to build their dreams and represents the school's good wishes and expectations for the students' future. Li Feiyu glanced at it casually, without much feeling in his heart. He walked into the first floor carefully, looked around vigilantly, and found a safe and hidden place to sit down. With the ability of Disguiser, Li Feiyu will not be attacked by low-energy zombies at all. Even if Li Feiyu issues tickets to the low-energy zombies, those zombies will not resist. According to the plot trajectory provided by the Destiny villain system, today will be the day when Su Chen and others clear out the building. Cleaning up zombies means having a crystal core. Why wouldn't you accept a crystal core if someone gave it to you? It was noon when Li Feiyu heard some vague noises. The zombies near the stairs followed the noises and ran upstairs one after another. Li Feiyu knew that this was a good idea that Su Chen obtained based on his memories of his previous life. Surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, use different levels of sound to gradually attract the zombies upstairs, and then kill them with the perfect terrain advantage of the corridor. This method is very practical and can effectively control the scale of zombies within a controllable range. Preventing too many zombies to defeat. 10 minutes later, the noise from upstairs became clearer. Some zombies that were far away from the stairs heard the noise and ran upstairs with their fangs and claws bared. About 20 minutes later, Li Feiyu saw several familiar figures slowly walking down from upstairs, and the person leading them was Su Chen. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Li Feiyu directly took out the revolver from the system space. Bang! Su Chen fell to the ground and rolled down the stairs. Everyone was so scared that they stood there in a daze. The zombies in the distance heard the sound and came over. The zombies in the distance were attracted by the gunshots and swarmed towards Su Chen like dogs seeing food. "Brother Chen!" Fatty Yang Dawei shouted as he rushed down the stairs. Hearing the fat man's shout, some people woke up as if from a dream and rushed downstairs with weapons to fight off the zombies. Li Feiyu's bodyguard reacted immediately when he heard the gunshot. He quickly retreated to the corner of the stairs, lay down, and vigilantly looked for the location of the shooter. However, Li Feiyu did not shoot again after firing the first shot. There were too few clues, and the bodyguards found it difficult to determine the exact location of the shooter. Brother Chen, are you okay? The fat man shook Su Chen's body anxiously, his concern evident in his words. Don't shake it, I'm not dead. Go and get rid of those zombies. Su Chen held his injured thigh, suppressed his speechlessness and gave the order. Su Chen knew that the biggest crisis at the moment was not the zombies, but the mysterious man hiding in the dark and shooting. He was careless this time. He didn't expect that there would be guns in a place like a school. Fortunately, he absorbed a lot of crystal cores yesterday, and his physical fitness was greatly improved, so he was able to dodge in time, otherwise his second brother would have had his head smashed. Damn it, who is it? Su Chen clenched his fists in anger. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen still couldn't remember that there was such a person on the school grounds. When they left the school in their previous lives, they had never heard of there being guns in the school. It seems that my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect in this world. Su Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, but it doesn't matter. What Su Chen relied on was never the memories of his previous life, but the experience accumulated from the fighting in his previous life. After a fierce battle, everyone finally succeeded in getting rid of the last zombie. Su Chen, are you seriously injured? Monsieur came over and asked with concern. Seeing that the school beauty cared about him so much, Su Chen felt warm in his heart, and the depression from being ambushed just now also dissipated for the most part. However, Su Chen pretended to be calm and explained, "It's okay, the opponent's gun was not powerful, I couldn't dodge and was hit in the thigh. I should be able to recover after resting for about a week." Monsieur nodded, "Have a good rest. Tell me if you need anything. My mother is a doctor, and I also know some nursing knowledge." Okay. Su Chen nodded and did not refuse. At this moment, a classmate suddenly screamed, "Li Feiyu, aren't you dead? How come you are here?" Li Feiyu. Hearing their classmate's exclamation, the other students also raised their heads and looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a handsome man wearing dark clothes and holding a Tang Dynasty sword standing quietly not far away. Li Feiyu. Su Chen looked at the intact Li Feiyu not far away with a horrified heart. Su Chen clearly remembered that after Li Feiyu was knocked down by 3 zombies, the surrounding zombies rushed towards him like a tide. According to common sense, there is absolutely no possibility for Li Feiyu to survive, but now Li Feiyu was standing in front of him intact, which surprised him, but he had to believe it. "Mr. Li, I'm so glad you're okay," one of Li Feiyu's lackeys shouted excitedly. Su Chen, who was originally bullied by them, stood above their heads. They felt worse than eating shit, but since there were too many people supporting Su Chen, they had no choice but to follow him. Now that Li Feiyu has appeared, they have regained their backing and have the confidence to go against Su Chen. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses squeezed out of the crowd, with a look of practiced concern on his face. "Student Li Feiyu, it turns out that you are okay. That's great. Everyone was worried about you. Master." The bodyguard upstairs heard the noise and immediately ran to Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu nodded slightly, raised the revolver in his hand and pointed it at Su Chen's head. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to drop to freezing point. It turns out that the person who fired the gun just now was Li Feiyu. "Li Feiyu, what do you want to do? Put down your gun. I am your teacher." The middle-aged teacher's face turned pale instantly when Su Chen saw Li Feiyu's gun. He couldn't help but feel fearful. Although he absorbed 21 pseudo-first-level crystal cores yesterday, he has not yet advanced to a first-level mutant and cannot resist the damage of bullets. "Su Chen, I am now a mid-level first-level mutant, you'd better not act rashly," Li Feiyu threatened in a cold voice. "Li Feiyu, what do you want to do? We are all classmates, what do you mean by this?" Mu Sisi asked unhappily. "Aha." Li Feiyu sneered, "Monsieur, why didn't you ask Su Chen what he meant when he pushed me towards the zombies?" "Li Feiyu, stop slandering me. I never pushed you. It was you who wanted to take the shortcut and got surrounded by zombies." Su Chen argued righteously. Li Feiyu sneered, "At that time, it was just you and me. The road you took me on was only 2 meters apart from us. Would I be so stupid as to risk my own life to save you?" This. Su Chen was suddenly speechless. He didn't expect that Li Feiyu would talk about abandoning his teammates and running away so openly, without caring about his own reputation at all. Everyone looked at each other. Everyone knows Li Feiyu's character. If he really encounters danger, he will definitely be the one to run away. If the distance between Li Feiyu and Su Chen was really less than 2 meters, if the zombies were alarmed, it would definitely be Li Feiyu abandoning Su Chen and running away. It is impossible for Li Feiyu to cover Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen was speechless, Li Feiyu hurriedly said, Su Chen, you were looking for an excuse without thinking carefully. Two people form a group, and you proposed that the distance between two people should not exceed 2 meters. I cherish my life so much, do you think I would take the initiative to seek death? Everyone was silent. Let's take a step back and say that even if the two of us were in danger while walking along the path, it should be that two of us managed to escape, or both of us died together, or one of us abandoned our teammates. You keep saying that I took a shortcut, but what shortcuts are there in school? Can you save 10 or 20 meters, even if we really wanted to take a shortcut? Why didn't people do it when they first went to the supermarket? There is a safe route, but they are taking an unknown path instead. Who among you would choose to take an unknown path instead of a safe route? Chapter 52. Hand over all the crystal cores. After Li Feiyu finished speaking, the entire hall became eerily quiet. Just as Li Feiyu said, if the distance between two people is no more than 2 meters, there are only 3 possibilities when they encounter danger. Both of them escape together, both of them are killed together, one of them abandons his teammate. Perhaps someone would be willing to sacrifice his life to cover for his teammates, but that person would never be Li Feiyu, at least. The combination of Li Feiyu and Su Chen is impossible. So there are only 2 possible truths. Su Chen deliberately designed to kill Li Feiyu. Su Chen deliberately abandoned his teammates. No matter which one it is, it confirms the fact that Su Chen wants to kill Li Feiyu. After taking a look at everyone's reactions, Li Feiyu said, okay, I don't care what you want to do. Just hand over all your crystal cores, and I can consider not making a fuss about this matter. Li Feiyu, I don't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with me. A boy quickly distanced himself from Su Chen, not wanting to get involved in this mess. Li Feiyu nodded and said in a cold voice, those who are not Su Chen's lackeys should be on my right-hand side, and those who want to follow me should be on my left-hand side. Others should hand over all their crystal cores, otherwise. Bang! The small and exquisite bullet danced gracefully and hit Su Chen's other thigh. Li Feiyu! Su Chen glared at Li Feiyu with gritted teeth. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Fatty Yang Dawei quickly held Su Chen's shoulders, then turned to look at Li Feiyu. Young Master Li, we will hand it over. We are willing to compensate you with all the crystal cores. As he spoke, the fat man searched out the crystal cores on Su Chen's body. Combined with the ones he had dug out before, there were a total of 36 pseudo first-order attributeless crystal cores and 3 first-order crystal cores with different attributes. Where are the others? Li Feiyu looked coldly at the people around Su Chen, and finally locked his gaze on Musier. Musier turned her head away, not daring to look Li Feiyu in the eye. She gave all her crystal cores to the fat man and asked the fat man to pass them on to Li Feiyu. Seeing this, more than 10 people directly left Su Chen's team, but did not want to join Li Feiyu's team, so they tactfully occupied Li Feiyu's right-hand side. Seeing that Su Chen's team was almost falling apart, Li Feiyu threatened coldly, hand over all the crystal cores. If I find out that someone is hiding them, the consequences will be the same as Su Chen's. After hearing this, everyone immediately gave up the idea of hiding the crystal core and handed it over honestly. Musier has a total of 19 pseudo first-order crystal cores, all of which are the most common attributeless crystal cores. The others have a total of 13. Good. Li Feiyu casually grabbed a handful of crystal cores, refined them in an instant, and his strength instantly reached the late first level. Everyone looked at Li Feiyu in disbelief. Can the crystal core be absorbed in this way? It seems you don't know yet? Li Feiyu pretended to be surprised and looked at everyone, then continued, well, for the sake of our friendship, I will tell you the trick of absorbing crystal cores for free. Everyone pricked up their ears quickly, their eyes full of desire. Li Fei moistened his throat and told everyone, gather the supernatural power through the meridians in the body into the palm of your hand, resonate with the energy of the crystal core, and you can directly absorb the crystal core. Of course, you can gather the supernatural powers in other places as you wish. Thank you, Mr. Li. 2 of the male students hurriedly thanked, thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Li Feiyu. Thanks. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Li Feiyu. Rather than the method of swallowing mentioned by Su Chen, they would rather use the method mentioned by Li Feiyu to absorb the crystal core. After all, the crystal core is dug out from the zombies' brains, and most people are psychologically resistant to swallowing the crystal core. And now that Li Feiyu told them how to absorb the crystal core without swallowing it, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Mr. Li, this is the crystal core we collected. A yellow-haired man who was quite knowledgeable at first glance held the crystal core in both hands and presented it to him. Li Feiyu accepted the other party's crystal core without hesitation, nodded with satisfaction, and asked, "What's your name?" The yellow-haired man smiled slyly. "My name is Qin Dongyang, and people nickname me Xiao Wenhe." Li Feiyu nodded. "That's right, you should stay with me from now on." "Yes, Mr. Li." Qin Dongyang replied with a serious face. Li Feiyu nodded slightly. Just when he saw the wise look in this man's eyes, Li Feiyu knew that this man was not a good person and was just right to deal with the Son of Destiny. Li Feiyu walked through the crowd and came in front of Musier. "Li Feiyu, give up on that idea. I will never marry you even if I die." "Pa!" Li Feiyu slapped him with his backhand. A crisp sound echoed throughout the hall, and everyone was stunned. They saw a clearly visible palm print instantly appear on Musier's fair cheek. Musier widened her cute big eyes and looked at Li Feiyu in disbelief. From birth to now, she had never suffered such humiliation, let alone being beaten. Now, Li Feiyu actually gave her such an embarrassing blow in front of everyone, which dealt an unprecedented blow to her self-esteem. And Musier covered her face with her hands in grievance, looked up, and met Li Feiyu's calm eyes. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came to her mind. "Musier, who do you think you are? If my mother didn't pity your mother, do you think you could become my fiancé?" "Fiancé?" Musier is actually the fiancé of Li Feiyu, the eldest son of the Li family. Big news. Everyone looked at the two people with relish. "Musier, from now on, you are no longer my Li Feiyu's fiancé." Li Feiyu said this calmly. After saying that, Li Feiyu slapped Musier on the other side of her face. Musier lowered her head, staring at Li Feiyu's departing back. Endless anger surged in her heart, but in the end she did not dare to fight back and could only endure it all silently. "You guys, go and help search them." Li Feiyu pointed at Su Chen and others behind him and ordered. "Yes." Li Feiyu's bodyguards and lackeys responded immediately and walked towards Su Chen and others with ferocious looks. Qin Dongyang looked at Su Chen and others arrogantly. "Take off all their clothes." A few people looked at Li Feiyu not far away, and after confirming that Li Feiyu had no other instructions, they decisively began to take off the clothes of Su Chen and others. After stripping naked and making sure that Su Chen and the others did not have crystal cores, they slowly walked towards Musier. "You, what do you want to do?" Musier looked at Li Feiyu's men in horror, her body trembling. "Mr. Li, this person." Qin Dongyang turned around and asked Li Feiyu for instructions. Although Li Xiao had just slapped Musier twice and publicly announced that Musier was no longer Li Xiao's fiancé, everyone still did not dare to go too far. Li Feiyu looked at the girls on his right and said, "Take Musier and check in any classroom." "Yes, Mr. Li." The girl who was called did not dare to refuse. She pulled her best friend next to her and walked towards Musier. "Student Musier." The woman looked at the embarrassed Musier in a friendly manner. Musier did not object and followed the three girls to the nearest classroom on the first floor. "P.S. Please give me some small gifts and urge me to update more, thank you." Chapter 53, the third level of cultivation at the beginning of the apocalypse. "That makes sense, Ding." The host directly attacked Su Chen, the son of luck, causing Su Chen to lose face in front of everyone and his prestige to drop. Thinking of the shadow of his past life, he became afraid of the host. Su Chen's luck value of 3,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding! The host exposed the true identity of Su Chen, the son of luck, in front of everyone, causing Su Chen to lose the support of the people. His reputation was greatly damaged, and his personality collapsed. Su Chen's luck value of 3,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding! The host forced everyone to realign their teams, alienated the team of the Son of Luck, and caused Su Chen's team to fall apart, losing a lot of early support. Deducting Su Chen's luck value of 5,000, the host gained a villain value of 50,000. Ding! The host snatched the resources of the Son of Luck's team in public, causing Su Chen to lose all his resources, lose all his face, and be furious. This directly affected Su Chen's early development and caused him to lose some of his early opportunities. Su Chen's luck value of 10000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding! The host broke off relations with the lucky heroine Musier in public and slapped Musier twice. The lucky son Su Chen saw it and felt pain in his heart. He was extremely angry but helpless, so he had to bow to the host. Su Chen's luck value of 5,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 50,000. Beep, the host instructs his subordinates to humiliate Su Chen, the son of luck, in public, trample on Su Chen's personality, make him completely lose face, lose his dignity, and his mentality fluctuates violently. He has no choice but to endure, indirectly losing most of his early opportunities and falling behind everyone else. Deduct Su Chen's luck value of 10,000, and the host gains a villain value of 10,000. Listening to the system's emotionless broadcast, Li Feiyu's villain value quickly rose to 36,000. Su Chen panel name: Su Chen, the evil emperor of the last days, gender, male, age, 18, level 0, can fight ordinary first-level psychics, power, none skill, none power, infernal flame, LV1, weapons, broken fire axe, ordinary fruit knife. Luck value, 53,000. Originally 57,000, luck level, green. After seeing Su Chen's stats, Li Feiyu was shocked. Damn, system, Su Chen's luck is so high. Host, don't worry. Just kill the Child of Fortune. The Child of Fortune won't die that easily. Li Feiyu was still a little worried, and asked quickly, System, what should we do if Su Chen's luck suddenly explodes and he disappears? Ding, I recommend the host to buy the Son of Fortune tracking pack. Chen Zhou immediately launched a randomly assembled discount gift package. The Son of Fortune tracking pack, 30,000 villain points, including real-time holographic positioning tracking, prediction of the Son of Fortune's movements, and prediction of the Son of Fortune's recent opportunities. Li Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he excitedly stared at the discount gift package recommended to him by the system. With the Son of Luck tracking pack, he will be able to fully grasp the whereabouts of this bastard Su Chen and make countermeasures in advance without having to worry about Su Chen hiding in the dark and developing secretly. System, hurry up and arrange it for me. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 30,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Son of Fortune tracking gift pack. Nice. Li Feiyu was overjoyed, with a proud smile on his face. At this time, the three girls who went to search Monsieur came over. The leading girl reported, Li Xiao, we have finished the search. Monsieur does not have a crystal core. Her voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she was still a little afraid of Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu nodded gently. Okay, go back to your team. After getting Li Feiyu's permission, the three girls felt relieved and quickly retreated to their own teams. You're smart. The yellow-haired man arrogantly spat at the fat man. Bring everyone back to Li Feiyu. Master, where are we going next? Asked the bodyguard Captain Sang Biao respectfully. Let's go to the nearest girls' dormitory. There are beds there so we can have a good rest. After saying that, Li Feiyu turned around and looked at the people on his right. You can also come with us. The people on the right were whispering to each other. Everyone, I agree with Master Li's proposal. Although we have cleaned up the dream building, there are zombie remains everywhere. We don't have bedding or medicine yet. Everyone's clothes are thin. If they get sick, it will be troublesome. As he said this, the boy looked at several classmates who had caught a cold. Yes, although the teaching building looks safe now, there are too few things we can use. The first floor is full of windows and difficult to defend. The dormitory building has iron doors and anti-theft windows. I also agree to go to the dormitory building with Mr. Li. One of the girls quickly expressed her opinion. But there are zombies everywhere outside. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for so many of us to move? One of the students pointed out the problem. The dormitory building is safe, but the road leading to the dormitory building is not safe. There are more than 2,000 people in the school. According to the proportion of survivors in the dream building, at least 90% of the people in the school have turned into zombies. Seeing this terrifying number, no one dared to go out. But if we don't leave, even if we are not bitten to death by zombies, we will die of cold or starvation. It doesn't matter if you don't want to leave. Anyway, I'm going to the dormitory with Li Xiao. A male classmate who had killed zombies showed a firm attitude. I'm going too. I will follow Li Xiao too. Soon, those who dared to fight the zombies brought their friends to join Li Feiyu's team. The remaining 3 or 5 girls looked at each other and finally joined Li Feiyu's team. There were suddenly only 2 teams left in the hall on the first floor. One was a large team of more than 20 people led by Li Feiyu, and the other was a small team of 7 people headed by Su Chen and others. Li Feiyu calmly looked around and then said to everyone, "Everyone take a rest here for a while. We will continue in 10 minutes. Then, Li Feiyu turned to look at Sang Biao and said in a serious tone, "Sang Biao, go find some weapons." Sang Biao immediately straightened up and answered respectfully, "Yes, master." After doing all this, Li Feiyu found a place to sit down and entered the system mall. Level 1 peak combat power, 2000 villain value. Level 2 peak combat power, 10000 villain value. Level 3 peak combat power, 10,000 villain value. Level 4 peak combat power, 45,000 villain value. Level 5 peak combat power, 99,000 villain value. Level 6, legend, peak combat power, 500,000 villain value. Tang Hengdao, 50 villain value. Revolver, 100 villain value. Ordinary rifle, 500 villain value. Barrett, heavy sniper, 1000 villain value. Light tank, 20,000 villain value. First level weapon, short sword, 1000 villain value. Second level weapon, machete, 5000 villain value. Level 3 weapon, level 3 machete, 50,000 villain value. Ordinary fire ability, LV1 1000 villain value. Ordinary water power, LV1 1000 villain value. Ordinary gold ability, LV1 1000 villain value. System, I want to exchange for the third level peak combat power. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 10,000. Congratulations to the host for achieving the third level peak combat power and the advancement of the thunder power to LV3. As the majestic special thunder energy poured into his body, Li Feiyu's aura surged instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the third level. Li Feiyu closed his eyes tightly, his heart filled with joy, and secretly exclaimed, "This is the peak of the third level." At this moment, Li Feiyu felt very clearly that wonderful changes were taking place in his body. His muscles became stronger and more powerful, his bones became harder, and the mysterious lightning energy flowed through his meridians. As long as he wanted, he could always deliver the 100,000 volts in the cartoon. Li Feiyu took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner excitement and remain calm. It is reasonable to have the third level of cultivation in the early days of the apocalypse. The people around him also noticed the changes in Li Feiyu, and their faces were filled with joy. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Fei has made a breakthrough. The stronger Li Xiao is, the greater the chance they have of reaching the girls' dormitory safely. This is undoubtedly great news for them. He actually hid his strength before. Su Chen had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Damn it! This guy must have obtained a special ability that can conceal his own aura. If I had this ability, I could also become a top-level first-class warrior. Su Chen looked at Li Feiyu with jealousy and resentment. The first-level crystal core has little effect on a second-level strongman. Su Chen did not think much about it and thought that Li Feiyu had only successfully broken through to the peak of the first level. Seeing his enemy from the previous life making progress in front of him, Su Chen felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. In the previous life, Li Feiyu was a rare thunder-type superpower. I didn't expect that in this life, he would awaken other superpowers by accident. Damn it! Su Chen was angry. Damn, if the host wants to increase the strength of other abilities, please check the corresponding villain value of the corresponding ability strength. Power? Hearing this word, Li Feiyu was stunned and stayed where he was. Superpowers and strength? Chapter 54, Send some crystal cores to Su Chen. Yes, host, superpowers are divided into 9 levels according to their strength, representing the 9 levels allowed to be born in this world. The host is currently at the peak of the 3rd level, and there is still a long way to go to reach the ceiling of this world. 9 realms. Li Feiyu kept repeating this sentence. The original plot ended with Su Chen surpassing the legendary invincible blue star. Li Feiyu thought that the 6th level legend was the limit, but he didn't expect that there were 3 more realms to come, and Su Chen only entered the 7th realm at the end. Li Feiyu considered it for a while, and finally decided not to think about it anymore. System, exchange it for a 3rd level machete for me. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ordinary 3rd level weapon and ordinary watermelon knife. It has been placed in the system space. About 6 minutes later, Sang Biao came over with a bodyguard holding a bunch of sticks from mops and plastic brooms. Master, all the weapons we can use are here. Li Feiyu nodded and ordered, Sang Biao, distribute these weapons. Yes, master. After hearing Li Feiyu's order, Sang Biao and his bodyguards distributed the sticks to everyone. The lethality is not strong, but it is better than nothing. Everyone was ready. Li Feiyu led Sang Biao and others to take the lead. Other psychics and people who had killed zombies were responsible for the safety of the left wing, right wing, and the rear. Before leaving, the yellow-haired man took away the weapons of Su Chen and others, and sincerely thanked Su Chen and others for their selfless dedication, which made Su Chen so angry that he counterattacked with 1,000 luck points. Under the angry gaze of Su Chen and others, Li Feiyu left the dream building with more than 20 survivors, because Li Feiyu had led the zombies on the road to other places. Before coming in the morning, there were only a few scattered zombies on the road. Li Feiyu carried the Tang Hengdao obtained from the novice gift package and cut off the zombies one by one, beheading them with every strike. The primary goal this time was to transfer the zombies, so the crystal cores of these zombies had to be abandoned. Helplessly, Chen Zhou refined all the crystal cores along the way with tears in his eyes. In less than 7 minutes, everyone arrived at the girls' dormitory area. There were 2 dormitory buildings in total, surrounded by walls for protection. However, the iron gates at the entrances were locked, so it was obvious that it was very safe. Li Feiyu took out the key and opened the iron gate, and everyone entered the dormitory quickly and orderly as if they were fish in water. Sang Biao, take the key and take people to check all the rooms. The others collect the useful supplies in the check rooms. I'm going to be out for a while. Li Feiyu ordered seriously. Master, it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. Let me go with you. Sang Biao said hurriedly. Li Feiyu waved his hand and explained with a smile, don't worry, Sang Biao, I have awakened a special ability that can make zombies invisible. Those zombies will not attack me. So that's how it is. Sang Biao touched the back of his head as if he suddenly realized something. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes, but more of it was admiration. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete the task you assigned to me. Sang Biao patted his chest and promised. Li Feiyu nodded and turned to look at everyone. When I'm not around, Sang Biao is your captain. He is a former Special Forces soldier. You can ask him any questions you have. Yes, Mr. Li. Another prestigious boy immediately took the lead and agreed. Others quickly followed suit and said they would definitely follow Sang Biao's command. After handing everyone over to Sang Biao, Li Feiyu quickly returned to the dream building and delivered a batch of living crystal cores to Su Chen and others. Before long, hundreds of lively and cute zombies appeared around the dream building. Brother Chen, all our weapons have been taken away by Li Feiyu's men. What should we do next? The fat man looked at Su Chen with a worried look on his face, hoping that their backbone could give them some instructions. The other 4 boys who chose to follow Su Chen also turned their eyes to Su Chen, waiting for Su Chen's next instructions. Mu Sierra on the side was still sitting there with a dull look in her eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around her. Mu Sierra's face was pale and her expression was dull, as if she had lost her soul. It seemed that the body search by Li Feiyu had dealt her a great blow. Su Chen glanced at the people surrounding him and reminded weakly, first find a knife and take the bullet out of my leg. After hearing Su Chen's reminder, the fat man realized that the bullet in Su Chen's body had not been taken out yet. Sorry, Brother Chen, we'll go now. The fat man smiled awkwardly. The other boys hurriedly left the classroom and planned to go to the teacher's office to look for something useful. The mobile crystal core outside the building let out a few roars. Hearing the noise, several people came to the classroom window, looked down, and found that hundreds of zombies had gathered downstairs at some point. Looking outside, Li Feiyu was sitting at the outermost edge, leisurely eating candied haws. Li Feiyu looked up, greeted a few people with his eyes, and inserted the candied haws stick in his hand into the eyes of a zombie that happened to pass by. The zombie had no sense of pain and could only continue to move forward in confusion. He didn't understand why he suddenly lost half of his blurry vision. It doesn't matter, the right thing to do is to go forward. Although he doesn't know why he should go forward, the 4 were frightened by Li Feiyu's behavior and stepped back one after another. What should I do? There are zombies everywhere outside? For a moment, the whole classroom was filled with a depressing atmosphere and no one spoke. They knew what the dense swarms of zombies outside the door meant, and they had no way of escaping. Damn it! Why did God give this guy the ability to avoid being discovered by zombies? Another boy couldn't help but complain angrily. The other 3 did not respond to him. They knew in their hearts that Li Feiyu's move was entirely to use the zombies to get rid of them. They had no way out and no weapons, and it was impossible for them to break out facing hundreds of zombies. After a moment's silence, one of them said calmly, "Don't worry about Li Feiyu and the zombies for now, let's go to the office and look for things like knives, bandages, alcohol, etc. The most important thing right now is to restore Su Chen's ability to move. His special ability is fire. As long as Su Chen recovers, we still have hope. This is the only way we can do now. I hope our choice is right." The boy who complained before sighed solemnly. Then several people left the classroom and walked towards the teacher's office at the end of the corridor. Li Feiyu waited until the zombies stabilized before turning around and leaving. As the saying goes, if you borrow, you must return. It will not be difficult to borrow again. Li Feiyu had taken away the crystal cores of Su Chen and others before, but now he has returned the crystal cores. There are more than 100 possible mobile crystal cores. Just ask Su Chen if he is moved. Su Chen, our feud has just begun, he. Chapter 55, just a second level zombie? Wang Li, are you sure there is only one level 2 zombie inside? A sturdy male classmate asked again with a serious expression. Because he didn't know which team had taken the food from the school supermarket, he had to cooperate with other teams of survivors and search the school cafeteria together. Wang Li frowned, thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not completely sure, but according to our previous investigation, there is a second-level zombie in the cafeteria." Zhang Tianlong nodded and believed most of what Wang Li said. In this doomsday world, everything is full of uncertainty. It is normal that intelligence is sometimes inaccurate. They must always remain vigilant and be prepared to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Okay, let's go in. Remember to be cautious and try not to alarm the second-level zombie. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhang Tianlong decided to take the risk and enter the cafeteria. There was no other way. The school supermarket had been looted by some group of idiots, and it was even more dangerous outside the school. They could only risk their lives to find food in the cafeteria. The people behind him nodded in agreement. Wang Li pushed open the door carefully, and a foul smell hit him in the face, making people feel nauseous. Everyone covered their mouths and noses and slowly walked into the cafeteria. The light in the cafeteria was still as bright as ever, but unfortunately there was an atmosphere of deathly silence everywhere. The walls were covered with bloodstains and scratches, and some broken items were scattered on the ground. The tables were lying in disarray. The hall was eerily quiet, and not a single zombie was to be seen. Everyone's heart was in their throat, fearing that a second-level zombie would suddenly jump out from somewhere. The canteen structure is very simple, with tables for eating, windowsills for serving food, and a kitchen. Their purpose was to enter the kitchen, take away the edible food in the cafeteria, and then evacuate quickly. If you unfortunately alarm the zombies, you will have no choice but to fight to the death and kill the second-level zombies. This is the worst-case scenario that everyone can think of. Although first-level psychics are stronger than ordinary people, they are only slightly stronger. Second-level zombies have no IQ, so even if they are stronger, how strong can they be? They have 3 first-level psychics, more than a dozen people with superpowers, and carry a large number of handy weapons. Dealing with such a zombie with no intelligence is not easy, but it is very likely to be done. While the elite team was advancing cautiously, Li Feiyu, who was planning to kill Su Chen's opportunity, came to the cafeteria door leisurely with a lollipop in his mouth. Li Feiyu. A boy who was on guard at the door recognized Li Feiyu, the school celebrity, at a glance. Li Feiyu, this is our territory now. If you want to find food, go somewhere else. Another boy immediately warned. Your territory? That's right, once we occupy it, it belongs to us. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Another boy looked at Li Feiyu fiercely. Li Feiyu raised his revolver and pointed it at the forehead of the "You're welcome brother. Why don't you show me how to be rude to me? I want to know, is my gun faster, or are you going to die faster?" Wu, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Li Xiao, I admit that I did speak a little loudly just now, and my attitude was bad. For the sake of our friendship, please let me go. With the gun pointed at him, the "You're welcome brother" who had just spoken harshly just admitted his mistake. He couldn't be sure whether the weapon in Li Feiyu's hand was real, but he also couldn't be sure whether the weapon in Li Feiyu's hand was fake. With Li Feiyu's family background, it would be easy for him to get a pistol, so he didn't dare to gamble. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you shout? I really like your momentum just now. How about you recover a little? Li Feiyu teased with interest. Li Feiyu knew that the team inside would not succeed, so he was not in a hurry at all. In the original plot, Su Chen and Mu Xier came to the cafeteria to check, and happened to meet Wang Li and others who were being chased by second-level zombies. Zhang Tianlong saw Su Chen and directly led the second-level zombies towards Su Chen. After some effort, Su Chen narrowly killed the second-level zombie and obtained the most important second-level crystal core in the early stage, and at the same time gained Wang Li, a capable general. Now Su Chen was shot in both legs and cannot move, so this opportunity line is no longer possible. In Su Chen's absence, Wang Li and others will definitely be wiped out. Li Feiyu came here, not only for the second-level crystal core, but also mainly to find a group of tools. Wang Li, Zhang Tianlong, and other teams lacked food, but Li Feiyu had plenty of food. Using food to collect crystal cores was a very cost-effective deal. Although Li Feiyu cannot use the pseudo-first-order crystal core and first-order crystal core now, his subordinates can use them. Moreover, the crystal core can be exchanged for villain points, so the more the better. As one gains, the other loses. If the crystal core falls into Li Feiyu's hands, what Su Chen and others can get will be greatly reduced. There are no crystal cores in the school. In order to develop, Su Chen can only go out to hunt zombies. It is normal to encounter robbery and ambush when you are outside. Mr. Li, you are joking. How dare I act so arrogantly in front of you, Mr. Li? It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, ha. You're welcome. Brother forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Li Feiyu nodded and looked at the other party with a smile. Since it is your fault, then use crystal cores to compensate. I won't make it difficult for you. How about this, the three of you just give me 100 first-level crystal cores, with no restrictions on attributes. Master Li, 100 is too many. We really can't take them out. The three of them looked embarrassed. These were 100 first-order crystal cores, not 100 pseudo-first-order crystal cores. Can't get it? That's your own problem. Li Feiyu shook his head, looked at everyone with indifference, and continued, if you can't get it together, you can borrow, rob, kill zombies, sell hooks. There are many ways. I don't care about the process, as long as you can get it together. Hearing this, the three people's faces became even uglier, but they did not dare to refute and could only lower their heads silently. They knew that if they failed to meet Li Feiyu's requirements, the consequences could be serious. After a moment of silence, someone couldn't help but speak up, but Master Li, we can't raise so many crystal cores in a short time. Can you give us some time? Li Feiyu nodded kindly. Can't raise the money in a short time? Okay, for the sake of our friendship, I can allow you to pay it back slowly. Just one first-level crystal core a day, with no restrictions on attributes. This. The three of them looked at each other with unpleasant expressions, and finally chose to bow their heads temporarily. Okay. It's the end of the world. Who still cares about morality? Just deny it when you go back. If they refuse to pay at that time, can Li Feiyu kill all their teams? Run, run! Wang Li's hysterical shout suddenly came from the cafeteria. Ziz, the second-level zombie licker, made an excited cry. Not good. The people on guard outside realized that the situation was not good, but Li Feiyu's gun was still pointed at them, so they didn't dare to move. Li Feiyu, there's a level 2 zombie in the cafeteria, let's run. The boy who first called out Li Feiyu's name was almost crying. Li Feiyu still didn't say anything. He looked at the three people in front of him calmly, but his attention was always on the cafeteria entrance. He wanted to show off and shock everyone with his absolute strength. Why are you still standing there? Run! Wang Li yelled as he ran. Did these three people want to piss him off to death? The zombies were chasing them, but these three idiots were still standing at the door in a daze. At this moment, Li Feiyu's voice reached everyone present. It's just a second-level zombie, no problem. Just as he finished speaking, the head of the second-level zombie licker who had just chased out of the cafeteria door fell to the ground. Li Feiyu turned around and looked at everyone pretentiously. With a machete in his hand dozens of seconds later, Kikigo came to his senses and stared blankly at Li Feiyu at the entrance of the cafeteria. Just a second-level zombie? Just a second-level zombie? Wang Li looked at Li Feiyu in disbelief. The second-level zombie was killed instantly. Is this still a human being? Chapter 56. This is the price of food in the end times. Mr. Li is truly a man of unrivaled power and a man of unrivaled spirit. While everyone was still in a daze, Zhang Tianlong had already begun to flatter him with a fawning look on his face. Li Feiyu looked at Zhang Tianlong expressionlessly, then turned and walked to the head of the liquor. A sharp dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He skillfully cut open the head of the second-level liquor and took out a second-level attributeless crystal core that emitted a faint glow. Wang Li and the others walked quickly to Li Feiyu, with gratitude on their faces, and thanked Li Feiyu one after another. Classmate Li Feiyu, thank you very much for your help. Li Feiyu smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. It's okay. It's just a second-level zombie. You just need to pay me 100 first-level crystal cores. There is no limit to the attributes. 100 first-level crystal cores. Wang Li and others were stunned. Li Feiyu ignored everyone's shock and continued to say kindly, it doesn't matter if you can't get it for now. The interest is 1 first-level crystal core per day. There are so many zombies in the school. If you work hard in a few days, you can get enough. Everyone was still confused, but Wang Li reacted and replied solemnly, okay, Li Feiyu, we will collect the reward. For the life-saving grace, 100 first-level crystal cores are indeed not too much. Li Feiyu helped them solve this big problem and saved so many people, so he deserves some reward. Li Feiyu nodded. Wang Li was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment and would never use his power to bully others. In the original plot, Wang Li died in the mouth of a 4th-level alien beast in order to repay his gratitude and cover Su Chen's escape. However, Li Feiyu also has no intention of recruiting Wang Li. Wang Li is a good person, but he will not be blindly loyal to someone. It is enough to maintain a cooperative relationship with such a person. The canteen's supplies will be split 90% to 100%. How about I pay 90% and you pay 10%? Li Feiyu looked at Wang Li calmly. Brother Li, don't agree to him. There are so many of us, a 90% split is not enough, this ratio is too low. One of them said anxiously. The leader of another team also expressed her opinion. Wang Li, our 3 teams together have more than 70 people. I don't agree with the 10% share. Wang Li looked at Li Feiyu with an embarrassment on his face. Student Li Feiyu, this score. He didn't know how to start. Before Wang Li could finish, Li Feiyu interrupted him and said, no need. Okay, then the canteen's supplies will be mine. Li Feiyu, you are alone. Why do you have the right to occupy the entire cafeteria? The woman was immediately annoyed. Why? Why do you say that? Li Feiyu took out his revolver with 6 bullets left. The woman was startled and subconsciously took a step back, but she still angrily condemned, Li Feiyu, we are classmates, how can you stand by and watch someone die without helping? Do you still have a conscience? Pa! Li Feiyu raised his hand and fired a shot. The small and exquisite bullet grazed the woman's cheek, leaving an obvious scar. The woman looked at Li Feiyu tremblingly, and a few drops of light yellow liquid dripped from her trouser legs. Li Feiyu really shot. He really meant it. Now all the food in the cafeteria belongs to me. I have space-related abilities, so you don't have to worry about me not being able to take it away. For the sake of our friendship, I can trade with you and sell you some food. You can discuss it outside. I hope I can discuss the price with you guys when I come out of the cafeteria. After saying that, Li Feiyu turned and entered the cafeteria and came to the back kitchen. When I opened the freezer, I found that the food in it had already started to rot because the electricity mysteriously disappeared at the moment of the apocalypse. The only edible foods left in the cafeteria are rice, potatoes, flour, lotus root, artificial mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, green beans, soybeans, garlic, peanuts, and other raw ingredients. There was still some cooked food that was edible, but not much. Li Feiyu waved his hand, and all edible ingredients were stored in the system space. In addition to food, gas tanks, clean pots and pans, various seasonings and other things that might be used were also stored in the system space. After clearing out the kitchen, Li Feiyu took away some tables and chairs before leaving the cafeteria with satisfaction. Student Li Feiyu, we have considered it. We are willing to use crystal cores to buy food from you. Wang Li told Li Feiyu the result of everyone's discussion with a serious face. Li Feiyu nodded with satisfaction, took out a notebook, and wrote as he spoke, 1 small potato is worth 1 pseudo first-order crystal core, 1 large potato is worth 1 first-order crystal core, 10 first-order crystal cores are worth 1 pound of rice, 20 first-order crystal cores are worth 1 pound of flour, and 5 first-order crystal cores are worth 1 ounce of peanuts. The more Wang Li listened, the darker his face became. The price Li Feiyu mentioned was really too expensive. A melted popsicle is a first-order crystal core, a good popsicle is 2 first-order crystal cores, a small bag of rock candy is 5 first-order crystal cores, a small bag of melon seeds is a first-order crystal core, a regular lollipop is a first-order crystal core, and a bucket of instant noodles is 3 crystal cores. After hearing the price quoted by Li Feiyu, Wang Li realized that all the things in the supermarket had been bought up by Li Feiyu a long time ago. After writing 2 full pages in the notebook, Li Feiyu suddenly said, "That's all for now. I'll count the other snacks when I get back. I didn't pay attention when I collected them before, and I can't remember the names of some of them." Everyone's faces twitched. This is a black marketeer, a naked black marketeer. Wang Li looked at the price list in his hand and frowned. "Student Li Feiyu, isn't this food a bit expensive?" Li Feiyu spread his hands and said, "This is the price of food in the end times. I also have a team to support. If there is not enough food, I will stop selling. It is up to you whether to buy or not." Wang Li considered it for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed to Li Feiyu's price with tears in his eyes. Okay. "Student Li Feiyu, we don't have any crystal cores right now. Can you lend us 2 days' worth of food on credit? I promise to bring some crystal cores with me tomorrow afternoon to pay for it." "Okay, I can waive interest this time, but you have to use your lives as collateral. If anyone doesn't want to pay, don't blame me for being cruel." After hearing this, Wang Li immediately agreed. "Okay." Without any hesitation, the crystal core will be taken to the girls' dormitory. "My team and I are living there now. Of course, you can also bring people with you, but you will need to take on some patrol tasks, team tasks, and be responsible for dormitory defense together." Li Feiyu added kindly. "Thank you, Mr. Li. If the conditions for transfer permit, I will definitely bring people here." Wang Li thanked. Although Li Feiyu was obviously trying to steal his girl, as long as his classmates could survive, it would be fine if all his people followed Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu can provide food, which is something he can't do. He is really envious of the space-related psychic. "Mr. Li, I am also willing to buy food from you." Zhang Tianlong walked over with a flattering look on his face. "Okay." Li Feiyu also agreed with a smile. "Student Li Feiyu, we are also willing to buy food from you." Another member of the third team stepped forward. He looked a little nervous, as he was worried that Li Feiyu, a former captain, would rashly reject their request. Li Feiyu nodded and did not refuse. Soon, Li Feiyu took out some cooked food, which was almost enough for them for the day. "I will lend you the other half of the food when you bring the crystal core to the girls' dormitory tomorrow." "Okay." Everyone nodded. Although they only got 1 day's worth of food, if there was some left, it would be no problem to last for 2 days. For non-combatants, 1 meal a day is enough. Chapter 57. Su Chen's new opportunity. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, the school was littered with corpses and blood. Most of the easy-to-clean places had been cleaned up, leaving only a few areas with too many zombies. "Master, I have moved all the useful things from the boys' dormitory here." Sang Biao reported the situation to Li Feiyu respectfully. With the accumulation of a large number of crystal cores, all the bodyguards were upgraded to the level of first-order psychics, and Sang Biao even reached the late first-order gold-type psychic. Those loyal younger brothers Li Feiyu were also generous. Although they were slightly inferior to Sang Biao and others, 3 of them successfully advanced to the first level. With 9 first-level psychics, Li Feiyu's team instantly became recognized as the strongest force in the school. Li Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. "Put it in the storage room after it's sorted out. I'll go check it out tomorrow." "Yes, master." Sang Biao replied respectfully. After taking over the boys' dormitory, everyone temporarily had clean clothes to change into, and also received a small amount of food. Unfortunately, all electrical equipment became unusable, and even the power in the batteries disappeared. As for why the electricity suddenly disappeared, it was not clarified in the original plot. Later, the power was restored to the large human base, but the reason for the disappearance of electricity was never found out. Some people speculate that alien civilizations used some kind of regular weapon against humans, some speculate that it was an unknown cosmic energy storm, and some speculate that it was related to the cause of the outbreak of the apocalypse. But when the apocalypse broke out, all electricity disappeared, all equipment was scrapped, and no clues were left at all. In the end, no one could explain it clearly. However, one thing is certain: electricity can still be generated after the end of the world, but it will take a long time to recover to the state before the end of the world. Li Feiyu didn't care about the problem of electricity. It wouldn't be of much use to know it. What he wanted most now was how to quickly kill Su Chen by cutting off his luck. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the dormitory door. Come in. With a squeak sound, the dormitory door was pushed open, and one of the men Li Feiyu had sent to monitor Su Chen came over. Although there were system warnings and opportunity predictions, Li Feiyu still sent people to do some superficial work. The younger brother's eyes were filled with fear. Mr. Li, it's bad. The zombies downstairs of the dream building are moving strangely and starting to attack each other. His face was pale, as if he had seen something horrifying. Oh? Take me over there to have a look. Li Feiyu pretended to be curious. There was no movement on the 9th day of the apocalypse, and the luck in Su Chen automatically activated the opportunity for him. It should be said that the son of luck is unreasonable. Yes, Master Li. 3 minutes later, Li Feiyu arrived at the flowerbed building with a good view in the distance of the dream building. Looking around, he saw a group of zombies fighting and devouring each other. Li Feiyu knew that this was an advanced way for zombies to automatically explode after reaching a certain density. The second-level liquor in the cafeteria before was also because the space in the back kitchen was small. A certain number of zombies squeezed into the back kitchen, and they fought and devoured each other, and finally advanced to a second-level zombie. As long as there is no zombie king to suppress them and no human flesh and blood to attract them, the zombies anywhere will accumulate to a certain density, and this advancement mode will break out until they successfully advance to a zombie king with intelligence. Ah, one of the female zombies yelled. Then he was pounced on by another zombie and his neck was bitten off. Before she could show off, another zombie jumped up and attacked her without any moral principles, and the two zombies started fighting and biting each other again. This situation was not an isolated case. All the zombies were biting each other. Although he was prepared, Li Feiyu was still frightened by this scene. The legs of the younger brother beside him were shaking. If Li Feiyu hadn't been here, he would have turned around and ran away. Roar, roar, roar. A tall and big zombie slapped his chest excitedly. The other two zombies roared and stared at the huge zombie in front of them, as if they had reached a temporary cooperation. The two ferocious zombies surrounded the big guy and kept roaring, but neither of them launched the first attack. The surrounding zombies retreated 2 meters, leaving a circular open space, as if leaving a duel venue for their future king. The fighting between zombies in the distance was becoming more and more frantic. Zombies were constantly being bitten to death by zombies, devouring their flesh and blood crystal cores in an effort to upgrade. If the 3 idiots in the middle are all defeated, the other zombies will still have a chance. Master Li, why are these zombies attacking each other? The younger brother asked in a trembling voice. Li Feiyu glanced at his younger brother, handed him the binoculars, and analyzed. These zombies are devouring each other. This should be some kind of evolution. Master Li, should we take action in advance and kill these zombies in advance? The younger brother asked like an idiot again. Li Feiyu looked at his younger brother like an idiot and pointed at the zombies in the distance. You go. The younger brother shrank back and decisively admitted his defeat. Master Li, let's just forget about it. With so many zombies, he would be committing suicide if he went there. Li Feiyu ignored this brainless little brother and continued to watch the zombie fight intently. With more than 300 zombies, there would definitely be 2 or 3 second-level zombies left in the end if nothing unexpected happened. Because Su Chen was here, Li Feiyu boldly estimated that the decisive second-level zombies would continue to fight each other, and finally only one seriously injured and dying second-level zombie would be left. Then Su Chen would take the risk to pick up the leak and complete overtaking. Now that Li Feiyu is here, Su Chen should just concentrate on upgrading slowly, a potential protagonist who was reborn in the apocalypse, but after all his efforts he ended up being no better than an ordinary NPC. Su Chen's life can be considered quite exciting. At the same time, Su Chen and others on the dream building were looking at the zombie melee downstairs with extreme nervousness. Su Chen's face was calm, while the other 5 were frightened by the scene. Mu Xier had not yet come out of the shadow she had before, and was sitting in one of the classrooms in a daze, like a robot. Chen, brother Chen, what are these zombies doing? The fat man asked with a trembling voice. The rest of the people also looked at Su Chen. In their eyes, Su Chen was the prophet of the end times, and there was nothing that Su Chen didn't know. Su Chen looked at the zombies with relish and explained casually, devouring evolution. Evolution by devouring? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this the evolution of zombies? How terrifying. Even death can't bring peace. Those who turned into zombies painlessly did not leave a complete body in the end.no. Even if the zombies don't devour each other, the psychics will cut open the zombies' heads, and no corpse will be left intact. Okay, go and rest. I'll keep an eye on it. There may be a tough battle to fight later. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to have a good rest and conserve their energy. Okay, Brother Chen, be careful. If you can't hold on, call me. The fat man said loyally. Su Chen didn't even turn his head, staring at the zombies downstairs with eager eyes. Got it. Everyone sat down weakly on the spot. 4 days ago, when Li Feiyu's men were packing their luggage, someone was unethical and took away half of their food. As a result, they had been in a state of being neither starving nor dying for the past few days, but they had no choice at all. Li Feiyu had so many men under his command, including many people with special abilities. Li Feiyu also had a gun in his hand. They didn't dare to ask Li Feiyu for justice. Even if they dared, they couldn't get out with more than 300 zombies downstairs. All they can pray for now is that these zombies die together so that they can go to the supermarket to find food. Chapter 58. Su Chen finishes off the opponent. Li Feiyu follows behind Roar. Another zombie rushed into the central battlefield. This zombie devoured most of the zombies outside the field and rushed into the central battlefield with an invincible posture. 2 against 1 instantly turned into 3 against 1, and the last zombie had the upper hand, with flames burning on his body, and the other 3 zombies were left confused. Fire zombies. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was overjoyed. If he gets this second level fire crystal core, he will be able to overtake Li Feiyu, who is ahead of him. After observation, Su Chen judged that 2 of the other 3 zombies were early stage second stage zombies, which were mediocre and most likely had the most common crystal cores without attributes. One was a mid-stage second stage zombie with a very fast speed, and it was very likely to be a wind type crystal core, but it doesn't matter. If he doesn't need the wind crystal core, he can trade it. 2 attributeless second-level crystal cores and 1 fire-level second-level crystal core, plus dozens of first-level crystal cores, are enough to get him close to the middle stage of the second level. By then, with his 8 years of combat experience in the apocalypse, Li Feiyu will be able to easily defeat an ordinary second-level lightning-type mutant. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth wildly, and swore secretly in his heart, Li Feiyu, wait for me. When I become a second-level strongman, I will definitely let you see what cruelty is. Seeing that the fire zombies were doomed, Su Chen quickly turned around and told everyone, Fatty, get ready, we'll find a chance to break out. Okay. Fatty and the others nodded. Everyone had full faith in Su Chen's decision. After that, Su Chen limped to the door of Musier's classroom and opened it. School Beauty Mu, get ready. Let's raid together. Musier did not respond. She continued to stare at the blackboard with dull eyes, completely immersed in her own world. Su Chen gave a helpless smile and turned to leave the classroom. He thought secretly in his heart, the purpose of this time is to hunt down second-level zombies and obtain crystal cores to improve strength. Sierra is not in a good condition now, so it is not safe to let her participate. Li Feiyu. You are so cruel to a woman as good as Musier. Just wait, I will definitely seek justice for Sierra. Not long after, Su Chen and his 5 younger brothers sneaked to the first floor, and the battle against the zombies outside the building had reached its final moment. The 2 lowest-level ordinary zombies of the second stage had been killed by the fire zombies, and were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The remaining extremely fast second-stage mid-stage zombie was also at the end of its strength, and the second-stage mid-stage fire zombie was also seriously injured. The remaining first-level zombies all stopped killing each other and waited quietly for the 2 second-level zombies in the center of the battlefield to decide the winner and become their leader. Once the 2 zombies decide the winner, we will rush out immediately. I will be responsible for holding back the fire zombie with flames coming out of its body. You guys quickly deal with those scattered first-level zombies, and then come to help me. Su Chen arranged calmly. The loyal fat man immediately assured, don't worry, Brother Chen, I will definitely deal with the zombies as quickly as possible and then come to help you. Su Chen, we are not even at the first level, why don't we choose to break through? One of the younger brothers questioned. The 6 of them were not even at the first level, but Su Chen arranged for everyone to deal with the first level zombies and even wanted to attack the second level zombies. He didn't understand. Su Chen was very unhappy when he heard his subordinate's rebuttal, but he still pretended to understand and explained, level 1 zombies are not much stronger than level-less zombies. Several of us are very close to level 1, so it's no problem for us to deal with these level 1 zombies. And that fire zombie. Suchin paused and continued, the fire zombie is now seriously injured. If we miss this opportunity, it will probably be difficult to have another chance to hunt this fire zombie in the future. Moreover, there are 3 ready-made second-order crystal cores and dozens of first-order crystal cores nearby. If we get them, our strength will definitely increase greatly. By then, I will become a second-order strongman and no longer be afraid of ordinary pistols. Our chances of surviving in the apocalypse will be greater. On the contrary, if we can't take this opportunity to kill this fire zombie, and let it successfully devour the flesh and crystal cores of the zombies here, it is very likely to advance to a 3rd-level zombie. Once the zombies reach the 3rd stage, even ordinary rocket launchers cannot hurt them at all. At that time, the school will become very dangerous. With our current strength, leaving the school and going outside will only be more dangerous. After saying that, Suchen looked at everyone quietly, waiting for them to nod. Suchen was confident that after his passionate and righteous explanation, these people would agree to hunt down the 2nd-level fire zombies. No need to say, I will definitely sacrifice my life for you. One of the boys with a strong sense of justice immediately agreed. Since Brother Gua agrees, I will fight with you too. Since it's for everyone, count me in as one. The aura of luck flashed, and the boy who raised the question also nodded in agreement. Since you all agree, then I will go crazy with you for once. Suchen nodded in satisfaction and warned everyone in a deep voice, wait and listen to my orders. The 5 of them nodded in unison, without saying anything else, and began to concentrate on observing the distribution of the zombies outside the building. How? The speed zombie knew that he had no hope of escape, so he accelerated, used all his strength, and hit the flame zombie's abdomen with a rocket headbutt while his body was covered in dim flames. Boom! There was a loud noise. The fire zombie's body shattered the glass of the building and knocked a big hole in the wall of a classroom in the building. The speed zombie's head inserted into the fire zombie's abdomen. The fire zombie became furious and broke the speed zombie's spine with one palm. While the speed zombie was still frantically gnawing on the fire zombie's internal organs, the fire zombie angrily pulled out the speed zombie's head, rekindled the hot flames in his hands, and used brute force to squeeze the speed zombie's skull to pieces. The speed zombie was dead as hell, and the fire zombie was also in danger due to a severe blow to the abdomen. Get started! Suchen issued orders. Instantly the other 5 people became more eager to fight. They picked up the fancy weapons they had prepared, such as the modified stool racks and table leg racks, and started to shoot in the head with every move. In just a few dozen seconds, the few people who had formed an attack formation in advance knocked down more than a dozen first-level zombies. Suchen endured the pain in his thigh and rushed to the front of the fire zombie, smashing the bench in his hand towards the fire zombie's head. The fire zombie swung its arm and knocked Suchen several meters away, hitting him hard against the tempered glass. The glass did not break this time, but Suchen, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and his stomach was churning. Brother Chen! The fat man shouted, dropped the table leg, and ran towards Suchen with his teammates. Fuck you! One of the boys immediately burst out with a curse word. There was a gap in the formation, and the zombies instantly broke up the formation. Several people were suddenly in life and death crisis, and were attacked from both sides. Fatty, I'll fuck your ancestors. The other boy beat and scolded the fat boy, obviously hating him. Brother Chen, are you okay? The fat man quickly helped Suchen up, and looked at Suchen with concern in his wise little eyes. Suchen was so angry that his bird hurt. He was very touched by the fat man's behavior, but he also wanted to say hello to the fat man's family. Brother Chen, are you okay? Don't scare me. The fat man looked at Suchen anxiously. I'm fine, go help them stop the zombies. But, Brother Chen. The fat man still didn't want to leave. Go quickly, or we will all die here. Suchen roared, okay, Brother Chen, don't be angry, I'll go right away, just hold on, I'll be back to help you soon. Go quickly. Suchen was speechless while the two were chatting. The 4-person team outside the building directly became a 3-person team. The zombies surrounded the 3 people one after another, and the 3 people were immediately in crisis. Looking at the few people outside who were unable to help, Suchen smiled bitterly. Relying on the strong belief that kept him alive in his previous life, he got up again. He picked up the bench beside him and rushed towards the fire zombie. Bang bang, bang. Bang bang, bang. Several times in a row, Su Chen was blown away by the fire zombies that temporarily lost half of their body's ability to move. When Su Chen walked up to the fire zombie for the 13th time, the fire zombie barely regained its ability to move with its powerful self-healing ability. It slapped Su Chen away with a slap, then slowly stood up and staggered towards Su Chen outside the building. The three-man team lost another general, and the other two were exhausted, but they were still forced to fight the zombies back to back. The fat man was forced by 5 or 6 zombies to retreat to a corner of the building, and barely saved himself by relying on the terrain. Some zombies rushed into the building, and the fire zombie roared ah, and the zombies that rushed in had to stop and watch their king take action himself. There was a hint of wise mockery in the fire zombie's eyes, and he looked at Su Chen as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. This bug actually dared to beat his hideous face into a bloody mess. It is unforgivable, he must kill this bug. Looking at the flaming zombies getting closer and closer, Su Chen shouted in his heart, I, Su Chen, have been fighting in the apocalypse for 8 years, how could I fall here? Ah! The purgatory flame power suddenly erupted, and the powerful energy actually allowed Su Chen to break through directly to the initial stage of the first level. Die! Su Chen shot out a ball of blazing flames. The fire zombie was already at the end of its strength, its physical strength and superpowers were exhausted, and because of a moment of carelessness, it failed to dodge and was killed by Su Chen on the spot. Ha ha ha! Su Chen laughed wildly. Brother Chen, save me! Fatty heard the noise and immediately called for help. Hearing the fat man's voice, Su Chen immediately grabbed the tattered bench beside him and rushed into the group of zombies like a mop dipped in shit, killing anyone he poked. Haha, cool! With one move after another, their brains flew everywhere. Su Chen quickly dealt with more than 40 low-level zombies. After smashing the last zombie's head, Su Chen turned around very coolly, shaking his greasy and smelly hair in a self-proclaimed handsome way. Fatty, don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Really? A familiar voice came. There was suddenly a cold machete on Su Chen's neck. P.S. Don't miss it if you pass by. The author is asking for updates and small gifts online. Chapter 59. Mr. Li, I have a plan. Feeling the endless chill coming from the blade, Su Chen turned his head carefully. Li Feiyu, it's Li Feiyu again. Su Chen, we meet again. Li Feiyu greeted Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen stared at Li Feiyu, his face extremely gloomy. Li Feiyu, don't go too far. The blade of the machete turned, and a shallow scar appeared on Su Chen's neck, and blood slowly flowed out. Seeing this scene, the fat man hurriedly shouted, Li Feiyu, put down the knife, we can give you what you want. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen with a joking expression, and said faintly, okay, according to the old rules, hand over the crystal core. The fat man didn't hesitate. Okay, I'll give you all the crystal cores, but you have to promise to let Brother Chen go. Li Feiyu nodded slightly, okay. Although Li Feiyu wanted to say, you are so stupid. Even if I kill you, the things are mine. Su Chen's luck was very good now, and it was impossible to kill him with ordinary means. To take a step back. Even if Li Feiyu paid a huge price to kill Su Chen's body, there is a high probability that Su Chen will be resurrected. If Su Chen were to be resurrected directly on the other side of the ocean, then this would be a difficult matter to deal with. Given the danger level of the ocean, at least a 5th level combat force is required to be able to defeat the resistance from the deep sea and cross the vast ocean with strength. Okay, I'll dig out all the crystal cores and give them to you right away. The fat man nodded in agreement. If you lose the crystal core, you can earn it again, but if you lose your brothers, it's really all gone. When the other two saw this scene, they looked at each other and joined the army to dig crystal cores. A few minutes later, the younger brother who went back to call for help arrived at the dream building with 6 of Li Feiyu's loyal subordinates. The yellow-haired Qindongyang, who called himself Xiao Wenhe, trotted over to Li Feiyu and said, Mr. Li, are you looking for me? Li Feiyu nodded and ordered, go and collect the crystal cores together. Yes, Mr. Li. Xiao Wenhe and others replied respectfully. With the addition of Xiao Wen and others, the efficiency of collecting crystal cores has been significantly improved. In just half an hour, 81 first-order crystal cores, 37 pseudo-first-order crystal cores, and 4 second-order crystal cores were brought to Li Feiyu. Mr. Li, all the crystal cores are here. Xiao Wen reported respectfully while holding the bag. Li Xiao nodded slightly, and with a light wave of his free hand, a bag of crystal cores disappeared out of thin air. Space power. How is this possible? Su Chen was shocked. Su Chen remembered very clearly that in his previous life, Li Feiyu awakened ordinary thunder ability with strong attack power, but Li Feiyu basically did not participate in battles and only released thunder and lightning to show off. In this life, he, Su Chen, was reborn. He originally wanted to kill Li Feiyu in the chaos, but he didn't expect that Li Feiyu awakened the ability to avoid being discovered by zombies by chance and saved his life of the butterfly effect. He endured it, but now seeing that Li Feiyu had gained another spatial ability, Su Chen couldn't hold it anymore. The space-related ability is known as one of the most powerful auxiliary abilities in the apocalypse. Any base he joins can make him a key protected person and one of the two most favored auxiliary teammates of the outbound team. Ah! Why did Li Feiyu awaken 3 superpowers? Why? Damn God, I don't accept it. Su Chen roared in his heart. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Li Feiyu's move was as fast as lightning. He hit Su Chen's neck accurately with a knife and knocked him unconscious. Li Feiyu, you clearly promised that as long as we gave you the crystal core, you would let Brother Chen go. We have already given you all the crystal cores as requested. Why are you going back on your word? The fat man looked at Li Feiyu with anger on his face, his hands clenched into fists, as if he would rush up and fight with the other party at any time. Facing the fat man's questioning, Li Feiyu acted very calm. He glanced at the fat man coldly and said calmly, I promised to let Su Chen go, but I didn't say I would let Su Chen go intact. You! The fat man was so angry that he trembled all over. What do you mean by you fat guy? You'd better be nicer when you talk to me, otherwise I don't know what will happen to Su Chen later. The fat man lowered his head and pleaded in a low voice, Mr. Li, please have mercy on me and just treat Su Chen as a fart and let him go. Mr. Li, I have a plan. Xiao Wen and Huang Mao stepped forward with evil smiles on their faces to offer their suggestions. Oh? Tell me about it. Li Feiyu looked curiously at the yellow-haired man who called himself Xiao Wenhe. Xiao Wenhe walked up to Li Feiyu and whispered his plan to him. After listening, Li Feiyu looked at Chen Dongyang strangely, then took out a few bottles of 521 super glue from the system space, and bought a pack of laxative super laxative oral liquid worth 100 villain points from the system mall. There were 5 bottles in total, and the total cost was 500 villain points. Huang Mao took the glue and laxatives, walked to Su Chen with a wise look on his face, and shouted, Fatty, come and help me. The fat man didn't know what the yellow-haired man wanted to do, but for the life of his good brother Su Chen, the fat man still trotted over. Li Feiyu quickly retreated 3 meters away, but his eyes were always on Su Chen in the distance. Seeing this, the other brothers quickly took out a handful of melon seeds and came closer to eat the melon. Snap! The yellow-haired man who called himself Xiao Wenhe suddenly tore Su Chen's already tattered clothes. The people who gathered around him were stunned and quickly put the melon seeds into sealed bags. Huang Mao handed over a bottle of 521 super glue and looked at the fat man, seal the door for your boss. The fat man's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, but he couldn't refuse, so he had to reluctantly take the 521 super glue from the yellow-haired man's hand. 3 minutes later, the yellow-haired man felt that it was not enough and handed over another small bottle. The fat man lowered his head to take the glue, muttering something like, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, and continued to fix Su Chen's back door. When Fatty finished, Huang Mao handed over another bottle. Fatty, it's your turn. I don't need to tell you how to do this. The fat man felt his anus tighten, but for Su Chen, he gritted his teeth and took the glue from the yellow-haired man, followed his example, and made himself look like Su Chen. Then, Huang Mao took out 3 packs of the super laxative oral liquid that will kill you, 2 packs for Su Chen, 1 pack for yourself, understand? At this moment, 2 other boys in the distance quickly walked up to Li Feiyu and said in unison, Mr. Li, we have both thought it through. We will no longer be in cahoots with Su Chen in the future. The 2 of them were trembling. Looking at the ending of Su Chen and the fat guy, they were really scared. Following Su Chen, not only will they go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, but they will also have to bear the pressure from Li Feiyu. If they encounter danger, that fat guy will simply abandon them. They are fed up with this miserable life of living in fear every day. Li Feiyu nodded and said in a deep voice, leave the school and I can let you go. Xiao Li Xiao, we will leave the school now. The 2 thanked they had already made up their mind that as long as Li Feiyu would let them go, they would do anything they were asked to do. Leaving school, although it was a little dangerous outside, was at least a way out. If they followed Su Chen, even if they were not killed by Li Feiyu, they would be killed by Su Chen's recklessness and arrogance. Their other 2 roommates were just killed by Su Chen's fat follower. Then Su Chen said nothing, not even a word of blaming the fat man. After spending so many days together, they fought for Su Chen, but half of their 4F members were killed by Su Chen's followers. Su Chen didn't say a word to blame the fat man, and it was obvious that he didn't consider them as his own people. It's better not to follow such people. Watching the two people walking away, Li Feiyu's eyes flashed a sneer. With Su Chen's vengeful character, no one who betrayed Su Chen would have a good ending. Li Feiyu doesn't have to do it himself. In a few days, Su Chen will go over to clean up the house. By then, helping Su Chen to promote himself could lower his popularity among the public. Chapter 60. The Su Chen trio share the same difficulty. Seeing the fat man giving Su Chen the medicine mouth to mouth, Li Feiyu quickly looked away and called the yellow-haired man over. Wenha, give me the other 2 packs of lassi and Aida. I'm here, Master Li. Huang Mao hurried to Li Feiyu and respectfully handed the remaining 521 super glue and the pull-you-to-death super laxative to Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu only took the laxatives and said, I'll kill you. He left a sentence, you can deal with the glue. Then he walked around Su Chen and the fat brother, broke a piece of tempered glass and walked upstairs. Didn't Monsieur choose Su Chen? Of course, she had to give Su Chen a taste of her treatment. Bang, bang, bang. Li Feiyu kicked the door on the floor where Su Chen's henchmen were. Not long after, Li Feiyu found the place where Monsieur was in a daze. Li Feiyu. Seeing the person coming, Monsieur stood up reflexively. You, what do you want to do? You, don't come over here. Monsieur kept backing away, fearing that Li Feiyu would do something inappropriate to her. Li Feiyu looked with disdain at Monsieur, who looked disheveled with her hair glistening with oil and her clothes covered in black and red blood. I haven't showered for a few days, and my body is still covered with zombie debris. I'm afraid I haven't even wiped my butt in the past few days. Li Feiyu is not a pervert. He can't do something like eating shit. Li Feiyu stood far away and threw the 2 packets of poop-to-death super laxatives in his hand to Monsieur's feet, and ordered in a cold voice, eat it. Hearing Li Feiyu's instruction, Monsieur felt uneasy instinctively, but she didn't dare to disobey Li Feiyu's order, so she had to pick up the I'll kill you on the ground very reluctantly. Monsieur didn't even look at it. She tore open the bag of Laxi and Icy laxative oral liquid in her hand and swallowed it all down. After she finished drinking, Monsieur picked up the medicine bag to check. I'll shit you to death. This is a laxative. Monsieur was so frightened that her face turned pale. How could Li Feiyu be so cruel? Why did he do this to her? She just saw Li Feiyu fall down and chose to escape instead of saving him, but he actually tortured her like this. Cruel. Li Feiyu is really cruel. Monsieur collapsed on the ground in despair. Tears in her eyes could not help but slide down. Why? It was her parents who forced her into a marriage with the Li family against her will. She didn't like it, so was it wrong for her to resist? She finally had a chance to completely get rid of Li Feiyu, so she just followed her desire for freedom and ran away in panic when she saw the zombies. She already felt very guilty. Why did Li Feiyu still blame her? Why didn't Li Feiyu die? Why? Li Feiyu didn't care what Monsieur thought. Seeing that Monsieur had completely swallowed I'll kill you, he threw down a tampered screwdriver and turned to leave the classroom. In the original plot, Monsieur clearly saw with her own eyes how Su Chen deliberately designed to kill Li Feiyu, but later she covered up for Su Chen. It is said that Li Feiyu actively provoked the zombies and fell into the group of zombies and was swallowed by them. There were too many zombies and they had no time to rescue them, so they had to evacuate. Since Monsieur is Li Feiyu's fiancé, and Su Chen's IQ-reducing halo is in effect, Li Feiyu's bodyguard did not doubt Monsieur's words, but only promised to send Monsieur safely back to Monsieur's mother, Dr. Imyu. But Su Chen was worried that the news would leak out, so he used Monsieur as bait to kill all of Li Feiyu's bodyguards and lackeys. At the same time, he played the hero to save Monsieur several times when she was in crisis, and successfully captured Monsieur's heart. Monsieur was also very competitive. She was happy to serve as Su Chen's queen and help Su Chen manage the 30,000 concubines in an orderly manner: lizards, zombies, turtles, spiders, mother and daughter, toads, pythons, whales. As long as Su Chen brings them back, Monsieur can get along happily with them. She is truly the most perfect wife for Su Chen. Hint: level 5 can fully transform into human form, and their intelligence is the same as that of normal humans. Su Chen called it a beautiful name, resolving conflicts among ethnic groups and allowing them to live in peace. So many people died in the apocalypse, and humans finally survived until a large number of strong people appeared, and they could start to take revenge and regain their territory. Su Chen's words of live in peace will make all mankind let go of their hatred. Why didn't you, Su Chen, say let go of hatred and live in peace when you were beaten before? Su Chen destroyed several human bases along the way. Every time he said that others provoked him first and he had no choice but to fight back. As a result, when it was Su Chen's turn, he pushed the harems of various clans together to make others give up their hatred. This is a real traitor. No one asked Su Chen to help them get revenge, they went there on their own, and then Su Chen immediately jumped out and said that everyone should love peace and live in harmony. A friendly your sister, you, Su Chen, feel comfortable. You have received beauties from all races and benefits of reputation. You ask others to be more generous, let go of hatred, and let go of the past. It sounds really nice. When he walked downstairs, the drug had already taken effect. The naked Su Chen curled up in the pile of zombie remains, holding his stomach and rolling around in pain. His face was so pale that he looked inhuman, his eyes hurt so much that he couldn't open them, and tears kept pouring out from the corners of his eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. The fat man next to him was in the same pain as Su Chen, but he couldn't faint. He could only stay awake and experience the extreme feeling of wanting to poop but not being able to. Unintentionally seeing Li Feiyu coming out of the building, Su Chen's eyes turned red with anger, as if they were about to burst out of the confinement of his eye sockets. Su Chen wanted to scold Li Feiyu, but the pain in his stomach prevented him from uttering a single sound, let alone venting his anger. Ding! The chance of the lucky son Su Chen was intercepted by the host, and he lost a great precious opportunity in the early stage. His strength has not improved much, and he even lags behind many pure passers-by. His combat power is low. Deduct Su Chen's luck of 10000, and the host will get a villain value of 10,000. Damn, the host took advantage of the situation and took away the chance of the son of luck in front of him, which made some of Su Chen's followers feel guilty and stay away from their teammates to sacrifice Su Chen, indirectly disrupting some of Su Chen's subsequent chances. Deducting 8,000 of Su Chen's luck value, the host gained 80,000 villain value. Ding! The host successfully sneak attacks the son of luck Su Chen, interrupting Su Chen's pretense, making Su Chen's pretense a joke, reducing him to a clown, exploding into anger, deducting 8,000 of Su Chen's luck value, and the host gains 80,000 villain value. Damn, the host used his subordinate's clever plan to make Su Chen, the son of luck, and his younger brother in distress completely die, which made Su Chen feel extremely humiliated and ashamed. Su Chen's mentality exploded, and he gnashed his teeth and hated the host, but he could not do anything to the host. Deducting Su Chen's luck value of 1,000, the host gained a villain value of 12,000. Ding! The host allowed the son of luck Su Chen to enjoy the ultimate experience of being inhuman, which severely hit the personality dignity of the son of luck host, allowing Su Chen to successfully break the defense for the first time in his life since his rebirth. Deducting Su Chen's luck value of 7,000, the host gained a villain value of 70,000. As the system broadcast sounded, Su Chen's luck dropped again, and he completely lost 45,000 luck points. Li Feiyu successfully obtained a huge sum of 450,000 villain points. Take off! Li Feiyu was overjoyed. If destroying Su Chen's mentality can greatly increase the villain value, then wouldn't it be better to do it a few more times? Host, don't be delusional. The state of mind of the son of luck will generally become stronger with each setback. The effect of the same encounter will only become smaller and smaller. The only way is to constantly fight for the opportunity of the son of luck and deal with the left and right arms and main helpers of the son of luck. Okay, system, I understand. After being poured a basin of cold water by the fate villain system, Li Feiyu finally woke up. Since the same method is becoming less and less effective, he can only come up with some new tricks after snatching away Su Chen's opportunity, which will be the last straw that breaks Su Chen's heart. A small effect does not mean no effect, especially after Su Chen's psychological defenses collapse. A fatal blow can often produce miraculous results. Downstairs, Su Chen and the fat man were still rolling around in pain. Upstairs, Musier, the luckiest female protagonist, was defecating everywhere. The entire Su Chen team shared the same adversity and was extremely united. Chapter 61, The End of the World. Black Rain. All monsters are strengthened. Shortly after Li Feiyu and others left, Su Chen, relying on the strong willpower he had acquired from crawling and rolling for 8 years at the end of his previous life, climbed to the 4th floor where Musier was. Sheer. Su Chen covered his stomach with one hand and supported himself with the other hand as he walked to Musier's classroom. A foul smell hit me in the face. Musier was squatting on the table with a pale face. When their eyes met, the classroom suddenly became eerily quiet, and the air was filled with an awkward feeling. Su Chen didn't expect that this aloof school beauty would do such a thing in the classroom, and Musier didn't expect Su Chen to appear suddenly. Su Chen quickly lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look. Musier's originally pale face suddenly turned red, even redder than the monkey's. But Musier was so embarrassed after pooping in public that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. What made Musier even more embarrassed was that this scene was seen by someone she had a good impression of, Suchen. I'm sorry, you, continue. Suchen looked at the floor with a dark face, not daring to look up at the place he admired. Musier didn't know how to respond, and finally hummed like a mosquito. Musier was humiliated by 3 girls a few days ago, and now her worst side was exposed in front of Suchen, whom she had some feelings for. She wanted to die. Puff, hiss. A loud sound broke the silence of the classroom, which was particularly harsh, but in Suchen's ears, this sound was extremely pleasant and endlessly comfortable, like a witch from the abyss, constantly touching every nerve of his. Suchen couldn't help but imagine if he could be like the person who made the sound, and have a refreshing release. After an unknown amount of time, Musier, whose legs were almost numb, finally remembered Suchen, who was curled up at the door, thinking of the screwdriver that Li Feiyu left behind when he left. Musier suddenly realized something. Suchen, hold on, I'll come over to help you. Suchen was sweating profusely in pain, but he still managed to find a little strength to nod frantically. Musier tried to hold on to her almost exhausted body, picked up a screwdriver not far from the door, and walked behind Suchen with trembling legs, same as. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is covered with wounds, your smile is. The screwdriver suddenly played devilish music, ding, under the host's design, the son of luck. Suchen was killed by the lucky heroine Musier with the 1,000-year kill. His mentality collapsed, and his eyes left tears of happiness and pain. He felt an inexplicable, refreshing feeling. Deducting Suchen's luck value of 3,000, the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Li Feiyu, who was far away in the girls' dormitory, suddenly received an unexpected fortune, 30,000 villain value. Just as the system said, Suchen has developed resistance to it. Seems that I still have to leave some opportunities for Suchen in the near future so that he can regain some confidence. Li Feiyu thought secretly in his heart tomorrow was exactly the 10th day of the apocalypse, the day when the first black rain of the apocalypse appears. The entire world will undergo another far-reaching change. Countless zombies are advancing one after another, and strange beasts and mutant plants are rioting all over the world. The end of the Dark Age is coming. Li Feiyu had no countermeasures for the major events in the original plot trajectory and could only try to avoid the risks involved. The Black Rain of the end of the world is a unique supernatural event that will occur after the end of the world, and it will happen simultaneously throughout the world. Most creatures will become stronger with the nourishment of the Black Rain, and even some people who originally did not have awakened superpowers will awaken them. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing about Black Rain is that the creatures with lower intelligence will benefit more from being caught in the rain. But for humans, the benefits brought by being caught in the rain are minimal, and there is even a risk of turning into zombies. In addition to zombies becoming stronger, mutated animals and plants are another major enemy that affects human survival. Large animals are easier to detect, at least they are easier to spot, but small animals, insects, and plants are almost impossible to guard against. If you are unlucky enough, you won't even know how you died. Li Feiyu thought about it, and finally ordered Sang Biao to inform everyone that they didn't need to go out tomorrow. Sang Biao couldn't understand why the young master would give such an order, but the young master must have his reasons for doing so, and he just needed to obey the young master's command. Soon, more than 30 survivors in the girls' dormitory received this incredible order, but no one thought much about it, as the school had been almost cleared out, and many people who had awakened their superpowers had successfully become first-level superpower users or had reached the threshold to become first-level superpower users. After several days of fighting, everyone was exhausted and tense, and they really needed a rest. The next morning, the sun rose slightly and a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain was not heavy, but not light either. It was as fine as cow hair and gave people a fresh and tranquil feeling. It's raining, a girl shouted happily. No, this rain is the wrong color, don't touch it, another girl wearing glasses shouted hurriedly. The first girl hurriedly stopped her outstretched hand and looked carefully, and found that the rain outside was actually light black. What's going on? Why is there black water? There are no factories in our city. Don't even mention there are no factories. Even if there were factories, they would have stopped operating as soon as the end of the world happened. Look at the sky, it's cloudless, and there are no conditions for normal rain. The girl with glasses analyzed the situation very seriously with her cute roommate. Sister Lee, do you really understand what's going on with the rain? Sisterly, who was wearing glasses, shook her head and said frankly, I don't know, but there is a similar red rain in apocalyptic novels, and it seems to make zombies evolve. Ah! No way! The girl who wanted to reach out to catch the rain turned pale with fright. Zombies are already so scary. If they evolve further, what will they do in the future? Sisterly thought about it and comforted her roommate, I'm just guessing. I'm not sure if this is the case. Li Feiyu may have a similar ability to predict the future. He may know something. Recalling the order given by Deputy Captain Sang Bia last night, the girl named Sisterly had a guess in her mind. Li Feiyu had a similar ability to predict the future, but he could only predict good or bad luck, so he ordered them not to go out to it. It was because of this that Sisterly quickly called out to her cute roommate. Two people live in one dormitory and take care of each other. She doesn't want this well-behaved little lowly to die. As a water-based mutant, my future bath water depends on this little lowly. If she is really gone, I will have to spend crystal cores to buy her water. What a huge loss. At the same time, in an ordinary house outside the school, Su Chen looked at the black rain outside the window with a bitter expression. The 10th day of the apocalypse, damn Li Feiyu, if it weren't for you, I would have reached the peak of the second level by now. Su Chen cursed in his heart because of Li Feiyu's 2 robberies and sneak attacks. Su Chen barely reached the early first level yesterday. Mu Xier and the fat man are still at the level of ordinary people with superpowers. Now that the black rain has appeared and the dark age has arrived, the strange beasts, mutated plants and zombies are several times more terrifying than before. And I am so far behind those strong men in my previous life. It's really abominable. Su Chen became more and more angry as he thought about it. In anger, he punched the glass table next to him and broke it. Su Chen, what's wrong? Mu Xier ran out of the room worriedly. Su Chen quickly adjusted his mentality and explained casually, nothing, I just thought of some bad things in the past. Mu Xier nodded and said nothing. She knew what Su Chen was referring to. This incident was a dark history in both of their lives and a shame for them. Because of the double rows in the classroom yesterday, Mu Xier and Su Chen's relationship has improved. She changed the subject in a gentle voice, Su Chen, you should also have a good rest. When the rain stops, we will search around to see if we can find something useful. Su Chen smiled bitterly, okay. Although it is dangerous outside, if he doesn't go, the gap between him and Li Feiyu and those enemies in his previous life will only get bigger. So, he has to go. Chapter 62 3 Puppets and a Play. Looking at the continuous black rain outside the window, Li Feiyu sighed, the dark ages have finally arrived. System, why do you think there is such a thing as the end of the world? Damn, the truth of the end of the world, 50,000 villain value. Forget it, I don't really want to know. Li Feiyu gave up decisively. 500,000 villain points. Li Feiyu was really shocked by the price. He did have 500,000 villain points, but good steel must be used on steel blades. It was not cost effective to buy the truth of the apocalypse now. There is a saying that goes, now is not the time for you to know. Right now he is only at the peak of the 3rd level. Even if he knows the truth, it won't change anything, and he won't get any benefit, so there is no need for the time being. Instead of aiming too high, it is better to help Su Chen find a few opponents and polish Su Chen. According to the original plot, there was a beautiful female zombie in a food warehouse not far from the school. She was the second female protagonist that Su Chen conquered when he went out alone 2 months after the apocalypse. Later, he helped Su Chen many times and became an important force for Su Chen to deal with the human shelter die in the later period. With the help of Su Chen, she controlled countless groups of zombies and created an undead army for Su Chen. She was one of the most powerful heroines around Su Chen. If this extremely intelligent female zombie heroine turns against Su Chen, it should bring a lot of pressure to Su Chen. System, can you query the information of Yi Jueying, the heroine of Su Chen's destiny? Damn, Yi Jueying's related information, 60,000 villain value. 60,000. Li Feiyu couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this number. Finally, Li Feiyu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, System, purchase Yi Jueying's information. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 60,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yi Jueying's life information. Name, Yi Jueying, formerly known as Yi Yanan. Gender, female. 3D, sensitive locations. Current level, first order zombie, mutant. Experience, Yi Yanan is an illegitimate daughter of the Yi family. She was bullied by the Yi family before the end of the world. After the end of the world, the Yi family used Yianan to threaten Yianan's mother to go out to search for food. After Yianan's mother died, the Yi family thought that Yianan was useless and drove Yianan out of the Yi family. During the escape, Yianan was scratched by a zombie, but she mutated and retained her consciousness. Later, she changed her name to Yi Juiying and led the zombies to destroy the Yi family. Current location, Yi family courtyard. Real-time positioning has been automatically recorded in the real-time holographic positioning map. Sure enough, he is not in the warehouse where he met Su Chen. Yi Juiying is in the Yi family. He must have just taken revenge not long ago. Li Feiyu secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, he purchased Yi Juiying's information from the Destiny villain system and learned of Yi Juiying's whereabouts, otherwise this operation would probably have been in vain. The black rain stopped, and Li Feiyu left the school after giving Sang Biao a few words, and headed for the Yi family villa. With the disguiser's special ability, Li Feiyu didn't have to worry about the zombies at all and arrived at the Yi family villa 3 hours later. Li Feiyu did not enter the Yi family immediately, but found a place without zombies, opened the system mall, and found the substitute doll he had seen when he was bored before. Superpower substitute doll, 3000 villain value, can perfectly simulate any superpower the host has ever seen, can be used multiple times, and the villain value must be increased to upgrade when the level exceeds the second level. Li Feiyu confirmed that the description was correct and immediately said, "System, buy 3 psychic substitute dolls." Ding, the host's villain value is deducted by 90 in total. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 psychic substitute dolls, which have been saved to the system space. System, how should this mutant substitute doll be used? Hold the superpower doll in both hands and silently think about the substitute object in your heart. After listening to the system's instructions, Li Feiyu took out the mutant substitute doll. He silently chanted and thought in his heart, "Come out, Su Chen, the son of SB Luck." In a moment, the doll in his hand quickly grew larger and turned into the ghost appearance of Su Chen, standing motionless in front of Li Feiyu. "Hello, Master. My name is Su Chen, and I will always be loyal to you." Li Feiyu nodded and continued to do the same thing. "Come out, Monsieur, you have a brain full of shit. Come out, you fat man with a mental disorder, Yang Dawei." Soon, the 3-person team consisting of Su Chen, Monsieur and Fatty appeared in front of Li Feiyu in an orderly manner. The eyes, appearance, biological information, etc. are exactly the same as the original ones. If Li Feiyu had not cast the spell himself, he would not have believed that the 3 dolls in front of him were fake people. You go into the Yi mansion, find Yi Juiying, and then do this and that, and then that and that. Do you understand? Li Feiyu gave the detailed plan. "Master, what does Yi Juiying look like?" the puppet Monsieur asked cleverly. Li Feiyu knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he quickly asked the system for help. "System, can you transfer Yi Juiying's photo to their 3 processors? Damn, 100 villain values once. Spread it." Ding, the host's villain value is deducted by 300 in total, and the data is transferred successfully. Go ahead and complete the mission. Li Feiyu waved his hand. "Yes, Master." The puppet Su Chen took the lead and responded. The 3 puppets climbed over the wall and entered the Yi mansion, instantly turning into death butchers. Under the leadership of the puppet Su Chen, they quickly slaughtered all the scattered zombies in the Yi family. "Brother Chen, this zombie is too fragile. I just waved my hand and it shattered." "Ha ha ha," the puppet Su Chen ordered with a serious face, "Don't be arrogant, not all zombies are this kind of garbage. Be careful, search for supplies as soon as possible, and then leave." "Yes, Brother Chen, I will definitely do it for you." The fat puppet patted his chest and promised. Yi Juiying in the main hall also heard the noise in the yard outside, but she remained unmoved. Ever since she killed the entire Yi family and avenged her mother, she suddenly lost her goal in life and didn't know what she wanted to do. She looked like neither human nor ghost, and she would definitely not be accepted if she went to find other survivors. In the past, everyone looked at her strangely, and with her current appearance, there was no difference for her to go find other people. The intelligence of these zombies is lower than that of dogs. Yi Juiying, who has no goals in life, has no idea what the meaning of his existence is. Suddenly, the door to the Yi mansion was broken open. "Brother Chen, come and see, there is a brain-dead zombie in there. It won't attack anyone even if it sees them. It's so stupid. Ha ha ha." The fat puppet sneered at Yi Juiying, who had changed into new clothes. Hey, fatty, it's true, this zombie is wearing new clothes. TSK, Sierra, come and see. Puppet Suchen happily shared with Puppet Musiero, here I come. The Puppet Musier pretended to be cool and noble and walked over quickly. The Puppet Musier's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she commented, Suchen, it's true, this zombie's clothes are so clean, I really don't know how he turned into a zombie? It should be just like the beasts we encountered before. They drove our parents and relatives out of the house, killed our family members, and then chose to turn into zombies painlessly. The puppet Suchen pretended to be angry and said randomly, Shut up. Yi Jueying stood up angrily. Chen, brother Chen, this zombie can talk. The fat puppet was so scared that he deliberately moved closer to the puppet Suchen. I didn't hurt my mother, apologize to me now. Yi Jueying looked at the puppet Suchen angrily. As a human being, his habitual thinking still exists, and the zombie Yi Jueying intends to reason with the three unreasonable and arbitrary guys in front of him. The puppet Suchen pretended to be surprised. Oh, there are innocent zombies, do you believe it, fatty? The fat puppet shook his head and said firmly, Brother Chen, I don't believe it. Puppet Suchen turned his head and looked at the puppet Musier again. Sierra, do you believe it? I don't believe it. The puppet Musier responded coldly. The puppet Suchen shook his head helplessly, looking fiercely at the thing Yi Jueying, and explained to everyone righteously, zombies are always zombies. Once they are zombies, they are always zombies. They are all man-eating monsters. Yes, Brother Chen, we should kill all man-eating monsters like zombies to prevent future troubles. The fat puppet echoed passionately. Suchen, hurry up and deal with it. These zombies that still retain their intelligence will always be a nuisance if left alone. The puppet Musier suggested coldly. Okay. The puppet Suchen agreed gently. P.S. Please urge for more updates and express your love, the. Chapter 63. Notoriety spreads far and wide. Purgatory flames. The puppet Suchen shouted angrily. A layer of enchanting flames quickly covered his arms, as if they came from purgatory, revealing endless murderous intent. Yi Jueying stared at the ordinary-looking man in front of him vigilantly, ready to escape at any time. Yi Jueying felt an unprecedented sense of danger from the other party. The puppets Musier and Fatty looked at each other, then silently surrounded the zombie Yi Jueying, blocking his escape. The puppet Suchen raised his lips slightly, and walked towards the zombie Yi Jueying fearlessly, muttering disdainfully, an intelligent zombie, I wonder if the crystal core is good or not. Watching the puppet Suchen slowly approaching, Yi Jueying kept backing away until she hit the wall and had nowhere to retreat. In extreme fear, the zombie Yi Jueying instinctively let out a loud roar. The puppet Suchen instinctively hugged his head, and the flames on his arms disappeared instantly, as if he had suffered a strong mental attack. Of course, this is all pretend. While the puppet Suchen was injured, Yi Jueying quickly pushed the puppet Suchen down and rushed out of the main hall at the fastest speed. Yes. The puppet Suchen staggered and lay down again, roaring with an ugly face, Chase! Chase her! Don't let this woman get away! The puppet Musier and the puppet Fatty looked at each other and found that there was a hidden smile in each other's eyes. Number 1, Puppet Suchen, was pretending too well. The puppet Musier and the puppet Fatty did not hesitate. They exchanged glances for a split second and rushed out of the main hall according to the algorithm's delayed process. Chasing after Yi Jueying, the puppet Suchen stayed in the main hall of the Yi family for a few seconds, then rushed out of the Yi mansion and chased after the three people in the distance. Ice spikes. Musier had a cold expression as she shot out ice spikes, which greatly hindered the speed of the zombie Yi Jueying. Yi Jueying was not willing to be left behind. He kept summoning zombies to block the woman and the fat man behind him. At the same time, he observed the surroundings, hoping to use the terrain to kill the three psychics behind him. Unfortunately, the villa area is quite far away from the city. There is no suitable terrain nearby for Yi Jueying to use. There are not many scattered zombies around, and the force she can mobilize is getting less and less. After a while, the surrounding zombies were dealt with by the two puppets Musier, and the puppet Suchen also took the opportunity to throw a fireball. Ah! Yi Jueying screamed. The flames of purgatory can burn the mind, directly passing through Yi Jueying's nervous system before it recovers, and directly hitting the origin of the mind. The intense pain caused Yi Jueying to lose his balance and he fell heavily to the ground. The dead skin tissue on his body was rubbed to pieces by the ground, revealing large pieces of black and red flesh, which looked very scary. Bang! The puppet Suchen stepped on Yi Jueying's head. Under the force, Yi Jueying's hard head collided heavily with the road. However, zombies have no sense of pain, so Yi Jueying did not feel any pain. Run! Why don't you run anymore? Aren't you very capable? If you can, run again for me. The puppet Su Chen raised his lips and looked at Yi Jueying at his feet with disdain. While Yi Jueying clenched her fists, her dark pupils filled with hatred. Although her body had no sense of pain now, the painful memories hidden deep in her memory would reappear from time to time. Deep in my head, I could hear a roar: kill him! Kill everyone who bullied you! All humans deserve to die! The puppet Monsieur panted and walked to the puppet Su Chen. Su Chen, take action to avoid other accidents. The puppet Su Chen picked up a sharp dagger and stabbed it fiercely at the location of the zombie's crystal core. Suddenly, bursts of zombie roars were heard not far away. Brother Chen, this is bad. It's a group of zombies, let's go. The fat puppet looked horrified. It's too late, Su Chen, kill this zombie and let's retreat quickly. The puppet Monsieur also shouted anxiously. The puppet Su Chen's face also showed fear. He stabbed the dagger down fiercely, swung it slightly, then pulled it out, and hurriedly led the other two to flee quickly in another direction. The dagger did not touch Yi Jueying's crystal core, but her brain tissue was severely damaged and she temporarily lost the ability to move. While Yi Jueying was on the verge of death, and the spiritual crystal core in his brain quickly released its power, and his powerful self-healing ability began to repair itself, she seemed to see a mysterious man wearing a mask. He opened her mouth and put a colorless hard object into it. Then, she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, the moon was high in the sky, cold and clear. The bright moonlight was extremely bright. Yi Jueying sat blankly on the road. The wounds on her body had completely disappeared. Am I not dead? Yi Jueying murmured to himself while looking at the moon. Why Yi Jueying had many questions in her mind. Who was that masked man? Why did he save her? Why could that masked man control so many zombies at once? What was he going to do? After thinking for a long time, Yi Jueying still couldn't figure out what the mysterious masked man wanted to do. Back in the afternoon, Li Feiyu stuffed a tampered second-level attributeless crystal core into Yi Jueying's mouth to speed up Yi Jueying's recovery. Then, Li Feiyu commanded the zombies to eliminate the potential dangers around them, and then led the zombies towards the city center. Li Feiyu's goal was simple: to help clear out the Starlight City supermarket and to get some weapons and ammunition from the Law Enforcement Bureau headquarters to strengthen his team. When the apocalypse broke out, electricity suddenly disappeared for no reason, and all high-precision equipment was suddenly scrapped, but most conventional weapons were still usable. In the early days of the apocalypse, thermal weapons were quite lethal, except that they made a lot of noise and attracted zombies. At the same time, the three puppets followed their master's orders and slowly walked towards where Su Chen and others were hiding. Along the way, the puppet trio used their own biological radar to rob the weak survivors who went out and snatch half of their supplies. When they encountered someone without supplies, the three of them would beat and kick him, deliberately leaving out their identity information, and vowing to come for revenge if they had the guts. Anyway, as long as they find other survivors, the three puppets will go up and attract a lot of hatred for Su Chen and others, and leave their names. Su Chen's name began to radiate around, but it was a bad reputation. On the other side, at the Yishinshan base, a majestic middle-aged version of Li Feiyu sat in the first seat. He was Li Feiyu's father, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Li Yuntian. Have you cleared out the zombies around the base? Marshal, the zombies around us have been cleared. An officer in military uniform reported loudly. Li Yuntian nodded, as if all this was within his expectations. Did you find any other abnormalities? 10 days ago, the end of the world suddenly came, and 80% of the people around him turned into bloodthirsty monsters. Li Yuntian made a quick judgment and led his subordinates to quickly resolve the crisis in the command center. Then he issued various orders and quickly eliminated the zombies in the Yishinshan military base. Through research, researchers discovered that an unknown crystal appeared in the brains of mutated people, and the crystal core possessed a new, unknown, high-purity energy. At the same time, most people in the army awakened special abilities, and reports on related abilities were compiled into a book and sent to Marshal Li Yuntian. After 3 days of research, the researchers figured out the purpose of the crystal core and named it the crystal core, and the special ability was defined as superpower. According to the properties and uses, superpowers are temporarily divided into elemental superpowers, alien superpowers, special superpowers, auxiliary superpowers, defensive superpowers, offensive superpowers, recovery and healing superpowers, and body strengthening superpowers. Due to insufficient understanding of superpowers, this classification is only a temporary and general division, only for the convenience of statistics. Li Yuntian naturally also has superpowers, and they are the dual superpowers of wind and thunder. With a sufficient supply of crystal cores, Li Yuntian successfully entered the early stage of the second level a day ago. The helicopter was just repaired yesterday evening, and Li Yuntian planned to send 3 elite special operations teams to Xinguang City today to rescue his son and future daughter-in-law who are attending school. Asa result: an unknown black rain fell this morning. The composition of the black rain is still being analyzed, so the rescue plan had to be shelved temporarily. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, no abnormalities have been found for the time being. An officer reported loudly. Li Yuntian nodded calmly. Don't let your guard down, monitor the plants and animals in real time, and report to me immediately if you find anything. Yes, Marshal. Chapter 64. Now that you're here, send a rocket to Su Chen. After dealing with the zombies, Li Feiyu quickly arrived downstairs at the Starlight City Law Enforcement headquarters. The door of the building was blocked from the inside and the windows were open, but it was estimated that there was a trap inside. You can't force your way in. Captain, there's someone outside again. A law enforcement officer reported in a low voice. Get your guns ready. If they try to force their way in, shoot them dead. The captain ordered solemnly. Captain, there is only one person on the other side, a stranger, and he seems to be a student, the law enforcement officer asked again. Student? The captain was visibly stunned. It's the 10th day of the apocalypse, and there are bloodthirsty zombies everywhere outside. How is it possible that someone can get past countless monsters and come to the law enforcement agency alone? The captain pondered for a moment and analyzed in a deep voice. Don't worry about it. This person is probably a new trap set by the Destroyer Gang. Understood, Captain. The team members quickly conveyed the captain's orders to other teammates, asking everyone to stay vigilant and pay close attention to the actions of the people downstairs. Downstairs, Li Feiyu glanced casually and then turned and left. Not long after they walked out, a group of shirtless men came from the other side to the downstairs of the law enforcement administration and started shouting and cursing, but this had nothing to do with Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu walked through the alley and came to a large shopping mall. It was in chaos inside and zombies could be seen everywhere. Li Feiyu walked straight into the mall and quickly put the usable things into the system space. Following this method, Li Feiyu went to several large supermarkets and took away all the useful items in them to replenish the inventory. System, can you take things from the air? Yes. But you need villain value. Well, okay. Li Feiyu sighed and gave up the idea of taking the weapon away through the wall. Late at night, Li Feiyu returned to the vicinity of the school, but he did not return directly to the school. Instead, he came to the vicinity of Su Chen's residence. Checking the position of the puppets, Li Feiyu discovered that the 3-puppet team was not far from his position, so he simply continued to give orders to the puppets remotely, asking them to go to the surrounding survivor camps to continue causing trouble. System, what's the villain value of the bazooka? Ordinary bazooka, 3000 villain value. System, give me one shot. Ding, deduct 3000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the conventional weapon, the rocket launcher. Li Feiyu decisively took out the rocket launcher from the system space, loaded it, aimed, and fired. Su Chen suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis in his sleep, and woke up abruptly. Boom! A loud bang and a huge explosion sounded in Su Chen's ears. The wall collapsed instantly, burying Su Chen under the rubble. The surrounding zombies were attracted by the sudden loud noise, letting out low roars and rushing towards the direction of the explosion frantically. Brother Chen! The fat man was the first to crawl out of the ruins, shouting anxiously. Stop yelling, I'm under your feet, you stepped on my hand. Su Chen's face was full of black lines, and he yelled with a sullen face. Who on earth is it? Who the hell has a rocket launcher and is so quiet in the middle of the night that he comes out to blow up the house for fun? Aw. Su Chen screamed in his heart. Hearing Su Chen's voice, the fat man finally reacted, quickly moved his feet away, and asked with concern, Brother Chen, are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't see you down there. What are you still standing there for? Dig me out. Su Chen urged with a dark face. The fat man took action immediately, quickly exerting the powerful ability of an Earth-type mutant. The soil on the ground began to flow, and soon a large pit was formed, digging Su-Chen out of the soil. At this time, the zombies that were close had already rushed in front of Su-Chen and others, making waves of excited roars. "Fatty, go rescue Monsieur, I'll stop these zombies." "Yes, boss." The fat man didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and ran towards the room where Monsieur was. Cough, cough. Monsieur climbed out of the pit while coughing. "Fatty, what on earth is going on? Why did the house suddenly collapse?" "School beauty moo, I don't know either. I was also awakened by the stone. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go and support Brother Chen." Monsieur nodded, and the two of them hurried to Su-Chen and joined the battlefield. After a while, the three of them clearly felt that their superpowers were being greatly consumed. Monsieur panted, fired an ice spike, ended a lucky zombie, and suggested, "Su-Chen, there are too many zombies around, we have no weapons, let's retreat." "Okay." Su-Chen threw a fiery hook punch and immediately issued a retreat order. "Sheer, Fatty, we retreat from the northwest." "Okay, Brother Chen." The fat man kicked down a zombie and decisively followed the steps of Su-Chen and Monsieur. Su-Chen and the other two fled, and the zombies chased them. They ran, and they were chased. They couldn't escape even if they had wings. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Ding. The host used a rocket launcher to attack the son of luck Su-Chen head-on, blasting Su-Chen into the ground, causing Su-Chen to be chased by the zombies for no reason. Su-Chen felt extremely depressed and aggrieved. Deduct 1,000 from Su-Chen's luck value, and the host gains 10,000 villain value. Li Feiyu put on a mask and slowly mixed in with the zombie group, silently watching Su-Chen and others in the dark. "System, can you recycle these crystal cores directly?" "Damn, sure, but the price of automatically picking it up for recycling is only 1/3 of the original price. Recycle it." Li Feiyu agreed without hesitation. Automatic pickup function is enabled. Chen Zhou responded with a sound, and then released a special law force field. All the crystal cores within the law force field were refined instantly. Chen Zhou took 2 extra crystal cores out of the 5, and 2 of the remaining 3 were for the automatic pickup function. It was very reasonable and a win-win situation. As time went by, Li Feiyu's villain value increased at a snail's pace. Why is Su-Chen killing so slowly? His drop rate is so low. He is the son of luck, but he only gets so few crystal cores after killing for so long. He is so lame. Li Fei looked at Su-Chen's back with contempt. While Li Feiyu was complaining, he directed the zombies to invisibly control the direction of Su-Chen and the other two's escape, driving Su-Chen towards the direction where Yi Jueying was. Damn it! These zombies are endless. Su-Chen was very unhappy. He was a reborn person who had survived in the apocalyptic world for 8 years, but he never expected that one day he would be chased around by a group of first-level zombies. Damn low-level zombies, one day I, Su-Chen, will kill you all. Su-Chen swore secretly in his heart. In Su-Chen's eyes, these zombies have already found their way to death. Su-Chen, what should we do? There are more and more zombies behind us. Monsieur's eyes flashed with resentment. If she hadn't chosen Su-Chen at the beginning, perhaps she wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Sheer, don't worry. There is a small group of survivors not far ahead. They have hot weapons. We will be safe if we run there. Su-Chen hurriedly comforted. He had already planned the direction when choosing the escape route, not just making a random choice. The Savior Army, a relatively powerful organization of survivors that he and Li Feiyu encountered when they left school in their previous life. Each member was equipped with an AK and had strong firepower. Although they were later destroyed by a tide of zombies, it is only the early days of the apocalypse now, and these people should have just begun to take shape. Su-Chen, how did you know? Monsieur asked in surprise. I also have a special ability as a prophet, so I can know some scattered future events. Su-Chen said the words he had already thought of without changing his expression. So that's how it is, Su-Chen, I didn't expect you to have the ability to predict the future. Monsieur pretended to be enlightened. In fact, I had already doubted Su-Chen's explanation. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for you. Chapter 65. Su-Chen was bombed again. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rapid knock on the door. I'm here, stop knocking. The middle-aged man with a crew cut in the room stood up with some displeasure. As soon as the crew cut boss Lu opened the door, his men at the door shouted in panic, "Brother, it's bad, there are a large group of zombies outside." What? Hearing the zombies, Boss Lou instantly lost all his sleepiness. Brother! The zombies were attracted here by those three bastards outside. The younger brother hurriedly explained the cause of the incident. Fuck! Boss Lou couldn't help but swear. Hurry, notify everyone to fight, recycle supplies, and be ready to evacuate at any time. Yes, boss. The younger brother quickly turned around and ran to inform the other brothers to prepare for battle. In just a few minutes, the saviors arrived at the door of the building with weapons. When they saw the densely packed zombies outside, everyone couldn't help but gasp. So terrifying. Brothers, beat them hard. Boss Lou gave the order. Bang, bang, tada, the saviors fired bullets at the swarm of zombies at all costs, trying to stop the tens of thousands of zombies outside the door. The sound of grenades exploding came one after another, mixed with the sound of bullets firing. The savior army's base camp was ablaze, and the zombies around them were piling up more and more. Brother Chen, how come they have so many guns? The fat man asked in a low voice with a guilty conscience. Su Chen watched the zombies in the distance and explained to the fat man without turning his head, this organization of survivors is called the Savior Army. Before the end of the world, they were employees of an armed escort company, so they have weapons. Little did he know that he had accidentally said too much. So that's how it is. The fat man suddenly realized, Brother Chen, then will we be safe if we join them? Almost. Lou with a short haircut is a very righteous man. He will definitely take us in. Su Chen was very confident, based on his understanding of Lu Kuntu. As long as he tells Lu Kuntu the function of the crystal core and then demonstrates his own strength, he can become a guest of honor of the Savior Army with his own command. The Savior Army would not repeat the mistakes of the previous life and be destroyed by a medium-sized zombie tide. And Li Feiyu, when he has a certain say, he must let Li Feiyu know how powerful Su Chen is. Let those who betrayed him know how stupid it is to choose Li Feiyu. A hint of suspicion towards Su Chen flashed in Musier's eyes, but she didn't point it out. Seeing that Su Chen was hiding so comfortably, Li Feiyu openly commanded several pseudo first-level zombies to pass by where Su Chen was hiding. Roared, smelling the scent of a living person, the zombies let out an excited roar. Fuck! Su Chen's heart darkened. What bad luck! I didn't expect a zombie with a mental disorder would pass by. In a few seconds, a large group of zombies rushed towards Su Chen and the other two, and a war was about to break out. Purgatory flames. Ice spikes, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Small fireballs and ice cones hit the zombies' heads accurately, killing them with one strike, which made the fat man's eyes full of envy. Ice and fire powers are cool, unlike his earth power. Throwing small stones is not lethal enough, and he can't move many of the big stones. He can only rely on the steel spine in his hand to fight zombies in close combat. Suddenly, a second-level thunder zombie attacked Su Chen from behind and spit out a small ball of thunder at him. Not good. Su Chen was shocked. He was careless and did not dodge. The zombie lightning ball hit Su Chen's fragile kidney. The powerful destructive force directly tore Su Chen's flesh and electrocuted Su Chen's kidney into black. My kidneys. Su Chen lay on the ground, his heart filled with grief, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Musier hurriedly shot out several ice spikes to force back the lightning zombies, and quickly came to Su Chen. Su Chen, are you okay? Seeing that Musier cared about him so much, Su Chen suppressed his inner pain and replied with a wry smile, No. It's okay, just a minor skin injury. Hearing that Su Chen was not seriously injured, the fat man not far away also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the increasing number of zombies around, the fat man also retreated to Su Chen's side and shouted, Brother Chen, there are more and more zombies, let's run quickly. Su Chen looked at the thunder zombie that attacked him with fear and said, Go towards the Savior Army's base camp. The three of them immediately fought off the zombies that were rushing over and ran towards the sidewall of the Savior's base camp. The building chosen by the Saviors is surrounded by high walls, and low-level zombies cannot climb over the walls. As long as they can successfully climb over the wall and enter inside, the Saviors can help them attract the second-level zombies. At the same time, the Savior Army was fighting and retreating, and had already retreated into the building. Brother, the explosives have been set up. One of the Salvation Army brothers quickly walked up to Boss Lou and reported in a low voice. Very good. Boss Lou nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Boss Lou turned around and looked at another subordinate. Have all the supplies been transferred? Brother, all the supplies have been transferred. Boss Lu looked at the crumbling iron fence of the building and decisively gave the order, retreat. Following Boss Lu's order, the Salvation Army members turned around, quickly went to the basement, opened the secret passage, and began to retreat in an orderly manner. The fastest runner in the team, Speedy, was left standing at the bottom of the basement stairs. He was waiting for as many zombies as possible to get into the Savior Army building. They were going to blow all of these damn zombies to death. As time passed, the simple large clock upstairs continued to make sounds at its inherent frequency. Su Chen and the other two found a secluded balcony to hide, but the second-level zombie had long disappeared. Brother Chen, why are there bell sounds here? And the gunshots seem to have stopped too? The fat man asked in confusion. The sound of the bell. Su Chen's brain was working at high speed. Not good. Su Chen suddenly thought of something. Quick, jump, boom. Before Su Chen could finish his words, a violent explosion occurred in the entire building. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky and smoke filled the air. All zombies died in the sea of fire. The fat man subconsciously put up a layer of mud for protection and curled up into a ball, but it was useless. The fat man, who had just stepped into the first-level psychic, was still killed by the huge shockwave. Musier, who was suspicious of Su Chen, jumped out of the wall 0.5 seconds before Su Chen could react. The moment she jumped, she used all her energy to prop up a layer of arc-shaped ice shield on her back for protection. The next moment, she was blown dozens of meters away by the shock wave of the explosion, smashing the glass of a house, killing a zombie locked in the room, and pressing the zombie under her body. Falling into a coma, Su Chen was unable to react in time and was blown away by the powerful explosion. He hit the wall and fell to the ground, where he was once again buried by the collapsed wall. A steel bar just pierced through Su Chen's previously burned kidney. Ding, the host controls the second-level zombie to sneak attack the son of Luck Su Chen, and electrocutes Su Chen's kidney. Su Chen's mentality collapses and he wants to cry but has no tears. Su Chen's luck value of 8,000 is deducted, and the host gains the villain value of 80,000. Ding, the son of Luck Su Chen was crippled by the Savior Army's explosives while being pursued by the host. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma. His kidneys were pierced by steel bars and became roasted kidneys. Su Chen's luck value of 6,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 60,000. Ding, with the participation of the host, the most loyal subordinate of the son of Luck Su Chen was accidentally killed by the Salvation Army. Su Chen lost an arm, deducted Su Chen's luck value of 5,000, and the host obtained the villain value of 50,000. Oh my! Good fellow, Su Chen was accidentally crippled by a minor force, and his most loyal friend Fatty was also killed. It's really unpredictable. Chapter 66. Su Chen becomes alone again. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen woke up from the pain. The pain in his waist made Su Chen unable to move for a while. Fatty, come and get me out. Su Chen shouted with all his strength. No response. A few excited roars came from above the ruins, and Su Chen smiled bitterly. It seems that I can only rely on myself to save myself this time. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Su Chen took a deep breath, used all his strength to tear open the flesh where the steel bar was inserted, and endured the pain to move the steel bar out of the body. Hiss, ah! Su Chen gritted his teeth and used the infernal fire to stop the bleeding from the wound. After lying there and resting for another hour, Su Chen broke the huge rock on his body with a bang and stood up from the ruins. Ah! A few scattered zombies heard the noise and limped towards Su Chen. 5 minutes later, Su Chen knelt on the ground, and all the zombies around him had been knocked down by him. As Su Chen was breathing heavily, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he was extremely exhausted. Fatty, hold on for a while, I'll come to save you. Su Chen tightly grasped the crystal core in his hand, quickly replenishing his almost exhausted supernatural power. The search took an entire afternoon, and by the time Su Chen dug out the fat man, he was already cold. Fatty! Su Chen looked at the loyal fat man in front of him, with a bitter smile on his face. I didn't expect that I still couldn't protect you in this life. Su Chen looked at the fat man's body and said calmly, don't worry, Fatty, I will definitely avenge you. After saying that, Su Chen dug open the fat man's dantian and took out the first-level earth crystal core inside. The human crystal core is not in the brain, but in the dantian area below the lower abdomen. Moreover, the energy is purer and safer to absorb. Salvation Army, from now on, I, Su Chen, and you will fight to the death. Su Chen swore secretly in his heart. If the Savior Army had not placed explosives indiscriminately, Fatty would not have been killed, let alone disabled, and Sierre would not be missing. Thinking of Moussier, Su Chen quickly turned around and ran to search for Moussier's whereabouts according to the direction in which Moussier flew in his memory. Yet he had already spent the entire afternoon looking for the fat man, so he had done his best. Moussier can't afford any delay now. He must act as soon as possible to find Sierre, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. The slower he is, the more danger Sierre will be in. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickened his pace. However, Su Chen was destined to return empty-handed this time. Time went back to the morning, and Moussier slowly woke up under the sunshine. After last night's battle, all the zombies were attracted to the Savior Army's base camp. The remaining zombies were still wandering around the ruins, and there were no zombies around the house. After digging her brain, Moussier found that there was no crystal core. But she was not too disappointed. After resting for half an hour, Moussier carefully opened the door and checked carefully. After confirming that the house was safe, she took out a set of clean clothes, washed them briefly, and left. After experiencing a series of bad luck these days, Moussier finally decided to leave Su Chen and find a safe base for survivors. Following Su Chen, you will go hungry 9 times in 3 days and be targeted by Li Feiyu. What's even more terrible is that Su Chen is like a god of misfortune. He was bombed twice in one night. Rather than following Su Chen and being unlucky to death, it is better to work on your own. At least you won't be so unlucky. Just like that, Su Chen became a loner again. At the same time, at the school, 3 special operations teams to rescue Li Feiyu appeared above the girls' dormitory in armed helicopters. Great! The army has finally arrived. Some girls cried with joy. We are finally saved. I want to change my clothes. I miss my mother. Don't worry, students. The army has arrived to rescue us. We are saved. We are safe. Come with me out. The male teacher got hard again. Sang Biao looked at everyone's reactions coldly without saying anything. Teacher, but. A little girl looked at Sang Biao and others not far away with some fear. What but? The army has come to rescue us. We don't need to be humble to them anymore. Listen to the teacher and let's go. The male teacher called out confidently. After hearing what the teacher said, some students gathered around the male teacher. Seeing a student running behind him, the male teacher provocatively invited Sang Biao. Mr. Sang Biao, we are leaving, won't you leave with us? Sang Biao smiled and said, no, you guys go out first. Seeing Sang Biao, who usually had the final say, back off, the male teacher felt delighted. Like a victorious rooster, he led 1/3 of the students and walked out of the building with his nose in the air. We are here. We are here. The male teacher waved the bedsheet vigorously. Seeing someone, one of the helicopters descended to the ground and a team of well-equipped soldiers quickly got off the helicopter. Great, sir, you're finally here. The male teacher dropped the bedsheet and walked up to the soldier with confidence. Who are you? The captain of the 3rd team asked expressionlessly. Of the male teacher's face froze, but he still answered truthfully with a good attitude. Hello, sir, I am the teacher of these students. Hearing that the other party was a teacher, the captain of the 3rd team softened his expression and asked, excuse me, where is Master Li Feiyu? Li Feiyu. The male teacher's mind was suddenly filled with shocking waves. These people are actually here to look for Li Feiyu. What kind of background does this kid Li Feiyu have that there is actually an army coming to rescue him? Seeing the reaction of this middle-aged man who claimed to be a teacher, the captain of the 3rd team realized that this man was just an irrelevant person and had no value. At this moment, Sang Biao came over with a smile on his face. You guys are here to pick up the young master, right? Who are you? The captain of Team 3 looked at Sang Biao with some confusion. Hello, my name is Sang Biao, the captain of Master Li Feiyu's bodyguards. Sang Biao introduced himself with a smile. Upon learning that the other party was the young master's bodyguard, the captain of the 3rd team softened his expression. I am the 996th personal guard of Marshal Li, and I am here to take young Master Li back on the orders of the marshal. Then you need to wait for 2 days. The young master went out to investigate yesterday and hasn't come back yet. What? The captain of Team 3 looked at Sang Biao in shock. How could you, as a bodyguard, let the young master go out alone to search for supplies? Seeing the reaction of Guard 996, Sang Biao quickly explained, the young master has awakened a special ability that prevents him from being attacked by zombies. He is worried that we might cause more trouble, so he doesn't allow us to follow him. After listening to Sang Biao's explanation, Guard 996 breathed a sigh of relief. realizing that young Master Li was not in danger. After receiving the accurate information, the captain of Team 3 immediately used the intercom to explain the current situation of the young master to the two teams, and asked the signalman to report the news of the young master's safety to the Marshal Point. 11 days after the apocalypse, the power supply of the Yishinshin military base was basically restored, and many communication equipment had been repaired, so it could communicate with some military bases that had restored communications. Through communication, each military base also received orders to start rescue work for survivors in the surrounding areas, with the base as the core. P.S. Please urge for more updates and express your love. Chapter 67. No matter who causes trouble for Su Chen, Li Feiyu, will definitely help. After watching the red dot representing Su Chen on the real-time holographic positioning map move away enough distance, Li Feiyu, who was hiding not far away, walked out openly and slowly approached the corpses of the killed monsters. In his hand, he held a sharp axe that was flashing with cold light. Li Feiyu turned his gaze to the first zombie corpse, and swung the axe in his hand without hesitation, accurately cutting into the zombie's head. Li Feiyu's movements were skillful and quick. As he swung the axe, a crystal clear core soon appeared in his hand. Then, Li Feiyu walked towards the second body, the third body. Every time he swung the axe, he could harvest a precious crystal core. Soon, Li Feiyu took away all the crystal cores exposed outside the ruins, not for any other reason but because he didn't want to give Su Chen, who was about to come back, an advantage. System, turn on automatic pickup and redemption. Ding, the automatic pickup and redemption function has been activated. In an instant, all the crystal cores under the ruins were refined by Qin Zhou and transformed into the purest origin points. When the villain value stopped rising, Li Feiyu's villain value stopped at 79,000, and the villain value increased by a total of 800 from last night. Li Feiyu secretly figured it out, taking into account the losses mentioned by the system before. There are a total of 2,400 first-order crystal cores this time, and the explosion rate is close to 1/4, which is a bit low. The explosion rate outside the ruins is 100%. It seems that Su Chen's luck can indeed affect the zombies in the dark, so that the crystal cores are basically concentrated when Su Chen has time to collect the crystal cores. This son of luck is really unreasonable. Li Feiyu couldn't help but complain in his heart. It seems that we still need to keep a close eye on Su Chen to avoid him getting out of control. Li Feiyu was very aware of the danger of the Son of Fortune. If he accidentally lost control of Su Chen, unnecessary losses might occur. After clarifying what he was thinking, Li Feiyu asked the system, can you add Musier's location to the real-time holographic positioning map? Yes, sure. It will cost 1,000 villain points. System, add Musier's real-time holographic positioning. Deduct the host's villain value of 1,000. The real-time holographic positioning map has been updated, and the characters currently locked are Su Chen, the Son of Luck, Musier, the first female protagonist, the human, and Yi Juiying, the second female protagonist, the zombie. Seeing a green dot marked on the map, Li Feiyu glanced at the map corner mark. This green dot represents Musier. Musier's position was moving rapidly towards the northwest of the school, which was the direction Su Chen left. Zooming in on the map, Li Feiyu discovered that there was an abandoned warehouse right in front of Musier's direction of movement. Li Feiyu clicked on the real-time monitoring screen and found that Musier was in a coma and was carried on the shoulders of a middle-aged man. It was obvious that she had been kidnapped. Brother, this girl is really hot. We are in for a treat. A wretched little dwarf drooled. Seventh brother, can you please stand up for yourself? She's just a woman. Look at your face. You really haven't seen the world. Third brother, I've played a superpower before, haven't I? This girl is an ice superpower. Just looking at her face, you can tell she's awesome. Look at your perverted look. You really bring shame to us, the 10 brothers of Huang Niudo. Huang San complained to Huang Qi with disdain. Third brother, don't laugh at me. Ask yourself, what do you think of this beautiful girl? This. Huang San was speechless. That's enough, shut up. If you have anything to say, wait until Big Brother comes back. Before Big Brother comes back, no one should think about cheating. Huang Er immediately interrupted the two people who were arguing. From the conversation between several people, Li Feiyu knew the name of these people's force. The 10 Brothers of the Yellow Scalper Road was really a fancy name. You could tell at the first sound that it was not a good thing. No matter who causes trouble for Su Chen, I, Li Feiyu, will definitely help them. Su Chen wants to be a hero and save the beauty, forget it. At the same time, based on his 10 years of searching experience in the apocalypse, Su Chen found the clothes that Mu Xier had thrown in the room. After careful searching and inspection, Su Chen judged that Mu Xier had left on her own. Could it be that Mu Xier is going to find reinforcements to save me? Su Chen made a bold guess. Xier is a young girl who has just come of age. Although she has awakened a powerful ice ability, she is still only a first-level ability user. Her strength is only slightly greater than that of an ordinary person. She cannot move so many stones. Xier should be looking for help. The more Su Chen analyzed, the more he was sure of this answer. Alas, Xier is such a kind girl. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Li Feiyu, you have the heart to bully such a kind girl like Xier. I will make you pay the price and seek justice for Xier. Su Chen became more and more angry. However, it is more important to get Xier back now. Thinking that Mu Xier still didn't know she was out of trouble, Su Chen once again forced himself to calm down. Based on his own 8 years of experience of surviving in the apocalypse in his previous life, Su Chen speculated that Li Feiyu's strength should be around the peak of the second level. Now he, Su Chen, is no match for Li Feiyu, so revenge must be planned carefully. The most important thing right now is to catch up with Xier as soon as possible and tell her how he escaped, so as to prevent Xier from owing favors to others. After calming down, Su Chen once again set out to search for Mu Xier's whereabouts, until he discovered traces of a new fight. Oh no, this is the mark left by Xier's ice spike attack. Su Chen's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. As Su Chen understood that these traces meant that Mu Xier had fought with the enemy here, not far from the ice cone, Su Chen found a few strands of Mu Xier's hair and some bloodstains left over from a fight. As Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened and he hurried forward to check. He carefully picked up a hair and observed it carefully to confirm that it was indeed Mu Xier's hair. Then, Su Chen turned his gaze to the pool of blood, frowning. As Su Chen squatted down gently, dipped a little blood with his finger, and tasted it on the tip of his tongue. Fortunately, there was no smell of ice element in the blood, so it was not Mu Xier's blood. As Su Chen was temporarily relieved, but his worries did not decrease. Mu Xier was not injured, but all signs indicated that Mu Xier had been kidnapped. Damn it! Su Chen cursed. Su Chen understood what would happen if a woman was abducted in the last days. At the end of the world, order collapses, all morals and laws no longer exist, and under the pressure of death, those people can do anything. With Mu Xier's beauty, no. I can't give up. I have to hurry up. Now I am the only one who can save Xier. Su Chen suddenly became excited. He quickly recalled the forces that existed around this place in his previous life. In the past life, there were more than 10 survivors in this place, including the Salvation Army, the 10 Brothers of the Yellow Scalper Road, the Mutual Aid Association, the Cleaver Team. The Savior Army is the strongest, and it swallowed up all the surrounding forces within a month after the end of the world. According to the survivors who later escaped from Starlight City, the Savior Army once slaughtered a force and rescued more than a dozen mentally ill women and men. That force seemed to be called the 10 Brothers of Huangniu Dao. Su Chen's face turned pale instantly. According to the time in this life, this organization has not yet been destroyed by the Savior Army. In other words, the force that kidnapped Mu Xier was most likely those scumbags of the end times. No, I must rescue Xier as soon as possible. Su Chen's eyes flashed with determination. If you want to successfully rescue Xier, you must improve your strength as soon as possible, at least to the mid-second stage. The only place with crystal cores around is the ruins of the Savior Army's base camp. Su Chen decisively turned around and ran towards the ruins of the Salvation Army base camp. Chapter 68. Su Chen also fell into the tiger's mouth. No. No. Still no. Ah. Who on earth is it? Who on earth stole my crystal core? Su Chen went crazy when he found out that his crystal core had been stolen. He raised his head and barked wildly. He clenched his hands, his eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were bloodshot, as if they were about to spit fire. Dog over there, stop barking. Do you know you are making a lot of noise? Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from a distance. Su Chen turned his head suddenly and saw Li Feiyu standing not far away, looking at him impatiently. Li Feiyu was wearing a black robe, with an upright posture and extraordinary temperament. His eyes revealed a kind of indifference and disdain, as if he didn't care about anything around him. Li Feiyu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of sarcasm. When he saw Li Feiyu, Su Chen almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Feiyu, why is it Li Feiyu again? Why is Li Feiyu everywhere? Every time I encounter this bastard, I lose a lot of crystal cores. I really hate it. Su Chen howled helplessly in his heart. Ding, the host took the crystal core in advance, and took away another opportunity from the son of luck Su Chen, disgusting Su Chen in person, causing Su Chen's mentality to collapse and barking helplessly. Su Chen's luck value of 1000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 10000. It's only 10,000 villain points. It seems that Su Chen's resistance has really been strengthened. Li Feiyu shook his head. Li Feiyu, give me my crystal core back. Su Chen looked directly at Li Feiyu without any arrogance or servility. Ha ha ha. Li Feiyu laughed, amused by Su Chen's train of thought. Su Chen's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but in order to save Monsieur, Su Chen still suppressed his dissatisfaction and questioned Li Feiyu, what are you laughing at? Return the crystal core to me quickly. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen like a fool. Su Chen, are you kidding me? You're asking me for crystal cores? Why don't you ask the zombies for them? Also, why do you think I will give you the crystal core? I was the one who killed these zombies, so the crystal cores should belong to me. It's just that I was busy before and didn't have time to dig them out, so the crystal cores fell into your hands. Su Chen looked at Li Feiyu with confidence. Li Feiyu, as long as you return the crystal core to me, I won't bother with you about this matter. Su Chen's tone was very there was no other way. Since he couldn't win with force, Su Chen could only rely on his eloquence and think of a solution from a moral perspective. In order to rescue Sierra, he endured. How do you prove that you killed the zombie? Is there a video or a witness? Li Feiyu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Oh. By the way, why didn't I see that bitch Monsieur? Where did that bitch go? Isn't he like that little fat guy, who was abandoned by you after he had done his job? Li Feiyu pretended to be shocked, with a bit of sarcasm and teasing in his tone. Li Feiyu, shut up. I didn't kill Fatty, nor did I kill Sheer. Sheer is not a bitch. Sheer was kidnapped. Su Chen's heart twitched with anger. Ah, right. That bitch Monsieur was caught and used as a mining card, and you came out for a walk alone. You really have the time to spare. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen in a weird way. Li Feiyu. Su Chen almost suffered a cardiac arrest due to Li Feiyu's and Yang. Seeing Su Chen was about to leave, Li Feiyu suddenly changed his tone. Su Chen, wait. Don't you want crystal cores? Well, you have to promise me one thing. As long as you do it to my satisfaction, I can give you some first-level crystal cores. Hearing Li Feiyu change his words, Su Chen immediately stopped and turned to look at Li Feiyu. After thinking for a while, in order to rescue Monsieur, Su Chen decided to ask first, what's the matter? Li Feiyu had an undisguised mocking smile on his face. How about this, Su Chen? As long as you kneel down now, kowtow to me 13 times, and imitate a few dog barks, and your performance satisfies me, I will definitely reward you with some crystal cores. Humph, dream on. Su Chen snorted coldly and turned away. Since he couldn't get the crystal core, he no longer wanted to have any entanglement with Li Feiyu. Su Chen believed that with his intelligence and talent, he would be able to find other ways to rescue Monsieur. Su Chen, you don't want the crystal core anymore? It seems that Monsieur, this bitch, is not that important to you. Li Feiyu's teasing voice once again reached Su Chen's ears. Su Chen clenched his fists. He endured. He continued to endure. Suddenly, a palm thunder hit Su Chen's back. Damn it, Li Feiyu, you have no moral principles. This was the last thought in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen was careless and did not dodge. The next moment, Su Chen fell into coma. Li Feiyu clapped his hands, took out a sharp dagger, cut the tendons of Su Chen's hands and feet, then took out a long needle and poked the crystal core in Su Chen's dantian several times. Make sure Su Chen's crystal core is damaged but not completely scrapped. In the words of the Son of Luck, this is called destruction before construction. Chen Zhou took a quick glance and saw how similar this scene was. One trick can do anything. It was indeed very practical. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu dragged Su Chen's body to the lair of the 10 brothers of Huang Yaodao. Of course, in order to ensure that Su Chen's skin was not affected, Li Feiyu took some time to find the small cart he had taken from the supermarket from the system space, fastened Su Chen's feet, tied a rope to Su Chen's feet, and then dragged Su Chen and the cart to the door of the abandoned warehouse where Monsieur was. "Who are you?" The two guards standing guard at the door stepped forward and asked cautiously. "I am a mysterious businessman from the Eastern continent. I am here to sell good stuff to your boss." Li Feiyu said the purpose of his trip in a mysterious manner. The guards looked at each other and said, "Take off your mask and let us see it." Li Feiyu decisively refused. The mysterious businessman never takes off his mask. As he spoke, a strong sense of oppression emanated from him. The small guard was almost frightened by Li Feiyu's breath and said hurriedly, "Sir, wait a moment, let me go in and report." The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu nodded and agreed strangely, "Go, but not for too long, otherwise I will destroy your base. You know my methods." The guard suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and could only imitate the words in the TV series Before the Apocalypse and agree, "Yes, Senior. There is no way. The end of the world has already happened, and it seems to make sense that a mysterious businessman suddenly pops up. Who cares? It's the end of the world. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. They are just two gatekeepers. They follow the big brothers to drink soup and eat a meal to survive. There is no need to sacrifice their lives." A few minutes later, Huang Er, the second in command of the 10 brothers of Huang Nyoto, ran to the door of the warehouse like lightning. Huang Er looked at the mysterious man with a strange mask in front of him curiously, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Mysterious businessman, what do you want to sell to us? Watch your attitude when you speak." Li Feiyu snorted coldly, his voice revealing an irresistible majesty. The powerful aura of the peak third level was like an invisible pressure, rushing towards Huang Er like a tidal wave. Huang Er's face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of astonishment and fear flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, honorable mysterious businessman, I didn't mean to offend you. Please come in." Huang Er immediately made a welcoming gesture. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu nodded, pointed at Su Chen behind him, and said, "This is the good stuff I brought, a first-order mutant fire-type mutant. You can take it for inspection." Huang Er pointed at the two people who were opening the door behind him and ordered, "You two, help the mysterious merchant pull the goods in." Then he turned to look at the mysterious businessman with a smile on his face. "Sir, mysterious businessman, please come in and talk to me in detail." Li Feiyu nodded, and entered the long-abandoned warehouse with Huang Er. "P.S. I went to harvest rice today, and finally finished the update. Please urge me to update more and show your love for me." Chapter 69 Transaction Success. Dear mysterious merchant, our boss is out and hasn't come back yet. Let me show you around our base. Huang Er invited respectfully. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu pretended to be thinking. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded and agreed, "That's good. Let me see what you have. Please follow me." Huang Er made a gesture of invitation. Under the guidance of Huang Er, Li Feiyu followed Huang Er around this abandoned warehouse. "Mr. Mysterious Merchant, this is our food storage room. It contains the food we have collected, including canned beef, canned fruit, rice, cakes, bacon, flour." Huang Er tirelessly introduced their collection. "These foods are the savings they collected through hard work in residential areas, and are hard currency in the apocalypse." The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu nodded indifferently, "It's just food. I have plenty here." He waved his hand and mountains of food appeared in front of him. Huang Er was shocked, but when he remembered that the other party claimed to be a mysterious businessman, he was not so surprised. After demonstrating his strength, the mysterious businessman Li Feiyu waved his hand lightly, and the mountains of food in front of him disappeared in an instant and returned to the system space. Gurgle. Huang Er swallowed in shock. If they could trade so much food, they would never have to worry about not having enough food. "I'm not interested in food. You should take me to see other items," said the mysterious businessman Li Feiyu without any emotion. "Okay, Mr. Mysterious Merchant." Huang Er put on a flattering face. The mysterious businessman is mysterious, powerful, and has massive resources. You must deal with him well and establish a cooperative relationship with him. After seeing how powerful the mysterious merchant was, Huang Er took the mysterious merchant to visit many places such as the weapons storage room and the crystal core storage room, but the mysterious merchant still showed no interest until they passed a strange room. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu stopped and asked, "What is in this room?" Huang Er looked a little embarrassed when he saw it. He didn't expect the mysterious businessman to ask about this place. Huang Er waved his hands quickly and laughed, "The prisoners inside are those we captured. They are worthless. I want to exchange these. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu suddenly made a decision. Mr. Mysterious Merchant, this. Huang Er was speechless. Huang Er knew better than anyone what was in the room. It contained quite a few women that they had captured during their recent trips. Huang Er never imagined that this mysterious businessman would actually exchange these women for that first-level mutant, and his attitude was so tough that he would not allow him to refuse. The mysterious businessman snorted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed towards Huang Er. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Huang Er's face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat. He quickly lowered his head and agreed in a trembling voice, "Mysterious merchant, I'll open it right away." After saying that, Huang Er did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately ran forward to open the door in front of him. When the big iron door opened, Li Feiyu saw more than a dozen women huddled in the corner of the room. Their bodies were shaking constantly, and each of them hugged their legs tightly and kept backing away, as if they were avoiding some terrible fate. Most of the women kept their heads down, trying to cover their faces as much as possible. They did not dare to raise their eyes to look at the people outside the door, for fear of being dragged out by them. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu suppressed his anger and said without any emotion, "Put on your clothes and follow me." "Mr. Mysterious Merchant, you can't, Before Huang Er could finish his words, a powerful aura descended directly upon Huang Er. Feeling the danger of death, Huang Er immediately chose to give in. "Mr. Mysterious Merchant, I agree to your terms of the transaction. Find them some clean clothes, okay?" The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu looked at Huang Er with cold eyes. "Yes, Mr. Mysterious Merchant." Huang Er agreed reluctantly. "What kind of thing is this?" "It's simply robbery, forced buying and selling." Soon, Huang Er brought the woman who had changed her clothes to the mysterious businessman Li Feiyu. "Mr. Mysterious Merchant, this is what you want. I've brought it to you." Huang Er forced an odd smile and handed all the women in the warehouse to the mysterious merchant. The mysterious businessman looked carefully and found that Monsieur was not inside. Then he nodded and signaled these people to come over. The women looked at each other and silently walked behind the mysterious businessman wearing a strange mask. Although they don't know what their future fate will be, it is definitely better than staying in this hell. "Have you captured anyone else? I hope you won't deceive the mysterious merchant. I think you should be aware of the mysterious merchant's methods." The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu gave another strange warning. Huang Er's face turned panicky, and he quickly asked someone to bring up several other women and men who were held in solitary confinement, including Monsieur, who was too weak to stand. The mysterious businessman pointed at Monsieur and said calmly, "This person is not on the list. Take him back." "Ah?" Huang Er was startled, but then he smiled and asked Huang Lu, the weak psychic who was in charge of guarding Monsieur, to take Monsieur away. Note: Huang Lu's ability, weakness. The transaction is successful. You can take away the mysterious merchant's goods. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu said solemnly. "Okay." Huang Er could only force himself to smile. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu pretended not to see him and announced, "The transaction is completed. The mysterious merchant should leave now. I look forward to our next meeting." Huang Er sent the mysterious businessman to the door with tears in his eyes, and watched helplessly as the mysterious businessman took away the woman they had finally captured these days. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu didn't say a word the whole time. He led more than 20 people behind him to the location of another survivor organization's mutual aid association. The Mutual Aid Society, as its name implies, is a friendly organization that helps each other. Its leader is a woman. In the original plot, it was annexed by the Salvation Army led by Su Chen. However, there were some disagreements between the two sides, and some members of the Mutual Aid Society eventually chose to leave Starlight City and never appeared again. Li Feiyu's purpose was very simple, which was to send these people to the Mutual Aid Association to let the Mutual Aid Association know about the scumbag behavior of the 10 brothers of Huangyodao, and at the same time let the people of the 10 brothers of Huangyodao concentrate their firepower on the only 2 remaining people, Su Chen. Because the 3 puppet groups that had been dispatched had been active in this area before, Li Feiyu quickly brought them to the vicinity of the Mutual Aid Association's headquarters. There is an organization called Mutual Aid Society ahead. It is a normal organization. You can go there by yourselves, said the mysterious businessman Li Feiyu without any emotion. Everyone who had escaped danger looked at each other in bewilderment. Mutual Aid Society? Can you believe it? When they turned around again, the mysterious businessman had disappeared. After much hesitation, most women and men finally chose to believe the words of the mysterious businessman who rescued them. In the end times, they have no choice but to join the survivor organization because they have no ability to resist. There were only one or two people who decided to wait and see, and everyone said goodbye to each other and walked towards the path they had chosen. Chapter 70. Q up. In the evening, Huang De, who had been beaten up when he went out, returned to the warehouse angrily with his 5 younger brothers. There were several obvious bruises on Huang Da's face and a few large footprints on his clothes. He looked like he had just been beaten and was in a very miserable state. Seeing his elder brother's expression, Huang Er hurriedly approached him and asked angrily, "Brother, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this?" Huang De was furious. "Don't mention it. When I went out this afternoon, I was ambushed by a jerk named Su Chen. The crystal cores and supplies were stolen, and I was beaten twice. It makes me angry just talking about this. That jerk hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack. He just came up and hit me without saying anything. After the fight, he asked me if I had ever seen a woman named Musier who was good at using ice cones to attack with ice powers. I said no, but that jerk beat me up again and then robbed all our supplies and crystal cores. It was really unlucky." Huang De said this while rubbing the bruises on his body, his face full of anger. Hearing this, Huang Er's expression suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, "Su Chen. Isn't this the person the mysterious merchant forced to sell to us an hour ago? How could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that the Su Chen that the mysterious merchant forcibly sold to us is the same person as the Su Chen who attacked my brother?" Seeing the change in his second brother, Huang De asked curiously, "What's the matter? Did you also meet that little beast named Su Chen?" Huang Er took a deep breath and said, "Brother, I did meet someone named Su Chen." Hearing this, Huang De couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in surprise, "What? You were also attacked by him?" Huang Er quickly explained, "No, brother, this Su Chen did not sneak attack me." Huang Er paused, then continued his narration. Su Chen was sent to the base by a mysterious businessman who claimed to be from the eastern continent, saying that he wanted to make a deal with you, big brother. Since you were not here, I thought about taking this guy who claimed to be a mysterious businessman to visit the base first. But the mysterious businessman took a fancy to the women we captured before and forced me to trade with him. I had no choice but to agree to the deal with the mysterious businessman. In the end, I got the man brought by the mysterious businessman. After some interrogation, the man said his name was Su Chen and ordered me to release him. I ignored him and asked Lao Lu to give him a weakness. He is now imprisoned in container number 2. After explaining Su Chen's matter, Huang Er then added, "By the way, big brother, I also caught a very beautiful woman this afternoon. She is also an ice-type mutant and is good at using ice cones to attack. She also injured the third brother. I wonder if this woman is the Moose Sierra you mentioned." Okay. Lao Er, have them bring both of them up here. I want to interrogate them myself." After hearing Huang Er's explanation, Huang De clapped his hands in delight. Hearing the order from his eldest brother, Huang Er turned to look at the other brothers. "7th brother, 8th brother, you two take people to container number 2 and container number 1 and bring those 2 people over." "Yes, big brother, 2nd brother." The 7th and 8th brothers quickly responded. The other core brothers brought some chairs and sat with Huang De and Huang Er waiting. 3 minutes later, Musier was first brought to Huang De by the 8th brother, dragging her hair. 2 minutes later, the 7th and 6th brothers carried Su Chen, whose limbs could not move, to Huang De. Seeing Musier slumped on the ground, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sier, why are you here?" "It's you." Huang De stood up in surprise, then walked to Su Chen with a big laugh. "Ha! I didn't expect you two actually knew each other. It's really like searching for something without any effort." Su Chen was the bastard who ambushed and beat up Huang De today. Huang De and a few of his brothers saw it with their own eyes. "Do you know me?" Su Chen was a little confused. Su Chen had never seen the person in front of him in his previous life, nor in this life, but the other party actually said that he knew him. How is this possible? Didn't you enjoy beating me before? Why are you so scared now? You're playing dumb. Do you think I'm a fool? Huang De looked at Su Chen with gloomy eyes. After taking a look at the situation around him, Su Chen quickly suppressed his anger and said with a wry smile, "Brother, I think this may be a misunderstanding. I have never seen you before and I don't know what you are talking about. Okay, you're still playing dumb, eh? Xiao-san, go and secure them. Yes, big brother. Huang San stood up with a sinister smile on his face. Green vines entangle. Huang Sanda shouted, and several green vines emerged from the large flower bed around Su Chen. The vines grew upward along the threaded steel bars inserted in the large flower bed. After dozens of seconds, they extended outwards and quickly entangled Su Chen and Musier's limbs and waists, lifting their bodies to a just right position. Under normal circumstances, no psychic would be afraid of Huang San's green vine entanglement, but now Su Chen and Musier were both hit by Huang Lu's psychic ability weakness, and Su Chen's limbs were crippled and his crystal core was damaged. Faced with Huang San's supernatural power that could usually make others supernatural beings laugh to death, Su Chen and Musier were unable to break free for a while. What do you want to do? Musier shouted in a terrified voice. What? Huang De laughed, walked forward and lifted Musier's chin, and said in a voice that everyone could hear clearly, what I, Huang De, hate most is wasting things. I usually eat every grain of rice in the rice cooker. You dare? Su Chen stared at Huang De with murderous eyes. Ha ha ha. Brothers, he asked me if I dared. Huang De pointed at Su Chen, who was unable to move, laughed, and looked at everyone. Brothers, do you dare? Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and then answered in unison, with Big Brother's order, we dare to do anything. Okay. Line up in the order you want to join, one by one. Huang De waved his hand, and more than 20 people in the warehouse quickly lined up. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Su Chen barked at Huang De with bloodshot eyes. A few people go over there and start a new team. Brother, I'll be the first one in line. Huang Wu ran to the first. No. Su Chen's throat-breaking voice came from the warehouse, 100,000 words omitted here. Ding, the lucky heroine Musier was cued in front of the lucky son Su Chen. Su Chen's mentality was broken, his eyes were torn, and his heart was broken. Su Chen's luck value of 20000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Damn, the son of luck Su Chen was also cued in front of the lucky heroine Musier. Su Chen's heart was broken, his defenses collapsed, and he lost all face. He couldn't face the people who knew about it. He was furious and mentally collapsed. Su Chen's luck value of 8,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 80,000. Damn, the son of luck Su Chen was raped again, feeling extremely humiliated, tears streaming down his face, his dead heart died again, deducting 2,000 from Su Chen's luck value, and the host gains 20,000 villain value. Host gains villain value 10000. Host gains villain value 10000. Host gains villain value 30,000. The host gains a villain value of 5,000. The host gains villain value 2,000. The host gains villain value 3,000. Ding, Huang Lu, a pure passerby, felt that the second brother of the son of luck, Su Chen, was in the way, so he helped Su Chen to separate the man from the chicken, without anesthesia. Su Chen looked ashen, heartbroken, mentally broken, and mentally collapsed. His only remaining hope was temporarily shattered. Su Chen's luck value of 30,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. The host gains a villain value of 1,000. The host gains villain value 2,000. Host gains villain value 500. A series of system broadcasts sounded, and Li Feiyu began to continuously obtain villain values. Until late at night, the villain values that could be obtained became less and less, 100, 200, 50, 440, 10, 20, 10. And other values were constantly displayed. It was not until dawn that the automatic announcement sound set by Qin Zhou of the Destiny villain system stopped, and the number of villains accumulated that night reached 152, 3610. Li Feiyu's villain value reached 233, 1610, while Su Chen's luck dropped to 31, 56, 39. There are still 310,000 left. I guess it will be difficult to deal with the luck in the future. Li Feiyu shook his head helplessly. After what happened last night, Su Chen's ability to withstand stress must have become even stronger. It would be difficult to defeat Su Chen with ordinary means. What should I do? Li Feiyu stared at the white clouds in the sky in a daze for a moment. Li Feiyu couldn't think of any good solution. Forget it, let's go back first and let Su Chen lose his luck for a few more days. Li Feiyu sighed and walked towards the school. P.S. Please urge for more updates and express your love. Omega equals. Chapter 71, Starlight Base is established, and I become the young marshal. System, exchange for 5th level peak combat power. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 99,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th level peak combat power, and the thunder level has evolved to LV5. With the influx of massive thunder-related supernatural powers, Li Feiyu felt that his whole body was filled with strength, and his body underwent earth-shaking changes at the genetic level. After a moment, Li Feiyu's aura was revealed a peak of level 5. Feeling the profound mystery of the thunder element in all the cells in his body, Li Feiyu couldn't help but exclaimed, "So this is the peak of the 5th level. Now, he can blow his previous self to death with a single breath, and kill any creature below level 5 with a simple wave of his hand." If he uses range-type thunder magic with all his strength, it is estimated that low-level creatures within a 10-mile radius of Starlight City will be roasted into ashes by the thunder. When your life level evolves to the peak of the 5th order, you will fully master the mysteries of the elements and begin to come into contact with the true power of laws. Once you can truly and initially control the power of laws, you can continue to move forward, step into the 6th order legendary realm, and travel through the galaxy. A 5th-level strongman is someone who cannot be harmed by nuclear bombs. His average lifespan is over 3,000 years. Even low-level zombies and strange beasts cannot cause any harm to Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu's whole body was flashing with lightning, and his clothes had been accidentally shaken into ashes, which was equivalent to walking a bird outside. System, is there any shortcut to quickly control the power? Li Feiyu was frowning. With the powerful lightning on his body, no matter how many times he changed his clothes, it was useless. He was completely unable to resist the powerful destructive force of the lightning. Fortunately, there was no one within 1,000 meters around, and the lightning on Li Feiyu's body was flashing brightly, so no creature could see clearly what Li Feiyu looked like at the moment. Ding, the Immortal Cultivation World Power Control Super Gift Pack, 20,000 villain value. The accumulated crystallization from countless immortal cultivation worlds, including Great Mastery Level Power Control, Great Mastery Level Combat Skills, Great Mastery Level Combat Experience, Great Mastery Level Combat Awareness, Great Mastery Level Combat Instinct, 200,000. Li Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "System, how is this great success level divided in the world of cultivation?" Ding, the levels of power, Taoism, and magic are divided into entry-level, proficient, minor success, proficient, major success, mediocre, ordinary, subtle, and hidden. The host does not need to think too much about the following situation. The great perfection level is enough for the host. Shinjo deliberately only said part of it to avoid making the host tool feel unbalanced. Okay, exchange. Li Feiyu sighed and finally chose to listen to the system's advice. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 20,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super gift package of power control in the world of cultivation, whether the host chooses to fuse. Fusion. Li Feiyu immediately chose fusion. The next moment, a huge amount of memory instantly merged into Li Feiyu's brain, and Li Feiyu's limbs and every part of his body also formed a highly instinctive memory. Li Feiyu can accurately control the intensity changes of every cell in his body. Sometimes the thunder secret bursts out, sometimes the thunder is like water. Fun. Li Feiyu excitedly tried out his new ability, seemingly completely forgetting that he was still walking the bird. After an unknown amount of time, Li Feiyu suddenly felt some low-level creatures approaching from 2,500 meters away. He quickly put away his playful mood and put on his clothes again. Li Feiyu flew to a high altitude and took a casual look. He found that this team was nothing special, and then flew away with a whoosh. High-altitude flying is the standard for 5th-level strongmen. As long as you reach the 5th level, you can master it with a little practice. Li Feiyu has experience and skills from the world of immortal cultivation, and flying is naturally a basic operation. As long as Li Feiyu is willing, he can even fly in some fancy ways. After flying near the school, Li Feiyu landed and walked over the wall back to school. "Mr. Li, you're back." A classmate waved happily and said hello. Li Feiyu nodded in a friendly manner and replied in a relaxed tone, "I've been out for 3 days, it's time to come back." Suddenly, the male student remembered something important and his face turned serious. By the way, Mr. Lee, a group of special forces came to the school the day before yesterday afternoon. They said they were looking for you. Okay, got it. I'll be there right away. You go do your thing. Li Feiyu smiled as usual. Okay. The boy nodded and continued to walk towards the west gate of the school to exchange shifts with another. Lao Deng's people are finally here, and the time is still the same as the original plot trajectory, the 11th day of the apocalypse. Li Feiyu sighed and walked slowly towards the girls' dormitory in the original plot. The people sent by Li Feiyu's biological father Li Yuntian also arrived at the school on the 11th day of the apocalypse. The rescue team's mission was to rescue Li Feiyu, but unfortunately the school was deserted by then and the rescue team did not find any clues. In order to complete the task assigned by Marshal Li, the rescue team began to search for any survivors outside the school. It was not until the rescue team found other survivors who had escaped from the school that they learned that Li Feiyu had died among the horde of zombies. The whereabouts of Sang Biao and others are unknown. Li Yuntian continues to issue orders to the rescue team to conduct a detailed investigation into the matter, find Sang Biao and bring him back. However, since the only two people who knew about the incident were Su Chen and Mu Xier, and Li Feiyu's bodyguard team and his lackeys were all dead, the investigation has been at a standstill. Despite this, Li Yuntian did not give up. He continued to send out more professional investigation teams to continue the investigation. After much investigation, Li Yuntian noticed that Mu Xier and Su Chen were together. Combining this with the previous investigation results, the battle-hardened Li Yuntian quickly realized the strangeness of the matter. After a special psychic at the Yitan Mountain base used his supernatural powers to deduce, the cause of Li Feiyu's death was roughly locked on Su Chen and Mu Xier. Li Yuntian immediately ordered the arrest of Su Chen and Mu Xier and took them to Yitan Mountain for investigation. The murderer Su Chen was of course unwilling to surrender, and then the two sides began to become hostile. Li Yuntian was influenced by the aura of luck on Su Chen, and every time he sent someone out, they were easily dealt with by Su Chen. This continued until Su Chen grew up, and with the undead army that Ji Jueying had formed for him, he broke through the human camp at Yitan Mountain in one fell swoop. As he was thinking, Li Feiyu arrived at the gate of the girls' dormitory. Mr. Li! The loyal yellow-haired gatekeeper shouted excitedly. He stared at Li Feiyu with wide eyes and excitement. Li Feiyu nodded slightly to indicate that he had heard it. Li Feiyu continued to walk in and came to the room where Sang Biao lived. Dong dong dong, Sang Biao opened the door and shouted respectfully, "Master, you are back. Mr. Li, you are finally back. I am the Marshal's personal guard 999, and I am here to take you back under the Marshal's orders." The personal guard quickly pushed Sang Biao aside and explained the Marshal's orders in one breath. "Okay, I get it. Tell him, Li Yuntian, that I won't be back for the time being." Li Feiyu looked at his father's guards calmly, as if he knew everything. "By the way, I am now a third-level psychic, actually the peak of the fifth level, the ceiling of the world." Li Feiyu did not forget to add understood. Guard 999 replied, turned around and left Sang Biao's room to ask the rescue captain for instructions. Soon, Guard 999 came over with the captain of the third rescue team, and another captain stepped forward. "Hello, Marshal. The Marshal ordered us to help you build the Starlight Base here." "Starlight Base? Young Marshal?" As expected of Lao Deng, he arranged everything for me clearly. Li Feiyu sighed in his heart. "Okay, from today on, the Starlight Base is officially established," Li Feiyu announced in front of his confidants. After saying that, Li Feiyu turned to look at Sang Biao and ordered, "Sang Biao, pass this message on. You three." Li Feiyu found that he didn't know their names, so he could only say, "Go ask the Marshal for some equipment and some people." "Yes, Marshal," the three guards shouted in unison. With this, the Starlight Base was established, and Li Feiyu naturally became the leader of the Starlight Base, the young Marshal. Chapter 72. The Salvation Army joins and attacks the 10 brothers of Huangnodao. 3 days later, that is, on the 16th day of the apocalypse, after repeated publicity efforts by Sang Biao and others, all survivor organizations around the school knew of the existence of the Starlight Base. Many survivor organizations directly expressed their willingness to join the Starlight Base, the official base. The number of people at the Starlight Base increased rapidly, and with the addition of the 9,000 elite soldiers airlifted over from Li Yuntian of Yitan Mountain, the population of the Starlight Base instantly exceeded 10,000. Many teaching buildings were directly converted into dormitories, and together with the school district housing around the school, there are still many vacancies for accommodation. ASE Tianshan continued to send transport planes to Xinguang City. The forces around Xinguang City and along the way between the two places gradually noticed something unusual. The existence of airplanes means that electricity can be restored and the original science still exists. As long as some effort is put in, at least communications can be restored. After discovering the unusual movements in the school, Boss Lu brought his brothers from the Salvation Army to surrender. Many forces, including the Mutual Aid Association, the Brotherhood, the Lifesavers, and the Continuation Alliance, came to express their willingness to join. Faced with the surrender of many forces, Li Feiyu did not accept them blindly, but investigated their past in detail according to the rules set before for those who have done bad things. As long as it is not unforgivable, the Starlight Base will give them the opportunity to join the corpse destruction team and atone their sins by fighting for humanity. For those who were too evil and explosive, Li Feiyu would directly hold a court to interrogate them in public and then hand them over to the victim for disposal. After 2 days of review, most of the survivor organizations near the school joined the Starlight Base. A small number of survivors liked freedom, but the Starlight Base ignored them. As long as they didn't commit crimes or harm their own people, Li Feiyu didn't bother to pay attention to them. On the evening of the 18th day of the apocalypse, the Starlight Base held its first regular meeting, with the leaders of various survivor organizations attending as representatives. Young Marshall, there is an organization called the 10 Brothers of the Yellow Scalper Road in the abandoned warehouse in the northwest. This group of people is evil and has raped survivors everywhere. Please send troops to execute this group of people. The female leader of the Mutual Aid Association, Dun Yangzi, was the first to speak up, and her tone was full of anger. Li Feiyu nodded slightly and asked in a deep voice, 10 Brothers of Huangyodao. How many people are there? How many superpowers are there? How is the firepower configuration? Poison Lady took out some intelligence that she had prepared in advance and reported, Young Marshal, this group of people consists of more than 20 people, most of whom are ordinary people and have no hot weapons. There are 10 people in the core layer, and they are called the 10 Brothers. The leader is called Huang De, who is a first-level fire-type ability user. The second-in-command Huang Air is a first-level gold-type ability user. Huang San, Huang Si, and Huang Wu are first-level wood-type, earth-type, and water-type ability users respectively. Huang Lu's ability is quite special, and can make people weak and powerless. Huang Cheetah, Huang Shi and other members have no obvious ability performance, and should be ordinary people. Li Feiyu nodded, indicating that he understood, and continued to ask, who among you is willing to lead the other party to punish the 10 Brothers of Yellow Scalper Dao? Young Commander, my Salvation Army team is willing to lead the attack and lead you to defeat the 10 Brothers of Yellow Scalper Road and execute these scum on the spot. Boss Lu of the Salvation Army team shouted first. This is already the 3rd day since they joined the Starlight Base, and the brothers of the Salvation Army squad have been looking forward to making military achievements, and now that there was finally an opportunity, Boss Lu stepped forward without hesitation, expressing his willingness to take the initiative and attack together with other teams to fight against the 10 Brothers of Huang Niudo. Young Marshal, our Mutual Aid Association team is also willing to go and seek justice for those brothers and sisters who were victimized. The female leader of the Mutual Aid Association, Lady Du, quickly followed up. The Mutual Aid Society is an organization of survivors who help each other and survive together in the end times. A few days ago, when they learned about the criminal acts of the 10 Brothers of the Scalper Road, the female leader of the Mutual Aid Society, Lady Du, immediately sent out several teams to collect intelligence on the 10 Brothers of the Scalper Road. Poison Lady originally wanted to seek help from other survivors to eradicate the anti-human organization 10 Brothers of Scalper Road. Unexpectedly, as soon as I went out, I met the elite propaganda team of the Starlight Base. Then the female leader of the Mutual Aid Association, Poison Lady, brought a group of people to visit the Starlight Base. In the end, the entire Mutual Aid Association unanimously decided to join the Starlight Base. Now that the audit work of the Starlight Base has been completed, the first regular meeting has been held. The female leader of the Mutual Aid Association, Lady Du, has taken the lead in proposing the event of attacking the 10 Brothers of the Yellow Scalper Road. Young Commander, I, Gao Zicheng, am willing to lead the Brotherhood League team to fight against the scumbags of the 10 Brothers of Yellow Scalper Road. Gao Zicheng, the leader of the Brotherhood League, responded seriously for once. Okay. Boss Lu, Lady Du, and Gao Zicheng, the 3 of you will be responsible for conquering the 10 Brothers of Yellow Oxen Dao. Remember not to take it lightly and avoid any casualties. Li Feiyu made the decision in a serious manner. Yes, Marshal, the three of them answered in unison. On the next morning, the 19th day of the apocalypse, the Iron Overlord of the Salvation Army, Lu Lauda, the deadly poison milk of the Mutual Aid Association, and Gao Zicheng, the comedian of the Brotherhood, each selected a group of elites among the elites and divided their troops into 3 groups to move towards the warehouse base of the 10 Brothers of the Yellow Scalper Road. At the same time, Huang De and others were still venting their anger at Su Chen and the others. Because of Su Chen, Huang De was beaten up in front of his younger brother, and all the spoils they obtained after risking their lives for a few days were taken away by the mysterious businessman. Even the group of people from the Mutual Aid Society, who had originally kept their distance from them, had recently been frequently opposing their 10 Brothers of the Scalper Road for some unknown reason. Every time we almost caught new prey, the people from the Mutual Aid Society would come out to disrupt the situation, and sometimes we couldn't even find any food. The more Huang De thought about it, the angrier he got. When he got angry, he wanted to vent his anger, so he started a fight with Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the ceiling of the warehouse with a dazed look. He hadn't eaten for 5 days and had been working on the software hardening project for 5 days. Su Chen's body actually began to betray his will, which made Su Chen feel extremely panicked both physically and mentally. Su Chen was afraid that he would choose to degenerate in this life and become like the people he had seen in his memories of his previous life. Su Chen's heart was filled with hatred, and he didn't know how many times he had vowed to make these people pay him back 1,000 times, but his limbs were crippled, his crystal core was damaged, and he was constantly being subjected to weakening supernatural powers by a guy named Huang Lu. Su Chen had no idea how to escape. Mu Sierre, the comrade in arms standing by, had long been numb, as if her heart had died. She did not even respond to Su Chen's calls for comfort in his spare time. Brother, I heard that the Starlight Base has executed many vicious people, Huang Jiao said worriedly. What are you afraid of? We didn't go there. Could that kid Li Feiyu send people to attack us? Huang Lu cheered everyone up with a look of disdain. That's right, it's the end of the world, and they're still using those empty words, talking about right and wrong, justice, nonsense. I don't believe they can still attack us. Huang Qi echoed. Brother is so smart. He saw through the conspiracy of the Starlight Base early on, so we didn't fall into the hands of Li Feiyu. Huang San suddenly sighed. Yes. Big Brother is so wise and brave. He led us to avoid those righteous guys in the Starlight Base. Huang Jiao smiled and echoed. By the way, brothers, I heard that Su Chen and that girl seem to be classmates with Li Feiyu. Huang Shi suddenly laughed strangely. If we can't afford to offend Li Feiyu, we have Su Chen in our hands. My dear brother, you are smart. Huang Ba showed a wise smile that said, I understand you, brothers, 9th brother, 10th brother, let's go and capture the city. Ha, let's go. Several people laughed and walked side by side towards the center of the warehouse. Little did they know that 3 teams of righteous supernatural beings from the Starlight Base had gathered not far from the abandoned warehouse. Chapter 73. Ha, you guys are not trying to make me laugh to death. Brother Gao. A figure suddenly crawled out from Gao Zicheng's shadow. Gao Zicheng was frightened again, his body trembling violently. Ghost, do you want to scare me to death? Every time you appear, there is no sound. The ghost grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and explained, Brother Gao, this is not the first or second time I've done this to you. You should get used to it. Gao Zicheng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He glared at the ghost and criticized him unhappily. Remember to tell me in advance next time you come out, otherwise I will get sick even if I am not sick. The ghost nodded and said, Okay, Brother Gao, I'll remember it and I'll definitely do it next time. Ghost's special ability is related to shadows. He can hide in the shadow of any object and launch surprise attacks through shadows. He is the 3rd most powerful person in the Brotherhood. Gao Zicheng didn't care about the ghost's promise of definitely next time, which the ghost always said. After chatting with Guiying, Gao Zicheng's expression immediately became serious. Guiying, can you tell us what information you have gathered? The ghost nodded and answered seriously, there are a total of 28 people on the other side. There are 25 people inside the warehouse, including 2 suspected victims. They are all gathered in the open space in the center of the warehouse. There are also 3 ordinary people wandering outside. Suspected victim. Poison Lady walked forward suspiciously and asked, Is there an extremely beautiful woman among these 2 people? The ghost nodded, there is indeed a beautiful woman, but that woman is not a good person either? Why is this? Poison Lady was a little confused. A few days ago, Poison Lady received a batch of victims who claimed to have escaped from the 10 Brothers of Scalper Road. After questioning, Poison Lady learned about the scumbag behavior of the 10 Brothers of the Scalper Road group, and also knew that they were rescued by a mysterious businessman who dealt with a man of average appearance. But there is still a mysterious female businessman with an extremely outstanding appearance who has not been taken care of. She is still in the hands of the scumbag group of 10 Brothers of Scalper Road. Now the ghost told Poison Lady that the persecuted woman was not a good person, which made Poison Lady unable to understand the reason for a while. Sister Poison Lady, you don't know that the woman's name is Moussiere, and the man's name is Su Chen. They and a fat man have robbed our crystal cores and food before. He even arrogantly mocked us. What's wrong with just robbing yours? You useless people don't deserve to live. If you have the guts, come and seek revenge on Su Chen. Hearing this, Poison Lady was shocked. She suddenly remembered that members of the Mutual Aid Society had also been robbed and blackmailed when they went out before. There were 3 people on the other side, 1 woman and 2 men. One of them was fat, and the leader was called Su Chen. These 3 people attacked and injured the team of mutual aid members who were out, robbed all the supplies, and finally shamelessly said that they were teaching them a lesson, and the crystal cores and food were tuition fees. Su Chen. The guy with a short haircut beside him also exclaimed. What's wrong, Boss Lu? Did Su Chen offend you? Gao Zicheng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Kunta nodded and replied angrily, that's right. The people I sent out a few days ago also encountered these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was fat, and the leader called himself Lousy Su Chen. These 3 bastards not only stole the supplies that my men had found, but also stole several guns from my Salvation Army, saying that the weak are not worthy of using weapons. I have been looking for these 3 bastards these days. Poison Lady nodded and explained, this Su Chen also led people to rob our Mutual Aid Association of supplies and injured our Mutual Aid Association members. I didn't expect these 2 people to fall into the hands of the 10 Brothers of Yellow Ox Road. Now it seems that evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Should we take action now? Ghost asked hesitantly. Let the brothers take a break. Lu Kunta was the first to speak and decide. Gao Zicheng nodded, I also think the brothers need a rest. I agree too. Poison Lady also agreed with the two's decision. With the unanimous agreement of the leaders of the 3 teams, everyone decided to rest and recuperate before attacking. Half an hour later, the ghost took action to deal with the thug who had just taken over the guard duty. Lu Kunta led his men to block other exits and occupy the commanding heights in the warehouse. Du Nyangzi led his men to enter from the back door and encircle the area. Gao Zicheng led his men to kick the main gate openly. Bang! Gao Zicheng kicked the door open. Don't move, hold your head and squat, or we will shoot. Gao Zicheng announced loudly while holding a Gatling gun. Huang San and his 3 unknown minions who were fighting bloody battles were immediately frightened, and the others were also frightened to the point of being stunned on the spot. Several strangers armed with AKs also appeared on the high ground of the warehouse. Seeing someone coming to rescue him, Su Chen's originally dead heart suddenly felt hopeful, but at the same time he was extremely angry. It was all because these people came too. Slowly, causing him to lose even his second brother. Moussiere was still staring at the ceiling of the warehouse in a daze, completely unaware of the changes taking place in the outside world. Who are you? Huang Er looked at the psychic with advanced equipment in front of him with a ferocious face. The leading man was a stranger. Huang Du was very sure that he had never seen him before. This man was definitely not a nearby force. At this time, Poison Lady and a group of people surrounded them from behind. Long time no see, Mr. Huang. It's you. Huang De looked angrily at the boss of the rival Mutual Aid Association. When Huang De saw the Poison Lady in person, he knew the origins of these people, the Starlight Base. This Poison Lady actually asked the Starlight Base to send people to beat him. Huang De, you better surrender. Gao Zicheng issued an ultimatum. Huang Di and his brothers looked at each other, and Huang San immediately threw the filthy Su Chen towards the Poison Lady. At the same time, Huang Di instantly threw several fireballs at Gao Zicheng, big fireballs. Sewage. Green vines entangled. Dust. The others simultaneously unleashed their own unique skills. For a moment, dust and dirty water filled the sky, mixed with fireballs, and green vines wrapped around Gao Zicheng and others. It is impossible to win the fight. If they are captured and brought back to the Starlight Base, they will most likely be shot. There is only one way to survive for Huang De and others, and that is break out. the brothers brought by Gao Zicheng were all good hands. With just a little effort, the vines collapsed instantly. The wind-type mutant released a strong wind, and 5 earth-type mutants together propped up a wall of earth. The ghost figure was directly hidden in the shadow of the flower pot. Ha ha, you guys are not trying to make me laugh to death. How dare you use such a thin vine? Are you creating an atmosphere? Gao Zicheng laughed and pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun. The Gatling gun spun wildly, a tongue of fire spurted out of the muzzle, and dense bullets poured towards Huangdi and others like raindrops. At the same time, those who occupied the commanding heights also pulled the trigger one after another. Rays of fire shot down from the heights, interweaving with the firepower of Gao Zicheng, forming a barrage of death. The other personnel responsible for the attack were not to be outdone. They were holding various weapons, some holding submachine guns, some holding rifles, and countless ammunition was aimed at Huangdi and others. For a moment, the entire warehouse was filled with gunfire. Su Chen, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt the danger. He quickly somersaulted and touched the ground with his face, successfully making close contact with the ground. At the moment the Mutual Aid Association opened fire. Su Chen raised his head with murderous intent, and suddenly felt a chill on his back. He rolled over instinctively and narrowly avoided several bullets that were deliberately moved downwards. Then other psychic moved the muzzle of his gun slightly, and fired several bullets at Su Chen on the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, Su Chen stimulated his potential, twisted his body with strength beyond his ability, and kept dodging the occasional attacks from the psychics. Damn it! Do you know how to save people? You saw I was a hostage and you hit me. You are such a bunch of idiots. Mutual Aid Association. You actually dared to shoot at me. Just wait for me. Sooner or later, Su Chen, will wipe out your entire family. Su Chen kept cursing and swearing in his heart, but all he heard in response was the sound of de. Su Chen was extremely frustrated and could only bark helplessly while dodging in various weird postures. Chapter 74. Goodbye Su Chen and Musier. A few minutes later, the gunfire stopped. 17 people including Huang De, Huang Er, Huang San, etc. in the center of the fire were turned into mud and were dead beyond death. The remaining 6 people were not affected by the concentrated fire because they were far away from Huang De and others, and they temporarily saved their lives. The 6 scumbags squatted on the spot with their heads in their hands, and a pool of unknown liquid appeared under each of them. The ghost slowly emerged from Gao Zicheng's shadow. Brother Gao, what should we do next? Gao Zicheng was startled again, his face full of black lines. Ghost, shadow. Here, Brother Gao, what should we do next? The ghost maintained a white-toothed smile. Get out of here. Gao Zicheng angrily kicked the ghost instantly turned into a shadow, and the attack was ineffective. Gao Zicheng could only vent his anger by stepping on his own shadow. Poison Lady found a piece of rag to cover Musier, and then ordered people to bring the 6 frightened minions to her front. Lady, please spare me. Lady, please spare me. The 6 marginal minions kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lady, we really didn't do anything against the law. It was Huang De and his men who forced us to do it. We really didn't do anything. One of the minions cried and argued. Right. It was Huang Da's group of scum who forced us. We were just helping them to suppress it. We really didn't do anything, we were all captured by Huang De and those beasts. We had no choice. If we didn't obey, they would kill us. We were all forced. These minions began to beg for mercy one after another. That's enough, shut up. Hearing the Poison Lady's scolding, the 6 minions shut their mouths instantly, and looked at the leader, the Poison Lady, crying bitterly, hoping that the Poison Lady would believe their lies and let them go. You guys, find something to carry those 2 people, and follow us back to the Starlight base. As she spoke, Poison Lady pointed at Su Chen who had rolled to the corner and Musier who was dumbfounded. Yes, we'll go right away. The 6 people quickly got up gratefully, thinking that the Poison Lady had decided to let them go. The 6 scumbags dug out 2 dusty wooden boards from the sundries and placed Su Chen, who was resisting fiercely, and Musier, who was stunned, on the boards. Lady, we have dealt with it. When are we going to leave this damn place? One of the scumbags flattered and asked for credit. The Poison Lady didn't care how brutally these 6 guys acted. Both groups were not good people anyway. She just wanted to use these 6 scumbags to carry the other 2 scumbags back and then judge them in front of everyone. Now! Poison Lady said coldly, and a group of people from the Mutual Aid Society behind her stood up and pointed assault rifles at these scumbags. Be quiet, or my gun might go off accidentally. I can't say for sure. The 6 scumbags nodded tactfully, and honestly lifted up the struggling Su Chen and the dumbfounded Musier, and walked towards the school under the escort of the Mutual Aid Association team and half of Boss Lu's Salvation Army team, because Su Chen resisted fiercely and refused to cooperate, and tried to escape several times. Several people who had been beaten by the puppet Su Chen when they went out before seized the opportunity and beat him up after being attacked by dozens of people in total. Su Chen finally chose to endure and stop resisting. Gao Zicheng led the rest of the people to search the warehouse, carefully searching for loot that might be useful to the Starlight base. An hour later, Su Chen, Musier and the 6 scumbags were escorted to school. When he saw the school, Su Chen wanted to run away again, but he was beaten by dozens of big-nosed men and was forcibly taken back to school. In the afternoon, the first public trial of the Starlight base began. Kill these scumbags! Kill these scumbags! These scumbags don't deserve to be human. These scumbags don't deserve to be human. Lynch them. Feed them to the zombies. After learning about the crimes committed by these scumbags, everyone gathered in the school playground and shouted as quietly as possible. Quiet! Li Feiyu gestured to everyone to be quiet. The whole audience fell silent. Li Feiyu looked around at the indignant people and said, "Today is the day of the public trial at our Starlight base. The crimes of these people are too numerous to list, and I will not say anything false." Li Feiyu paused and continued to announce, "The fate of these people is determined by the victims." Good. Good, everyone cheered then. More than 20 victims angrily rushed to the playground and dragged the 6 scumbags to the place where they were executed. Some angry spectators followed to supervise. Then, Su Chen and Musier were brought up, and some people who had been attacked by the puppet stared angrily at the 2 people kneeling on the ground. Su Chen's eyes were full of anger, and he had no idea what was going on. Musier regained some of her consciousness, but she kept her head down and didn't dare to look at Li Feiyu, who was standing high up. "Su Chen, do you admit your guilt?" Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen, who was pinned to the ground, seriously. "Li Feiyu, stop pretending to be so hypocritical. I don't need your sympathy. If you have the guts, kill me right now, otherwise, one day, I will destroy your Starlight base with my own hands." Su Chen looked at Li Feiyu with bloodshot eyes. "Young Marshal, this guy has a bad attitude. He will definitely be a nuisance if he is kept alive. I suggest that he be shot directly." Huang Mao angrily suggested, "Young Marshal, this man has been attacking and beating many members of the survivors' organization. He also led the zombies to our Savior Army base camp, trying to use the zombies to harm the human survivors. He should be executed according to the law." Lu Kunta shouted angrily. Before meeting Su Chen, Lu Kunta had no idea who the beast who attracted the zombies was. Today, Su Chen was taken to the Starlight base, and the eagle-eyed psychic who was in charge of Alert and the Saviors recognized Su Chen at a glance as the beast who attracted the zombies. At that time, after hearing Boss Lu's accusation, everyone's faces changed drastically. They originally thought that Su Chen was just robbing things, beating, and insulting people from various survivor organizations. Now it seems that this bastard Su Chen is completely unforgivable. Deliberately leading the zombies to attack the survivors' camp is pure treason, even more vicious than the scumbags of the 10 Brothers of Scalper Road. Yes, kill him, you must kill him. This person must not be allowed to stay. This kind of anti-human bastard should not exist in this world. And that woman, who has been doing evil with Su Chen and killing survivors everywhere, must not be let off. Kill them, kill this pair of bastards." The survivors who were watching all stood up and accused, "The actions of Su Chen and the other 2 have seriously violated the bottom line of everyone. Destroying the camp of human survivors is something that cannot be forgiven in any way. This is slander, this is total slander. I have never done these things, I don't accept it. I don't accept it." Su Chen yelled angrily. "Come here, bring the evidence up." Li Feiyu ordered calmly. Soon, a corpse that Su Chen was familiar with was placed next to Su Chen. "Su Chen, you keep saying that you didn't do it, but how do you explain Yang Dawei? Why did Yang Dawei appear in the ruins of the Salvation Army base camp? And why did he have a man-made wound on his lower abdomen?" Li Feiyu asked 3 questions in a row. Seeing the fat man's body, Su Chen was furious. Li Feiyu actually used the fat man's body to harm him. This was completely a distortion of right and wrong and a naked provocation. He just wanted to use the saviors to deal with the zombies and had no intention of doing anything to the saviors. His plan was to wait for the saviors to fall into crisis, and then step out himself to repel the zombies, save the saviors from danger, and recruit these people for his own use. Who knew that the savior army would bury so much explosives in their base camp? He didn't blame the savior army for killing his brothers and injuring himself, but these people blamed him instead. Destruction survivor, this is a label that Li Feiyu and others put on him. How can you prove that I was the one who did the savior army's work based on the fat man's body? Su Chen angrily shouted with dissatisfaction. Li Feiyu chuckled, play the video. A repaired large screen was lifted up and the picture was turned on, showing Su Chen digging out the fat man's crystal core. This was the video that Li Feiyu obtained from the system by spending 10,000 villain points. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Humans also have crystal cores. The location of the crystal core is actually in what the ancients called the dantian. How did Su Chen know that the crystal core is in the dantian of the human body? Everyone was shocked and worried at the same time. It turned out that humans also had crystal cores. There would definitely be people who would kill for crystal cores. What should they do then? Or what should everyone do? Seeing this scene, Su Chen was deflated. Su Chen did not expect Li Feiyu to come so early, and even asked someone to repair the photographic equipment with video evidence. Su Chen has no way to defend himself and no one will believe anything he says. Su Chen smiled bitterly. It seems that I can't escape this time. It's a pity that I, Su Chen, have been trying to survive in the last days for 8 years, but I didn't expect to end up in such a gutter. How sad and lamentable. At this moment, the ground shook violently. An angry voice came from afar. Li Feiyu, hand over Su Chen. Li Feiyu was secretly delighted. Finally he's here. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for you. Omega equals. Chapter 75. One sentence to obtain 100,000 crystal cores. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw a woman with skin as pale as snow and a pretty face standing on the wall. She was wearing a clean black dress. The woman's skin was so pale that it was scary, even sickly. With just one look, everyone could tell that this woman was not human. Her paleness would not have been so great even if their brothers had died for 3 days. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense, and everyone stared at the woman, not daring to let their guard down easily. Yi Jueying didn't care about the strange looks from the people around her. She was used to these looks. Her dark eyes stared at Li Feiyu tightly. I only want Su Chen today, Li Feiyu. As long as you hand Su Chen over to me, I promise to take these zombies away immediately and never attack the Starlight Base again. The woman's voice was cold and firm, and she looked like she would never give up until she achieved her goal. Li Feiyu remained unmoved. He stood there, looking at Yi Jueying quietly, without any fear on his face. Li Feiyu smiled faintly, deliberately revealing only the third-order thunder power. What if I don't agree? Yi Jueying's dark pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, it's just as the mysterious businessman said. The leader of the Starlight Base, Li Feiyu, is a third-level peak power user, and he has the most powerful lightning power among all the powers. Yi Jueying knew very well that he would not have any chance of winning against Li Feiyu. Instead, Yi Jueying showed a smug smile, as if he was sure of victory. Li Feiyu, I know I am not your opponent, but don't forget, I have millions of zombies behind me. Once these zombies lose my control, even if you use up all your powers, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Hearing the woman's threat, everyone began to discuss the reason why this woman, who was obviously not human, came to the Starlight Base to ask for people. What's wrong with this woman? Why did she save a beast like Su Chen? Who is this woman? What is her relationship with Su Chen? Why did she come to save Su Chen? Why can she command so many zombies? One of the young men then asked the biggest question in everyone's mind. How can there still be people who can control zombies in the apocalypse? Someone had a mental breakdown. Zombies are so scary even though they have no reason. If they have wisdom, where will we go? Some people began to cry pessimistically. Do you think this woman is still considered human? Another person expressed his inner doubts. People are human because they can make tools, have thoughts, and wisdom. If this woman also has these qualities, I think she should also be a human, explained a woman wearing glasses. But she doesn't look like a human. Another woman questioned. The woman with glasses pushed her glasses up and said seriously, from the current behavior of this woman, she obviously still has human intelligence and seems to have retained human memory. Then how do you explain her controlling the zombies? The woman who objected continued to question. The girl with glasses took a deep breath and calmly gave an example to answer. Don't forget, we have also awakened our superpowers. Does this mean that we are no longer human? The woman who objected looked at the woman with glasses in disbelief and asked, which human would stand with zombies and bring zombies to threaten other humans? The girl with glasses glanced at Yi Jueying on the wall, and then said, isn't this person in front of us an example of this? The woman who objected looked at the woman with glasses in disbelief and angrily accused, she has brought zombies to threaten the human survivors, and you still think she is human? The woman with glasses reiterated her point. The focus of our discussion is whether she has human characteristics, not whether she poses a threat to us. The two are not directly related. How can it not be related? The woman who objected shouted excitedly, so the two are related. The girl with glasses responded without showing any weakness. The two argued with each other. That's enough, stop arguing, both of you. Is this the crux of the matter? Take a good look outside, there are zombies everywhere. If this woman really gives an order, the consequences will be. The young psychic did not finish his words, but everyone understood what he wanted to say, that if the woman in front of them really ordered the zombies to attack, they would have no way to resist. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned extremely ugly. Faced with such a situation, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Feiyu, waiting for him to make a decision. Should he fight to the death with the other party, or hand Su Chen over to the other party in exchange for peace? They are all waiting for Li Feiyu's decision. Li Feiyu deliberately pretended to be having a difficult decision and asked cautiously, what do you want Su Chen to do? I have a grudge against Su Chen and the others, and I want to take revenge myself. Yi Jueying stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. It turned out that this woman who did not look like a human was also an enemy of Su Chen. In this case, there seemed to be nothing to worry about if they handed over Su Chen. What's more, the other party also promised never to attack the Starlight base, and the only request was that they wanted revenge personally. Li Feiyu sighed deliberately and compromised, okay. But you must provide us with 100,000 crystal cores, and the crystal core level cannot be lower than the first level. Crystal cores? Why are they crystal cores again? The mysterious merchant asked me to pay 3 million crystal cores that are no less than the first level. This Li Feiyu wants at least 100,000 crystal cores. They are all bastards who fell into the trap of crystal cores. Damn it! Yi Jueying was furious, thinking of the mysterious businessman's horrific methods, and the fact that she had spent 3 million, she would not be willing to accept this if she still couldn't tear Su Chen to pieces with her own hands. Yi Jueying nodded unhappily, gritting his teeth. Okay, I promise you, but you must give me that woman first. As he spoke, Yi Jueying pointed at Mu Xier, who was kneeling beside him with her head lowered. Li Feiyu nodded. Of course, this is a sign of sincerity. When you have collected 100,000 crystal cores, come back here. Then we will exchange the crystal cores with the goods. It's a deal. Yi Jueying gritted his teeth and agreed to Li Feiyu's rogue terms with an unhappy look on his face. Li Feiyu mentioned Mu Xier with a smile, and threw her to Yi Jueying with a smile. It's a deal. The little bit of spirit that Mu Xier had finally recovered collapsed in an instant. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured to herself, he just threw me away like this, just threw me away, threw me away. Tears rolled down her eyes. Su Chen, who was pinned to the ground, struggled frantically, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Li Feiyu and roaring, Li Feiyu, are you still a man? How can you trade shear with zombies like a commodity? They are zombies. How can you hand shear over to zombies? Xiaowen and Huangmao on the side immediately took off their smelly socks that they had worn for several days and had no time to wash, and stuffed them directly into Su Chen's throat. Ugh, Su Chen kept dry heaving every time he spit it out. Huangmao would help Su Chen put it back in, and even considerately found a branch to help Su Chen stuff it in tightly. The zombies outside the school suddenly rioted due to the influence of Su Chen's luck. Yi Jueying suffered a mental backlash in an instant, his breathing became disordered, and Mu Xier in his hand fell directly to the ground. He subconsciously covered his wound in pain. The next moment, 3 second-level zombies, disguised as superpowered dolls, suddenly appeared in the horde of corpses, quickly eliminated the source of the riot, and controlled the horde of corpses that was almost out of control. Li Feiyu looked at Yi Jueying with a half-smile and asked, you can't completely control these zombies? Yi Jueying raised his head weakly, I am a 3rd-level zombie and can control these zombies. It was just a minor incident. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, it won't affect you. She had just recently entered the third level with the help of the Crystal Core, and she controlled millions of zombies entirely by relying on the 3 second level peak spiritual zombies bought from a mysterious businessman. The zombies suddenly rioted and almost caused a crack in her Crystal Core. Fortunately, the 3 psychic zombies she bought from the mysterious businessman were reliable, otherwise she would have been in trouble today. Li Feiyu nodded and urged impatiently, since everything is fine, take your zombie group back. Yi Juiying slowed down, grabbed Musier's shiny hair, turned around and walked towards the group of corpses. Chapter 76, Exchanging Various Powers. Ding, the host publicly tried the Son of Luck, causing the Son of Luck Su Chen to be despised by the world and everyone wanted to kill him, completely losing the possibility of gaining a foothold in the Starlight City area. Deduct Su Chen's luck value of 20000, and the host gains a villain value of 20,000. Ding, the Son of Luck Su Chen was abused by the world. His figure without his second brother was seen by everyone, and the truth of being cute was known to everyone. Su Chen lost all his face and couldn't raise his head in front of the world. Deduct Su Chen's luck value of 7,000, and the host gains a villain value of 70,000. Ding, the Son of Luck Su Chen watched with his own eyes as Musier was thrown to the zombie Yi Juiying like a dead dog by the host and was powerless to do anything. Su Chen lost all face and his mentality collapsed. Deduct 3,000 of Su Chen's luck value, and the host gains 30,000 villain value. Taking into account the luck points that had exploded in the past few days, Li Feiyu had obtained a total of nearly 300,000 villain points. After a moment of silence, Li Feiyu instructed Sang Biao, who was standing beside him, Sang Biao, take Su Chen away and lock him up. Arrange for someone to keep a close watch on him 24 hours a day. Don't let him get away. Yes, young commander. Sang Biao walked to Su Chen, raised his foot, and stepped on Su Chen's limbs without hesitation. Only a few crisp sounds of breaking bones were heard, and Su Chen's limbs were instantly broken by Sang Biao. The whole person collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Ah! Su Chen screamed miserably, and the sound echoed throughout the playground, but no one sympathized with Su Chen, a traitor. Ding, the host's men stepped on the limbs of the lucky child Su Chen in public, cutting off the possibility of Su Chen's escape in a short period of time. Su Chen was extremely angry but helpless. Su Chen's luck value of 4,000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 40,000. Everyone, go home now. Li Feiyu called out, marking the end of the first trial of the Starlight Base. After Su Chen was dragged by Sang Biao, the crowd slowly dispersed. Some of them ran to the execution site to see the fate of the other 6 scumbags, some chose to form a team to go out and patrol around the school, and the rest returned to their respective posts. The Starlight Base once again returned to peace. The only new thing was that someone would run to the cell where Su Chen was imprisoned at irregular intervals every day to check on the situation. These are 100,000 crystal cores, we can't let him get away. In the next few days, Li Feiyu transformed himself into a mysterious businessman and went everywhere to trade with the survivors in exchange for crystal cores. In just half a month, mysterious businessmen appeared all over Dragon Country. Li Feiyu also successfully obtained hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, and collected a large amount of supplies from all over the place occupied by zombies. System, exchange for firepower, water power, gold power, wood power, earth power, weakness power, virtualization power, light power, darkness power, invisibility power, healing power, space power, time power. Ding, deduct 3,000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the firepower Eternal Flame, LV1. Ding, deduct 3,000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water ability Continuous Flow, LV1. Ding, deduct 5,000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability Weakness, LV1. Ding, deduct 6,000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability Virtualization, LV1. Ding, deduct 5,000 from the host's villain value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability Invisibility, LV1. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the healing ability Eternal Life, LV1. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the space power Space Authority, LV1. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 100,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the time-related ability, Time Control, LV1. Li Feiyu spent a total of nearly 2 million villain points to exchange for a small half of the superpowers he saw in the system mall. Li Feiyu is certainly unwilling to give up the opportunity to exchange crystal cores for villain points. The only drawback is that there is a limit to the amount of villain points that can be exchanged for crystal cores. The first level crystal cores are 10 million, the second level crystal cores are 1 million, the third level crystal cores are 100,000, the fourth level crystal cores are 10,000, the fifth level crystal cores are 1,000, the sixth level crystal source is 100, the seventh level crystal source is 10, the eighth level crystal source is 1, and as for the ninth level, there is no upper limit, because there are no ninth-order mythical powerhouses in this universe. There is no upper limit to the exchange of ninth-order crystal sources. Li Feiyu calculated the exchange ratio and found that the crystal core could be worth hundreds of millions of villain points. Adding the villain points contributed by Su Chen, there would be more than half left after exchanging for the 7th level peak combat power, so he simply used it to exchange for superpowers. The 7th level immortal peak combat power requires 50 million villain points, the 8th level epic peak combat power requires 50 billion villain points, and the 9th level mythical peak combat power is as high as 5 trillion villain points. You can't exchange it for a ball? You can't sacrifice the entire planet. After thinking for a moment, Li Feiyu decided to use the extra villain points to exchange for other superpowers, and then gradually improve the level of related superpowers through the continuous use of corresponding attribute crystal cores and superpowers, especially the space power and time power. There are almost no corresponding crystal cores for these two powers. Even if there are, the space zombies and time zombies have unique ability to escape and are not easy to detect. There are only two ways to improve: 1. Upgrading through villain value, 2. Improving naturally through continuous practical use. The first method requires a lot of villain points, and the second method takes an unknown amount of time. However, considering the importance of space and time, Li Feiyu still plans to make full use of the villain's intelligence and thunder ability to reach the peak of the 7th level immortality, while improving the two major abilities of time and space to serve as his ultimate trump card. Time goes back to the day when Musier was traded. With the assistance of the three puppets at that time, Yi Jueying brought the first lucky female protagonist Musier back to the inner area of Starlight City. Musier, look at the horrible state you are in now, do you regret it? Yi Jueying raised Musier's chin with interest. Musier's dizzy pupils regained some consciousness, and she casually glanced at the female zombie in front of her whose skin was incredibly pale. A hint of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. Yi Jueying did not give Musier time to regret. Her snow-white hand was like an icy sharp blade, accurately piercing into Musier's dantian. Musier's eyes widened instinctively, but the intense pain made her unable to make any sound. Yi Jueying fumbled around for a while and grabbed the first-level ice crystal core from Musier's body. A first-level ice crystal core? What a waste! Yi Jueying glanced coldly at Musier, who was curled up on the ground with a pale face. Musier, cherish your last moments. Yi Jueying looked at the curled-up Musier mockingly, then turned away coldly and left the dilapidated hut. There were thousands of zombies densely swarming around the house, and Yi Jueying obviously did not leave Musier any chance to escape. Musier looked at the back of the mother zombie with self-mockery, her pale lips moving with difficulty. I regret it. One day later, Musier died. Ding. The host designed to let the second lucky heroine kill the first lucky heroine, so that Su Chen instantly lost the support of the two strongest heroines. A total of 100,000 Su Chen's luck value was deducted, and the host gained 10,000 villain value. Li Feiyu, who was killing zombies in another city, suddenly received a system broadcast. The green dot representing Musier on the real-time holographic positioning map disappeared in an instant. Li Feiyu just smiled and said nothing, continuing with his crystal core collection plan. Chapter 77: The Transaction with Yi Jueying. 2 months later, Li Feiyu once again came to Starlight City as a mysterious businessman. Compared with 2 months ago, the zombies had obviously become much stronger. Second-level zombies can be seen everywhere, and there are even 121 third-level zombies in Starlight City. However, the intelligence of these zombies is very low, roughly equivalent to the intelligence of an ordinary 6-year-old human child. Yi Jueying lived a very comfortable life. After 2 months of safe development, Yi Jueying successfully evolved to the late 3rd stage and became the most intelligent, powerful and influential zombie overlord in Starlight City. Seeing the mysterious businessman, Yi Jueying stood up from his self-made throne with a cold expression. "You are finally here." The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu nodded slightly, his voice still without any emotion. "Is the mysterious merchant's crystal core ready?" Yi Jueying nodded and released a powerful mental wave. Soon, several strong zombies came in pushing several carts full of crystal cores. Yi Jueying pointed at the crystal cores and said, "There are 3 million first-level crystal cores in total, not a single one is missing." Although he successfully advanced to the late third stage, Yi Jueying did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the mysterious businessman. Yi Jueying had witnessed the power of the mysterious businessman more than 2 months ago. That day, Yi Jueying went out with his zombie subordinates. Suddenly, a strong pressure came over them, and then a mysterious man wearing a strange mask descended from the sky on colorful clouds, emitting a heart-pounding aura. The mysterious man slowly landed, his eyes fell on Yi Jueying, the only intelligent person, and he introduced himself. "I am a mysterious businessman from the distant Eastland. I came here to make a deal with you." Yi Jueying's heart was shocked. She could feel that the strength of the mysterious man in front of her was unfathomable and she could never contend with him. Yi Jueying looked the other person up and down with all his strength, and asked carefully, "What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" The mysterious businessman smiled mysteriously and uttered 2 words in a calm tone, "Su Chen." Hearing this, Yi Jueying's emotions suddenly became excited. "Do you know where he is?" Su Chen. Yi Jueying would never forget this guy's face until his death. Not long after the black rain stopped on the 10th day of the apocalypse, this guy rushed into the Yi residence with a fat man and a woman, and beat her up without saying anything. She managed to escape from Yi's mansion with great difficulty, but these 3 men still kept chasing her. If she hadn't been lucky enough to meet a mysterious man who could also control zombies, she would have been cut open by Su Chen to take out her crystal core. Although this incident happened several days ago, she still couldn't forget the expressions of Su Chen and the other 2 at that time. She was bullied before she became a zombie, and she was still bullied after she became a zombie. So, didn't her mutation come in vain? On the day when she was caught by zombies but not killed, Yi Jueying swore a vow she would make all those who bullied her pay the price. The mysterious businessman nodded and said softly, "That's right." Yi Jueying's dark pupils shrank, and he stared at the mysterious businessman with fear. "How do you know this?" The mysterious businessman showed a mysterious smile and said, "As a mysterious businessman, there is no secret in this world that I don't know. As long as you are willing to pay the corresponding fee, you can get anything you want from the mysterious merchant." Yi Jueying was silent for a long time, and finally nodded solemnly. "What do you need?" "Crystal cores, 1 million crystal cores. Su Chen's whereabouts today?" The mysterious businessman calmly quoted the price. Yi Jueying thought for a moment and asked, "I don't have that many crystal cores right now. Can I catch Su Chen and then pay the bill?" "Okay." Li Feiyu agreed to Yi Jueying's credit application. Seeing that he could buy on credit, Yi Jueying immediately asked, "I want to know the whereabouts of Su Chen now." "Su Chen will be taken to the playground of Starlight Academy by the people from Starlight Base for trial this afternoon. The Starlight Base has a large number of heavy weapons, and their leader Li Feiyu is a 3rd-level peak lightning power user." The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu sold part of his body in one go. Level 3 peak. A large number of thermal weapons. Yi Jueying hesitated, and now she has just become a 3rd-order spiritual zombie by relying on the advantage of the number of crystal cores. Her individual strength is no match for Li Feiyu, who is at the peak of the 3rd order. The maximum number of zombies she can control is only 400,000, and through indirect methods such as driving them away, she can at most drive away more than 700,000 zombies, but she can't control more than 700,000 zombies. When the zombie tide gets out of control and attacks the Starlight Base, Li Feiyu will definitely not let her go. The mysterious businessman seemed to know what Yi Jueying was thinking, and he made a timely pitch. "I have 3 second-level peak spirit zombies here. You can use them to control 750,000 zombies. Together with the number you can control, it is enough to form a zombie tide of millions. Millions of levels." Yi Jueying suddenly saw the light at the end of the tunnel. If she could completely control the tide of millions of zombies, then she would be qualified to negotiate with Li Feiyu. Under the pressure of so many zombies, it is not a problem at all to get the other party to hand over Su Chen, who was being tried. "Okay." Yi Jueying readily agreed. A 2nd-level peak spiritual zombie costs 500,000 crystal cores, plus the interest on the previous 1 million crystal cores and 500,000 crystal cores, a total of 3 million crystal cores. The crystal core level cannot be lower than the first level. I will come to collect it 2 months later. 3 million. Yi Jueying was also shocked, but soon calmed down. Starlight City has a permanent population of over 10 million people, and 3 million crystal cores are enough for 2 months. Okay, 3 million is 3 million, you just give me those 3 spiritual zombies first. Yi Jueying gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal with the mysterious businessman. The mysterious businessman snapped his fingers, and 3 decent-looking puppet versions of second-order peak spiritual zombies appeared in front of Yi Jueying. Don't think about deceiving the mysterious merchant, or the consequences will be serious. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu threatened calmly. Yi Jueying swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, this mysterious businessman is so terrifying that he can even collect half-living things. Don't worry, I will prepare all the crystal cores in 2 months. Yi Jueying promised solemnly. There are tens of millions of zombies in Starlight City. She only needs to command the zombies to attack zombies, dig out the crystal cores of the useless zombies, and use their blood and flesh to feed other zombies to increase their strength. She won't lose out at all. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu waved his hand lightly, and the 3 million crystal cores on the cart instantly entered the hands of the Destiny villain system and were refined in an instant. Li Feiyu's villain value directly increased by 3 million. Including the crystal core he had obtained before, Li Feiyu now has a total of 8.37 million villain value. After the transaction was completed, Li Feiyu did not leave Starlight City directly, but made a detour and finally used his spatial ability to come to the room where Yi Jueying imprisoned Su Chen more than 50 days ago. Yi Jueying, who had obtained 100,000 crystal cores, took them to school and successfully exchanged them for his enemy Su Chen. The transaction was handled by Sang Biao. Yi Jueying only wanted Su Chen and didn't mind who he traded with. After Sang Biao and others verified the number of crystal cores, Su Chen was transferred to the hands of the second female protagonist. Yi Jueying, looking at Su Chen, who was covered in filth and in a listless state, Li Feiyu knew something about what Su Chen had experienced in the past few days. The luck value dropped by another 66,000, which shows how much fun Su Chen had with these people. Who are you? Su Chen asked weakly to the person who suddenly appeared in this room. I am a mysterious businessman from the Eastern continent, and I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 78. Yin and Yang turn around. Just work honestly for me, girl. Hearing the words mysterious businessman, Su Chen's broken body suddenly shook violently, and an invisible force surged in his body. Su Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with endless hatred and anger. Mysterious businessman. Su Chen gritted his teeth and muttered the name, with deep resentment and unwillingness in his voice. It was because this unknown creature in front of him sold him to Huangdi that he suffered such unprecedented humiliation. Recalling that painful and unbearable experience, Su Chen's heart was filled with grief and anger. The mysterious businessman, Li Feiyu, and that vicious zombie mother Yi Jueying, these 3 guys are already on Su Chen's kill list. When he rises, he will definitely eradicate these 3 bastards and the forces behind them. Young man, don't be angry. The mysterious merchant only does business and treats every creature equally. Don't you want to escape now? The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu said temptingly. Escape? Su Chen wanted to escape from here all the time. However, now all his limbs were broken, and his crystal core was dug out by that vicious woman Yi Jueying. Even his body had been torn apart by the zombies. I don't have anything on me right now. If you want to trade, I can't give you anything. Su Chen pretended to be helpless, retreating to advance. Su Chen had never heard of any mysterious businessman in his previous life. When such a creature suddenly appeared in this life, Su Chen suspected that there was something wrong with his identity, but now that he is disabled, Su Chen can't see any clues about the mysterious merchant at all. He can only take one step at a time and see how the mysterious merchant can help him escape from the Devil's Cave. When it comes to determining the identity of the mysterious businessman, this is his advantage as a reborn person. Su Chen, knowing parts of the future that others don't know. Li Feiyu knew that Su Chen would have doubts, but with the existence of the Destiny villain system, the identity of the mysterious businessman could only be true. The mysterious merchant can take out his own supplies, and Li Feiyu can also take out his own items through the Destiny villain system. The facts are before our eyes, and seeing is believing. The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu didn't care that Su Chen had nothing, and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. The mysterious businessman allows loans to be traded in advance. The Yi Jueying who bought you before borrowed 3 million first-level crystal cores to successfully rescue you from Li Feiyu. As long as you borrow money, the mysterious merchant guarantees that he has a magical item that can restore you to your original state, or even rebuild you from the ashes. Hearing the words, restore to original state and destroy and then rebuild, Su Chen's heart was shocked. These two words are too attractive to Su Chen. Recover as before means that the other party really has a way to heal his body and restore his supernatural powers. Destroy and then rebuild means that the other party's method can allow him to go to a higher level and increase his strength dramatically. Su Chen also knew that the mysterious businessman would not do business at a loss. The mysterious businessman would most likely ask him to work to pay off his debts like that vicious woman Yi Jueying did, and the number of crystal cores he would get would definitely be far more than Yi Jueying's, but Su Chen never thought about returning. When he returned to the top, he would be far away from home, and he didn't believe that the mysterious businessman could find him. Even if the mysterious businessman could find him accurately, he could still make excuses by saying that he had to improve his strength first before he could obtain a lot of crystal cores. When he has enough power, who dares to come to him to collect debts? After sorting it out, Su Chen decisively agreed. Okay, mysterious businessman, I agree to trade with you. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu smiled and said, young man, let me make a deal first. This divine object requires a total of 1 million second-order crystal cores, 300,000 third-order crystal cores, and 100,000 fourth-order crystal cores. If you agree, the mysterious merchant will take out the divine object to save you. I agree. Su Chen agreed firmly. After 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, Su Chen has already developed the ability to tell lies more truthfully than telling the truth. Su Chen believed that this so-called mysterious businessman would definitely not be able to see that he only agreed verbally and had no intention of paying it back. The mysterious businessman nodded and quickly opened the system mall. Ordinary yin yang reversal goo, 50,000 villain value, can reverse yin yang, bring the dead back to life, and turn decay into magical power. System, buy it. Li Feiyu decisively arranged it for Su Chen. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one ordinary level yin yang transformation goo, which has been automatically stored in the system space. Li Feiyu quickly took out the yin goo from the system and put it in Su Chen's mouth. It melted in his mouth, and a mysterious power enveloped Su Chen's whole body. Su Chen's wound on his dantian healed quickly, his twisted limbs quickly returned to their original positions, his body skeleton shrank visibly, and his black hair grew rapidly. Ha! That's great! I'm finally recovered. Su Chen sat up excitedly. Suddenly he felt that his voice was not right, and there seemed to be some extra burden in front of his body. Su Chen quickly lowered his head. No! Su Chen screamed. Fortunately, Li Feiyu set up a simple space blockade when he came in, so Su Chen's voice could not be heard. Mysterious businessman, what on earth did you do to me? Su Chen blushed in anger. The girl is ashamed and angry? Li Feiyu quickly threw away this immature and outrageous thought in his mind. This yin-yang transformation goo is so powerful that it can even bring back Su Chen's ordinary appearance. If Li Feiyu had not witnessed the whole process, he would never have believed that the woman in front of him, whose appearance was far superior to that of the lucky heroine, was actually Su Chen. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen calmly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, as if he had expected this scene. Young man, no, young girl, this is a deal you agreed to yourself. Hearing this, Su Chen was so angry that her body trembled. She pointed at the mysterious businessman Li Feiyu angrily and said, "It was you who deliberately didn't tell me about the side effects. Otherwise, why would I agree to this?" The mysterious businessman Li Feiyu spread his hands. "You didn't ask? You." Su Chen was so angry that he trembled all over. The mysterious merchant Li Feiyu reminded her as if nothing had happened. "Young man, no, girl, it's not like you can't change back. Wait until you have collected twice as many crystal cores as I mentioned before, then come back to the mysterious merchant to exchange for yang goo. Remember, this is your only chance to change back." After saying that, Li Feiyu teleported and left Su Chen's boudoir directly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn the mysterious businessman, bastard, bastard! Ah! Su Chen angrily smashed the bed that Yi Jueying had thoughtfully prepared for her. The current Su Chen has apparently become an early-stage third-order psychic. His superpowers have been transformed from the firepower purgatory flames to the water power rootless water, and his appearance has increased by several orders of magnitude. After venting his frustration, Su Chen immediately broke through the wall and fled, running naked in a large city without humans. Ding! The host deliberately harmed the lucky son Su Chen in the identity of a mysterious businessman, causing the lucky son Su Chen to change his gender, his mentality to collapse, and his mentality to explode. Su Chen's luck value of 50000 was deducted, and the host gained a villain value of 50,000. It seems that Su Chen's mentality has been well honed. Even when he completely changed from XY to XX, he only deducted 50,000 luck points. Li Feiyu was a little surprised. But it doesn't matter. There's still a lot of time to go. Come on, boy, no, it should be girl, work hard for me. I'm looking forward to seeing your expression when you crush the Yanggu. Li Feiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yin and Yang, turn around and work honestly for me, girl. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for you. Omega equals. Chapter 79. You don't really think that the most dangerous place is the safest. 3 more days passed. 2 months and 21 days after the apocalypse, a strange newcomer came to the Survivor Identity Registration Office at the Starlight Base. Uncle, I heard that the Starlight Base is taking in survivors. Is this true? A pleasant voice came, and the drowsy old man instantly became energetic. The old man looked up and saw a young, beautiful, and tender woman standing in front of him. The woman looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing simple and capable casual clothes, had long hair draped over her shoulders, and had an excellent face. The old man looked at the strange woman kindly and replied kindly, "Little girl, our Starlight Base is indeed taking in all survivors, but you need to register your identity and verify your information." After that, the old man skillfully took out a registration form from the drawer and looked at Su Chen seriously. "Little girl, what's your name?" "Su Chen Yu." Su Chen said the alias he had just chosen without any hesitation. "Gender?" Su Chen's head was full of black lines, but he still bit his red lips with a dark face and uttered one word, "Female." The old man nodded calmly and wrote on the blank registration form, "Gender, female, normal mental cognition." There's nothing we can do about it, because some of the previous survivors reported their genders in a very fancy way, including bananas, coriander, apples, plastic bags, paper airplanes, rocket engines. From then on, the old man added a process of asking the survivor's gender and marked it accordingly. Age? Su Chen pretended to cooperate and replied, 18. The old man wrote 18 in the place of his age on the white paper and then asked, "Have you awakened any special powers? What are they? If you have awakened special powers, please tell us. If not, just answer, no." Ordinary water-based ability. Su Chen condensed a large water ball in front of the old man. Second-level mutant. The old man was shocked. "I didn't expect that this seemingly weak little girl is actually a second-level mutant. It really proves the old saying, don't judge a book by its cover." The old man nodded, quickly wrote down the type of superpower in the place where it was written, and noted it as second-level superpower user, then continued to ask, "Then where was the approximate area where you lived before? Are there any other survivors in your family?" Su Chen did not hesitate and lied, "I used to live in Fondo Garden Villa District. My parents and sister turned into zombies. I was the only one who survived." The old man looked at the poor girl in front of him with sympathy in his eyes. He sighed and kindly comforted her, "Little girl, don't be sad. It's all over. This will be your home from now on." Su Chen nodded and said nothing. The old man thought the other party was immersed in the pain of losing a loved one, so he didn't ask any more questions. After filling out the survivor registration form, the old man took out a simple ability verification test form from the drawer and handed it to Su Chen. "Okay, little girl, take this form and go in for the test. The location is in the school's observatory." Taking the psychic's ability verification test form, Su Chen casually browsed through it. There were a few simple test items listed on it, which were to test whether the psychic was suitable for combat or assistance. There was nothing new, and the test content was much less than those of the major forces she had visited in her previous life. "Li Feiyu, you would never have thought that I, Su Chen, would sneak into your base openly and use your base to improve myself in front of you." After successfully sneaking into the Starlight Base, Su Chen's mood also improved for the second time. The last time she was in such a good mood was when she just realized that she was reborn. Li Feiyu, wait for me, I will tear you into pieces and grind your bones to dust. Su Chen swore silently in his heart. After escaping from the mother zombie, Su Chen did not choose to leave Starlight City, but decided to sneak into the Starlight base. She wanted to stir up a conflict between Li Feiyu and the mother zombie, so that both of them would suffer losses. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Su Chen was confident that Li Feiyu would never have thought that he would be able to sneak into the Starlight base. Before, she was in the light and Li Feiyu was in the dark. Now the situation has reversed. She hid in the dark and Li Feiyu became in the light. If it is time for her, Su Chenyu, to take revenge, Li Feiyu, when you finally find out that I have been under your nose the whole time, I wonder how you will feel? Su Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. He raised his head and chest, and walked towards the stargazing tower with a confident pace of 2.58 million. On the other side, Li Feiyu, who was sitting in the principal's office drinking tea, had already noticed Su Chen's arrival. Watching Su Chen's wonderful performance, Li Feiyu suddenly didn't want to reveal Su Chen's identity so quickly. Wanha, go to the survivor registration room and bring me the list of survivors who have recently joined the base so I can review it. Yes, Marshal. Huang Maoli stood up immediately after hearing the order and ran to the survivor registration room outside the school gate. Not long after, the yellow-haired Chen Dongyang ran back to the office, holding the survivor registration list and registration form in his hand. Young Marshal, here's the list you wanted. Li Feiyu took the registration list and registration form and began to read them carefully. His eyes quickly scanned every name, looking for a specific target, and finally, Li Feiyu saw the three words Su Chenyu. Li Feiyu handed Su Chenyu's registration form to Huang Mao. Wanna bring this second-level mutant named Su Chenyu to see me? Yes. When he responded quickly, then turned and left. 30 minutes later, Huang Mao brought Su Chen, who was using the alias Su Chenyu, back to the office. Young Marshal, she is Su Chenyu, who just entered today. The yellow-haired man introduced with a smile. Huang Mao was stunned by Su Chenyu's beauty when he first saw her. Both her figure and appearance were top-notch before the end of the world, not to mention that Su Chenyu was a second-level water-based mutant. A definite plus. Huang Mao also asked the person in charge of testing Su Chenyu's abilities to give her a detailed full-body checkup. She was found to be in good health, without any defects, and still a virgin. Su Chen standing by was frowning. The extra full-body examination made her feel so ashamed. As a grown man, she never expected that one day she would be taken to do a gynecological examination. Li Feiyu glanced at Su Chenyu, who had a gloomy face the whole time, and suddenly said, Su Chen, it seems that you have adapted well in the past 3 days. After hearing this, everyone in the office suddenly became silent, as if time had stopped. Their eyes were as big as those of buffaloes, and they looked at Su Chenyu at the door in disbelief, with endless shock in their hearts. Su Chenyu is Su Chen? This thought exploded in their minds like an atomic bomb, causing endless waves. They really couldn't believe that the beautiful girl in front of them could be the filthy and rootless eunuch. Su Chen's heart was also filled with shock and fear. Impossible. This is impossible. How could Li Feiyu recognize my identity? I have changed completely from the inside out. How could Li Feiyu see through my identity? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Feiyu must be deceiving me. Su Chen kept convincing himself in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Su Chen immediately stood up to refute. Li Feiyu, what right do you have to say that I am Su Chen? What evidence do you have? Su Chen looked at Li Feiyu neither arrogantly nor humbly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chenyu, calmly. Su Chen, you don't really think that the most dangerous place is the safest? All the subordinates in the office looked at Li Feiyu with doubts. Chapter 80. Li Feiyu, what on earth do you want? Young Marshal, are you mistaken? This Su Chenyu is clearly a woman. How could she be Su Chen? An adjutant asked in disbelief. The adjutant had seen Su Chen before and knew what he looked like. Compared with the woman in front of him, Su Chen was simply a disgusting piece of shit. Yes, master, I threw Su Chen to that female zombie more than a month ago. There is no chance for him to survive. The woman in front of you cannot be Su Chen. I think you must have seen it wrong. Sang Biao also quickly echoed the advice. Yes, Marshal, I also arranged a full physical examination for Su Chenyu. She is obviously a woman. It is impossible for her to be raped by Su Chen. The yellow-haired Qindongyang also explained. After hearing the yellow-haired man's explanation, Su Chen's pale face instantly turned dark due to fear. Li Feiyu smiled and took out a small ball of light emitting pure white light from the system space. With just one glance, Su Chen could tell that this was the Yanggu that the mysterious merchant had mentioned. How could the Yanggu be on Li Feiyu? Su Chen's heart was suddenly filled with shock. Could it be that Li Feiyu is the mysterious businessman? A ridiculous idea suddenly occurred to Su Chen's mind, but soon, Su Chen dismissed this ridiculous idea. No. Li Feiyu could never be a mysterious businessman. Evil artifacts like Yin Gu and Yang Gu are not products of this world at all. Li Feiyu is a playboy. How could he possibly get such things? Su Chen's thoughts raced in his mind. It should be the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth that caused the mysterious businessman who shouldn't have existed to come into this world. The Yang Gu in Li Feiyu's hand was probably sold to him by that bastard, the mysterious merchant. Thinking of this, Su Chen's hatred for the mysterious merchant went deep into his bones. Su Chen, this is the Yang Gu and the Yin Yang transformation Gu that the mysterious merchant used to save you. It is also the only Yang Gu that can turn you back. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen with a half-smile, not worried at all that she would not admit it. Li Fei. You. Su Chen was so angry that her body trembled. Now the Yang Gu has fallen into Li Feiyu's hands. Li Feiyu also knows the function of Yang Gu. It completely controls Su Chen's fate. Su Chen has no way to deal with it. For Yang Gu, she endured. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen as if he didn't see anything, and kindly advised, Su Chen. No, Su Qingyu, don't get excited. Excitement can cause irregular menstruation, and you will suffer from dysmenorrhea when the time comes. You. Su Chen Sheng, was so angry that his chest hurt. Li Feiyu gently pinched the Yang Gu in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Su Chen with a smile, and his tone was a bit teasing. Su Chen, I spent a lot of money to buy this Yang Gu from a mysterious businessman. What do you think I should do? As he spoke, Li Feiyu squeezed it slightly, and the Yang Gu in his hand made a sharp CRY. Su Chen was so frightened that her soul flew out of her body, and her heart was in a panic, but she still forced herself to suppress this panic, forced herself to calm down, looked at Li Feiyu with dignity, gritted her teeth and said, Li Feiyu, what do you want? Ha, what do you think I want? Li Feiyu laughed, then looked at Su Chen calmly, deliberately saying nothing and just looking at Su Chen quietly. The blue thunder in Li Feiyu's hand continued to surge, and the Yang Gu between his index finger and thumb was trembling with fear from the power of the heavenly calamity. The pure white light on his body flickered, as if he was about to die. Su Chen couldn't stand the pressure and was soon defeated in the confrontation between the two. He chose to compromise forcefully. Li Feiyu, tell me what you want. As long as it doesn't violate my principles as a human being, I can agree to whatever you want. For Yang Gu, she chose to surrender and endure it. Li Feiyu put away the Yang Gu that was about to be scared to death, and looked at Su Chen indifferently. The mysterious businessman said, Yang Gu and Yin Gu require a total of 2 million second-level crystal cores, 600,000 third-level crystal cores, and 200,000 fourth-level crystal cores. We are classmates, so I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you a discount and take the following: 3 million for a second-level crystal core, 1 million for a third-level crystal core, 500,000 for a fourth-level crystal core, and 550,000 for a first-level crystal core. After making the request, Li Feiyu even said jokingly, how about it, it's a good deal. Su Chen was so angry that he broke down, why don't you go and rob it? 5 million first-level crystal cores, 3 million second-level crystal cores, 1 million third-level crystal cores, and 500,000 fourth-level crystal cores. Even if she slaughtered all the zombies in Starlight City, she might not be able to collect all of them. The first-level crystal core is easy to get. Now it has been 2 months since the first Black Rain, and the zombies have basically evolved to the first level, so it is easy to get it. If the second-level zombies work hard, the second Black Rain will come in half a month, which is not very difficult. Although the third-level crystal core is a little more difficult to obtain, it can still be found by spending some time, including the exotic beasts, level 4. Su Chen felt that Li Feiyu was trying to make things difficult for her. It had only been more than 2 months since the apocalypse. Where did the level 4 zombies come from? There were 4th-tier creatures in the ocean, but they were in the deep sea and the ocean was like a godsend. She was just a small 3rd-tier mid-term water-type mutant, and she was just showing off her skills in front of an expert, and let the ocean monsters be treated as wild monsters. Li Feiyu spread his hands and said frankly, I am not robbing right now. Li Fei. You. Su Chenqi's voice rose and fell that if she continues to be irritated by Li Feiyu, she will probably have menstrual disorders this month. Li Feiyu shook his head and thought for Su Chen sympathetically, I'm not asking you to take it out now. The end of the world has just begun and there is still a long time. If you can't get it, you can still rob, steal, or sell your ass. Anyway, there are many ways, but I only have the result. Of course, if you dare to steal my people, I will definitely let people know what it means to deserve the punishment. You. Su Chen was so angry that his face turned red again. Li Feiyu looked at Su Chen cynically, waiting for Su Chen to make a decision. Okay? I promise you, but you must promise to give me the Yanggu after the task is completed. In the end, Su Chen chose to compromise. There was no way. She didn't want to be a woman forever, especially since her identity was known by the bastard Li Feiyu. But if she disagrees, based on her understanding of Li Feiyu in her previous life, Li Feiyu might really find someone to let her experience several waves of pregnancy, for herself and Yanggu. She still endured it. Ding, the host exposed the conspiracy of Su Chen, the son of luck, in public, causing Su Chen's revenge plan to fail before it even began. Deduct 2,000 of Su Chen's luck value, and the host gains 20,000 villain value. Ding, the host exposed the identity of Su Chen, the son of luck, in public, and used Yanggu to force Su Chen to learn to bow his head, shattering Su Chen's stupid mentality of I am the boss and I am the second to you. Deduct Su Chen's luck value of 5,000, and the host gains a villain value of 15,000. Ding, the host used Yanggu to force the son of luck to compromise, forcing the son of luck Su Chen to choose to work for his former enemy, which dealt a heavy blow to Su Chen's heart, making him extremely angry and helpless. Deducting Su Chen's luck value of 3,000, the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Everyone in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. This woman is really that piece of shit Su Chen, ugh. It's a pity that they just thought, if the young marshal is not interested, they can also try to follow it. They didn't expect that this dead monster was actually Su Chen, which made them so disgusted that they almost vomited their lunch. Fortunately, the young marshal saw through the illusion and exposed Su Chen's treacherous conspiracy, otherwise the Starlight base would be in danger. Young marshal, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted your judgment. I'm guilty. The adjutant at the beginning admitted his mistake self-reproachfully. If it weren't for the young marshal's planning, the Starlight base would probably have been destroyed by the villain Su Chen. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your judgment. Sang Biao also admitted his mistake guiltily. Li Feiyu patted Sang Biao on the shoulder and said, this is not your fault. I also learned about Su Chen's transformation into a woman from the mysterious merchant. You are not wrong in this matter. If it weren't for the mysterious merchant's guidance, I probably wouldn't have discovered Su Chen's true identity. Young marshal, I am also guilty. I shouldn't have let my guard down and let Su Chen, the sinister and treacherous man, deceive my mind. To make up for the mistakes I made, Marshal, please let me be responsible for supervising Su Chen, protecting the safety of the base, and going through fire and water for you, and solving your problems. Yellow-haired shouted respectfully. Okay, I'll leave Su Chen you to your care. Li Feiyu nodded slightly and handed Su Chen to Xiaowen and Huang Mao. Thank you, Marshal. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in the yellow-haired man's eyes. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Her intuition told her that this damn yellow-haired guy would definitely do something bad to her.